3 days later, the merchant convoy arranged by Ning Kun arrived at Qin family village, accompanied by people from the princess's residence. For the past few years, the emperor and the princess's people had never stopped searching for Gu Yunling. Minister Gu had been away from the capital these days, heading south to find his child. The people sent out earlier reported they had found a clue, and Minister Gu Ting, hurried south. Gu Ting and the princess had 2 children, their eldest daughter Gu Yunfei and their youngest son Gu Yunling. Since the youngest was abducted, the princess's residence had known no joy. On that day, Gu Yunfei secretly took her brother Gu Yunling out to play, and she felt guilty about it for the past few years. The princess and Gu Ting not only had to care for their daughter's feelings but also search for their son, and the princess was not in a good state. Perhaps it was a mother's intuition. When the princess saw the portrait sent back by Ning Kun, she confirmed that this was her son. With Gu Ting away from the capital, the princess decided to go personally. Gu Yunfei wanted to go with her mother, but someone needed to manage things at home. Over the past 2 years, as the princess and Gu Ting searched for their son, Gu Yunfei took on the household responsibilities. Before leaving, the princess called her daughter over. "Fair, I am going to bring your brother home. Your father is not in the house, so I need you to manage things here." "Mother, is it really my brother this time?" "As long as we can bring him home, I will do anything," Gu Yunfei said, tears streaming down her face. She had been waiting for her brother to come home in her dreams. For these years, she had devoted herself to managing the household so that her parents could search for her brother without worry. She turned down all marriage proposals, vowing that she would not marry until her brother was found, staying with her parents no matter what anyone said. The princess and the prince had never blamed their daughter, but the young girl was determined in her beliefs. The princess understood her daughter's obsession and was also working hard to bring her son back. "Fair, don't worry. I am sure this time it is your brother, but Lord Ning said your brother doesn't remember the past. I might be gone for a while, so please be patient and wait for me and your brother to return, okay?" After reading Ning Kun's letter, the princess prepared for the worst, but, as a mother, she had complete confidence. "Mother, go with peace of mind. I will wait for you and my brother at home. If you encounter anything you can't solve, go to the palace to find your uncle. Don't put yourself in a difficult position." Although her daughter was loved by many, she was not arrogant. Since her brother went missing, she had become even more obedient, which made people feel sorry for her. After explaining everything to her daughter and leaving her own maid with her, the princess set off with her personal maid. She first went to the Ning family to understand the situation before heading to the Gu family. Today, Lady Cui accompanied the princess to the Gu family. They dressed modestly to avoid unnecessary attention. After explaining their purpose and the background to Qin Jiji, she was very warm and supportive, genuinely happy for Gu Zheng if he could find his family. "Madam, Aunt Cui, please come in and sit down. Zheng'er has gone to school and will be back in a little while, so we may have to wait," Qin Jiji said as she invited the princess and Aunt Cui into the room for tea while waiting for Gu Zheng to finish school. "Jiji, this is my friend from the capital. I apologize for the sudden visit. I am quite worried about my lost child," Aunt Cui said, not revealing the princess's identity and simply calling her a friend. "Aunt Cui, there's no need to be polite. If this lady is truly Zheng'er's relative, I would be very happy." Qin Jiji's openness left a good impression on the princess. "Jiji, may I call you that?" the princess asked gently. "Of course. If you don't mind, you can call me Jiji just like Aunt Cui does," Qin Jiji said, feeling fond of the kind lady. "Thank you, Jiji. Madam, I have a request, and I hope you can agree." "Jiji, tell me what it is." "I will do my best to help," the princess said, surprised by Qin Jiji's request and unsure of her thoughts. "When Zheng'er comes back, no matter if he is your child or not, please try not to be too emotional. His past experiences were not pleasant, and I worry it might upset him," Qin Jiji said, genuinely concerned for Gu Zheng, fearing that if this lady was not his mother, it could burden him psychologically. The princess was taken aback by this request and admired Qin Jiji even more. "I promise you, I will try my best to remain calm," she said. Thank you, madam. Is Zheng'er's condition serious? The princess couldn't help but ask, already believing he was her child. The doctor said he would be fine as long as he isn't disturbed. When I found him, he was hurt and barely alive. He must have gone through something terrible, which is why he forgot his past after recovering, Qin Ziji recalled, her heart aching at the thought of Guzheng. The princess couldn't help but shed tears upon hearing this. As Qin Ziji shared Guzheng's story, it was the first time Aunt Cui heard about it, and her eyes turned red. Sister, Zheng'er is back. The teacher praised him today. Guzheng's cheerful voice could be heard even before he entered the room. Behind him, Gu Jingyao reminded him, Zheng'er, be careful and don't fall. Upon hearing Gu Zheng's voice, the princess and Aunt Cui quickly wiped their tears, afraid of startling him. Qin Ziji had already gotten up to welcome the little one. After Gu Zheng came in, he jumped into Qin Ziji's arms, acting cute. When the princess saw the little one run in, tears fell uncontrollably. It was her beloved Zheng'er, the one she had missed so much. Seeing the princess's reaction, Cui sure understood what was happening and stepped forward to hold the princess's hand, noticing that the princess was trembling. Zheng'er is really amazing. Sister has guests today. Come over and say hello. Qin Ziji first praised the little one, then led him to greet Cui Shi and the princess.
Hello, Aunt Cui.
Hello, pretty aunt. Guzheng bowed to both of them, then looked closely at the princess, whose eyes were red from crying, and offered his little handkerchief to her. Pretty aunt, don't cry. This is my favorite handkerchief. You can use it. The princess took the handkerchief with trembling hands and, unable to hold back her emotions, asked, Can I hug you? The little one looked back at Qin Ziji, saw her nod, and stepped forward with open arms. Then, pretty aunt, be gentle. I've been eating a lot lately, and gained some weight. The princess carefully hugged her son. Overwhelmed with joy and unable to contain her emotions, she cried while holding Guzheng tightly. Seeing the princess crying sadly, Guzheng used the handkerchief to wipe her tears while comforting her. Pretty aunt, don't cry. My sister cooks delicious food. Stay for lunch at my house, and you'll feel better after eating something tasty. After Guzheng said this, the princess cried even harder, and he looked to Qin Ziji for help. Qin Ziji understood the princess's feelings of having her son back and smiled at Guzheng. With their usual understanding, Guzheng knew what Qin Ziji meant and let the princess hold him while he gently wiped her tears. The princess gradually calmed down. She knew she had lost her composure, but she couldn't help it. Seeing that the princess had finally stopped crying, Guzheng sighed with relief and looked at Qin Ziji for praise. Zheng'er is really amazing. Qin Ziji praised as she patted the little one's head. Guzheng smiled happily at the praise, and the princess watched with deep appreciation. Qin Ziji truly cared for her son. Otherwise, a child wouldn't be so dependent. Ziji, thank you. The princess's gratitude held so much meaning. Without Qin Ziji finding her son, he might not be here. If it weren't for Qin Ziji's careful care and guidance, her son wouldn't still be as warm and bright as a little sun after all he had been through. The princess has few demands for her son, as she only wishes for him to be happy. Sister, can the pretty aunt eat at home? Guzheng feels a strange closeness to the pretty aunt he is meeting for the first time, as if they have known each other before. Of course. I will go cook soon, and Zheng'er can help entertain the pretty aunt. Okay? Qin Ziji wants to give them more time together, so she asks Guzheng to take care of the princess. Don't worry, sister. Zheng'er is a little man now, and can take care of the pretty aunt. You go ahead and do your work. With Gu Zheng's assurance, Qin Ziji shares a glance with Cui Shi, and they step outside to leave time for the mother and son. Cui aunt, my mother and Zheng'er are in the backyard doing embroidery. They said they are learning new techniques today, so I didn't want to disturb them. Qin Ziji explains why her mother-in-law isn't entertaining guests. Your mother-in-law is impressive. She can make my lively daughter behave. Cui Shi had been curious why her daughter, who loves excitement, hadn't come out. Interest is the best teacher. Our Zheng'er truly loves embroidery. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so focused. Talking about Ning Ning, both Cui Shi and Qin Jiji have much to say. I saw Zheng'er embroidering a pouch yesterday. It looked like it was for a man. I wonder if it's for Ning Kun or Ning Xian. Qin Jiji really saw it yesterday and is curious whether Ning Ning is giving it to Ning Kun or Ning Xian. It would be best if she doesn't give it to either, otherwise, those two will cause a stir in the house. Cui Shi thinks about her husband and son fighting over the pouch and starts to feel a headache. Cui aunt, my mother-in-law should be ready by now. I'll have Jingyao take you to see them and check on how our Zheng'er is doing. Qin Jiji calls for Gu Jingyao to take Cui Shi to find her mother-in-law and Ning Ning. Then she goes to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Qin Jiji is worried about the princess's taste, and just then, a maid who serves the princess comes in. Madam Gu, I'm here to help you. The maid, named Chun Tao, usually serves the princess and knows how important the little lord is to her. After learning that Qin Jiji saved her little lord, Chun Tao respects her even more. What is your name, miss? I am Chun Tao. Please let me know if you need anything, Madam Gu. I will be making lunch soon, but I'm not sure if your lady has any dislikes. I'm afraid I might not cook to her taste, so I would appreciate your help, Chun Tao. Qin Jiji is very easygoing and loves to smile, addressing her as Miss repeatedly. Chun Tao gradually relaxed and told Qin Jiji about the princess's dietary restrictions. With Chun Tao's help, Qin Jiji quickly prepared lunch. Chun Tao mentioned that since the young master lost the heir, he had a poor appetite and ate very little each day. She asked Qin Jiji to make some appetizing dishes. The menu included sour and spicy black fungus, sweet and sour ribs, spicy bamboo shoots, cold cucumber salad, boiled fish slices, salt and pepper shrimp, steamed bass, stir-fried meat with chili, braised eggplant, and braised pork. She also made tomato and egg soup and a sweet soup. Lunch was set in the spacious main room. Gumu heard from Cui Shi that Gu Zheng's family was very warm and welcoming. She usually treated Gu Zheng well, but since he was so young, it was a joyful thing for him to find family. While Qin Jiji prepared lunch, Gu Zheng took the princess on a tour of his room and the family's small vegetable garden, including the chili patch. He even introduced the family members to the princess. The princess had come in a hurry and didn't know much about the Gu and Qin families. After hearing her son's descriptions, she realized he was very happy and content since being found by Qin Jiji, and that both families treated him well, especially Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai, as he even called them brother-in-law. At the dining table, Gu Zheng pointed out each dish to the princess, choosing the ones that looked good. He introduced every dish on the table to her. The princess had never felt this happy before. Having her son by her side improved her appetite significantly. She didn't expect Qin Jiji's cooking to be so good. Even though she was used to fine delicacies, she had to admit that the meal was to her liking. Cui Shi, the princess, and Gu Mu had a pleasant conversation, making the meal enjoyable for everyone. After lunch, Qin Jiji arranged guest rooms for the princess and Cui Shi to rest. Ning Ning took Cui Shi to her room, as she had missed her daughter for several days, and the two lay down on the same bed for a nap. The princess was reluctant to part with Gu Zheng, but seeing him getting a bit sleepy, she let him go back to his room for a nap. Auntie, I still have to go to school this afternoon. I'll spend time with you when I wake up. Good afternoon, Auntie. Gu Zheng said goodbye to the princess and went to sleep, quickly drifting into dreams. The princess stood at her son's door, hesitating to leave. Qin Jiji knew she must not be in the mood for a nap, so she approached and invited, Madam, shall we talk? The princess nodded and followed Qin Jiji into the guest room. What are your plans, madam? You can let me know in advance so I can be prepared. Thinking about separating from Gu Zheng made Qin Jiji very sad. After living together for so long, she truly didn't want to part ways. Jiji, I have something to tell you. I am actually the eldest princess of the dying dynasty, the sister of the current emperor. I had to hide my identity when I came here, so I hope you won't hold it against me. Qin Jiji was momentarily stunned. She had guessed that the princess had a noble identity, but she never expected it to be this high. I didn't mean to hide it. I was just afraid it would scare you. The princess saw Qin Jiji in a daze and thought she felt the princess was not being honest. "Greetings, Your Highness." Once Qin Jiji snapped back to reality, her first reaction was to bow. The princess quickly grabbed her hand. "No need for formalities. I can never repay you for your kindness to Zheng'er. Since Zheng'er calls you sister, you can call me Aunt Ran." "Thank you, Aunt Ran." Was Zheng'er originally Gu Zheng's name? Qin Jiji asked curiously. Yes, Gu Zheng was originally named Gu Yunling. He also has a sister named Gu Yunfei. I hope to introduce you to them someday. Yunling, what a lovely name. How coincidental that he also has the surname Gu. Qin Jiji found it fascinating that Gu Zheng originally had the same surname. My husband's surname is Gu. He has gone south to find Zheng'er and will be back soon. The princess spoke of her husband, Gu Ting, with a soft expression, indicating a strong bond between them. Will Aunt Ran stay here for a few days to wait for the prince? Facing the separation, Qin Jiji suddenly felt she didn't have the courage to say goodbye. Can I stay at the Gu family? Will it trouble you? Upon hearing she could stay, the princess became excited, as she was worried about being apart from her son. Aunt Ran is very welcome here. You don't need to worry. My father-in-law has passed away, and my husband is studying at the academy. The only men in the house are Jing Shu and Gu Zheng. Qin Jiji thought the princess might be concerned about having a man around. Then I will stay. The princess happily decided to make herself at home. When do you plan to take Gu Zheng away? Qin Jiji asked reluctantly. Jiji, I know you don't want to part with Gu Zheng, and I don't want you two to separate either. I respect Gu Zheng's wishes. The princess held Qin Jiji's hand and assured her that she wouldn't force Gu Zheng to leave. He must be willing. Hearing this made Qin Jiji feel much happier. This way, she still had time to talk to Gu Zheng, and he would have time to say goodbye to everyone. When Zheng'er finishes school, I will talk to him first and let him know about your relationship. Before that, we need to come up with a reason to avoid putting any pressure on him. Qin Jiji felt that communication was very important. She was worried that taking Gu Zheng away suddenly might upset him. Jiji, you are very thoughtful. I think the same way. Let's take our time and prioritize Zheng'er. Thank you, Aunt Ran. You are so kind. Qin Jiji was afraid that the princess would be the type to forcefully take Gu Zheng away. Silly child, I should be the one thanking you. The princess, used to dealing with cunning people, was surprised to meet such a kind-hearted child. I understand how much Aunt Ran wants to bring Zheng'er home after being apart for so long, but we need to consider his special situation carefully. I have managed for so many days. Seeing Zheng'er happy is more important than anything else. The princess did not plan to take her son away immediately. She couldn't bear to see him hurt. In the future, there will be sweet days ahead. Aunt Ran's blessings are still to come. Aunt Ran, you are too anxious.
Please take a break.
When Zheng'er finishes school, Jiji will call you. You need to be healthy to take care of Zheng'er better. Seeing the fatigue in the princess's eyes, Qin Jiji encouraged her to rest, knowing that mentioning Gu Zheng was effective. When Zheng'er goes to school later, I will rest. I'm just so happy that I'm afraid if I sleep, Zheng'er will be gone when I wake up. That won't happen. Aunt Ran, please rest well. Let Chun Tao keep watch. Zheng'er is at home and can't go anywhere. After reassuring the princess, Qin Jiji stepped out to visit her mother-in-law. When Qin Jiji arrived, Gu's mother was waiting for her. Jiji, you're here. Come in. Why didn't you take a break for lunch? Mother, you didn't rest either. I guessed you were waiting for me, Qin Jiji said with a smile as she sat beside Gu's mother. Jiji, what are your plans regarding Zheng'er? I know you care for him, but his family must want to bring him home for a reunion. Gu's mother also felt reluctant, but she understood Qin Jiji's feelings for Gu Zheng. Mother, I care for Zheng'er, but I feel more for Aunt Ran. I want Zheng'er to be happy. It's not that I don't want him to go back. I'm just worried he might not be able to handle it all at once. The two women shared their thoughts. What did that lady say? Aunt Ran agrees with my idea. I will talk to Zheng'er tonight. Zheng'er usually listens to you the most, so you are the best person to talk to him. Gu's mother felt relieved after hearing Qin Jiji's words. The children in the family had a good bond, and if Zheng'er suddenly left, it would be hard for the adults to accept, let alone the children. The princess had been on edge for days, but today she found her son and relaxed a bit. With the help of Chun Tao, she enjoyed a nice nap. When the princess woke up, Gu Zheng had already gone to school. "Princess, you're awake. The young master has gone to school. I'll help you get ready. Just a quick freshen up will do. Let's go find Gigi." Hearing that Gu Zheng had gone to school made the princess feel a little empty inside. Miss Gu is awake and chatting with Lady Ning. She has already sent word. If you feel bored after waking up, you can join them. Qin Gigi had come by earlier, worried that the princess would be bored. "Got it, please help me get ready." When the princess arrived, Cui was discussing returning home with Qin Gigi. "The princess is here. Come in and sit." Seeing the princess looking much better, Cui felt relieved. "Why aren't you two resting a bit longer?" The princess noticed they seemed to have been awake for a while. "Ning woke me up. I was just telling Gigi that I want to go home. The princess can stay with Gigi today, and I'll bring your things later." Cui knew the princess wouldn't want to return home with her, so she had already discussed with Qin Gigi about her staying at the Gu family. Hearing she could stay at the Gu family made the princess happy, and her first reaction was to look at Qin Gigi. "Aunt Ran, as long as you don't mind that the Gu family isn't as nice as Aunt Chui's, you can stay as long as you want." Qin Gigi joked, making both Cui and the princess laugh. "Then I'll be a bother. I'll make you something delicious tonight." The princess held Qin Gigi's hand with affection, appreciating her wisdom, manners, and thoughtfulness. She was very curious about what kind of person Gu Jinghuai was to make Qin Gigi like him. After chatting for a while, Cui took her leave. The whole afternoon, the princess followed Qin Gigi, listening to her talk about Gu Zheng's little habits and watching her prepare the food he liked. The princess felt deeply moved. Before bed, Qin Gigi took Gu Zheng to the princess's room. "Sister, are we going to see the pretty aunt?" Gu Zheng held Qin Gigi's hand, looking very happy. He really liked the princess. "Yes, and I have a secret to tell you soon." Qin Gigi had already thought about what to say to Gu Zheng. "What secret? Is it about the nice aunt?" Gu Zheng asked curiously. "You're so smart, Zheng'er." Qin Gigi loved to praise the little one in different ways. "Sister is the smartest." "I like sister," the little one said, showing his strong dependence on Qin Gigi. He was happy just being with her. When the princess heard their voices in the courtyard, she quickly asked Chun Tao to open the door and went to greet them. "Gigi and Zheng'er are here. Come in." "Nice aunt. Sorry for bothering you," Gu Zheng said politely, showing he was well-mannered despite his young age. "Not a bother at all, come in." The princess felt her heart soften seeing her son being so thoughtful and cute. After they sat down, Gu Zheng looked at Qin Gigi with anticipation. Qin Gigi smiled gently, exchanged a glance with the princess, and then asked Gu Zheng, "Do you like the nice aunt?" The little one nodded vigorously. She was his favorite person after Qin Gigi. "Sister likes her too, so how about we let the nice aunt be Zheng'er's mother?" Gu Zheng paused, then asked, "Does that mean the nice aunt can live with Zheng'er?" "Yes, you can live together every day." "Will the nice aunt's child be upset with Zheng'er?" Gu Zheng asked innocently, already understanding the meaning of a mother. "Of course not, because Zheng'er is actually the nice aunt's child." Qin Gigi wanted to see Gu Zheng's reaction. "Sister, is that true? Then why don't I live with the nice aunt?" Gu Zheng seemed to question if Qin Gigi was mistaken, but he didn't seem to mind that the princess was his mother. "This is the secret I wanted to tell you today. When the nice aunt and Zheng'er were out, she accidentally got lost, so you two were separated. The nice aunt looked for Zheng'er for a long time and couldn't find him. She was very sad." Qin Gigi and the princess observed Gu Zheng's reaction closely. The little one thought for a moment, looked at the princess, and asked softly, "Is what sister said true?" The princess was in tears, understanding Qin Gigi's intention. She wiped her tears and said, "It's true. It's all my fault for not knowing the way. It took me so long to find you. Can you forgive me?" Gu Zheng didn't expect that the nice aunt was really his mother. He realized he had a mother after all, and he wasn't an unwanted child. "Don't cry, I'm not angry with you. You're so thin, that's why you have a bad memory. You need to eat more, and you'll become smarter. Gu Zheng held the princess's hand, recalling what Gu Jinghui once told him. If you don't eat well, you'll get dull. He thought that his mother must not have liked eating, which is why her memory wasn't good when she finally found him. Okay, mother will listen to Zheng'er and eat well from now on. With her son forgiving her, the princess felt overwhelmed with joy. Zheng'er was so kind and warm-hearted. Sister, I have a mother now. Can she live with us at home? In Gu Zheng's mind, a mother should live with him, just like the other kids in the village. Of course, the Gu family will always be Zheng'er's home. Qin Zhiji patted the little boy's head, feeling a bit sad. Now that he recognized the princess, it wouldn't be long before he would go home. Wow, that's great. Zheng'er has a mother now. I need to tell brother Jingshu and sister Jingyao. Gu Zheng was extremely happy. He broke free from the princess's hand and ran outside, his cheerful voice echoing in the house. After showing off to everyone in the Gu family, Gu Zheng returned, and the princess's excitement had calmed down. Gu's mother, Ning Ning, and the two children were there. Gu's mother knew the truth, but the others did not. Sister-in-law, Zheng'er just said this lady is his mother. Is that true? Gu Jingyao asked in surprise, and Gu Jingshu and Ning Ning shared the same expression. Of course it's true. Aunt Ran is Zheng'er's mother. Hearing Qin Jiji's words, Gu Zheng looked so proud, as if to say, I told you I have a mother. Now you believe me, right? The others looked at the princess and then at Gu Zheng, and they all said in unison, he really does look a bit like her. Gu's mother and the princess laughed at the children's antics. There's another good piece of news to share with you. Zheng'er originally had the surname Gu, and he has a lovely name, Gu Yunling. Qin Jiji thought that since the child recognized the princess, his name should be changed back. Gu Yunling, you are the... Qin Jiji covered Ning Ning's mouth, stopping her from saying the princess's title. Once Ning Ning realized what was happening, she understood why the princess looked familiar. It was actually the slightly thinner princess. Looking at the proud little boy beside her, who called her sister every day, she realized he was the young master Gu Yunlang from the princess's residence. Ning Ning's heart was restless. After all, this was the princess and the young heir, someone who could even confront the emperor, now right in front of her. Sister Ning, isn't my mother very beautiful? Ning Ning's heart trembled. Little one, don't call me sister. Your sisters all have noble statuses. Yes, your mother is the most beautiful in the world. What Ning Ning thought in her heart, she said out loud, surprising Gu Yunlang. Today, Sister Ning was acting strangely. However, her words made everyone in the room laugh. Zheng'er, your new name sounds great. From now on, can we call you Yunlang? Gu Jingyao, who usually dotes on Gu Zheng, also liked the new name. Yes, Sister Jingyao. I will tell Brother Qinghui tomorrow. He doesn't know yet. Qin Qinghui had returned to the Qin family today, and Gu Zheng certainly hadn't forgotten him. All right, starting tomorrow, we will all call Zheng'er Yunling. Everyone must remember not to get it wrong. Qin Jiji thought it was important to correct everyone while the excitement was still fresh. Got it, sister-in-law. Gu Jingshu also thought Gu Yunlang was a lovely name. Sister, remember to inform Grandma Qin too. The Qin family was very important to the little one. He liked his new name and wanted the people he cared about to call him by it. After the mother and son recognized each other, that night, Gu Yunlang slept with his mother, and they chatted happily in bed. In the following days, the princess took care of her son personally, wanting to make up for the lost years. Every day, the little one either went to school or stuck to his mother or Qin Jiji. Everyone in the Gu family knew that in a few days, the little one's father would come to take him and his mother home. Gu Jingshu, Gu Jingyao, and Qin Qinghui secretly cried many times at night. Seeing their slightly puffy eyes, Qin Ziji felt quite uneasy, but this reunion was something the princess and her family had long awaited. A few days later, Gu Ting and his group finally arrived at the county office. Upon learning that his wife and child were in Qin village, he hurried there. They traveled quickly, dusty and tired, but Gu Ting was happy. He had finally found a son. Ning Kuan had specifically reminded Gu Ting not to make too much noise to avoid unnecessary panic. So, Gu Ting went to Qin village with a servant, riding in a carriage. On the way, Gu Ting imagined countless scenarios of how his son would react upon seeing him, filled with joy and anticipation. When the carriage arrived at the Gu family, they happened to run into a few students just leaving school at the entrance. "Brother Jingshu, is brother-in-law back?" Gu Yunling asked excitedly as he saw the carriage stop at their gate, thinking it was Gu Jinghuai and the others returning. "It shouldn't be. Big brother doesn't have a day off until the day after tomorrow." "Right. Big brother won't be back until tomorrow night at the earliest, so it can't be him." The siblings, Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao, concluded that the people in the carriage were not their big brother. Could it be Aunt Shui? The little one continued to guess. "It's too late for Aunt Shui to be here. Let's hurry and see who it is." Gu Jingyao and Gu Jingshu pulled Gu Yunling along, while Qin Qingwei carried some items for him. They quickly walked forward and arrived just as the people in the carriage were about to get out. "Master has arrived," the young servant said, steadying the carriage and lowering the footstep for Gu Ting to get down. Hearing this, Gu Ting straightened his clothes, worried that his wife and son might not like his appearance. However, as soon as he got down, several children surrounded him, fearing he might be a bad person and shielding Gu Yunlang and Gu Jingyao behind them. Qin Qinghui stepped forward and bowed. "This is the Gu family. May I ask who you're looking for?" "I am looking for my wife and young son." Gu Ting tried to make his voice sound gentle. The children exchanged glances, thinking this man might have made a mistake. "My father is gone, and my sister and I live with our mother. Big brother and sister-in-law live together, so we are not who you are looking for," Gu Jingyao said, peeking out from behind, followed by Gu Yunlong's little head. "My daddy is lost and hasn't found his way home. I live with my mother at my sister's house." Gu Ting began to doubt if he had come to the wrong place. Just as he was about to send the young servant to ask again, he heard Chun Tao's voice from the yard. "Young master, you're back. Why don't you come in? We have horsehoof cakes today." "Sister Chun Tao, we're coming in." Upon hearing about food, Gu Yunlang pulled Gu Jingyao and ran inside. "Sir, you might have the wrong place. We're going in now, so you should look elsewhere." Gu Jingshu and Qin Qingwei said goodbye to Gu Ting and hurried to catch up with the two children. Gu Ting, who had just been doubting himself, followed the children into the yard upon hearing Chun Tao's voice. Chun Tao, who was supposed to greet the children, was surprised to see Gu Ting following behind. "Sir, what brings you here? Where are my wife and Zheng'er? Please take me to them," Gu Ting said, eager to see the princess and his son Gu Yunling. "Madam is in the backyard. I will go inform her right away." "Is this the young master?" Chun Tao pointed to Gu Yunling beside her. The father and son locked eyes for a moment. Gu Yunling looked confused, while Gu Ting was very excited. "Zheng'er, I am your father. Do you remember me?" The little boy shook his head. Gu Ting, wanting to hug Gu Yunling out of excitement, accidentally scared the child, causing him to cry. "Mommy, help me.
I'm scared."
Gu Ting was taken aback. Did he really seem like a bad person? Why was his son afraid of him? The other three children quickly ran over, and Chun Tao approached Gu Ting to comfort him. "Sir, come inside and rest. The young master isn't familiar with you yet. He'll be fine once he gets to know you." Gu Ting felt a bit guilty, realizing it was his fault for not finding his son sooner, leading to this awkwardness. Hearing the child's cries, the princess and Qin Jiji rushed out. "What happened, Zheng'er?" the princess gently asked as she picked up her son. "A strange uncle said he is my father and wanted to hug me. But didn't mommy say that daddy was lost and hasn't found his way home yet?" The little boy sounded upset, making the princess feel even more sympathetic. "My lady, I finally found you." Before the princess could comfort her son, Gu Ting entered with Chun Tao. "Mommy, it's this uncle." Seeing Gu Ting, Gu Yunlang became even more frightened. "Zheng'er, don't be afraid. He is your father. Just like your mother, he loves you very much. He might look a bit messy because he was in a hurry, but he'll clean up and look better soon." The princess noticed her husband looked thin and felt worried he might leave a bad impression on their son, so she quickly explained. "But I don't want a father. Sister Jingyao and brother Jingshu don't have a father, and I don't want one either." Although Gu Yunlang spoke softly, everyone heard him, including Gu Ting. Gu Ting felt shocked, realizing his son didn't want to acknowledge him because his friends didn't have fathers. In his heart, Gu Ting felt resentment towards the fathers of Jing Yao and Jing Shu. Yunlang, our father is not around, but every child has a father. You don't need to be afraid. Gu Jingshu tried to comfort Gu Yunlang, noticing his reluctance to accept this uncle because his sister, and he didn't have a father. Mommy, is that true? The princess kissed her little boy and gently said, your brother Jingshu is right. Your father is just a bit late coming back. Can we forgive him? Gu Yunlang thought seriously for a moment and then nodded. Gu Ting finally felt relieved. Come here and let daddy give you a hug. Gu Ting happily approached to hug Gu Yunlang, but was rejected by the princess. Husband, you should wash up first so you don't bother Zheng'er. Chun Tao, please boil some hot water. The princess instructed, wanting her weary husband to freshen up first. Seeing his father being turned down by his mother, little Gu Yunlang laughed joyfully. Daddy, stinky. Gu Ting finally heard the long-awaited daddy, turned around, and couldn't hold back his tears any longer. After Gu Ting washed up, he had to smile many times to earn his son's affection. The princess watched the children playing in the yard, while Gu Ting tried to join them but was met with their disapproval. When Ning Ning arrived from Gu's mother to the front yard, she greeted the princess and headed to the kitchen. Gigi, I'm here to help you. Ning Ning cheerfully entered the kitchen. She felt quite proud, as she could call the princess auntie, and thought she could walk confidently when they returned to the capital. It will be ready soon, just stay put. With Chun Tao here, she might finish my work before I do. Although Qin Gigi was joking with Ning Ning, Chun Tao was indeed hardworking and full of energy. Every day, she not only took care of the princess, but also looked after Gu Yunlang and helped Qin Gigi with household chores. Qin Gigi had advised Chun Tao to take it easy, but Chun Tao replied, the young master is found. I'm happy. Since Ning Ning didn't have any tasks, she stayed in the kitchen, passing plates to Qin Gigi and not wanting to leave. With Chun Tao's help, Qin Gigi quickly prepared dinner. Gu's mother was feeling a bit unwell today and had dinner in her room, so she didn't see Gu Ting. Gu Ting initially thought he had found his son in an ordinary farming family, but upon arrival, he realized it was not quite so. After tasting Qin Gigi's cooking, he praised it endlessly. Thinking of Qin Gigi's kindness, Gu Ting tentatively asked, Madam Gu, your cooking is too good to not open a restaurant. How about your whole family comes to the capital and opens one? With the princess's support, no one would dare to bully you. Thank you for your kind offer, but the Qin family village still needs us. Qin Gigi effectively declined Gu Ting's suggestion. She saved Gu Yunlang out of compassion, not for repayment. No, that would make my sister very tired. The little one was the first to object, saying he would earn money in the future to support his sister and didn't want her to work hard every day.
Lange is so doubtful.
Running a restaurant is tiring. Let's not do it. How about your father opens one instead? The princess served her son his favorite dishes, which made him happy, but he still shot a complaining glance at Gu Ting. Gu Ting felt that his efforts to bond with the little one before dinner were wasted, so he decided to say less. Although it was Gu Ting's first time meeting them, the others were familiar with each other, so it didn't affect the atmosphere. After dinner, Gu Ting played with the children for a while. Qin Gigi visited Mother Gu and felt relieved when she confirmed that she wasn't seriously ill. Before bed, the three children went to Qin Gigi's room. Sister-in-law, is Yunlang leaving? Is Uncle Gu coming to take him, and Aunt Ran? Gu Jingyao's voice was filled with tears. She didn't want Yunlang to go home. Yao Yao, they are Yunlang's parents. They finally found him, so they should take him home. Qin Gigi felt just as reluctant, but this separation was necessary, and she could only comfort the children. Can we visit Yunlang brother in the future? Gu Jingshu thought that when his older brother went to the capital, their whole family would likely go too, and it would be great if they could visit Yunlang then. Sister, I don't want Yunlang brother to leave either. Seeing the three with red eyes made Qin Gigi feel sad too, so she encouraged them. Study hard, and we will try to get to the capital soon. Then you can visit Yunlang brother. Really? That would be wonderful. We promise to study hard. Hearing that they might have a chance to see Gu Yunlang again lifted their spirits a bit. Qin Jiji, worried about their feelings, comforted them for a while longer. Meanwhile, Gu Ting and the princess were discussing their situation. Once the little one fell asleep, Gu Ting asked the princess, "When will we return to the capital?"
Husband, I was just about to talk to you about that.
You saw how deep Yunlong's bond is here, and he doesn't remember the past. If we forcibly take him away... Gu Ting was silent for a moment. He understood what the princess meant. He didn't want their son to be sad or reminded of painful memories. However, people in the capital were waiting, especially the emperor, who, unable to pressure his sister directly, put the pressure on Gu Ting instead. Gu Ting thought being a subject wasn't scary, but being a subject and a brother-in-law was. He felt like he was being used every day and had to clean up the mess. Then let's wait a few more days. Gu Ting decided to ignore the emperor's pressure for now. Gigi's husband, Gu Jinghuai, and his two brothers will be back the day after tomorrow. They're very nice to Zheng'er, and we should thank them. Let's decide our plans after they return home. The princess knew her husband was anxious, but if they could wait another day, they would. I will listen to you, the husband replied. The couple quietly discussed their plans while their little one slept soundly, feeling happy with both parents by his side. The next morning, Gu Yunlang woke up and smiled sweetly upon seeing his parents beside him. Gu Ting was the first to notice his son was awake. "Shoo. Be quiet, don't wake your mother. Daddy will help you get dressed, and then take you out to play." Gu Ting felt sorry for his wife, who had gone to bed late the night before, so he told their son to keep his voice down. The little one moved carefully, got dressed, and followed Gu Ting outside to play. "Good morning, sister."
Zheng'er, mister.
As soon as the little one saw Qin Jiji, he forgot all about his father and ran to hug her leg, acting cute. "Good morning, Zheng'er. What do you want for breakfast today?" Qin Jiji pinched the little one's cheek and asked what he wanted to eat. "I like everything you make, but if we could have some pancakes, I would be even happier," the little one said, looking up with a small request. "Okay, since Zheng'er wants it, we'll have pancakes for breakfast today. Go wake up your brothers and sister," Qin Jiji said, initially planning to send the little one to call the other children. However, he turned to his father instead. "Daddy, come with me to help get the things for sister to make pancakes." Gu Ting was excited. His son was giving him a task. He was eager to do well and bond with him. "All right, Zheng'er, lead the way." So, Gu Yunlang led the way, with Gu Ting following behind, and they went to the storage room together. When they came out, Gu Ting was carrying the pancake-making supplies, which Qin Jiji had improved based on modern recipes. The father and son worked together to clean up the items. Just as they finished, Qin Jiji had prepared the batter, which she had tested before to ensure it would be successful. "Sister, Daddy and I will go get some eggs." The little one remembered that eggs were needed for the pancakes and took Gu Ting to the chicken coop. Qin Jiji couldn't help but smile at the sight of the official going to collect eggs. It looked quite funny. But her own son, being her flesh and blood, deserved all the love. When having delicious pancakes for breakfast, Gu Ting thought he could go collect eggs tomorrow. After lunch, Qin Jiji spent time with her family because the little one insisted on going to school. Gu Ting personally took the children to school. Gu Yunlang was very happy and introduced Gu Ting as his father to everyone, making Gu Ting smile widely. After dropping the children off, Gu Ting returned home, where Qin Jiji was already busy in the workshop. Gu's mother had not been feeling well for the past few days and had not joined them for meals in the front courtyard. Ningning also went to the workshop with Qin Jiji today. She had finished embroidering her purse, which was her first product after learning double-sided embroidery. Although her work was quite standard, it was impressive to complete it in such a short time. The last merchant team sent by Ning Kun not only took away chopped chili sauce but also the dried chili peppers and chili powder exchanged by Qin Jiji with the system. Qin Jiji also wrote down the usage instructions for them to take along. The soldiers at the border faced harsh conditions, and Qin Jiji hoped to contribute her small part. This was Gu Ting's first time staying here, and the princess had been visiting for a few days, making her more familiar with the place than he was. With some free time, she took Gu Ting around to explore. Spring Peach, knowing that her princess and the prince had a good relationship, chose not to join them, trusting that the prince would take good care of the princess. When they reached the workshop, Ting was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected the Gu family to have a workshop, especially one managed by Jiji. The princess had learned about the Gu family situation over the past few days and shared it with Ting as they walked. Ting was surprised at how much weight Jiji's words carried in both the Gu and Qin families. Even the children she brought home were genuinely loved by both families. He recalled that Ningguang had mentioned things that happened before they came to the Gu family, and he felt guilty about it. However, after arriving at Qin family village, he saw that his son was very happy and loved by many people. Both he and the princess wanted to repay Jiji, so Ting's invitation for her to open a restaurant in the capital was not just a casual suggestion. How about we bring them all to the capital this time? That way, Yunlang would be happy. That might not work. Gigi's workshop and all those chili peppers need her. She wouldn't agree. During her stay at the Gu family, the princess noticed that the real decision-maker in both the Gu and Qin families was Jiji. Gu's mother did not manage household matters, and while it seemed that the heads of the Qin family were Old Man Qin and Old Lady Qin, they actually listened to Jiji. How about we give them more money to thank them for taking such good care of Yunlang? Gigi won't want it. Her husband and brother will soon take the entrance exam. It would be better to recommend them to Liyue Academy after their exams are over. Liyue Academy is very famous in the capital, where the teachers are highly respected scholars. The head of the academy accepts only talented students, regardless of their background. With a recommendation and passing the exam, they can enroll. Scholars care most about their future, and the princess's suggestion greatly pleased Ting. Once her husband and brothers pass, the Gu and Qin families will naturally come to the capital. We can then support them discreetly, and I believe they can establish themselves there. Ting's analysis was thorough, but the princess boldly stated, "Why should I support those I care about in secret?" Ting was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He loved this bold side of his wife. His princess was back. Since their son went missing, the confident and strong-willed wife had disappeared. Today, he finally saw her true nature return. Then let's be open about it. Ting thought that if things got messy, the emperor could sort it out, especially since he often caused trouble for himself. With such a big issue at home, the academy staff was still unaware. After lunch, he came to tell Jiji that he planned to wait at the academy for the others after eating. Uncle, you should hurry my father's carriage. That would be faster. The little one missed the others very much after not seeing them for days.
Zheng.
Yunlang. Uncle isn't good at driving a carriage. He almost mixed up the names and shyly scratched his head. He had only driven an ox cart before and was a bit hesitant about the horse cart. That's easy. Let my attendant go with you. This way, you can bring the kids back sooner. Seeing his son speak up, Ting immediately sent an attendant with he to the academy. Thinking about how his brother-in-law would be home by evening, but the big characters assigned by him were not finished, the little one grew anxious. These past few days, he had only focused on spending time with his mother and father and forgot to practice his writing. He was so worried he felt like crying. Yunlang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The princess noticed her son's sudden change in expression and asked nervously. Father, mother, I can't stay with you. I haven't finished practicing the big characters assigned by my brother-in-law. I need to go to the study to practice. After saying that, Yunlang ran to the study, where the other three were already gathered, also practicing their writing. When Ting arrived, he saw 4 children writing big characters together. I am curious about Jinghua and what kind of person he is that makes the children both afraid and fond of him. Fortunately, the children finished their writing before Jinghua returned home. What happens if you don't finish your writing? Ting asked, intrigued by their relieved expressions. Older sister will be unhappy. Third sister will be angry. Big brother will scold us. For children gave 3 different answers, leaving Ting confused. Chantal felt sorry for the children working hard on their writing, so she made them some delicious pastries early on. Her cooking skills were good, which is why she was chosen to serve the princess. Plus, the Gu family had plenty of ingredients, and Qin Ziji always helped her gather what she needed. Chuntao now thought the Gu family was even better than the princess's residence. "Thank you, Sister Chuntao." The children, who had been writing for a long time, were already hungry. Chuntao's pastries were just a light snack before dinner. "I'm happy if you enjoy them," Chuntao said as she shared the pastries and then went to help in the kitchen, where Qin Ziji was already busy. Since it was the day the children returned home, the Qin and Gu families were having a meal together, like a small gathering. "Second brother, you and Qing, we go to Scholar Zhang's house and invite him to join us for dinner tonight." Qin Ziji thought Gu Yunlang might be leaving soon, so they should have a farewell meal together.
Got it, sister-in-law. We'll go now.
The two turned and ran outside, only to bump into Gu Jinghuai and the others. "Big brother, you're back." Gu Jingshu's joyful voice was heard even in the kitchen. Gu Ting, who was playing with his son, and Gu Jingyao in the yard, looked up and was stunned. They looked so much alike. It was no wonder Gu Ting was surprised. Gu Jinghuai resembled the young Master Gu so closely. They weren't identical, but at least they looked about 90% alike. Seeing Gu Ting's shock, the princess felt a bit puzzled. Gigi's husband was indeed handsome, but his reaction seemed a bit too much. The princess gently tugged at Gu Ting's sleeve, reminding him to behave. But Gu Ting seemed oblivious, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gu Jinghuai and the Qin brothers were led over by the little one to greet Gu Ting and the princess. Gu Ting excitedly asked, "What is your father's name?" Gu Jinghuai looked wary. This elegantly dressed middle-aged man seemed very strange. But seeing his excitement and joy, Gu Jinghuai replied, "My father's name is Gu Yi." "No, it can't be Gu Yi. He must have another name, otherwise, he wouldn't look so similar." Gu Ting felt excited when he didn't hear the name he wanted. Gu Jinghuai didn't know how to respond. His father was indeed named Gu Yi. The others were confused and didn't understand why Gu Ting was so excited to see Gu Jinghuai. Qin Ziji had imagined a dramatic story, but seeing the princess and Gu Ting together made her think it was unlikely. "Dad, what's wrong?" Gu Yunlang thought his father didn't like his brother-in-law and felt a bit disappointed. "Husband, is something wrong?" The princess had never seen Gu Ting so out of control. "I want to see your mother." Gu Ting insisted firmly. Gu Jinghuai looked to Qin Ziji and the princess for help, and Qin Ziji went to the backyard to call for Gu's mother. The princess trusted Gu Ting very much and believed he wanted to confirm something with Gu's mother. Gu's mother was feeling much better today, and her son had returned home. She was already planning to go to the front yard when she saw Qin Ziji looking for her, so she followed her daughter-in-law. Along the way, Qin Ziji wanted to remind Gu's mother several times, but didn't know how to start. She could only secretly exchange for some quick-acting medicine, just in case. While Qin Ziji went to call for Gu's mother, Gu Ting had calmed down a bit, but continued to stare at Gu Jinghuai. Gu Jinghuai remained calm. Even if this person was Zheng'er's biological father, he would never allow him to harm his family. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun also watched Gu Ting warily. He clearly wasn't an ordinary person and was not to be trifled with. If the court officials heard their thoughts, they would surely complain. You country folks can argue with anyone, but the powerful Gu Ting is not someone to provoke. Gu's mother was familiar with the princess, but had never met Gu Ting before. When Gu's mother entered the front hall, Gu Ting became even more excited upon seeing her. He took a few big steps forward and asked eagerly, "You are Ashur's wife, Mu Shu." Gu Ting spoke with certainty, and the mention of Ashur made the princess stand up in shock, while Gu's mother looked stunned and then burst into tears. "Husband, is what you said true?" The princess was even more anxious than Gu Ting. Ashur was Gu Ting's younger brother, who had faced troubles a few years ago and was brought back barely alive. He was still being cared for at the Gu residence. The elderly lady was heartbroken for her son and took care of him at the Gu residence. Over the years, she and her husband had been searching for their son, while also looking for a skilled doctor for the younger brother. His life was saved, but he remained bedridden and unable to speak. Now, The husband says that Gu Nyangzi is the wife of his second brother, so Gu Jinghuai and the others are the children of the second brother. It can't be wrong. When the second brother was rescued, he mentioned his wife Mu Shu and even had a portrait. I've seen it. Gu Ting had seen a portrait of Gu Mu at the second brother's place. Over the years, he had been quietly searching for her, but he never expected there were children as well. Gu Mu always believed that Gu Shi had abandoned her and the children. After hearing Gu Ting say he was rescued, she realized she had misunderstood her husband. Is he okay? Gu Mu could no longer control her emotions. His life was saved, but he is lying in bed. The doctor said if it weren't for his strong will, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Gu Ting finally understood what the doctor meant by strong will. It turned out the second brother had so many people who needed him. Take me to see him. He promised he would come for us. I thought he abandoned us because he never came. Gu Mu only wanted to see Gu Shi. While she was blaming him, he was fighting to survive. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will arrange for you to return to the capital as soon as possible. Gu Ting wished he could fly back to the capital overnight. Their mother had been anxious for years about the second brother. If she knew this, she would surely be happy. Jinghuai, Jingshu, Jingyao, Jiji, come here to meet your uncle. Gu Mu called to the children. Qin Jiji was extremely shocked. Wasn't this recognition a bit hasty? Shouldn't they verify it first? Mom, is Dad really called Gu Shi? Gu Jinghuai still couldn't believe it. Jinghuai, I know you have doubts, but this is true. Your father is not dead. I lied to you before. Gu Mu felt it was her fault for making the children suffer so much and miss out on their father's love. By the way, your father left us something. Gu Mu remembered the things Gu Shi had left behind, including a bracelet for Qin Jiji and a jade pendant. She went back inside to get what Gu Shi had left and asked Qin Jiji to bring the bracelet too. When Gu Mu took out the jade pendant that Gu Shi always carried, Gu Ting also took out an identical jade pendant from his waist. This jade pendant is one that my second brother and I each have. The last character of our names is on the pendants. Jinghuai, take a look. Gu Ting, worried that Gu Jinghuai might not believe him, handed both jade pendants to him. Gu Jinghuai took the pendants, examined them closely, and found that one had the character Shi and the other Ting, confirming Gu Ting's words. Then, the princess also took off a bracelet that looked exactly like the one Gu Mu had given to Qin Jiji. The bracelet was prepared by Mrs. Gu for her two daughters-in-law. When Qin Jiji married Gu Jinghuai, Mrs. Gu gave the bracelet to her. Jinghuai, now you believe it, right? Gu Ting and the princess looked at Gu Jinghuai with eager expressions. Gu Jinghuai nodded after seeing that Qin Jiji was not opposed to it. It's great to find you. If my younger brother sees you, he might get better. Your grandmother would also be very happy. Seeing Gu Jinghuai nod, Gu Ting was as happy as a child, eager to pack up and leave immediately. The children came one by one to greet Gu Ting and the princess. This time, the princess didn't bring expensive gifts, giving each child a few silver notes as a greeting, promising to bring more when they returned to the capital. Even the three Qin brothers received the same silver notes. The Qin family was stunned. They wondered who Gu Jinghuai's uncle and aunt were to be so generous. After the family recognition, dinner at the Gu family began. Fortunately, with Zhang, Li, and the others helping, they managed to avoid a delay in dinner. Since there were many people today, Qin Jiji decided to set up two tables, one for men and one for women. Gu Ting looked at his older and younger nephews, who were grinning from ear to ear. Jinghuai, you have a younger sister, 3 months younger than you. If she knew about you, she would be very happy. Thinking of his daughter Gu Yunfei, Gu Ting's expression softened. Gu Jinghuai could tell that Gu Ting was a good father. Having been away from home for many years, he had always thought his father was gone and had grown used to his current life. Looking up at Qin Jiji, who was happily laughing at the next table, Gu Jinghuai felt content and didn't want to change anything. So, he wasn't enthusiastic about going to the capital and even felt a bit resistant. He just wanted to take good care of his little girl. Noticing Gu Jinghuai's low spirits, Gu Ting changed the subject and asked about their studies, which made everyone chat happily. The old man Qin and the three Qin brothers gradually understood during the meal that Jinghuai's newly recognized family were officials in the capital. Gu Ting respected the Qin family very much, not only for their kindness to Gu Jinghuai and his mother, but also for the love they showed to their son Gu Yunlang, which earned his respect. Gu Ting personally poured wine for the old man Qin and the three Qin brothers, thanking them for their care and affection for his son. He assured them that in the future, when Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyuan went to the capital, they would be under his protection. The Qin family was very grateful, and the atmosphere at the men's table was very good. The atmosphere at the princess's table was even better. The princess held Gu's mother's hand and chatted happily. She felt truly joyful that her son's savior had become part of their family. It was fate. Sister-in-law, it's great to find you. In the future, we can discuss things together as sisters-in-law. Thank you, elder sister and brother, for taking care of my husband. You have worked hard over the years, searching for Zheng'er while also caring for him. Gu's mother was very grateful to the princess and Gu Ting. We are all family. You have also been taking care of Zheng'er. The princess thought this was perhaps their fate. Aunt Rand, Mom, let's eat something quickly, or it will get cold. Qin Jiji served dishes to the two of them. Gu's mother had worked hard raising three children over the years, and reuniting with her father-in-law would also be a good thing. Sister-in-law, let's eat first, or Jiji will urge us. The princess liked Qin Jiji more and more now that they were family. Today, she had worried about how to bring her son back to the capital, but now she had no worries. Elder sister, you should eat too. Jiji's cooking is excellent. Aunt Qin, Jiji's mom, elder sister, Qinghui's mom, you all eat too. No need to be polite since we are family. Gu's mother invited everyone to eat, feeling happy inside. Master, can't Ninger and Yao eat? Ning pouted at Gu's mother. Do I need to tell you too? Gu's mother joked with a smile. The two girls sat next to Qin Jiji, who served them more food, making them even happier. Everyone at the table was amused by them. It's a pity your sister Yunfei isn't here. She would definitely compete with you for Jiji. The princess thought of her daughter and felt she would like Qin Jiji. Yunfei is our eldest daughter. She stayed in the capital to handle some matters and couldn't come along. You'll get to see her when you arrive in the capital. The princess had asked Qin Jiji about Gu Jinghuai's age and realized her daughter was younger than him. Qin's mother and the others were a bit worried. If Jinghuai recognized his roots, would Jiji also have to go to the capital? Would they not be able to see Jiji every day anymore? Qin Jiji sensed their thoughts from their expressions and planned to comfort them after dinner and share her plans. Gu Ting was so happy that he got tipsy from the Qin family. After dinner, the princess went to take care of Gu Ting, while Gu's mother called the children into her room. Tell me your plans. The two little ones looked at their older brother, Gu Jinghuai. Mother, there is only 1 month left until the entrance exam. I want to wait until after the exam to go to the capital. Gu Jinghuai expressed his thoughts directly. Mother, you should go to the capital with uncle and aunt to see father. My brother and I will stay here with big brother and big sister-in-law. Gu Jingyao and Gu Jingshu agreed on this. They didn't want to go to the capital first, staying where big sister-in-law was. Mother, I can't leave right now. I want to stay with my husband. Qin Jiji had no plans to go to the capital so soon. She needed to make arrangements for things in Qin family village and settle her family. Mother Gu had already guessed this outcome and respected her children's wishes. Then I will trouble Jiji to help take care of them. I will go to the capital first to see your father. Don't worry, Mother. Once everyone agreed on who would stay and who would go, they began to help Mother Gu pack. Gu Jingyao and Gu Jingshu went to find Gu Yunlang to say goodbye. Now that they knew Gu Yunlang was their cousin, they could face the farewell calmly. When Gu Yunlang heard that his brother and sister were staying, he decided to stay too. At the residence of the Grand Princess, even though Gu Ting had drunk too much, he was in high spirits. However, when he woke up the next day, he felt down. Aside from his wife and siblings, no one wanted to return to the capital with him. Gu Ting, feeling wronged, asked the Grand Princess to persuade them, but she sided with the children, making Gu Ting feel even more upset. In the end, only 3 people returned to the capital. Before leaving, Gu Yunlang waved his little hand to comfort Gu Ting.
Father, don't be sad.
We'll return to the capital after Big Brother finishes the exam. You don't need to worry about us. Gu Ting complained about the entrance exam all the way back and decided to confront the emperor once they returned. After sending off the Grand Princess and the others, Qin Ziji went to the Qin family, revealing the identities of the Grand Princess and Gu Ting and sharing her plans. With the support of her family, the entire Qin family would move to the capital next spring. After the entrance exam, Qin Ziji took several children and her brothers to the capital first. She wanted to find a way to make money so that when the Qin family arrived, they could start their business. Qin Ziji had countless ideas for making money. She planned to investigate the market in the capital before bringing her family there. As for the Gu family's workshop, the chili business, and the restaurant, Qin Ziji decided to let her uncles manage them, promising them a share of the profits. She also promised to provide other ways for the villagers to earn money, helping everyone in Qin Family Village become prosperous. From that day on, the Qin family worked even harder, and Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan studied with more determination to support their sister. Although my brother-in-law is not that kind of person who can guarantee what will happen in the future. In the princess's residence, Gu Yunfei prepared early after hearing that her parents were returning. She calculated that they would arrive today. Early in the morning, she instructed the kitchen to prepare her brother's favorite dishes from childhood. Even her grandmother came to the residence early, and the two were very excited. Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. A servant reported. Grandmother, I'll go greet my cousin. Gu Yunfei guessed that the Crown Prince would come. He had just turned 8 this year, and the princess cared for him a lot. He had a good relationship with Gu Yunfei and left the palace early, knowing that his aunt was returning today. He remembered his cousin Gu Yunlang and felt sorry for his aunt, who had endured so much to find him over the years. So, he came to the princess's residence and brought 2 bodyguards for his cousin, ensuring he wouldn't get lost again, so his aunt wouldn't be sad and Sister Yunfei wouldn't feel guilty. However, they waited from morning until evening, only to see their aunt, Gu father, and a strange lady. Where is Yunlang, my dear grandson? The old lady almost fainted when she saw her grandson was not there, fearing it would be another disappointment. Mother, please don't get upset. Yunlang will return soon. We rushed back because we have important matters to discuss. Gu Ting and the princess quickly supported the old lady, worried for her health. What could be more important than my dear grandson? You need to go back and bring him to me. I want to see him today. The old lady was convinced her son was deceiving her and felt even sadder. Mother, my husband is not lying to you. We not only found Yunlang, but we also found her daughter-in-law and the children. The princess hurriedly reassured her, fearing the old lady might faint. Don't deceive me. My second son isn't quite right in the head. He mentioned getting married and having 3 children when he was occasionally clear-headed, but the next day he forgot.
Sigh.
The old lady felt even worse thinking about her second son's illness. What had their family done to deserve this? The eldest son's child was lost, and now the second son was in this state. Mother, it really is your daughter-in-law. She has the token from your second son and has given birth to 3 children. He really did get married. The old lady, who had been demanding to see her grandson, was momentarily stunned into silence by the sudden appearance of her second daughter-in-law and the 3 children. Madam, what my elder brother said is true. This is the token given by my husband. Gu's mother handed the token she kept for herself to the elder lady. The elder lady recognized it at a glance. It was her son's item. Are you really the second son's wife, and not just some ungrateful child trying to please me? The elder lady stepped forward and held Gu's mother's hand, seeking confirmation. Madam, we are not lying. Gu's mother found her mother-in-law a bit endearing. That's good to hear. It turns out everything the second son said was true. We thought he was just talking nonsense. The elder lady regretted not believing her son earlier. If they had, they might have found the daughter-in-law and grandchildren sooner. Mother, it was my sister-in-law who found Yunlang, which allowed him to be safe. The princess's words stunned the elder lady, and both Gu Yunfei and the crown prince were equally surprised. It was quite a coincidence. Thank goodness. When the elder lady heard that Gu Yunlang was saved by the second daughter-in-law's family, she exclaimed in gratitude. Madam, it was your granddaughter-in-law who found Yunlang. What do you mean, madam? Just like your sister-in-law, call me mother. You are already married and have children. You are part of the Gu family now. I will make sure the betrothal gifts are arranged. The elder lady was very pleased with Gu's mother. Grandmother, one betrothal gift might not be enough. Gu Yunfei playfully chimed in. The elder lady was momentarily confused, looking at her granddaughter. The second aunt just said that your granddaughter-in-law found your brother. Grandmother, you have a granddaughter-in-law now, so the betrothal gifts need to be arranged. Once the elder lady understood, she quickly became excited. Please tell me everything in detail. The elder lady felt both anxious and thrilled, as if in a dream. The princess and Gu's mother then recounted the entire story. After hearing it, the elder lady marveled at the wonders of fate and was curious about Qin Jiji. Oh, we have to wait a month to see them. How will I get through this month? The elder lady's heart was already with the Qin family, feeling the weight was unbearable, and she shot a glare at her eldest son. Gu Ting innocently rubbed his nose. He couldn't do anything about the children not returning. From now on, watch your words and don't frighten the children. The elder lady believed her eldest son must have said something to scare the children. The little crown prince nearly laughed out loud. Gu's father was known for his words. Even the emperor couldn't escape his remarks, and now he was being scolded by the elder lady. Mother, we brought a portrait to show you. Before leaving, Gu Jinghuai presented a portrait of himself, Qin Jiji, and his younger siblings. The old lady was stunned when she saw the portrait. It looked just like her husband when he was young. Just look at this face. You can tell he is a child of the Gu family, she said, filled with nostalgia and joy. Mother, this is Jinghuai, the eldest. Next to him is his wife, Qin Ziji, and beside her are Yunlang and Jingyao. On Jinghuai's other side is Jingshu. Gu's mother introduced the children in the portrait one by one. Good, they're all good children. You have worked hard all these years. The old lady knew how difficult it was for a woman to raise children, especially in the countryside, since the old master passed away early. Mother, thanks to Jiji, Jinghuai can study without worries. Jingshu and Jingyao can also go to school, and with Yunling being cared for and loved, we have this reunion today. Gu's mother was grateful to the Qin family, especially to Qin Jiji, and always remembered to highlight her contributions. She is a good child. When we return to the capital, we should treat her even better. The old lady not only accepted this granddaughter-in-law but had already begun to favor her even before meeting her. They had dinner directly at the princess's residence, and the old lady held Gu's mother's hand the entire time, enjoying every story about the children. The little prince returned home only after dinner, and when he arrived at the queen's palace, the emperor and empress had just finished their meal. Weren't you supposed to visit Gu's mother and brother Yunling? Why are you back so late? How is brother Yunling? As soon as the emperor saw his son, he fired off one question after another. The prince casually replied, I didn't see them.
What?
It's this late, and you still haven't returned?
Nothing happened, right?
The emperor became more anxious. They're back, just my aunt Lord Gu, and they brought back a lady who looks about the same age as my aunt. The prince said this without paying attention to his father's angry voice and headed back to the East Palace. Stop right there. What do you mean by bringing back a lady who looks about the same age as your aunt? The prince ran even faster, finally finding a chance to get back at his uncle, who often reported him to the emperor. Your Majesty, please calm down. Lord Gu is not that kind of person. He has a good relationship with the princess. The empress stepped forward to advise, fearing the emperor might get too upset and leave the palace. If he dares, let me show him what I can do. The emperor was fuming, and the empress felt a bit speechless. Neither of these two men was easy to deal with. Xiao Detzi, let Xian Gu Ting attend the morning court tomorrow. The emperor had been waiting for his nephew for so long, and his mood was very bad. He thought about how Gu Ting was not around, and those ministers argued over trivial matters every day. The emperor needed to make them feel the storm. At the princess's residence, after dinner, Gu's mother and the old lady returned to the Gu family, eager to see Gu Shi. Gu Ting and the princess were worried, so they brought Gu Yunfei along as well. The Gu residence was conveniently located right across from the princess's residence, so after dinner, they walked back. They had told Gu's mother about Gu Shi's condition, but when she saw her husband, she couldn't control her emotions. Her handsome husband now looked thin and frail, lying in bed and making her heart ache. Tears streamed down Gu's mother's face. Her husband was right in front of her, but she couldn't say a word to him. The situation has been getting worse for Gu these past 2 years. We have tried everything and sought out many doctors, but the results have been minimal. The old lady felt very sad thinking about this. Mother, don't be sad. Now that my sister-in-law is here, maybe D will get better soon. Didn't the divine doctor say that if we give him hope, he might wake up? The princess used to think the divine doctor's words were just to comfort them, but now she believed they were true. Yes, grandmother, now that San and the others have come, uncle will surely get better soon. They took turns comforting the old lady until she felt a bit better. Not wanting to disturb Gu's mother and Gu Shi's time together, they quietly left the room to give the couple some privacy. Gu's mother stayed in the room with Gu Shi, talking about what had happened over the years and sharing updates about the children. Gu Shi lay in bed, hearing his mother's voice and trying hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt incredibly heavy. He wanted to say something to comfort his wife, but he couldn't open his mouth. At that moment, Gu Shi was struggling with himself, his will to survive reaching its peak. Gu's mother held his hand gently and said, "Husband, I know you can hear me, right? You have to get better soon. Our children will be coming to the capital soon, and we can welcome them together, okay?" Gu Ting and his mother had already told her that talking more with her husband would help his recovery. Although the old lady had arranged a room for Gu's mother, she chose to personally take care of Gu Shi and stayed in his courtyard. Madame Gu felt even more sympathy for Mother Gu. Although her second son was not very reliable, he had found a wonderful wife. When the princess and Gu Ting returned to the princess's residence, it was already very late, so they quickly went to bed. They planned to visit the palace the next day, knowing the emperor was worried about his son and wanted to explain. What Gu Ting didn't know was that the crown prince had already set him up. Early the next morning, before they had finished breakfast, the emperor sent a servant to personally escort them to the palace. The princess smiled helplessly, knowing her brother was still so impatient. The servant secretly looked around, but did not see the lady the crown prince mentioned. Seeing that the princess and her husband were still very loving, it didn't seem like there was a third party involved, which eased the servant's worries a bit. In the palace, as soon as the morning court session ended, the emperor hurried to the queen's palace. The princess had a good relationship with the queen and would always visit her whenever she entered the palace. When the emperor entered, they were happily chatting and drinking tea. Upon seeing Gu Ting, the emperor became angry. "Your servant greets the emperor," Gu Ting said as he bowed, but the emperor just huffed and walked past him. Gu Ting felt that the emperor was targeting him today and thought it was because he had been away for too long. However, Gu Ting was in a good mood after reuniting with his son and acknowledging his nieces and nephews, so he didn't dwell on it. The palace attendants quickly brought more tea, and the emperor was chatting with the princess and the queen. Gu Ting sat next to the princess, earning another eye roll from the emperor. He didn't mind, thinking about coming early the next day to help the emperor with his worries. "I heard you found a concubine?" The emperor, who had been angry all night after hearing the crown prince's description, had imagined a grand drama. Gu Ting was taken aback at first, then stood up excitedly. "Your Majesty, how can you slander me? I have the princess. Why would I need a concubine? Why are you so worked up?" "I just heard about it." "Then who is the woman you brought back yesterday?" the emperor asked, sounding a bit guilty. "Your Majesty, that was my sister-in-law." "What concubine? Who told you this?" "I will ask them myself." Gu Ting was furious, wondering who dared to spread such rumors about him. The emperor, of course, couldn't tell Gu Ting it was the crown prince who had said it, as he had probably imagined it all night. The emperor had even prepared a decree for separation. No one could bully his sister. It was just that during the morning court, the ministers were discussing it, and I accidentally overheard, the emperor said, nervously touching his nose, thinking it shouldn't be too much to let the ministers take the blame. They are so idle that they have time to gossip. Your Majesty, can't you give them more tasks to do? Ting automatically assumed the ministers were talking behind his back and decided to attend the morning court the next day. It's because you have offended too many people. I can't argue with them, the emperor replied. It seems that while I was away, they have become quite skilled at talking. I will attend the morning court tomorrow to find out who is speaking ill of me, Ting said. You just returned to the capital. If you are tired, you should rest for a few more days. Arguments are not urgent. I definitely believe you, the emperor said, which only fueled Ting's anger. I am not tired. I can't bear this anger for even a day. I will definitely come tomorrow, Ting declared, feeling invigorated and ready to fight. Xiao Dizhi thought his master was very good at manipulating people. It was he who had scolded Lord Gu all night, and now the ministers were the ones taking the blame. The empress and the princess exchanged glances with the emperor, pretending to sip their tea to hide their amusement. Ting was so angry that he drank several cups of tea to calm himself, cursing the rumormonger in his mind countless times. In the East Palace, the crown prince sneezed repeatedly. The attending servants worriedly approached and asked, Your Highness, would you like us to summon the royal physician for a checkup? The crown prince casually replied, No need.
I'm perfectly fine.
It must be because my cousin is missing me. I will go find her after I finish practicing my calligraphy. The servants quietly retreated, not daring to interrupt his practice. Once he finished, the servants quickly brought water for him to wash his hands. Your Highness, the Empress sent word that the princess and her husband have entered the palace. She wants you to join them for lunch after you finish your practice. The crown prince felt like he had forgotten something. With the servant's reminder, he finally remembered that his aunt and uncle were coming to the palace today. He realized that the emperor would likely confront his uncle about what he had said yesterday. If the emperor revealed his involvement, he might be in trouble. Suddenly, the crown prince felt that lunch was not as important as he thought. Send someone to inform my mother and Lady Gu that I will come as soon as I can. Also, discreetly find out if the emperor and Lord Gu had any arguments, he instructed. The crown prince thought it would be wise to gather more information. He couldn't handle his uncle's sharp tongue. For now, he just hoped that the emperor hadn't betrayed him. The servants bowed and left to relay the message to the empress and to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, the crown prince picked up a book to continue his studies. Before long, the palace maid returned. She learned that the emperor and the duke were fine, and the crown prince happily went to the empress's palace. When the crown prince entered, he politely greeted everyone. However, the emperor shot him a fierce glance, making the crown prince lower his head in shame, unable to meet his father's gaze. Ting felt that the emperor was just looking for trouble. He had not given Ting a good expression earlier, and now was being harsh with the crown prince as well. Your Majesty, being in a bad mood before a meal can affect digestion. The crown prince just arrived and hasn't done anything to upset you. Why be so harsh? Ting's words sounded a bit insincere, as he not only reported to the princess and empress, but also defended the crown prince, while subtly stirring up tension between the emperor and the crown prince. The emperor was amused by this and wondered if Ting would still say the same if he knew the crown prince was the one spreading rumors. However, the looks from the empress and the princess made him hold back his thoughts of causing trouble. Ting thought the emperor might be tired lately, as his mood changed so quickly. The empress, fearing the emperor would not let it go, quickly ordered lunch to be served, bringing the matter to an end. Once it was confirmed that Gu Yunlang had indeed been found but was unwilling to return for now, the emperor felt more at ease, though some worry remained. Are the children safe in Qin family village? Should we send some guards to protect them? Thank you, Your Majesty. Ting felt it was wise to use the emperor's resources and quickly expressed his gratitude. The princess thought it was a good idea. Having someone secretly protect them would ensure their safety. Then I will send someone as soon as possible. A month will pass quickly, the emperor said, looking forward to the month ahead. Father, you always say I should learn to handle things. Why not let me take care of this matter? The crown prince suggested eagerly. The emperor considered this and thought it was a good opportunity, so he entrusted the task to the crown prince. The crown prince was thrilled to receive the assignment and, after lunch, got right to work. He personally selected 6 guards and then visited the princess's residence to find Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei was a bit surprised to see her cousin, especially since her parents were still at the palace. Is something wrong with father and mother? Don't worry, Sister Yunfei. Uncle and aunt are fine. It's Zheng'er, the crown prince's name, who needs her help. Only then did Gu Yunfei relax. As long as her parents were okay, it couldn't be anything too serious. Go ahead. What trouble have you gotten into this time that needs my help? Gu Yunfei was used to the crown prince asking for assistance. Yunfei, father wants to send bodyguards to my cousin, and I personally selected 6 of them. The crown prince, Zhao Yan, spoke without much thought, and Gu Yunfei was momentarily confused. Seeing that Gu Yunfei didn't understand, Zhao Yan added, with bodyguards, it's very safe now. I want to ask you, Yunfei, do you want to go find cousin Yunlang? Gu Yunfei was very tempted by Zhao Yan's suggestion, but she worried that her father and mother would be concerned for her safety. But father and mother probably won't agree, and my brother will be back soon. They said a month, but what if it takes longer? Instead, we could go find Yunlang and also see places outside the city. Zhao Yan continued to persuade Gu Yunfei, as he himself wanted to go out for some fun. Are you going too? Gu Yunfei realized her cousin had plans. He just wanted to go out and play. Yunfei, let's go secretly. With 6 bodyguards to protect us, we'll be safe. Come on, let's go. Gu Yunfei couldn't resist Zhao Yan's excitement, and since she was already very eager, she finally agreed. She missed her brother so much, and now with her cousin, sister-in-law, and other relatives around, Gu Yunfei decided to take the risk. Then let's set off tomorrow morning. You find a reason to leave the house, and we'll meet at the city gate. Also, don't bring luggage, just take silver notes. We can buy what we need once we arrive. I've checked, and we can get there in less than a day. Gu Yunfei nodded in agreement, thinking that bringing luggage might get them caught. The two discussed a few other things and set a meeting time before Zhao Yan returned to the palace. Gu Yunfei sat in her room for a while, then decided to follow Zhao Yan's suggestion and go to Qin family village. She wrote a note to the princess, took all her saved silver notes, and brought 2 jade bracelets to give to Qin Jiji and Gu Jingyao. That night, she went to bed early and left the house early the next day. At breakfast, when the princess asked about her daughter, the maid replied, "Your Highness, the princess said she wanted to eat breakfast from Zui Xianlu, so she left early with Xiaji. This child, if she wants something, she could just send someone to buy it," the princess thought, not suspecting anything, only feeling sorry for her daughter getting up so early. Ever since she met the young master, our princess has been happier every day, the maid added, lifting the princess's spirits even more. As long as her daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. Zhao Yan left a letter for the queen, instructing the palace staff to deliver it after her lunch, and then he left the palace with the bodyguards. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Gu Yunfei was already waiting for him. Afraid of being caught, they chose to ride horses along the official road for a faster journey. By the time the queen and the princess received the letter, Gu Yunfei and Zhao Yan were already halfway there, making it too late to pursue them. The princess was surprised that her usually obedient daughter could be so rebellious. However, she was not angry at all. Her daughter had the right to be willful. When the queen saw the letter, she was so angry that she wanted to scold her son. It was one thing for him to cause trouble, but he had also taken Yunfei away. She had planned to go to the princess's residence, but the princess had already entered the palace before her. "Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. They have plenty of guards and money. Once they reach Qin family village, Jinghuai and Jiji will take good care of them." The princess was worried about the queen's concern for her nephew Zhao Yan and had come to reassure her. "Yan is being too reckless, taking Yunfei with him. Just wait until I see him again." The queen was not so much worried about her son as she was about whether he would take care of Yunfei properly. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as they arrive safely at Qin family village, Gigi will take good care of them. Sister, it's rare to see you trust someone so much. The queen was very curious about Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai, who had earned the princess's trust. Your Majesty, you will understand once you meet them. They are both very good kids. Speaking of Qin Gigi, the princess's expression softened. She felt completely at ease with her son being with her. With the princess calming the queen, even if the emperor and Gu Ting had opinions, they wouldn't dare to voice them. The one most troubled by this situation was Ning Kuan. After sending off the princess and Minister Gu, he barely had a moment to breathe before the crown prince and the princess arrived. Ning Kuan felt he should not be working at the county office, but should move to Qin family village. If anything happened to the crown prince, he wanted to be ready to protect him. Ning Kuan had to strictly monitor the security in the county and set up checkpoints on the road to Qin family village. Qin Gigi looked at the two unexpected guests in her home, feeling confused.
You must be my sister-in-law.
I'm Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei immediately liked her. Qin Gigi was even more friendly than she had imagined. I'm Zhao Yan, Yunfei's cousin. Zhao Yan felt a bit guilty, almost revealing his true identity. After their introductions, Qin Gigi understood their identities as the crown prince and princess. Since the crown prince did not reveal his identity, Qin Gigi decided to treat them as ordinary guests. She arranged accommodations for them, and they were very satisfied. Big sister, where are Big brother and Yunling? Gu Yunfei asked curiously when she saw only Qin Gigi at home. Your big brother is studying at the academy in the county and will come home during the break. Yunling, Jingshu, and Jingyao went to school and will be back soon, Qin Gigi replied. She really liked her cousin Gu Jinghuai, who, despite being a princess, was very down-to-earth and friendly. You've worked hard, big sister. If you have anything to do, just let me know. I can help you, Gu Yunfei said. After hearing her mother and second aunt talk about how capable Qin Gigi was, she admired her even more seeing her take care of the house alone. And I can help too. We don't want to be a burden. Thank you for taking us in, Zhao Yanqing added, worried that Qin Gigi might not want to keep him and his cousin, which would mean they had to return to the capital. You just arrived today. You should rest for a bit. Yunling and the others will be back from school soon, Qin Gigi said, noticing their tired faces and feeling a bit sorry for them. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. Qin Gigi felt a little awkward when both of them called her big sister. It was fine for Gu Yunfei to call her that since they were cousins, but it felt strange for the crown prince to do so. She decided to let it be. After settling them in, she went to prepare dinner. It was their first visit, so she wanted to give them a warm welcome. Otherwise, it would seem like she was neglecting them. Luckily, her father had just bought ingredients from the county, or she wouldn't have known what to serve them. The oil splash noodles had been ordered by the kids in the morning, and Qin Gigi cooked a few more dishes. When the kids returned from school, she introduced everyone, and Gu Yunling was very happy to see his sister. Before dinner, they all became more familiar with each other. When Qin Gigi called everyone to eat, the kids went to wash their hands. Big sister, brother Yan, hurry up. You can't eat without washing your hands, Gu Yunling reminded them as he noticed they were still sitting. Gu Yunfei and Zhao Yan were used to being served in the capital and didn't react immediately.
Coming.
After hearing their brother's reminder, they quickly followed the kids to wash their hands, and Zhao Yan felt very happy. After washing their hands, the kids went to help in the kitchen, which surprised Gu Yunfei and Zhao Yan, but they quickly joined in. In the end, Zhao Yan ended up with the chopsticks, Gu Yunfei took the bowls, and Qin Gigi was worried that Gu Yunfei might drop the bowls. Each person had a bowl of oil splash noodles, with chili oil added to taste, and the noodles were served with some greens, which made them look very appetizing. Qin Gigi also made sweet and sour pork, crispy meat, braised eggplant, spicy bamboo shoots, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried meat, along with a soup made of crucian carp and tofu. Once Qin Gigi sat down, the Gu family's dinner began. In the Gu family, it was common to talk during meals. The children often ate these dishes, but for Gu Yunfei and Zhao Yan, it was their first time. Big sister, Try this. It's my favorite, Gu Yunlang said as he served crispy meat to Gu Yunfei. Yunfei's sister. This is delicious too, Gu Jingyao added as she served stir-fried meat to her. The other children followed suit, recommending their favorite dishes to the two, making the dining table lively. Gu Yunfei and Zhao Yan couldn't resist the enthusiasm and ended up trying a bit of everything, plus a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, which left them quite full. Zhao Yan had never known that eating could be such a joyful experience. Especially when he had the Christian carp and tofu soup at the end, he felt completely satisfied. Worried that the two might have an upset stomach, Qin Zizi made some digestive tea for everyone to drink. After the meal, the children took the two for a walk in the yard, and they had a great time playing. Once Qin Zizi finished cleaning up the kitchen, she felt happier listening to their cheerful voices. Noticing that the two had brought little luggage, she gave Gu Yunfei a new outfit that her mother-in-law had made but she hadn't worn yet. They're all unworn. The fabric might not be as good as in the capital, but if you don't like it, I can take you to the county tomorrow to buy some. Thank you, sister-in-law, I really like it. Gu Yunfei cherished the clothes Qin Zizi gave her, feeling grateful for her thoughtfulness. Qin Zizi also found some clothes that Gu Jingshu had never worn for Zhao Yan to change into. The prince didn't mind at all, and happily took the clothes to wash up. Here, there were no servants to help, so everyone had to do things themselves. Qin Zizi worried Zhao Yan might not know how, so she specifically asked Gu Jingshu to help teach him. After the first chaotic day, the two gradually got the hang of things. Qin Zizi also gave Gu Yunfei some skincare products, and after using them, Gu Yunfei found them even better than what she had been using, making her very happy. Zhao Yan and Gu Yunfei settled down in Qin family village. To avoid alarming her family, Qin Zizi hid Zhao Yan's true identity, and the Qin family only knew he was a relative of the Gu family. The next day, Qin Zizi received a letter from the princess, asking her to take good care of the two, repeatedly reminding Zhao Yan to act comfortably like everyone else, and if he misbehaves, let Ning Kun send him back to the capital. Qin Zizi asked Gu Yunfei to help write a reply. Even though she had been here for a while, she still wasn't used to using a brush and was afraid her poor handwriting would scare the princess. Recently, Ning had not been at the Gu family, so she came to visit today and was very surprised to see Gu Yunfei. She had seen Princess Yunfei at banquets before, but after the young master went missing, the princess rarely went out. Zheng'er greets the princess. Gu Yunfei quickly helped her up, as Ning hadn't finished her greeting. Since you're a friend of my sister-in-law, you're a friend of mine too. No need for too many formalities. I'm older than you, so just call me sister, not princess. Gu Yunfei held Ning's hand, feeling very happy. She could tell that Ning was close to her sister-in-law, and she wanted to be friends with them too. Thank you, Sister Yunfei. Ning was also a simple-minded person. Seeing that Gu Yunfei was friendly and not acting like a princess, she responded sincerely, and the two quickly became friends in just half a day. As for Zhao Yan, Qin Zizi couldn't stand having to care for him every day, so she sent him to study with the other children. Only those who study hard have a chance to enjoy some treats, and Zhao Yan was very serious about his studies to eat his favorite foods. Scholar Zhang didn't expect Zhao Yan to be so clever. After just a few days of school, he praised him multiple times. The children not only had to complete the tasks assigned by their teacher, but also had to finish the homework given by Gu Jinghuai. Originally, Zhao Yan didn't have this task, and he didn't want to be treated specially, so he completed the same assignments as the others every day. Seeing Zhao Yan work so hard every day, Qin Zizi couldn't help but admire him, thinking that the crown prince was naturally meant to excel in studies. Sister Yunfei, has the crown prince always worked this hard? Qin Zizi was very curious. Gu Yunfei shook her head, recalling her cousin's actions, which were hard to describe. If she remembered correctly, the Grand Tutor often reported the crown prince's behavior to the emperor. Maybe it's because this place is a lucky spot and the crown prince fell in love with studying after coming here. Ning had also heard of the crown prince's achievements and couldn't help but laugh at Qin Zizi's question. Gu Yunfei nodded along, also puzzled. If you two smile any more sincerely, I might just believe you, Qin Zizi said, knowing they weren't being entirely truthful, but as long as they didn't cause trouble at the Gu family, it was fine. While they were talking, the children returned from school. Zhao Yan ran ahead and shouted before entering, "Sister-in-law, today the teacher praised me again. I want to eat boiled fish." Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei looked at Zhao Yan at the same time, wondering if the prince studied hard every day just to choose dishes. They could guess that Qin Jiji thought the same and encouraged him, "Keep working hard, and in the future, you can not only choose dishes but also earn new tasty foods." "Sister, I want to try the new dishes too. Your cooking is delicious," Zhao Yan replied. Gu Yunling got excited hearing about new foods. "Will the new dishes be even tastier?" he asked Zhao Yan quietly. "Of course. You don't know, cousin. My sister can make many kinds of delicious food, and there are many you haven't tried yet." When it came to Qin Jiji's cooking skills, Gu Yunling could praise her for days. He then started to tell the prince about all the tasty foods he had eaten. Zhao Yan suddenly wished he could get lost and be found by Qin Jiji, who wouldn't envy such a life. Qin Jiji heard their conversation and decided to add a dish for them at lunch. As long as they studied hard and behaved, there would be plenty of delicious food. For lunch, she made the boiled fish that Zhao Yan requested, along with fried chicken cutlets and chicken popcorn. It was Qin Jiji's first time making fried chicken cutlets and chicken popcorn, which she learned to make from Manhwa. They were a hit with the kids, and even Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning enjoyed them, especially with the ketchup Qin Jiji had prepared. "Sister-in-law, what is this red sauce?" "It tastes amazing with the chicken cutlet," the prince said, curious about the new dish. "I know. It's made from the tomatoes we grew," Gu Yunling chimed in, remembering what Qin Jiji had told him before. "Wow, you can grow food too?" Zhao Yan asked, surprised that Qin Jiji had such skills. "Of course, country folks know how to farm," Qin Jiji replied with a smile at Zhao Yan's astonished expression. "That's not true. My sister is amazing. She grows many kinds of peppers that others can't," Gu Yunling added, impressed by Qin Jiji's unique gardening skills. "The tomatoes are in the vegetable garden. If you want to see them, I can take you after dinner," Gu Yunling offered. They all loved the tomatoes, especially when they were served cold. Hearing they could see the tomatoes made the prince eat faster. The tomatoes in the garden were almost ready to be picked. After dinner, Qin Jiji took a basket and led everyone to the vegetable garden. The prince was very curious when he saw tomatoes for the first time. "Big sister, why are some red and some green?" "Yenge, the green ones are unripe, and they turn red when they are ripe. The red ones taste the best." Gu Jingyao, seeing Zhao Yan's curiosity, answered on behalf of big sister Qin Jiji. "I see." Zhao Yan curiously touched the cute tomatoes and watched Qin Jiji put the red ones into the basket. "Sister Jiji, are you picking so many to make tomato sauce?" "Yes, don't you all love to eat it? We will make it when we get back. I'll help light the fire. I'll help wash the tomatoes. I'll help cut. I'll help fetch water." When the kids heard they were making tomato sauce, they eagerly wanted to help. Zhao Yan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what he could do, feeling a bit defeated. "You can help big sister carry the basket." Qin Jiji handed the basket to Zhao Yan, and he became happy again. Qin Jiji picked all the ripe tomatoes, filling a whole basket. Back in the yard, the kids started working without needing any instructions from Qin Jiji. Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning washed the tomatoes together. It was Gu Yunfei's first time, and she was worried about not cleaning them well, so Ning Ning guided her. Qin Jiji watched and wanted to laugh. One was eager to teach, and the other was eager to learn. Qin Jiji first cleaned the pot and then exchanged some fine sugar with Wanwan for making the tomato sauce later. Once everything was ready, Qin Jiji let Gu Jingshu start the fire, preparing to make the tomato sauce. Qin Jiji made a cross on the bottom of the cleaned tomatoes with a knife and soaked them in boiling water to remove the skin. After peeling, she diced the tomatoes and put them in the pot, adding salt and sugar, then simmered them on low heat while stirring. This cooking process requires careful attention to the heat and patience. It must be simmered until thick. Once thickened, she added cornstarch water and simmered for a few more minutes before taking it out to cool. "Big sister, is this how you make it? Can I taste it?" The prince felt that this tasted even better. Qin Gigi smiled and gave everyone a small spoonful, receiving unanimous praise. The tomatoes Qin Gigi grew were special sandy tomatoes she exchanged with Manhwa, and the sauce turned out especially delicious. Qin Gigi promised to make everyone egg pancakes with tomato sauce for breakfast the next morning, and the kids cheered. After finishing the tomato sauce, Qin Gigi boiled some water and had the kids line up to wash up. By the time Qin Gigi was able to lie down on the bed, she felt very tired after a long day. Thankfully, her husband would be back in 2 days, allowing her to rest for a while. The next morning, early in the day, before Qin Gigi had even gotten up, Grandma Qin came to help. Seeing a bunch of children relying on her granddaughter, Grandma Qin felt a bit sorry. Gu Yunlang was the first to wake up and happily ran to hug Grandma Qin. "Grandma Qin, you're here." Sister said we're having egg pancakes for breakfast, along with the tomato sauce she made last night. "Good child, be quiet so your sister can sleep a little longer. Grandma will help you all with breakfast." Grandma Qin gently patted Gu Yunlang's head, filled with love. Grandma Qin's egg pancakes are just as delicious as sister's. "I'll help with the fire," Gu Yunlang exclaimed excitedly at the mention of egg pancakes. Grandma Qin had already learned how to make egg pancakes, and her version tasted almost the same as Qin Gigi's. What Gu Yunlang really cared about was the tomato sauce. The egg pancakes were fine no matter who made them. Yunlang is such a good child. Grandma Qin felt very pleased seeing how understanding Gu Yunlang was. Her beloved grandchild was truly special. Thinking that egg pancakes wouldn't be enough, Grandma Qin first made a pot of plain rice porridge. The Gu family had 2 stoves, one for porridge and the other for making egg pancakes, which worked out perfectly. After putting the rice in the pot and letting Gu Yunlang tend the fire, Grandma Qin went to the garden to pick some green onions. After washing and chopping them, she mixed them with flour and eggs, letting it sit for a while to prepare for the egg pancakes. When Qin Gigi entered the kitchen, Grandma Qin had already made 2 egg pancakes. "Grandma, why are you here so early?" Seeing her grandmother first thing in the morning made Qin Gigi very happy. "I was worried you might be too tired, so I came to help you." While chatting with her granddaughter, Grandma Qin continued her work without delay. "Of course, Grandma loves me the most." Qin Gigi playfully leaned into Grandma Qin. "Naturally. If I don't care for my granddaughter, who will I care for?" Grandma Qin smiled happily. Among all the children in the Qin family, Qin Gigi was her favorite, having been cherished since she was little. The 2 of them chatted while preparing breakfast, creating a warm scene. Once Qin Gigi and Grandma Qin finished making breakfast, everyone was already up without needing Qin Gigi to call them. When they arrived in the kitchen and saw breakfast ready, Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning felt a bit shy. The children, knowing Grandma Qin had come to help with the cooking, surrounded her with words of gratitude, making Grandma Qin smile widely. "Grandma Qin, big sister, please sit down and rest. We'll take over." Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning pulled Grandma Qin and Qin Gigi to sit down. 2 people and several children were busy serving porridge, dishing out food, and getting ketchup. Gu Yunfei served the first bowl of porridge to Grandma Qin, who was the elder and specially came to make breakfast for everyone. Ning Ning gave the second bowl of porridge to Qin Gigi, as she works the hardest in the family and usually takes care of everyone. Then she served the others. Once everyone had their porridge, Qin Gigi and Grandma Qin said it was time to eat, and everyone went to grab egg pancakes. "Brother Yan, can you get me some ketchup?" "Sister, I'll share half of my egg pancake with you. I can't finish it." "Brother Qinghui, I need a bit more ketchup. This isn't enough." "Grandma, try this ketchup. I made it yesterday, and it's really tasty." "Gigi sister, this goes really well with the egg pancake." "Big sister is amazing." The dining table was lively, but Zhao Yan didn't find it noisy. Instead, he thought it was very interesting. A pot of white rice porridge and 3 plates of egg pancakes were all finished, and Qin Gigi was worried they might overeat. "Third sister and Grandma, you've worked hard. Let us take care of the dishes and kitchen." Qin Qinghui noticed everyone had finished breakfast and quickly started to clean up. "Qinghui, let's do it together." Gu Jingshu also got up to help. "Hurry and take everything to the kitchen. I'll wash the dishes. Ning Ning tried to help with the dishes, but was stopped by Qin Qinghui. Sister Ning, how can a girl wash the dishes? You and Sister Yunfei should stay here and chat with third sister and grandma, Jingshu, and I will handle it. Qinghui, you're so nice. Ning Ning thought everyone in the Qin family was great. It was the first time Gu Yunfei heard such words, and her impression of the Qin family improved even more. Even Zhao Yan went to the kitchen to help. He was surprised by this at first. But after talking with his classmates, he realized that all the children here, regardless of gender, help with chores at home. Gradually, Zhao Yan felt that helping out was the right thing to do. He needed to learn to be self-sufficient, as the teacher said not to be someone who doesn't work. After the children finished, they went to school, and Grandma Qin returned home. Only Qin Jiji, Ning Ning, and Gu Yunfei were left in the house. Jiji sister, the weather is getting hotter. I'll ask my dad to bring some ice soon. Ning Ning hated the heat the most. Even though her master wasn't around, she didn't want to go back home and was very happy staying with the Gu family. That sounds great. If you can get ice, I'll make you some delicious drinks. As soon as Ning Ning mentioned ice, Qin Jiji thought about having cold drinks. Sister, just wait. Even if I don't have this favor, there's still Sister Yunfei and the Crown Prince, right? Ning Ning had already thought of a plan, as there were distinguished guests staying at the Gu family. How do you plan to tell your father? Qin Jiji was curious about what amazing excuse Ning Ning had come up with, and Gu Yunfei looked equally intrigued. It's simple. Tomorrow, I'll go back and tell my father that the Crown Prince is delicate and could get heatstroke without ice. The Crown Prince, still at school, had no idea he was being thought of by Ning Ning. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei laughed at this idea. It was very much like Ning Ning. They wondered how the Crown Prince would react if he found out. That afternoon, Ning Ning returned to the Ning residence because she really wanted some icy drinks. She planned to come back with her brother tomorrow and bring some ice along. Ning Kuan was sharing with his wife, Madame Cui, how well the Crown Prince was behaving when a servant reported that their daughter had returned. Ning Kuan was overjoyed at first, but then he thought something was off. Why would his daughter come back at this time? Something must have happened. Just as he was about to ask his daughter in her courtyard, Ning Ning went straight to Madame Cui's courtyard after returning. Seeing her father there surprised Ning Ning. Father, don't you have work today? It's rare for me to have half a day off, and my precious daughter is back. While saying this, Ning Kuan observed Ning Ning's expression. His daughter was not good at hiding things, so if something had really happened, he would surely notice. Seeing that her expression seemed normal, he felt relieved. I missed you, father, mother, and my brother, so I came back. Do you think I'm interrupting your time with mother? Ning Ning playfully winked at Ning Kuan, while Madame Cui smiled, watching the father-daughter duo. Having you back makes me so happy. How could I be upset? Ning Kuan, the doting father, immediately sided with his daughter. Is brother coming back today? Ning Ning remembered that her brother had a day off tomorrow and wondered if he would return tonight. Not sure. He might come back tomorrow, after the exams. Ning Kuan hadn't thought much about it. The academy was not far from home, so he could return whenever he wanted. If Jinghui and the others come home, I doubt your brother will stay at the academy alone. Madame Cui understood her son well. Whether he came home depended on his classmates. I guess he won't come back. Didn't Gigi say that Brother Gu is returning home today? Ning Ning asked Qin Gigi today and learned that Gu Jinghui and the others would return home tomorrow. She felt that her brother wouldn't come back today either. Returning tomorrow is the same. Ninger, your father wants to know how you've been at the Gu family these past few days. Ning Kuan actually wanted to indirectly inquire about the Crown Prince's situation at the Gu family, hoping he wouldn't cause any trouble. It's great. Sister Gigi makes delicious food for us every day, and even the Crown Prince obediently goes to school, working on his assignments with Jing Shu and the others. Ning Ning thought for a moment and answered honestly. And then? What do you mean, and then? Father, just ask what you want to know. Ning Ning loket konsuset. Father means, has the Crown Prince done anything else? Yesterday, he helped carry a basket, and this morning he helped clear the dishes. He even learned to take care of himself. Does that count? That's all Ning Ning had seen during her time at the Gu family, and she wasn't sure if her father wanted to know more. What did you say? Now it was Ning Kuen's turn to be surprised. What kind of place was the Gu family that in just a few days, the crown prince had become so well-behaved? It didn't seem right. He had already received 2 secret letters from the emperor, and even one from the princess's residence. They all warned him to bring the crown prince back to the capital immediately if he caused trouble. He was on edge every day, and yet the situation was like this. Father, rumors can't be trusted. The crown prince is nothing like what they say. He has a good temper and is eager to learn. The teacher praises him every day. Ning Kun began to doubt if the crown prince's daughter was talking about was the same one he had in mind. By the way, Father, I noticed the crown prince seems a bit weak and is afraid of the heat. Why not send some ice over to help him cool down? Ning Ning suggested this at the perfect moment. Ning Kun thought about it and felt his daughter's suggestion made a lot of sense. If that little ancestor got heatstroke while with him, the emperor would definitely hold him accountable later. All right, I'll send someone to deliver it to you tomorrow. Thank you, Father. Then the crown prince won't get heatstroke. Ning Ning achieved her goal and chatted with Ning Kuren and Cui Shi for a while before returning to her courtyard. After she left, Ning Kun couldn't help but complain to Cui Shi, "My dear, when will this end? How long will the crown prince stay in Qin family village? Don't worry, my husband.
Stay calm.
With Gigi and Zheng'er around, the crown prince shouldn't cause too much trouble." Although Cui Shi didn't know much about the crown prince, she thought that wanting some ice to cool off was already very well behaved. I hope so. As long as the prince doesn't cause any trouble, getting some ice cubes should be easy. Ning Kun asked a servant to call the butler and instructed him to send some ice cubes to the Gu family the next day. That evening, Ning Xian did not return home. He planned to visit home early the next morning before heading to the Gu family. Early the next day, before breakfast at the Ning family had started, Ning Xian came back. "Brother, why are you back so early today?" Ning Ning was surprised to see Ning Xian home so soon. "Little sister, did you miss me?" "It's just that Jing Huai and the others were eager to get home, so we got up early." Ning Xian would have liked to sleep longer, but his friends were anxious to return. If it weren't for the late lesson from the teacher yesterday, Gu Jing Huai and the others would have gone home much earlier. "Brother-in-law Gu is worried about Gigi. You wouldn't understand. Hurry up and come eat. I still need to go to the Gu family later." Ning Ning thought Gu Jing Huai was from the Gu family, and her brother didn't understand anything. "All right, I was planning to go too. Let's go together and bring some ingredients with us." Ning Xian noticed the servant starting to serve the dishes and urged his sister, who was still dawdling. I'm coming. Ning Ning happily walked over. Ning Xian always went to the Gu family for the delicious food. "Brother, while you were away, Gigi made us some other tasty dishes. They were so good. I want some too. I'll ask sister-in-law to make some when we get there." Upon hearing that Qin Gigi had made new dishes, Ning Xian insisted he had to try them, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to focus on his studies. Ning Kun sighed, feeling helpless about his son's lack of awareness. "Since you're going too, let the ice cubes go with you." "What ice cubes?" Ning Xian was confused about why his father suddenly mentioned ice cubes while he was discussing going to the Gu family with his sister. "Brother, the weather is getting hotter. The ice cubes are for the Gu family," Ning Ning explained when she saw her brother's confusion. "Father is very thoughtful." "It's not that father is thoughtful. It's because the prince is delicate and afraid of heatstroke." Ning Ning felt no guilt in putting the blame on the prince, knowing she would get to enjoy the food Gigi made.
What?
The prince is at the Gu family? This time it was Ning Xian who was surprised. Who could tell him why the prince was at the Gu family, and what would Jing Huai and the others do? "He's been here for a few days. Why are you making such a big fuss, brother?" Ning Ning had gotten used to Zhaoyan being at the Gu family over the past few days, so she thought her brother was overreacting. "That's the crown prince. If we don't treat him well, we could get in trouble." Ning Xian felt more anxious as he thought about it. He was very worried for his close friends, Gu Jinghuai and the others. "It'll be fine. The princess is here too. She'll take care of the crown prince." Ning Ning had noticed that the crown prince listened to Gu Yunfei, so with her around, nothing would go wrong. Princess Yunfei is here too? Why are they all leaving the capital to come to Qin family village? Ning Xian could only pray for Gu Jinghuai and the others in his heart. Brother-in-law Gu is actually related to sister Yunfei, so it's normal for him to come to the Gu family. Ning Ning replied confidently. Ning Xian didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to finish breakfast quickly and head to Qin family village. At the Gu family, Qin Ziji was just about to make breakfast when Gu Jinghuai and his brothers returned. Today, old lady Qin didn't come to help. It was Qin Ziji's mother, Mrs. Zhang, who came over. Why is Jinghuai back so early? Your father said he would come to pick you up later. Ziji, I'll go home and tell your father not to come. Mrs. Zhang didn't expect her son-in-law to return so soon and hurried home, worried that Qin he wouldn't be able to find him. Big brother, second brother, stay and have breakfast with us. We have guests at home. Please help Ziji. Qin Ziji quickly spoke up when she saw her brothers about to leave for breakfast. Hearing that their sister needed help, the two brothers dropped their plans to go home and rushed to the kitchen to assist. Gu Jinghuai didn't expect more guests at home and felt sorry for Qin Ziji working so hard. He took the things from her hands. Wife, you've worked hard these days. You rest today, I'll cook with my brothers. Gu Jinghuai was firm, so Qin Ziji had to set aside her work and let the three of them handle breakfast. Sister, go take a break. We can manage. Seeing she couldn't help in the kitchen, Qin Ziji went to wake the children. The kids would be very happy to know Gu Jinghuai was back. Thinking that Gu Yunfei hadn't met Gu Jinghuai yet, Qin Ziji first went to Gu Yunfei's room.
Good morning, sister-in-law.
I'll help you in the kitchen. Gu Yunfei was glad she finally woke up early enough to help her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law isn't making breakfast today. Your cousin and my two brothers are cooking for us. Get ready. You'll see your brother soon. I'll go wake Jing Yao and the others. Big brother is back. That's wonderful. Hearing that Gu Jinghuai had returned, Gu Yunfei felt a bit excited. She was finally going to see her brother. To make a good impression on her older brother, Gu Yunfei tidied up her room again and only went out when Gu Yunling called for her. Today, sister looks really beautiful. Gu Yunling thought Gu Yunfei looked especially nice today. Then tell me, when did sister not look good? Gu Yunfei teased her brother. Sister looks good every day, just like our mother, the little ones sweetly praised. Sister thinks so, too. Gu Yunfei rarely felt proud of herself, but then she bumped into Gu Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, did sister ask you to call us? The little one hadn't seen Qin Qingyuan for a while and immediately ran over for a hug. Qin Qingyuan bent down to pick up Gu Yunling, joking, you seem heavier. Brother Qingyuan is teasing, I don't eat as much as brother Yan every day. Sister should carry me. The little one felt a bit hurt and reached out for Gu Yunfei to hold him. Just as she was about to reach out, she heard Qin Qingyuan say, just now it was my mistake. Our Yunling is not heavy at all. Then I forgive you. But next time, you can't get it wrong. This is my sister. Hearing Qin Qingyuan apologize made Gu Yunlong's anger disappear instantly. Remembering that Qin Qingyuan hadn't met his sister yet, he hurried to introduce them. Brother Qin, thank you for taking care of Yunling. Gu Yunfei had heard from Ning Ning that Qin Zizi's older brother studied at the academy with her cousin. Since her brother called him Brother Qingyuan, she guessed he was her sister-in-law's older brother, Qin Qingyuan. Qin Qingyuan was sharp. Knowing she was Gu Yunlong's sister, he figured out she was the legitimate daughter of the princess. Hello, Miss Gu. Yunling is very cute. Qin Qingyuan's words were meant to tell Gu Yunfei that they cared for and loved Gu Yunling, who was worth it. Sister, Brother Qingyuan, let's hurry to the front hall. Otherwise, Brother Yan will finish breakfast. Since Zhao Yan arrived, Gu Yunling had started to feel a sense of urgency about eating because Zhao Yan had such a good appetite. Yunling, slow down. Gu Yunfei worried as she saw her brother running fast, afraid he might fall. Sister, I'm going ahead. You and Brother Qingyuan should hurry too. Gu Yunling thought his sister was moving too slowly, so he ran ahead, knowing Brother Qingyuan would take good care of her. Miss Gu, we should hurry too. The Gu family won't start eating until everyone is here. Qin Qingyuan, seeing the children's disappointed looks, reminded Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei paused for a moment and then laughed. Her brother Yunlang was running so fast for nothing. Neither of them were very talkative, and they walked together toward the front hall. Gu Yunfei watched the tall, witty man walking ahead, filled with the charm of a scholar. She felt he was different from her image of a typical bookworm. After arriving in the main hall, Qin Jiji introduced a few people. Gu Jinghuai was very happy that his cousin could come here. Since you're here, stay for a while and keep your sister-in-law company. Life in the countryside is different from the capital, so please be understanding. Thank you, big brother. Yufei really likes it here, especially the food made by sister-in-law. Seeing Gu Jinghuai welcome her so warmly made Gu Yufei very happy. She felt like she now had an older brother to care for her. However, I have to apologize for breakfast today. It was made by me and the others, not as delicious as what your sister-in-law makes. Gu Jinghuai explained with a smile, pointing to Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun, who stood up to greet her. Gu Yufei quickly returned the greeting. Qin Jiji did not reveal Zhao Yan's identity, simply telling everyone that he was a relative of the Gu family, here to play with Yufei for a while. No one thought much of it. Gu Jinghuai assumed they were relatives from his father's side, and Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun didn't question it either. After all, guests of his sister were guests of the Qin family, and they welcomed them warmly. Zhao Yan looked at Qin Jiji with gratitude, relieved that she hadn't exposed his identity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been fun at all. Since arriving at the Gu family, he had grown fond of this harmonious family atmosphere. Here, no one remembered he was a prince, and no one imposed rules or restrictions on him. He could be just like the other kids. After breakfast, without Qin Jiji needing to say anything, the kids divided the task of washing the dishes. Gu Jinghuai was very pleased and joined the children in the kitchen to help wash the dishes. Sister-in-law, how can big brother be so kind? Seeing Gu Jinghuai care for and respect Qin Jiji made Gu Yufei admire him even more. Qin Jiji smiled gently, thinking Gu Jinghuai was so wonderful that it felt almost unreal. She hoped that one day, when Gu Jinghuai stood at the top, she would still have the right to stand by his side. Yufei, you will also meet an excellent husband in the future. In Qin Jiji's eyes, Gu Yufei was very impressive. As long as she wasn't too focused on romance, her future would surely be comfortable. After cleaning the kitchen and washing the dishes, the Qin siblings said goodbye and returned home. The children didn't have to go to school today. Seeing Gu Jinghuai back, they obediently took out their writing for him to check. Gu Jinghuai had hurried back early in the morning, then cooked, ate, and cleaned the kitchen. After finally finishing his work, Gu Jinghuai was looking forward to spending some time with his wife, but he still had to check the children's homework. He felt a bit disheartened. He just wanted to be close to her. Qin Jiji, trying to hold back a laugh, said, "Husband, you go ahead and finish your work. I'll go with my cousin Yunfei to the workshop." Gu Jinghuai nodded, feeling a bit wronged, as he watched his wife and cousin leave. Turning to the children, his expression changed.
Come to the study with me.
The children quickly followed, eager not to be left behind and face their older brother's teasing. On the way to the workshop, Gu Yunfei asked uncertainly, "Sister-in-law, was brother unhappy just now?" "Not at all. Your brother probably just woke up too early today. He'll be fine after a little rest. I'll make you all something delicious for lunch," Qin Jiji replied, finding a quick excuse. She knew her clever cousin would catch on if they talked too much. Hearing about the food, Gu Yunfei's attention was immediately diverted. "Can I learn to cook while you make lunch? I want to learn." Ever since tasting Qin Jiji's cooking, Gu Yunfei had become very interested in culinary skills. "Of course. I'll teach you some easy and delicious dishes later," Qin Jiji said. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Gu Yunfei was thrilled. She had wanted to learn for a long time, but had been too shy to ask. The two of them walked hand in hand toward the workshop. In the study, the children obediently took out the large characters that Gu Jinghuai had assigned before leaving for the academy. They had all completed the task and written diligently, which made Gu Jinghuai nod in satisfaction. When Zhao Yan handed his work to Gu Jinghuai, he was surprised. Zhao Yan had not been at the Gu family when Gu Jinghuai left home last time, so he didn't expect him to write alongside the other children. What amazed Gu Jinghuai the most was Zhao Yan's writing. Despite his young age, it was strong and powerful, clearly showing he had learned from a master. Zhao Yan felt a bit nervous under Gu Jinghuai's gaze, even more so than during previous evaluations by the tutor. The other children also felt tense, worried that Gu Jinghuai might scold Zhao Yan. Very well done. You should all learn from Yan. When I'm not around, let him supervise your writing, Gu Jinghuai said, giving Zhao Yan a lot of praise and assigning him the task of overseeing the others. This clearly showed Gu Jinghuai's trust and appreciation for Zhao Yan. He placed Zhao Yan's work on the table, and the children gathered around eagerly. Yan Gij's handwriting is really beautiful. Yan Gij, can you teach Yunlang how to write well? Gu Jingyao and Gu Yunlang admired Zhao Yan's writing skills, and Gu Yunlang was already asking Zhao Yan for help. Gu Jingshu and Qin Qinghui had to admit that Zhao Yan wrote better than they did. If you practice more, you can write well too. Zhao Yan felt a bit shy being looked at with so much admiration. But the sense of honor he felt made him forget the hard work he had put into practicing his writing. At such a young age, achieving this level means you must have worked very hard. Gu Jinghuai, being a scholar himself, knew that it took great effort to write well at this age. Brother Gu writes very well too. Zhao Yan admired Gu Jinghuai's writing after seeing it. Yan Gij is as impressive as my brother. Gu Jinghuai had always been the best in Gu Jingyao's eyes, and now Zhao Yan was added to that list. You all have made progress, keep working hard. Let's take a break for the next couple of days. When I'm not home, remember to help your sister-in-law. Gu Jinghuai was very pleased with their performance. After checking their writing, Gu Jinghuai quizzed them on their studies, and they all answered well, making him even happier. Just as Gu Jinghuai finished up, preparing to find Qin Jiji, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan arrived. Jinghuai, let's go to Master Zhang's house together. Zhang Xiaocai used to be their teacher, and they always called him Master Zhang. Yes, Jinghuai, let's ask about the upcoming exams. I'm feeling a bit uncertain. Qin Qingyan felt that she didn't have as strong a foundation as her brother Qin Qingyuan and brother-in-law Gu Jinghuai, so she really wanted to visit Master Zhang. Let's go. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. Gu Jinghuai hadn't seen Master Zhang in a while, so he let the kids play while he and the Qin brothers prepared to visit Zhang Xiaocai's house. However, just as they reached the door, they ran into Ning Xian and Ning Ning, along with the butler, who had come to deliver ice. Brother Jinghuai, where are you all going? I brought you ice. Ning Xian jumped down from the carriage, curious about their plans. We're going to Master Zhang's house. Why did you suddenly come to deliver ice? Gu Jinghuai found it strange that he would come to deliver ice out of the blue. Isn't it getting hotter? I was worried the kids might get too warm. Ning Xian made up an excuse, as Ning Kuan had told him not to reveal the prince's identity for safety reasons. He wasn't sure if Gu Jinghuai and the others knew about the prince's identity, so he didn't dare to say it directly. Gu Jiafu, Qin Dage, Qingyun Gij, you all go ahead with your work. I can handle directing the Banyan Gong. Ning Ning didn't want to delay anyone, and she knew where the Gu family cellar was, so she asked the butler to send the ice there first. Sister, you can go find sister-in-law Jinghuai, and I will go with you. After Ning Xian finished telling Ning Ning, he followed Gu Jinghuai and the others to Zhang Fuji's house. Sister Ninger, what are you having them move? Gu Yunlang was very curious about what Ning Ning was having people bring. This is a good thing. It's what Sister Gigi uses to make us delicious food. Ning Ning patted the little one's head. They had spent a lot of time together and had a good relationship. Wow, that's great. I want to help too. Gu Yunlang was very happy to hear it was for delicious food, and his eyes lit up. Yunlang, just watch for now. I've already arranged for help. Soon, we will go find Sister Gigi. I'll listen to you, Sister Ninger. Gu Yunlang was being very obedient, and Ning Ning found it adorable. Who is looking for me? Sister Gigi, you're back. I brought the ice. Seeing Qin Gigi return, Ning Ning immediately went to greet her. Sister, Ninger said these ice blocks are for making delicious food. Is that true? Gu Yunlang quickly asked Qin Jiji for confirmation. I'll make you some at noon, and remember to thank your sister Zheng'er. Seeing the little one's eager eyes, Qin Jiji decided to make it at noon. With the ice in hand, delicious food was guaranteed. Sister Jiji, you're the best. When Ning heard they could eat it at noon, she felt very happy. It was worth it to bring the ice from the prince's palace to trick her father. That's great. I need to tell my brother and sisters. Children love to share, and as soon as Gu Yunlang knew there would be good food at noon, he ran to find his friends. Go ahead, but be careful running. Qin Jiji worried that Gu Yunlang might fall and called out, Sister-in-law, don't worry about her. Let's hurry and make the food. When Gu Yunfei heard that Qin Jiji was going to make food, she couldn't wait. Sister Jiji, I want to learn too. Once I learn, I'll make it for my mother. When Ning heard that Gu Yunfei wanted to learn from Qin Jiji, she also wanted to learn. Her mother couldn't come to the Gu family like her, so she wanted to learn herself. Let's go get some ice from the cellar first. So the three of them went to the cellar together, brought up a bucket of ice, and carried it to the kitchen. Qin Jiji decided to make cold noodles today. Qin Jiji found the flour at home and said she needed to knead the dough for the cold noodles. I need to knead the dough now. First, we mix the flour and water in a certain ratio, then stir it until it becomes fluffy. After that, we knead it firmly until we have a smooth dough. While kneading, Qin Jiji explained to the two of them that the softness and hardness of the dough would affect the texture of the cold noodles. After kneading the dough, it was time to wash it. The two were surprised when they saw Qin Jiji put the dough into clean water. Big sister, why do you put the dough in the water? Gu Yunfei asked curiously. Of course, it's to wash the dough. Just like washing clothes, we need it to remove the starch and keep the gluten. What is gluten? Ning asked this time. It will be added to the cold noodles later, and it tastes great. You will definitely like it. We need to change the water several times while washing until the water is clear. While washing the dough, Qin Jiji let the two of them try it themselves. Although they were nervous at first, they learned very seriously. Qin Jiji set aside the starch water in a wooden basin. Jiji, why don't we pour this water out? Ning thought Qin Jiji was being frugal. This is a treasure. We must not pour it out. We will let it sit for a while until the starch and water separate naturally. I have a great use for it. Since the starch water needed time to settle, Qin Jiji taught the two of them how to make a slushy dessert in the meantime. Qin Jiji pretended to go to the room to get ingredients, but actually went to trade with Wan. Then they all made mung bean slush, hawthorn slush, peach slush, and wild grape slush together. Qin Jiji served a small bowl to Ning and Gu Yunfei. The moment they tasted it, it was icy and delicious. Jiji, you are amazing. This is the first time I've had such a tasty dessert. Ning's happiness was evident on her face. She felt bringing ice to the Gu family was the best decision. Although Gu Yunfei was not as expressive as Ning, her joyful expression showed her satisfaction. This is a bit cold. Eat less at once. Qin Jiji served herself a bowl too, and her eyes squinted with delight. This was the essence of summer. It felt so good. After they all worked together to make the slush, the settling starch was also ready. Qin Jiji slowly poured off the clear water from the top of the settled starch water, leaving the thick starch paste at the bottom, which would be used for making the cold noodles. Next was steaming the cold noodles. Qin Jiji first explained the key points to the two of them and then demonstrated it for them to see. First, brush a thin layer of cooking oil on a flat plate. Scoop a spoonful of batter onto it and tilt the plate to spread the batter evenly. Then, place the plate in a pot of boiling water, cover it with a lid, and steam on high heat for 2 to 3 minutes until the surface of the noodles puffs up. Take the plate out and cool the noodles in ice water, then peel them off. The two of them were focused. Qin Jiji made about 5 or 6 pieces, and Ning wanted to try. Qin Jiji guided her, and Ning did quite well. Gu Yunfei also wanted to join in, seeing how successful the two were, so Qin Jiji confidently let them continue while she prepared the sauce. The key to delicious noodles is the sauce. Qin Jiji added garlic paste, chili oil, vinegar, and soy sauce, and also sliced cucumbers and gluten as toppings. Once Gu Yufei and Ning Ning finished steaming all the noodles, Qin Gigi cut them into strips, mixed them with the toppings, and drizzled the sauce over everything. The three of them felt a great sense of accomplishment after all their hard work, and Qin Gigi let them taste it first. Worried there wouldn't be enough, Qin Gigi made some cold noodles as well since the sauce could be used for both. "Why aren't Brother Gu and the others back yet?" "I can't wait," Ning Ning said, feeling she could eat 2 big bowls because it was so delicious. Just as she finished speaking, they heard Ning Xian's voice. "Sister, we're back. What did sister-in-law make today? It smells so good." As soon as Ning Xian entered the yard, he caught the delicious aroma and quickened his pace. "Brother, you're finally back. We made something tasty today." Ning Ning had been eagerly waiting for them to return, and now they could finally eat. "Quick, go wash your hands. It's time to eat," Qin Gigi said, seeing everyone was there. As the kids entered the yard and smelled the aroma, they couldn't hold back and obediently went to wash their hands. When the noodles and iced dessert were served at the table, both the kids and Gu Jinghui were pleasantly surprised. The deliciousness of the iced dessert amazed everyone. It was the first time the prince realized ice could be enjoyed this way. He thought using ice just to cool off was such a waste. After finishing the iced dessert, the heat was much less, and having a bowl of spicy and sour noodles was refreshing. Qin Gigi specifically praised Ning Ning and Gu Yufei, and the kids kept complimenting them. In a moment of distraction, Qin Gigi's gaze landed on her second brother. First surprised, then she smiled secretly. Not long ago, Ning Ning learned double-sided embroidery with Gu's mother, and the pouch she embroidered is now hanging at her second brother Qin Qingyun's waist. Qin Gigi secretly glanced at her brother and Ning Ning. Both were happily eating cold noodles without exchanging any looks. Qin Gigi couldn't help but feel that the two were hiding their feelings well, but luckily she had sharp eyes. Looking closely at her brother's clothes, she confirmed they were not what he wore when he returned from the academy that morning. This meant that he had changed clothes after coming back from the Gu family and had intentionally worn the pouch that Ning Ning gave him. Understanding this, Qin Gigi smiled even more happily. Gu Jinghui watched Qin Gigi glance at Qin Qingyun and then at Ning Ning, smiling joyfully. Gu Jinghui felt a bit jealous, wondering if his wife no longer loved him or if his charm had faded. He secretly observed Qin Qingyun and noticed he was wearing new clothes and had tidied himself up. Suddenly, Gu Jinghui realized he needed to clean up too, deciding that he would make sure his wife only had eyes for him the next day. During the meal, everyone was enjoying themselves, but it seemed only Gu Jinghui was thinking about how to get Qin Gigi to look at him more. After lunch, Ning Xian complained it was too hot, so a group of them went to the cellar to get ice. Qin Gigi had originally planned to save the ice for drinks, but seeing all the precious people around, she had to give that up. She thought she could secretly trade some ice with Wanwan later, since she had money now. Knowing the ice could be used for food, the children didn't want to waste it. During the afternoon nap, Qin Qinghui, Zhao Yan, Gu Jingshu, and Gu Yunleng were in one room. Gu Yunfei invited Gu Jingyao and Ning Ning to her room. Ning Xian, Qin Qingyuan, and Qin Qingyun were in another room, planning to go up the mountain together when it got cooler in the afternoon. After arranging everyone, Qin Gigi returned to her room with Gu Jinghui. He said he was sweaty and went to wash up. Qin Gigi, feeling exhausted, lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. When Gu Jinghui finished getting ready and came out, he felt a pang of love seeing his wife sound asleep. He lay down beside her and kissed her forehead, soon drifting off to sleep as well. Ning Ning, however, couldn't fall asleep. During lunch, she had noticed the pouch hanging at Qin Qingyun's waist. She was surprised that he actually wore the pouch she had given him. The pouch was something she secretly gifted to Qin Qingyun when they returned from the academy with the princess. At that time, she had told Qin Qingyun that her embroidery wasn't good enough and felt embarrassed to give it to their father and brother. She had asked Qin Qingyun if he wanted to keep it to hold small change or something. The villagers are not very particular, so Qin Qingyun accepted it without thinking too much, especially since the young girl had just started learning, and he didn't want to hurt her confidence. After taking the pouch home, Qin Qingyan noticed that it was beautifully embroidered and clearly took a lot of effort. The one that Li had given him was getting old, so he decided to use Ning Ning's pouch instead. Deep down, Qin Qingyun felt that the young girl's work was precious. Today, he used the pouch for the first time and, almost by coincidence, changed into a new outfit to match it better. At this moment, Ning Ning couldn't sleep and felt quite conflicted. She wanted Qin Qingyun to understand her feelings, but was also afraid of him knowing. Lying in bed, she didn't dare to move too much, worried about waking Gu Yunfei and Gu Jingyao. She buried her face in the blanket, her heart racing a little faster. After the nap, Qin Jiji decided to take everyone to the back mountain for some fun. Usually, they didn't have much time at the academy and the kids worked hard at school. Since everyone was available today, they planned to take a stroll in the back mountain as a little outing. The kids were very excited to hear about going to the back mountain. "Sister-in-law, do we have any bows and arrows at home?" The prince thought that going into the mountains would be like hunting in the outskirts of the capital. "Our prince is skilled in both literature and martial arts, having been personally taught by the emperor to ride and shoot." Qin Jiji thought for a moment. "My third uncle has a homemade bow and arrow. Do you want to give it a try?" The Gu family didn't have any bows and arrows, but Qin Jiji's third uncle, Qin Jiang, did. Sometimes, the Qin brothers would go up the mountain to try their luck. "Fifth brother, go home and get one for a yen. Just tell my uncle I want to use it." Before they set off, Qin Ziji asked Qin Qinghui to go home and fetch the bow and arrow. "Sister-in-law, I'll go with Qinghui," Gu Jingshu said, as he usually had a good relationship with Qin Qinghui. Hearing that Qin Qinghui was going to get the bow, he immediately wanted to accompany him. "Go ahead, but take your time on the way. We'll set off once you return." With Qin Ziji's approval, the two ran off to the Qin family. Qin Ziji went to the storage room to find a basket. She intended to carry it on her back, but Gu Jinghui took it from her and carried it instead. Gu Jingshu and Qin Qinghui were quick to go and return. Since Qin Jiang was not home, when the old lady heard that her granddaughter needed it, she directly handed it to Qin Qinghui. The mountain path was difficult to walk, so Qin Jiji reminded Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning to change their clothes and shoes for convenience. Once everyone was ready, the group set off energetically. On the way, they encountered villagers and Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghui, and Qin Qingyuan all greeted them warmly. Many families in the village have worked for the Gu family, and since Qin Jiji built a school in the village, everyone is very friendly. The children chattered excitedly along the way, discussing whether they would find any surprises on the mountain today. "Second brother, I want a rabbit. The spicy rabbit meat that sister-in-law makes is so delicious." Gu Jingyao thought about the rabbit meat made by Qin Ziji and hoped to catch a rabbit today. "I can't do that either, but let's see if we have good luck later," Gu Jingshu said shyly, feeling that catching a rabbit was a bit difficult for him. "Brother Yen will help you catch one." Zhao Yen, holding a bow and arrow, was very confident in his skills. "Really? Brother Yen is amazing. Thank you." Gu Jingyao smiled even more happily at the thought of Zhao Yen helping her catch a rabbit, looking at him with admiration. "Brother Yen, I want a wild chicken. Can you help me catch one?" Gu Yunling asked, hoping that his cousin Zhao Yen could help him. "Yunling, why do you want to catch a wild chicken?" Gu Yunfei asked curiously. "The chicken cooked by my sister is super tasty." Gu Yunling's words made everyone instantly understand why he wanted to catch a wild chicken. When Zhao Yan heard that the wild chicken made by Qin Ziji was also delicious, he felt energized. He hadn't tried either dish made by her yet. "Don't worry, cousin will definitely help you catch one. Then we can ask sister-in-law to make us the chicken." "Thank you, Brother Yen. I'll give you a big chicken leg." Gu Yunling was very happy when he heard Zhao Yan agreed to help him catch a wild chicken and decided to reward his cousin with his favorite chicken leg. His sister had said that well-behaved children would receive rewards. At first, except for Gu Yunfei, no one took Zhao Yan's words seriously. However, when they reached the mountain, Zhao Yan amazed everyone with the archery skills he learned from his father. In just 15 minutes, he caught 4 rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Now, Gu Jingyao and Gu Yunling admired Zhao Yan even more, following him and calling out Brother Yen repeatedly. Zhao Yan smiled widely, feeling grateful for his father's strict training. Yan is truly amazing. You all will benefit from him tonight with delicious food, Qin Jiji said, surprised that Zhao Yan had managed to gather so much so easily, and dinner had to be arranged. Sister-in-law, can you make spicy rabbit meat and wild chicken? Yan hasn't tried them yet. When he heard Gu Yunlang and Gu Jingyao talking about it on the way, Zhao Yan felt inexplicably eager to taste the dishes. Now that all the ingredients have been gathered, I made a small request to Qin Jiji out of personal interest. Qin Jiji smiled and said, Sister-in-law will make it for you. The spicy rabbit meat is a bit hot. I'll prepare it for you tomorrow afternoon. Tonight, let's have the pot chicken, okay? Considering the children's stomachs, she decided to make the pot chicken tonight. Hearing that there would be delicious food tonight and more tomorrow, Zhao Yan nodded eagerly, making Qin Jiji want to laugh. After returning from the mountain, Qin Jiji picked some peppers from the field and gathered some vegetables from the garden. Since some vegetables weren't available in her garden, she took a wild chicken and a rabbit to the Qin family. At this time, only Grandma Qin and Aunt San Wang were home. Seeing her granddaughter, Grandma Qin was very happy. Jiji is here. Come in, it's hot outside. Grandma Qin quickly pulled her granddaughter inside, poured her a bowl of cool tea, and sat beside her, fanning her. Grandma, I'm not hot. You should rest for a bit. Grandma is not tired. I'm just fanning you to cool you down. Qin Jiji felt sorry for Grandma Qin, who was also worried about her granddaughter, noticing that she seemed to have lost weight recently. Grandma, where is Aunt San? Qin Jiji asked, not seeing her. On such a hot day, she's resting inside. Don't worry. Aunt San is in good health. Grandma Qin knew that Qin Jiji cared about Wang and emphasized that she should take good care of her. We had great luck in the mountains today. Yan did really well and caught quite a bit of game. I brought some for you. Qin Jiji uncovered the cloth over the basket, revealing a rabbit and a wild chicken in front of Grandma Qin. Oh my child, why did you bring so much? With so many people at home, is there enough to eat? Grandma Qin was surprised to see the rabbit and chicken and worried that there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Don't worry, Grandma. There's plenty at home. Yan hunted a lot. Don't be stingy. Make it for everyone. Grandma Qin was used to being frugal. Although life was better now, the Qin family still practiced thriftiness. I'll listen to you, Grandma. Even though Grandma Qin was frugal, she always listened to her granddaughter. That's right. Plus, Aunt San is pregnant, so she should have something good to eat. I'll listen to you, and we'll cook it tonight. When Dad and the others come back, they'll be so happy to eat the meat Grandma makes. Qin Jiji was very skilled at making Grandma Qin happy. If they're still unhappy after eating meat, Grandma won't give them any at all. This is something my granddaughter personally brought. By the way, Grandma, I want to pick some vegetables from our garden for dinner tonight. Qin Jiji generously takes things from the Qin family and is also generous when coming to get things. We can pick whatever you need from our own garden. Grandma Qin, worried about delaying Qin Jiji, sent the rabbit and wild chicken to the kitchen, cleared a basket, and took Qin Jiji to the vegetable garden. They picked some vegetables from the Gu family's garden that weren't planted. Grandma, you don't need to cook for my older brother and second brother tonight. They are eating at the Gu family. Qin Jiji would never let her older brothers come home for dinner, so she informed Grandma Qin in advance. With so many people to feed, you might be too busy. Should I help you? Grandma Qin felt sorry thinking about how much cooking Qin Jiji had to do. No need, Grandma. My husband and my brothers will help. Qin Jiji wasn't lying. Although they were scholars, they were not picky and would get right to work. Grandma Qin thought about it and agreed. Her son-in-law was hardworking, and her grandsons were diligent, so her granddaughter could relax a bit these days. If there's work, let your brothers do it. Don't overwork yourself. Grandma Qin reminded her granddaughter with concern. I understand, Grandma. I'm heading back now. Qin Jiji left the Qin family with a full basket of vegetables and met Qin Qinghui and Gu Jingshu on the way. The two of them took Qin Jiji's basket. Sister-in-law, let us carry it. Qin Jiji smiled and handed the basket to them. The vegetables weren't very heavy, and they could easily manage. Although Qin Gigi cared for them, she never spoiled them and always let them do what they could. When Qin Gigi entered the yard, she saw Gu Jinghuai, her older brother, second brother, and Ning Xian handling the wild chicken. A few kids curiously gathered around to watch, including Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei. Qin Gigi smiled helplessly. She wondered what was so interesting about it, yet they were all watching intently. "Sister, you're back." As soon as Gu Yunlang saw Qin Gigi return, he stopped watching them handle the chicken and ran to greet her. "Be careful. Don't fall." Qin Gigi held the little one's hand and went over to see how they were doing with the chicken. "Sister, we saved all the parts you like for you." Qin Qingyan knew that Qin Gigi enjoyed chicken giblets, so they made sure to set some aside for her while preparing the chicken. "Thank you, second brother." Qin Gigi saw that a few people had finished processing the wild chickens, so she placed the basket in the yard and prepared to pick some vegetables for dinner. "Big sister, let us help you," Gu Yunfei said, pulling Ning Ning along to join Qin Gigi in picking vegetables. The two of them had indeed improved a lot, and recognized some vegetables now. Qin Gigi taught them again, and let them pick vegetables in the yard while she turned to go to the kitchen. Qin Qingyun and the others quickly finished their tasks, and Gu Jinghuai took the processed wild chickens to the kitchen. Qin Qingyuan and Ning Xian handled the cleanup, while Gu Yunlang helped nearby. Qin Qingyun originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help her sister start the fire, but as she passed by Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei, she overheard them discussing the vegetables. Qin Qingyun listened in and realized they seemed confused, so she turned back to teach them again. Ning Ning's face turned red, and Gu Yunfei felt a bit shy too. "You both did very well. I'll go help Gigi now." Fearing they might feel embarrassed, Qin Qingyun hurried to the kitchen. Ning Ning blushed even more as she watched Qin Qingyun leave. There were many people today. Qin Gigi made a pot of chicken hot pot that could be used for dipping vegetables, so she also simmered some broth. Besides what was sent to the Qin family, she cooked the remaining 2 wild chickens and divided them into 2 pots. Today, the men and women cooked separately, not because they disliked them drinking but because they ate too quickly. The crown prince tried the chicken hot pot for the first time and loved it. Gu Yunlang gave his favorite chicken leg to the crown prince. Ning Xian ate the fastest, which surprised the crown prince, who then quietly picked up his pace. The Gu family had dinner a bit earlier today. When Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun returned home after helping wash the dishes at the Gu family, the Qin family had just begun their dinner. Seeing her eldest and second grandsons return, Grandma Qin was very happy. Qingyun, come here. We were just about to eat." "Grandma, my brother and I already ate at our sister's house, but we'll keep you company," Qin Qingyuan replied. Hearing this, Grandma Qin was even happier. She pulled Qin Qingyun to sit beside her and signaled Qin Qingyuan to sit next to Grandpa Qin. Nearby, Qin Shan and Qin He quickly moved to make room for their son, afraid of being scolded by their mother for being slow. Today, their mother had cooked wild chicken and they couldn't upset her. Making her happy was what mattered. Where they sat didn't matter as long as there was meat to eat. "Eat more. Both you and your brother have lost weight. Try Grandma's cooking. There's a kind of thinness that only a grandmother can see." Lee had already gone to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks for her son and nephew. It was rare for the family to sit together for a meal and chat, making everyone very happy. "Why didn't Qinghui come back with you?" In the past, when they returned home, Qin Qinghui would always come back with them. Today, he didn't, and Qin Jiang felt a bit strange. "My younger brother said he wanted to learn to write for Mayan today, so he didn't come back." Qin Qingyuan had indeed asked Qin Qinghui about this when they returned from the Gu family. This child. Qin Jiang felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, wondering if he had sent his son to the Gu family as a gift. "Just take care of yourself." Qinghui is happy to stay at the Gu family, and Gigi and Jinghuai are happy to have him there. Qin Jiang felt wronged. He hadn't said anything, yet his mother was talking about him. He thought it was better to eat and avoid upsetting her. Wang almost laughed out loud. She had given her husband a look, but the result was, old lady Qin didn't really want to scold her youngest son. She just couldn't stand anyone talking about her granddaughter. Qin Qingyun quickly served food to old lady Qin and said nice things to please her, creating a very pleasant atmosphere at the dinner table. At the Gu family side, after dinner, everyone was relaxing in the yard, enjoying the summer evening, which is what country folks love to do. They only dispersed when the children said they were tired. Gu Jinghuai personally took Gu Yunlang to wash up, while usually it was Gu Jingshu and Qin Qinghui who took care of him. Brother-in-law, can I sleep with you and my sister tonight? Ever since Gu Yunlang learned that Gu Jinghuai was family, he liked to stick to him even more. However, he still refused to call Gu Jinghuai cousin, instead calling him brother-in-law, because in his heart, Qin Jiji was the most important. Gu Jinghuai didn't bother to correct him, as he felt like he was living off his wife, and everything he had was given by her. He enjoyed this life. When Gu Jinghuai returned to the room he shared with Qin Jiji, she was drying her hair. He naturally walked over to help her. You're back. Yes, let me do it. Gu Jinghuai was gentle, afraid of hurting Qin Jiji, as if he were drying not hair, but the most precious treasure. He spent quite a bit of time drying her hair. Wife, touch it, it's done. Gu Jinghuai stood in front of Qin Jiji with a look that asked for praise, and she thought his childishness was almost like Yunlang's. Thank you, husband, you're really amazing. Qin Ziji's words were half true, more of a playful tease for Gu Jinghuai. As long as my wife is happy. Gu Jinghuai was very happy to receive praise from his wife, and then he went to wash up. Qin Ziji had been thinking about opening a shop to sell skincare and makeup products. People in the capital had money, and it was easier to earn money from women. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Qin Ziji started her skincare routine. When Gu Jinghuai got into bed, Qin Ziji was writing her plans on paper. Gu Jinghuai felt sorry for her. His wife worked so hard for their family, and he wanted to work even harder. Wife, you should rest early. We can look at it again tomorrow. Seeing the concern in Gu Jinghuai's eyes, Qin Jiji quickly put down her things and lay down in his arms, ready to sleep. Wife, you've worked hard. Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji close, gently rubbing his chin on the top of her head. I'm happy doing what I love. Qin Jiji just needed to finalize her plans. She could exchange her products for money and then repackage them. Gu Jinghuai held her a little tighter, feeling very touched. Qin Jiji must have been really tired from going to the mountains today, as she fell asleep while talking about her plans. Although Gu Jinghuai only heard half of her plans, he still thought they were feasible. At that moment, he was determined to support his wife with all his strength. The Qin family had been kind to him, and he had feelings for Qin Jiji. He didn't marry her just to repay a debt. He truly liked her. After moving from the Gu family to the Qin family village, he had fallen for Qin Jiji. Even knowing she had a fiancé, he had suppressed his feelings. He thought he would live like that forever, keeping her in his heart, but fate gave him another chance. On the day Qin Jiji was to marry Lin Heng, he could have stayed away, but for some reason he returned. When Lin Heng caused such a scene on their wedding day, Gu Jinghuai was initially angry and worried that Qin Jiji wouldn't handle it well. However, the young girl remained calm and chose to call off the wedding. When she said she wanted to marry him instead, he agreed without hesitation, no matter her reasons. He was happy. He believed that since she chose him, she was ready to build a life together. After marrying him, she showed no signs of being demanding or difficult, wholeheartedly working for the Gu family and for him. Gu Jinghuai felt fortunate to have married Qin Jiji. Now, looking at his wife peacefully sleeping in his arms, he felt that he had no regrets in life. The capital was a place he needed to go, but he wanted to do it his way, without putting any pressure on Qin Jiji. His young wife had been the beloved of the Qin family before marrying him. After marrying him, she would be cherished for the rest of her life. Gu Jinghuai looked at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms and happily drifted off to sleep. He thought he was having a beautiful dream that would last until morning, but he was suddenly awakened in the middle of the night. Jinghuai, Jiji, something has happened. Hurry up and get up. Hearing the urgent voice outside, Gu Jinghuai quickly woke Qin Jiji and put on his outer garment to open the door. Husband,
Why does it sound like Uncle Sen outside? Qin Jiji, still a bit dazed after being awakened by Gu Jinghui, asked. It's Uncle San. I'll go see what's wrong. Having spent so much time with the Qin family, Gu Jinghui could recognize Qin Zhong's voice. It must be serious. Otherwise, Uncle Sen wouldn't come over in the middle of the night. Hurry and open the door. Qin Ziji immediately shook off her sleepiness, quickly got dressed, and walked briskly to the door with Gu Jinghui. When they opened the door, they saw Qin Zhong anxiously standing outside. Ziji, come home quickly. Your third aunt suddenly has a stomachache. It seems like she's having trouble giving birth. Your grandmother sent me to get you. Qin Zhong had climbed over the wall to get here, and this was where Qin Ziji lived. He was familiar with the Gu family's house since he had overseen its construction. Hearing that his third aunt was in trouble, Qin Ziji turned pale with fear. Uncle San, can we go back quickly? Qin Ziji wanted to see what was happening while also calling out for help in her mind. She had always worried that the good luck pills her third aunt took might have side effects. Ziji, you go ahead. Your grandmother said you must go. Qin Zhong had twisted his ankle when he jumped down from the wall, and he was in pain, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, thinking of his wife. Uncle San, what's wrong? Qin Ziji noticed something was off in Qin Zhong's voice.
Zizi, I'm fine.
Don't worry about me. Just go home and help your third aunt. At that moment, Qin Zhong was more concerned about his wife and child's safety than his own well-being. He believed his niece was the strongest, so when his mother asked him to find Qin Ziji, he came without hesitation. Husband, you go to the back to get Ning Xian and the other's carriage. Uncle San, you go with him. I'll head home first. No matter what was happening with her third aunt, they needed to be prepared for anything. Gu Jinghui wanted to stay with Qin Ziji, but he understood her intentions. Be careful on the way, my dear. We'll be there soon. Uncle San, let's go. Gu Jinghui carried Qin Zhong on his back to the carriage, and after giving instructions, Qin Ziji ran back to the Qin family home. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she found the whole family gathered. Ziji is here. Hurry and see your third aunt. As soon as Grandma Qin saw her granddaughter, it was like seeing a savior. She pulled Qin Ziji to Aunt San's room. Li and Zhong were a bit confused. They didn't understand why Grandma wanted Ziji to go to the third sister-in-law's room, especially since Qin Ziji had no experience in this matter. Ziji, quickly ask your great-grandfather how we can get through this situation, Grandma Qin whispered urgently to Qin Ziji, feeling anxious. She believed that since the child from the third family was given medicine by their grandfather, he must have a solution. Grandma, let me first check on Aunt San, Qin Ziji said, uncertain but feeling the need to see how the pregnant woman was doing. Okay, no matter what method it is, tell your great-grandfather to ensure your Aunt San's safety, Grandma Qin said, having already made a choice for her son, prioritizing the safety of the mother. Don't worry, Grandma, I will do my best, Qin Ziji replied. It was her first time facing such a situation, and she felt unsure, regretting giving Aunt San the good luck pills earlier. Aunt San, Ziji is here. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Seeing Aunt San's pale face made Qin Ziji's heart ache. Ziji is here. How are you feeling now from the third family? Grandma Qin asked, worried about her daughter-in-law's discomfort. Mother, I'm fine. Wang tried to reassure her mother-in-law and niece, even though her stomach hurt a lot. Last time, giving birth to Qinghui went so smoothly. May our ancestors bless us. As long as both mother and child are safe, I will offer a pig and a sheep, Grandma Qin promised, hoping for a safe delivery. During this time, Qin Ziji was communicating with Wanwan in her mind. Wanwan, can you help with my Aunt San's situation? Qin Ziji asked anxiously. That's easy. Just give your Aunt San an ultrasound to check, Wanwan replied. This is ancient times. Where would I find such advanced technology? Master, don't forget, I am Wanwan, who can do anything. I can help your Aunt San cheat a little, but this year you need to exchange a lot of things with me, Wanwan said.
Deal.
Qin Ziji had some silver now and could exchange anything with Wanwan. They would figure it out later. Soon, Wanwan provided an answer. The child was in a difficult position, with the head facing up. Qin Ziji nearly fainted. In this era, poor medical practices could be life-threatening during childbirth. What should we do now? No matter how difficult it was, there must be a solution. Exchange with me for a method to correct the baby's position and try it with your Aunt San. I'm not a medical student. How can I learn this? You can ask Qin Ziji to cook, but helping with the baby's position is really beyond her. Don't worry, just follow Wanwan's instructions, and you will succeed. Wanwan's encouragement made Qin Ziji decide to take the risk and try. I want to exchange now. Okay, master. In an instant, Qin Ziji had memories of how to help with the baby's position in her mind. Every movement felt familiar, as if she had practiced it countless times. Grandma, please step outside for a moment. I will take care of Aunt San. Qin Ziji winked at Grandma Qin, who understood immediately and hurried out of the room, not wanting to delay her granddaughter. Qin Ziji had no choice but to rely on her memories and Wanwan's guidance to help Aunt San adjust the baby's position. Li and Zhang were more worried, but their mother-in-law wouldn't let them disturb Ziji. Qin Ziji carefully placed her hands on Aunt San's belly and began to help. Aunt San might feel some pain. You may need to endure a bit. Seeing Aunt San's sweaty face made Qin Ziji feel very sorry for her. Ziji, Aunt San can hold on. Let's keep the baby safe. Wang was someone who could endure pain, but the baby just wouldn't come out. Hearing her hold on, Qin Ziji continued to help. Master, keep going. You're almost there. Wanwan cheered from the side, and Qin Ziji felt very tense. It was her first time doing this. What if something went wrong? But the method she learned guided her, and she couldn't relax for a moment. After what felt like a long time, Wanwan reminded Qin Ziji that Aunt San's position was corrected, and she had succeeded. Qin Ziji finally let out a deep sigh of relief, her back soaked with sweat. Grandma, Mom, Aunt, please bring some hot water quickly. Thinking of what would be needed for the delivery, she hurriedly instructed them. Ziji, is Aunt San okay now? You're amazing. I told you Ziji could do it. You didn't believe me, but now you do. Mom is still the best, said Li, making Grandma Qin even happier. Before long, Wang gave birth to a baby boy, and the Qin family was overjoyed. For them, the safety of both mother and child was more important than anything else. Wang had just given birth and was already asleep from exhaustion, while Grandma Qin helped take care of the baby. Li and Zhang were busy in the kitchen making nourishing chicken soup for their sister-in-law. When Qin Ziji entered, the two were happily chatting. The Qin family hasn't had a baby in many years, and now that life is better, having a new child is a joyful occasion. Andy, Mom, don't make the chicken soup too oily. It might cause problems with milk production. Qin Ziji had heard that eating too greasy food after giving birth can lead to issues with milk. Okay, Auntie will remove the oil later. Ziji knows a lot. Qin Ziji's position in the Li family has improved. Mom, Uncle's foot is hurt. When it gets light, let Dad and Uncle go catch some carp to make soup for Aunt. Qin Ziji remembered that carp can help with milk production. Since Uncle can't go, Dad and Uncle will have to go instead. Really? Carp can help with milk? That's wonderful. I'll have your dad and uncle go right away. When Zhang heard her daughter say that carp can help, she wished Qin Shan and Qin he could go catch some immediately. When it gets light, let's also buy some tofu in the village to cook together. Never mind, I'll make it. Qin Ziji initially wanted to teach Annie and Mom but worried they might not get the taste right, so she decided to make it for Aunt in the morning. Will you have time? There are so many people at home, Zhang asked with concern. I'll prepare it at home and bring it to Aunt. Qin Ziji had forgotten about the people at home and smiled shyly. Ziji, come here for a moment. While they were talking, Granny Qin called for Qin Ziji from the yard. I'm coming, Granny. Qin Ziji replied and said goodbye to her mom and aunt before leaving the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li couldn't help but whisper to Zhang, sister-in-law, have you noticed that mother is acting strangely? Zhang had noticed too, especially towards her daughter Qin Ziji. It felt like mother and father were hiding something from everyone. In the main room, as soon as Qin Ziji entered, Qin Jiang suddenly knelt in front of her. His sudden kneeling startled Qin Jiji, and she couldn't even react in time. "Uncle, what are you doing? Get up, your foot is still hurt." Qin Jiji hurried to help Qin Jiang, but she was too weak to lift him. Finally, Granny Qin couldn't watch any longer and scolded, "Get up quickly. You scared Jiji. As an uncle, just treat Jiji better. Uncle, we're all family. Please get up, or Jiji might get upset." With the combined effort of Gu Jinghuai and Qin Jiji, they finally helped Qin Jiang up. "Granny, let me check Uncle's foot." Qin Jiji saw that Uncle's foot was swollen and guessed he must be in a lot of pain. "Okay, Qin Yun, quickly help your uncle to Grandpa and Granny's room. Don't disturb your aunt." Grandma Qin instructed her 2 grandsons to help her 3rd son into her and Grandpa's room. She was worried about disturbing Wang, who had just given birth, and she was also concerned that Qin Jiji might find it inconvenient to check on her 3rd son's injury. The 2 boys didn't dare to delay and quickly helped their uncle into the grandparents' room. "You all go out first. Let Jiji take a look at your uncle," Grandma Qin said, wanting to avoid any awkwardness. Now only Qin Jiji, Qin Jiang, and Grandma Qin were in the room.
Mom, I'm fine.
"I just need to sleep for a night. Jiji isn't a doctor, so let her go rest," Qin Jiang said, feeling he could endure the pain. With his wife and child safe, he thought this little discomfort was nothing. "Be quiet. Do you want your son to have a limping father right after he's born?" Grandma Qin snapped, wishing she could silence her son. Of course, her granddaughter wouldn't do that, but Grandpa might. Since her granddaughter wanted to check on her 3rd son's foot, Grandma Qin thought it was Grandpa's idea, wondering if he was some kind of miracle worker. Not only could he cook, but he could also assist in childbirth, and now he could even check on her 3rd son's foot. Qin Jiang wasn't angry about being scolded. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Jiji. I just didn't want to tire her out." "Hurry and sit properly. Don't waste Gigi's time," Grandma Qin urged, worried that Grandpa was too busy to spend much time here. Qin Jiji sat down and carefully examined her uncle's foot, which was badly swollen, likely from the injury. There was still some time before dawn. "Grandma, let Jinghuai and my brother go home to get some ice," she suggested. "Okay, I'll send your brother and the others to get it right away," Grandma Qin replied, not questioning how the Gu family had ice, and went out to call Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan. Then, Qin Jiji exchanged some medicine for red and white bottles and followed the instructions to spray it on Qin Jiang's foot. Qin Jiang was stunned, watching his niece pull out 2 bottles of things he had never seen before and spray them on his foot. When Grandma Qin came back in, Qin Jiang's mouth was still open in surprise. Seeing the bottles in Qin Jiji's hands and her son's shocked expression, Grandma Qin understood. "Mom, Jiji, be quiet. Forget what you just saw," she interrupted him, noticing how loud he was being, as if he wanted everyone to know. "Grandma, these 2 are for you. Make sure to spray them on your uncle regularly, and then we can go to the county clinic tomorrow," Qin Jiji said, handing the bottles to Grandma Qin and explaining the order and method of use. Grandma Qin treasured these items, realizing that indeed, miraculous things were special. "Don't worry, Grandma promises to keep it safe and not let anyone else see it." Grandma Qin knew that if she talked about this with others, they would think she was joking and might even see her as a strange person. Keeping these things safe means protecting Qin Jiji. Since the 3rd son knows now, Grandma Qin decided to hold a family meeting later to discuss this matter with everyone, so they could better protect her granddaughter in case anything happened. After using the red and white bottles, Qin Jiang felt much less pain in his foot and happily said, "Mom, Jiji, my foot doesn't hurt anymore." "That was quick. This is really good stuff." Hearing her son say he felt better, Grandma Qin hurried over, valuing the items Qin Jiji gave her even more. "Grandma, I'm going home now. Remember to spray it on Uncle San on time." Qin Jiji was exhausted after all the work and just wanted to take a nap. "Okay, you should go rest. Grandma will make sure to spray it on your Uncle San on time." Thinking about how hard her granddaughter had worked, Grandma Qin felt very sorry for her and urged Qin Jiji to go rest. Qin Jiji returned home with Gu Jinghuai, while Grandma Qin went to the kitchen to check on the chicken soup. "Mom, why are you here?" "Don't worry, I'm with my sister-in-law." I'm just here to take a look. Once it's ready, I'll send a bowl over to the third son's family. Grandma Qin felt sorry for her daughter-in-law and liked her little grandson. But Mom, Gigi doesn't recommend giving the third sister-in-law such oily chicken soup.
What?
Can't drink it? Then we won't drink it. We'll listen to Gigi. Once Grandma Qin heard it was Qin Gigi's advice, she decided not to let them drink it, to avoid any issues. What else did Gigi say? Grandma Qin wanted to clarify. Gigi said that Crucian carp soup is good for milk production, so she asked her husband and older brother to catch fish tomorrow morning and send them to the Gu family. She'll prepare it for the sister-in-law. Zhang repeated her daughter's words to Grandma Qin, who praised her granddaughter's cleverness and then left the kitchen to assign tasks to her older sons. Li and Zhang were a bit troubled in the kitchen, serving a bowl of soup to each family member and making a noodle and egg soup for Wang. Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai hurried home to catch up on sleep. They were tired but very happy. Ning Xian's carriage was still at the Qin family, and he planned to return it to the Gu family tomorrow morning. After Qin Ziji left, Grandma Qin held an urgent family meeting that night. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin organized their thoughts and shared the news about Qin Ziji's connection with her grandfather, leaving the whole family in shock. Mom, do you mean that Grandpa has become successful and can send us messages through Gigi? Qin Shan asked uncertainly, doubting that his mother was just tired and talking nonsense today. What your mother said is true. When we were poor, we asked Gigi to send us ways to get rich. Otherwise, how do you think everything suddenly started going so well for us? Dad, why did Grandpa choose Gigi? Qin, he was both surprised and curious. Why else? Of course, it's because my granddaughter is smart and capable. If it were you, could you be as good as your daughter? Qin Posey thought there must be a good reason for Grandpa to choose his granddaughter. He probably thought his grandsons were not clever enough. Hee, Mom, I was just curious. Qin, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed under Qin Posey's disapproving gaze. Anyway, what I want you to know today is to keep this a secret and always protect Gigi. Qin Posey, who already cared for Gigi, was even more determined not to let her be harmed in any way. Don't worry, Mom. We will definitely protect Gigi. Grandma, we will also take good care of our sister. With everyone's promise, Qin Posey felt relieved. When Qingyuan, Qingyun, and Jinghuai finished their exams, Gigi said we should go to the capital. It will be easier for them to study there, and Gigi doesn't want to be separated from us. Mom, with so many of us going to the capital, how will we manage? Qin Shan, who had lived a simple life, felt confused about suddenly moving to the capital. We will listen to Gigi. She told me she has ideas for a business. When the time comes, you all need to work hard. If Gigi says it will work, it will. When Qingyuan and Qingyun are accepted, we will go too. It's better to go early and establish ourselves, so we can also help with their future marriages. Qin Laohan thought further ahead. After he spoke, Qin Shan and Qin, he felt a bit guilty. Dad, you always think ahead. We promise to work hard. At that moment, the whole family made a silent vow to follow whatever their daughter/niece/sister said and to carry it out. After the family meeting, Qin Posey, feeling sorry for her grandsons, urged them to go rest. Qin Jiang returned to his room, looking at his sleeping wife and newborn son, feeling a wave of tenderness. After learning the background and about the good fortune pills from Gigi, Qin Jiang felt grateful not only to Grandpa but also to his niece. If Gigi were a selfish person, the Qin family wouldn't be enjoying such happiness now. The next morning, Qin Shan and Qin, he went fishing, while Qin Posey personally cooked breakfast for Wang Shi. Qin Qinghui heard from his mother that he had a baby brother, so he ran home. Big sister, can we go see the little brother? Although Gu Jingyao asked, the other children were also full of anticipation. Of course, take Yunlang with you. Then Gu Jingshu, Gu Jingyao, Zhao Yan and Gu Yunlang went to the Qin family together. When Qin Shan and Qin he brought the fish, they didn't see many children. They asked Qin Gigi and learned that they had all gone to the Qin family. Gigi, we'll help you prepare the fish before we leave. Qin Shan and Qin he had planned to help with the fish before going back. Thank you, Uncle and Dad. Qin Gigi didn't like to kill fish, and since she needed to make breakfast, she was happy to have help. Gu Jinghui and Qin Gigi went to the kitchen to help make breakfast. After they entered, Gu Yunfei also came in and directly sat down at the firewood position. Big brother, big sister-in-law, I'll start the fire. Gu Jinghui thought his sister probably didn't know how to start a fire and uncertainly asked, "Can you do it?"
Do you need me to teach you?
Thank you, big brother. Sister Jingyao has already taught me. After coming to the Gu family, Gu Yunfei was really trying to fit in. She liked everyone in this family. That's impressive. Gu Jinghui raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting his cousin to learn so quickly. I can only do simple things, unlike big brother who is good at studying and household chores. Before coming here, Gu Yunfei had lived a life where everything was done for her. After arriving, she realized that scholars are not just about studying. Women can also be free and respected by their husbands. Gu Jinghui smiled and didn't say anything. He found that his cousin Gu Yunfei was easy to get along with, different from what he had imagined. Qin Gigi had just seen her uncle and dad bring a lot of fish, so she decided to make fish porridge for breakfast. Thinking about making crucian fish and tofu soup for her third aunt, she called her dad to help buy tofu. When Qin heard his daughter wanted tofu, he put down the fish, washed his hands, and went to the village where they sold tofu. Although Qin Gigi said she only needed one piece, Qin still bought a few more. Seeing that Qin brought back so much tofu, Qin Gigi decided to add some scallion tofu to breakfast. There were still vegetables left from yesterday's visit to the Qin family, so Qin Gigi stir-fried 2 vegetarian dishes, keeping breakfast light. Worried there wouldn't be enough steamed buns, Qin Gigi also made a few pancakes. Qin Shan and Qin finished handling the fish and went home. Qin still needed to go back to get money to pay for the tofu. With Gu Jinghui's help, Qin Gigi quickly made breakfast and asked him to help bring it to the table while she took the fish soup to the Qin family. The children were excited about their new little brother and stayed at the Qin home for breakfast, so Qin Gigi had to go back alone. Gigi, where are they? Ning asked, confused to see only Qin Gigi return. They're having breakfast at the Qin house. They're excited about the new baby and didn't want to come back. We'll eat by ourselves. Once Qin Gigi returned, the Gu family's breakfast finally began. Gigi, after breakfast, I want to see the new baby too, Ning said, her childlike excitement showing, especially since the Qin family treated her so well. I want to go too. Gu Yunfei wanted to join Ning. The 2 girls looked at Qin Gigi with eager eyes. Go ahead, you both can go, Qin Gigi said as she scooped a spoonful of fragrant scallion tofu, which was delicious and smooth. Ning and Gu Yunfei were thrilled to hear they could go. After sipping Qin Gigi's fish porridge, they felt even happier. After breakfast, Gu Yunfei pulled Ning back into the room, and they discussed what gift to bring for the new baby. Princess sister, I didn't bring anything when I came, just this, Ning said, pulling up her sleeve to show her bracelet. Gu Yunfei hadn't expected them to think alike. Besides her bracelet, she also had a gold hairpin. I only have these 2 and some silver notes, Gu Yunfei said, feeling a bit helpless. Since they were girls and the Wang family had a son, these gifts didn't seem quite right. After thinking for a moment, Ning said, Princess sister, can you lend me 100 taels? I'll pay you back later, and we can give silver notes. Ning thought silver notes would be the most suitable gift. You're right, let's give silver notes. Here's 100 taels for you, Gu Yunfei said, pulling a note from a stack and handing it to Ning. Once they agreed on the plan, they quickly got ready and headed to the Qin family. At the Qin family, since Qin Jiang had hurt his foot, he took Qin Qinghui to Wang's family to share the good news. Early in the morning, Qin Shan took Qin Jiang to the county clinic to check his foot. When Gu Yunfei and Ning arrived, the men in the house were all gone except for Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. Qin Granny, we came to see Aunt San and the baby, Ning said as she entered the yard and greeted Qin Posey.
Good kids, come in.
Wait a moment. The third family's feeding the baby, Qin Posey replied. Grandma Qin invited the 2 of them into the living room for tea.
To make sure they had something to talk about, she also called Qin Xingyuan and Qin Xingyan to join them. Ning Ning immediately felt nervous, while Gu Yunfei remained calm. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Grandma Qin took them to see Mrs. Wang. "Good morning, third aunt. I came to see you and my little brother," they said, calling her third aunt as Qin Jiji did. "Ning Ning and Yunfei are here. Come in and sit down," Mrs. Wang said happily upon seeing them. "Thank you, third aunt," they replied, but their eyes were focused on the child beside Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang noticed and smiled, inviting them to look at the baby. The two were thrilled and gathered around the little one, completely enchanted. Before leaving, each of them gave the baby a small pouch as a gift. This was a custom in Qin family village, and Mrs. Wang accepted it without thinking much of it. However, after they left, when Mrs. Wang prepared to check the contents of the pouches, she was shocked and nearly dropped them. She found 200 taels of silver. Even though the Qin family was doing better now, neither she nor her husband had that much money. Unsure of what to do with the silver note in her hand, she called for Grandma Qin. Grandma Qin was working in the yard and, hearing her daughter-in-law call, thought the baby needed a diaper change, so she hurried over. "What's wrong? Did the baby wet himself?" Grandma Qin asked before even entering the room. "No, Mother, it's not the baby," Mrs. Wang quickly explained to clear up the misunderstanding. Grandma Qin paused, then asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine, Mother. Look at this." Mrs. Wang handed the 200 taels of silver to Grandma Qin, who was equally surprised. "How did the third branch get so much silver?" "Mother, it's a gift from Ning Ning and Yunfei for the baby. I didn't notice at the time, but now I see how much it is. Please help me return it," Mrs. Wang said, as she had just given birth and couldn't go out herself. "I'll take it back right away. This is too much," Grandma Qin agreed, feeling it was excessive, and took the 200 taels to the Gu family. At the Gu family, Grandma Qin first found Qin Jiji and explained the situation. Qin Jiji felt it was inappropriate to return the money. They truly cherished the little one and continued to praise him after returning. While 100 taels was a significant amount for the Qin family, it was not a big deal for the two of them. Qin Jiji thought for a moment and said to Grandma Qin, "Grandma, this is their small gesture of kindness. Why not accept it? We can give them more gifts when they get married in the future." Grandma Qin considered that the two young girls were not married yet and would have a chance to return the favor, so she listened to her granddaughter's suggestion. Grandma Qin hurried over and then rushed back home. Wang needed someone to take care of her after giving birth, so Grandma Qin devoted herself to caring for her daughter-in-law and grandson. Grandma Qin told Wang about what Qin Jiji said, and Wang agreed but insisted on not accepting the money, insisting that Grandma Qin keep it in the family fund. With no other option, Grandma Qin placed the silver in the family fund. When Qin Jiang heard about this from his wife, he fully supported her decision, believing it was best to let his mother manage it. The three Qin brothers had not split their family, so it made no sense for them to take money from the family fund. "Husband, is your foot serious?" Wang was still quite worried about Qin Jiang's foot, as he was their family's support. "It's nothing serious. It will heal with some rest. Thankfully, Gigi gave me medicine." Qin Jiang had already told Wang about the family meeting, and now Wang felt very grateful to her niece. Without the good fortune pill from her niece, she and her husband might not have had a second child. If her niece hadn't helped during childbirth, she might have faced complications. She had sensed that at the time. If it weren't for her niece's timely care, her husband's foot would not be in such good condition today. Most importantly, their eldest son had been spending almost every day at the Gu family since Qin Jiji got married. Thinking about this, Wang suddenly realized something and quietly said to Qin Jiang, "Husband, I have a guess. Do you think Gigi brings Qinghui every day because it's Grandpa's instruction?" Qin Jiang had never thought of that before, but now that his wife mentioned it, he felt it must be true. As the couple connected the dots, they became more excited, even thinking that their eldest and second nephews enjoyed visiting the Gu family for this reason. Qin Jiang felt he had discovered something significant and shared his guess with his parents, older brother, younger brother, and their wives after lunch. After discussing, The whole family agreed it must be true, and Grandma Qin rarely praised Qin Jiang. From now on, let the children go wherever they want. Don't stop them. It might be Grandpa guiding Gigi to help them. Old man Qin felt that the Qin family might be approaching a time of prosperity. Dad, Qingyun is close to her sister. We couldn't be happier. The Qin couple had always liked their niece, so they wouldn't stop the siblings from spending time together. Qin Qingyuan is Qin Ziji's older brother, and the Qin He couple hopes for a good relationship between the siblings. As for the Qin Jiang couple, since Qin Ziji is already taking care of their children, there is no way to stop them. Gu Jinghuai's day off has ended, and he is going back to school. Although Gu Jinghuai feels reluctant to leave home, he thinks about providing a better life for his wife in the future. His determined steps never waver. After seeing Gu Jinghuai and the others off, Qin Ziji focused her energy on the products she wants to sell in the capital. With two beauty-loving girls at home, she had them try out the products she planned to sell. Gigi, this lip color is so pretty, I love it. Ningning was very pleased with the lip color Qin Ziji gave her today. It really suits you, Zheng'er. With this lip color on, you look much more lively. Gu Yunfei, as a princess, has a good sense of beauty, and her compliment made Ningning even happier. Zheng'er, try drinking some water, Qin Ziji said with a mysterious smile. I don't want to. This beautiful lip color is just on. I don't want to drink water. Ningning was worried that drinking water would ruin her lip color. Just try it, and I'll give you this lip color, Qin Ziji tempted her, and Ningning happily agreed. In the end, Ningning's worries were unfounded. After finishing a cup of water, the lip color remained perfectly intact. Ningning was amazed. Gigi, it actually doesn't come off. Qin Ziji smiled and said, that's because I made it to be long-lasting. Wow, Gigi, you're amazing. You can't just give this to me. Ningning was thrilled to learn that Qin Ziji could make such a product. Now she wouldn't have to worry about her lip color coming off when going out or eating. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Qin Ziji didn't expect Ningning to like the lip color so much and decided to gift it to her. Sister-in-law, I want one too. Gu Yunfei quietly raised her hand. You can have one too. I made one that's perfect for you. Try it. Qin Ziji handed a lip color to Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei eagerly began to try it out. Sister princess, this color looks so good on you. It makes you look even fairer. Ningning thought this lip color was perfect for Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei was also very satisfied and happily said, thank you, sister-in-law. Gigi, I promise, if these are sold in a shop in the capital, they will definitely be snatched up. Ningning couldn't imagine which noble lady wouldn't like such a useful product or which lady wouldn't need it. Then I'll take your good words to heart. I'll make sure you and Yunfei have plenty of lip colors. Qin Ziji noticed the reactions of the two and felt more confident about opening the shop. Before the story began, her favorite thing to buy was lipstick, and she believed it would sell well. Sister Gigi, I want to give one to my mother. Can you help me make another? Ningning thought her mother would love it and wanted to gift her one. Of course. I'll make one for Aunt Chui today, Qin Ziji happily agreed. Don't worry, Aunt Ran will also get one. Qin Ziji assumed Gu Yunfei wanted one for the princess too, so she agreed right away. Sister-in-law, I want another one to give to my aunt, the queen, Gu Yunfei said, feeling a bit shy about asking since she wasn't sure how complicated making the lipstick was. But her aunt had always been very kind to her, and she knew if she only gave one to her mother, her aunt might feel left out. Don't worry, I'll make enough. I'll just consider it free advertising from Aunt Chui, Aunt Ran, and the Queen, Qin Ziji said, thinking that if the most distinguished women used her lipstick, other noble ladies would have no reason not to use it. Sister-in-law, what is free advertising? Gu Yunfei asked curiously. Qin Ziji thought for a moment and explained, it means that when others see the Queen, Aunt Chui, and Aunt Ran looking good with it, they will want to buy from me too. That's free advertising. Once she explained, the two understood right away. Sister-in-law, I will write to my mother and the Queen Aunt, telling them to use it often and praise it to everyone, Gu Yunfei said, determined to help her sister-in-law promote the lipstick. She even thought that when her sister-in-law's shop opened, she would ask her aunt, the Queen, to write a sign for the shop. You don't need to praise it to everyone.
As long as the queen uses it, others will naturally follow, Qin Jiji said, feeling touched by Gu Yunfei's enthusiasm. It felt like the queen was working for her. Sister Gigi, my sister the princess, and I can help you with free advertising too. Ning Ning said, eager to contribute. Yes, sister-in-law, I can too. When we return to the capital, I'll host a flower viewing party to promote your lipstick, Gu Yunfei suggested. That's a great idea, sister. Ning Ning got it. The princess's residence hadn't hosted a party in years, so it would surely attract a lot of attention. Qin Jiji felt a lot of pressure with everyone around her being so ambitious. Ning Ning even suggested inviting the richest girl in the capital, thinking they wouldn't have to worry about selling out. Listening to the two of them plan, Qin Jiji felt lucky to have such supportive friends. That evening, she exchanged 4 lipsticks with Wan Wan, and to avoid any unnecessary trouble, she spent more money to get a custom version. The outer surface of the queen's lipstick is carved with a phoenix, while the other has a peony. The princess and Qin Jiji have seen it, so they helped choose the right ones for them. Qin Jiji was teased for exchanging just a little. The next morning, Qin Jiji gave the lipsticks to Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei. The two were surprised, not expecting them to be ready so soon. Sister Gigi, it's ready so quickly. That's great, I can take it back to my mother today. Ning Ning really thought Qin Jiji worked hard to get them done so fast. After breakfast, they helped clean up the dishes and went back to write letters. Ning Ning planned to return today and asked if she could help send the letters back to the capital. 2 days later, the queen and the princess received letters and lipsticks sent by Gu Yunfei. Upon hearing that the lipstick doesn't fade, the queen felt Gu Yunfei was very thoughtful. She really needed it. The princess was also very happy and shared her daughter's letter with Gu Ting before bed. Gu Ting smiled and said, I think the princess is already the most beautiful without this lipstick, but with it, she will look even better. Then what does my husband think? Should I wear it or not? The princess playfully teased Gu Ting. You must wear it. My wife has to be the most beautiful in the world. Supporting the business of his niece-in-law is a must, and he certainly wouldn't let his daughter down. Don't worry, even if my daughter doesn't say anything, I will wear it. This is made by Gigi, or else Yunlang will definitely be upset with me. The princess felt a bit outnumbered now, with 3 out of 4 family members supporting Qin Jiji. When you can't win, you join in. Those who know how to adapt are wise. In the palace, the queen tried both versions and loved each one. The emperor praised them endlessly. Qin Jiji was still unaware that while she remained in Qin family village, the noble ladies in the capital were eagerly awaiting her arrival. Time quietly passed, and Gu Jinghuai and the others finally faced the academy exam. The exam could be taken by young scholars, presided over by provincial officials and supervisors. Those who pass are called students or shiozai. Those who fail remain young scholars. Becoming a shiozai means one is an educated person in this era, hence the saying, a shiozai doesn't need to leave home to know the world. Before the exam, Qin Jiji encouraged them, believing they would do well. Ning Xian personally came to pick them up, as they had a good relationship. A few days later, they returned after finishing the exam. Qin Jiji didn't ask anything and quickly prepared some food for everyone to help them regain their strength. After resting at home for a few days, the messenger from the county came with good news. The scene was very lively. As soon as the messenger entered the village, a crowd of curious villagers followed behind. Third sister, the messenger has arrived. Brother-in-law has topped the exam. Qin Qinghui ran very fast. He was playing at the village entrance when he heard that his brother-in-law had passed the exam, so he hurried back to tell his sister. Where is the messenger? Qin Jiji was very happy. Although she had guessed that her husband would do well, it was still exciting to hear the news. They've already entered the village and are coming this way. Qin Qinghui, who was studying at school, understood what topping the exam meant. He thought his brother-in-law was amazing, having ranked first in the local, county, and provincial exams. His brother-in-law was his role model. Brother-in-law is really impressive. Qin Jiji sincerely praised Gu Jinghuai, feeling that he was like a model student.
Receiving praise from his wife made Gu Jinghui even happier than topping the exam. Thinking about giving the messenger a reward, Qin Jiji quickly ran back to prepare the money. Gu Yunfei was also very happy to hear that her brother had topped the exam and prepared a reward to find Qin Jiji. Big sister, I heard that big brother topped the exam. Qinghui just said the messenger has entered the village. I'm getting the reward ready. Let's hurry out so we don't miss anything. Qin Jiji was both curious and excited, as this was her first time seeing a messenger bring good news. Yes, I have prepared some too. If it's not enough, big sister, just ask me for more. Gu Yunfei already considered herself part of the Gu family. She was very happy about Gu Jinghui's achievement, as it was a big event for the family. Thank you, sister. Let's go quickly. Qin Jiji pulled Gu Yunfei outside. They arrived just as the messenger was reaching their home. Excuse me, is this the home of the top candidate, Gu Jinghui? I am Gu Jinghui. Gu Jinghui stepped forward and bowed. Congratulations, Gu Jinghui. The messenger confirmed it was him and felt relieved to have found the right person. Please come in for some tea. Qin Jiji invited the messenger inside, but they politely declined. Thank you, Madam Gu, but we really can't stay. We have more places to visit today. The messenger was very courteous to Qin Jiji, especially since Gu Jinghui was now the top candidate. Thank you for bringing the good news in this heat. Please take this for refreshments on your journey. Qin Jiji handed the prepared reward to the messenger. The officer took the pouch, surprised, and couldn't help but think how generous Mrs. Gu was. Thank you, Mrs. Gu. I will thank you on behalf of my brothers. The officer initially thought delivering good news in the countryside would be unprofitable, but he never expected to receive so much silver. By the way, Mrs. Gu, could you tell me how to get to the Qin family? Most people in this village have the surname Qin. Which family are you looking for? The officer paused, then remembered this was Qin family village, so it was not strange that the villagers all had the same surname. We are going to the homes of Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. They have both passed the scholar exam. The officer was surprised. The fortune of Qin family village was indeed impressive. 1 top candidate and 2 scholars.
What?
My older brother and second brother also passed the exam. Qin Jiji was astonished by their success. Sir, I will guide you there. Qin Jiji volunteered to lead the way, and the officer gladly accepted. The officer couldn't help but admire Qin Jiji's good fortune. Her husband was a top candidate, and her brothers were scholars. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Gu. I want to go too. So, after learning he had passed the exam, Gu Jinghui quickly joined Qin Jiji to visit the Qin family. At the Qin family, when they learned that both grandsons had passed the scholar exam, Grandma Qin was very happy and, like Qin Jiji, gave the officer a large pouch. Li and Zhang were so excited they were in tears. After the officer left, Grandma Qin realized why Gu Jinghui hadn't passed. She pulled Qin Jiji aside and whispered, Jiji, your husband is so knowledgeable. Why didn't he pass? Grandma, my husband is the top candidate. Qin Jiji said proudly. I knew it. How could Jinghui not pass? Grandma Qin felt relieved and smiled even more. Mom, should we celebrate? Qin Jiang sincerely shared in their joy. Of course, we should celebrate. Since all 3 have passed, Jiji, let's host a banquet. Grandma wants to hear what you think, Jiji. Let's do as Grandma says and host a 3-day banquet. A 3-day banquet is rare in the countryside and quite extravagant. However, since it was suggested by Qin Jiji, Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin agreed, without hesitation. Li and Zhang admired Qin Jiji. If they had suggested it, they would have been scolded by their mother-in-law. Now that it was proposed by their niece/daughter, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Jiji, your third aunt hasn't finished her month of rest and can't handle too much noise. Let's hold the banquet at the Gu family. Grandma will cover some of the expenses. Although Qin Posey was happy, she didn't forget about her daughter-in-law and the newborn grandson. As long as mother and aunt don't mind, Jiji is more than willing. Qin Jiji smiled happily while holding onto Qin Posey. Mother, both I and my sister-in-law have no objections. It will be much easier to do it together. Li Shi urged Zheng'er to express her agreement quickly. All right, since that's the case. Old man, go tell your elder brother and second brother. Eldest, you go buy a pig. Second, you help your father.
Mother, what about me?
Qin Jiang worried that Qin Posey would forget him. You will help mother along with your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law at Zheng'er. Qin Posey assigned tasks to everyone. Qin Ji thought buying a pig was too expensive and quietly said to Qin Posey, Grandma, great-grandfather said he is happy and will give us a pig, but how can I get it? Qin Ji planned to exchange it with Wanwan to save some money. Did your great-grandfather really say that? Qin Posey was surprised by her father-in-law's generosity. Of course. There might even be other things, Gigi. Don't worry, Grandma will take care of it. To keep things discreet, Qin Posey had Qin Ji accompany her to the county town for shopping. This way, they could bring back the items sponsored by her father-in-law without attracting attention. Qin Ji even made a special trip to a restaurant to borrow a chef from manager Wang to prepare the banquet's food. When manager Wang heard that Gu Jinghui and the Qin brothers had passed their exams, he immediately agreed, knowing the bright future ahead for both families. He even gave Qin Qinglin time off to help out. The arrangements for the banquet and the helpers were all set by the village head. This would greatly enhance their reputation in the village, especially after Lin Heng had bullied Qin Ji and the village head had protected him. The village head was eager for everyone to know and to stand up for Qin Ji. He even boasted to neighboring villages. 3 days later, the banquet for Gu Jinghui, Qin Qingyuan, and Qin Qingyun officially began. Gu Yunfei had already written letters to her father, mother, grandmother, and second aunt to share the good news. The old lady had been counting the days, waiting for Gu Jinghui and the others to arrive in the capital. Upon hearing that Gu Jinghui ranked first in the exams, she could no longer sit still. After receiving her granddaughter's letter, she secretly left the capital and hurried to Qin family village. When the princess and Gu's mother found the letter left by the mother-in-law, it was too late to chase after her. Gu Ting felt so jealous that he wanted to cry. He had asked the emperor for leave, but the emperor directly refused, telling him to wait until his nephew returned to the capital for a grand event. Gu Ting finally managed to convince himself, but then his mother secretly went to Qin family village. He believed the emperor was the one stopping him, so that night he reported the emperor's actions to the princess. The princess felt helpless too. She thought she should go to Qin family village with her mother instead of settling disputes between her husband and the emperor. Meanwhile, the elderly lady they were talking about had already found the Gu family in Qin family village. Although the old lady didn't know the way, she first went to the county office to find Ning Kun. When Ning Kun saw the old lady, he nearly fainted from shock. He wondered why so many people were coming to this small county, feeling troubled but not saying anything. Considering the safety of everyone, Ning Kun had to strengthen security in the county and the countryside. He immediately wrote a letter to the emperor, expressing his concerns and wishing for some soldiers to be sent over. He also indirectly inquired when the emperor would bring the crown prince back to the palace. The old lady was personally escorted to Qin family village by Ning Kun. Today was the first day of the Gu family's banquet, and it was very lively. When the village head, Qin Chuan, saw the county magistrate Ning Kun personally bringing an elderly lady, he felt a bit tense. After handing the old lady over to Gu Yunfei, Ning Kun specifically instructed Qin Chuan to ensure the safety of the Gu family. Although Ning Kun didn't say it outright, Qin Chuan understood his meaning. After Ning Kun left, Qin Chuan quickly organized the villagers to patrol and ensure the safety of Qin family village. When Gu Yunfei saw her grandmother, she was so surprised that she forgot to speak. Grandmother, what are you doing here? I couldn't wait any longer in the capital, so I came secretly. Your elder brother, sister-in-law, and younger siblings are here too. The old lady immediately looked for her grandson, granddaughter, and granddaughter-in-law upon entering. Grandmother, please sit down and rest for a bit. Elder brother and the others went out for a while, but will be back soon. Seeing her grandmother anxious, Gu Yunfei quickly comforted her. Worried that her grandmother might be tired from the journey, she hurriedly poured her a cup of hot tea to help her rest. Not long after,
Gu Jinghui and Qin Jiji returned. They were both surprised to see the wealthy old lady sitting next to Gu Yunfei. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Grandmother has come. Gu Yunfei stood up to introduce Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghui to her grandmother. They hadn't expected her to come, as Qin family village was not too far from the capital, but it was still quite a journey for the old lady. Gu Jinghui and Qin Jiji quickly stepped forward to greet her. Grandson and granddaughter-in-law pay respects to grandmother. Good children, get up quickly. The old lady Gu personally helped them up. She had seen their portraits, but seeing them in person was still a great surprise. But where is uncle? I thought he came with you. Gu Jinghui naturally didn't think that his grandmother had come alone. Your uncle is busy. I came by myself, the old lady Gu said, feeling a bit guilty. She couldn't tell her grandson that she had come secretly. Gu Jinghui clearly didn't believe it, but since his grandmother was already there, he couldn't say anything more. Granddaughter-in-law, here are some gifts for you from me. You must accept them. I know these years have been tough for you. Once we return to the capital, I will arrange a grand wedding for you and Jinghui. Seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, the old lady Gu was in a great mood. If her second son weren't still ill, she would have wanted to scold him for making her wait so long to meet such wonderful grandchildren. Grandmother, I'm not suffering. My mother-in-law and husband treat me very well. Qin Ziji spoke sincerely. Everyone in the Gu family treated her kindly. From now on, with me to care for you, no one will bully you. The old lady Gu was very protective. After hearing about Qin Ziji's contributions to the family, she had already considered her one of her own. Plus, since Qin Ziji had saved her little grandson, to the old lady Gu, she was both a granddaughter-in-law and a lifesaver. She was someone she wanted to protect. Thank you, grandmother. From now on, I will rely on your love. If I accidentally offend someone in the capital, you must help me. Qin Ziji sweetly spoke, making the old lady Gu very happy. The eldest daughter-in-law was a princess and usually acted very composed, while the second daughter-in-law was very filial but more reserved. In contrast, Qin Ziji, the granddaughter-in-law, was beautiful, sweet-tongued, and charming, making the old lady Gu feel a strong sense of presence. When we get to the capital, you can walk confidently. If anyone bothers you, let your uncle handle it. He has offended everyone in the capital with his words. Mentioning her eldest son made the old lady Gu a bit worried. Grandmother, if you say that, father will be upset if he finds out. Gu Yunfei smiled as she reminded her grandmother, knowing her father could be quite troublesome. The old lady Gu seemed to realize this and said sheepishly, Don't tell your father. He won't find out. Her words made everyone laugh. Grandmother, you must be tired from your journey. Let Yunfei help you rest for a while. The younger siblings will be back soon. Madame Gu was indeed tired, and Qin Jiji's words resonated with her. Then I will rest for a bit. When my dear grandson and granddaughter return, please remember to call me. Madame Gu went back to her room to rest with Gu Yunfei's company, reminding Gu Jinghui and Qin Jiji before leaving. Not long after, Gu Jingshu and the others returned. When they heard that their grandmother had arrived, they were a bit confused, but after Qin Ziji explained, they felt happy. They had never had a grandmother growing up, so their feelings for someone they had never met were not very strong. When Madame Gu woke up, they all respectfully came forward to greet her. Seeing her little grandson safe in front of her, along with a new grandson and granddaughter, Madame Gu was so emotional that tears filled her eyes. Grandmother has finally found Yunling. Jingshu and Jingyao are also well, and Gigi has taken good care of them. Madame Gu fondly touched this one and that one, overwhelmed with affection. Grandmother, please don't be so emotional. Your granddaughter and the younger siblings are here. Gu Yunfei took out a handkerchief to help wipe her grandmother's tears. When they were younger, their grandmother had doted on the younger brother, and after he went missing, she had become quite downcast. Fair, grandmother is just so happy that you are all here. Madame Gu was simply overwhelmed with joy. Grandmother, please stop crying. Just enjoy the delicious food that sister made, and you'll feel better. Gu Yunling really liked his caring grandmother. All right, grandmother won't cry anymore.
Yunling is back, so grandmother is happy. Madame Gu held her beloved grandson, feeling complete at that moment. Yaoa loves grandmother. Please stay here for a while. Gu Jingyao held her grandmother's hand, wanting to make her happy. Well, since little Yaoa invited me, I will stay a bit longer. Madame Gu felt delighted by her granddaughter's invitation. Grandmother, Gigi has already made lunch. Let's go eat. While Madame Gu rested, Qin Gigi had prepared lunch. Even though they were hosting a banquet at home, Qin Gigi personally cooked a meal for her grandmother to ensure she would eat comfortably. Thank you, Gigi, for your hard work. Madame Gu was surprised that Qin Gigi had cooked for her arrival. It's no trouble. I hope grandmother likes it. Qin Gigi and Gu Yunfei helped Madame Gu to the dining table. Madame Gu was astonished by the sumptuous lunch laid out before her. Did you make all this food by yourself? Grandma Gu was surprised by Qin Gigi's skills. Grandma, of course, I didn't do it alone. My husband helped me. Qin Gigi felt she couldn't take all the credit since Gu Jinghuai had been assisting her. Wow. Jinghuai can cook too. Grandma Gu didn't expect Gu Jinghuai to know how to cook. Grandma, you must try Jinghuai's cooking today. Gu Jinghuai was surprised by everyone's astonished reactions to his cooking. Then I must try it today. Grandma Gu was excited about her first meal at the Gu family home. After she sat down, everyone quickly took their seats. Once Grandma Gu tasted the dishes made by Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai, she praised them endlessly. She thought it was much better than what her family's cook made. The banquet was set up outside, lively and cheerful, while the house felt warm and cozy. After lunch and a short rest, the children all went to Grandma Gu's room to chat with her. Grandma Gu was delighted. This kind of family joy was something she had never dared to dream of before. In the afternoon, as the weather cooled down, the children invited their grandmother to the back of the house to pick fruits. These fruit trees were exchanged by Qin Gigi, and they had borne fruit since they were planted. Grandma, look at these fruit trees we planted ourselves. They are ready to eat. Yunling will help you pick them. Gu Yunling reached out to help his grandmother pick peaches. Yunling is such a good boy. Grandma Gu was overjoyed as her grandson helped her pick peaches. Gu Jingyao also helped Grandma Gu pick tomatoes and melons, which they all loved, wanting to share with her. Surrounded by the children, Grandma Gu felt a happiness she had never experienced before. She brought gifts for everyone and started distributing them after dinner. At night, Gu Yunfei shared a room with Grandma Gu to help take care of her. Gu Yunfei already had a good relationship with her grandmother and was happy to stay with her. 3 days later, the lively banquet ended, and the Gu family became quiet again. However, Grandma Gu's bond with the children grew stronger during these days. Zhao Yan had been spending every day with Qin Qinghui, enjoying his new baby brother. He visited the Qin family daily to see the baby, finding it all very fascinating. Qin Gigi didn't mind. She enjoyed the food and drink at both the Qin and Gu families. Gu Jinghuai and the Qin brothers occasionally had social gatherings, while Qin Gigi took great care of Grandma Gu. One day, the children all went to school, and the old lady Gu was very curious about Gu Yunfei and Qin Gigi, so she approached them. Good morning, grandmother. My sister-in-law is making something. Seeing her grandmother coming over, Gu Yunfei quickly stood up. What are you making? The old lady Gu asked with great curiosity. Grandmother, this is eyeshadow. It makes the eyes look shiny and beautiful, Qin Gigi explained, as she was making eyeshadow today. You are both young, and it will definitely look good on you. In the old lady Gu's eyes, her granddaughter and daughter-in-law were both very beautiful, and with the eyeshadow, they would look even better. Let me help Yunfei try it on for you, Qin Gigi said, taking out a box to apply it on Gu Yunfei. Yunfei is happy to be a model for my sister-in-law. Gu Yunfei was eager to try it since her sister-in-law's things were always good. Look how happy she is. If someone didn't know better, they might think our Gu family is struggling. The old lady Gu joked with her granddaughter, noting how her once indifferent granddaughter had changed since coming to Qinjia village. She preferred her granddaughter now, who was lively and more popular. Qin Gigi quickly finished applying the eyeshadow, and the old lady Gu thought her granddaughter looked even more beautiful afterward. How do I look, grandmother? Isn't it pretty?
Gu Yunfei asked eagerly. My granddaughter was already beautiful. This makes her even more so. The old lady Gu genuinely appreciated it. She had been a noble lady in her youth and had a different perspective. Thank you, grandmother. It's because my sister-in-law makes such good products. Gu Yunfei was very happy to receive her grandmother's praise, but she felt it was all thanks to her sister-in-law. I didn't expect Gigi to have such skills. The old lady, Gu, couldn't help but compliment. Grandmother, my sister-in-law is amazing. She can make many things. Gu Yunfei was now a huge fan of Qin Gigi. You are both good children. The more the old lady Gu learned about Qin Gigi, the more she realized she was a treasure. Looking at her grandson, who was either out socializing or studying, she felt he spent too little time with his daughter-in-law. The old lady Gu began to worry that if her daughter-in-law was too outstanding, what if she found her grandson lacking? Before going to bed that night, the old lady Gu couldn't help but complain to Gu Yunfei. Don't worry, grandmother. My brother and sister-in-law have a great relationship. My sister-in-law treasures my brother and would never think less of him. Gu Yunfei had witnessed their relationship firsthand and had complete confidence in them. That's good to hear. With you saying that, I can relax. Madame Gu felt much more at ease after hearing her granddaughter's words. Grandmother, once you stay here for a few days, you'll understand. You've worked hard today, so get some rest. Madame Gu had been excited all day and was indeed tired, so she lay down with her granddaughter's help. Once she saw her grandmother asleep, Gu Yunfei returned to her own bed to sleep. She had a good night's sleep. Madame Gu, who usually didn't sleep well, had a particularly restful first night in Qin village, sleeping soundly until dawn. When Madame Gu got up, the children were already awake. Seeing her, they all rushed over to greet her. Good morning, grandmother. You are all so well behaved. Good morning. Good morning, Madame Gu. When Madame Gu saw the crown prince, she almost didn't recognize him. He was dressed in simple clothes and had tanned a bit, but he seemed livelier than before. Gu Yunfei whispered a few words in Madame Gu's ear, and she instantly understood. Good boy, good morning. Good morning, grandmother. Breakfast is ready. Everyone hurry up and wash up so we can eat. When Qin Gigi mentioned breakfast was ready, the children who had been gathered around Madame Gu obediently went to wash up and then helped in the kitchen, including the crown prince. Seeing how considerate the children were, Madame Gu felt even more pleased with Qin Gigi. Breakfast at the Gu family was simple compared to when Madame Gu was in the capital. However, seeing the satisfied smiles on the children's faces made Madame Gu feel that today's breakfast was especially delicious. With the children's company and the care of her eldest grandson, granddaughter, and granddaughter-in-law, Madame Gu decided to stay in Qin village. Aunt Qin was warm and welcoming. When she saw her granddaughter's grandmother had come to Qin village, she often visited the Gu family to chat with the old lady. Surprisingly, the two got along very well. A country grandmother and a lady from a noble family met every day. Qin Gigi was delighted to see how well they connected. In the capital, Gu Ting originally thought his mother would bring the children back soon. However, after waiting day after day, his mother showed no signs of returning, and Gu Ting began to feel anxious. He wrote a letter to his mother, but she completely ignored him. He thought she hadn't received it. He wrote to his daughter, and the reply he got was that his mother felt he was bothering her. After receiving his daughter's letter, Gu Ting felt very wronged, and that evening shared his feelings with the princess. Since his mother didn't reply to his letters, he asked the princess to write a letter to Madame Gu, hoping to find out when his mother would return to the capital. The princess felt that her husband was becoming more and more fussy, but she was determined to pamper him, even if he cried. She could only send a letter to her mother-in-law to check on her well-being and update her on her younger brother's recovery. This time, the old lady Gu replied, saying she would return after attending the full moon celebration for the third daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Gu Ting, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, who is the child of the third daughter-in-law of the Qin family? Why does it require mother to attend the full moon celebration? The princess thought for a moment and replied, it should be Gigi's third aunt. I saw her pregnant when I went to pick up Yunling. Oh, it's Gigi's third aunt. No wonder mother wants to go. That makes sense, Gu Ting said. The speed at which Gu Ting changed his expression left the princess speechless. His double standards were quite severe. Husband, you don't need to worry. You know how mother is. She must be very comfortable there, or she would have returned by now. The princess understood her mother-in-law well. She surely liked the atmosphere in Qin village, especially with the children around. Since mother is happy, let her stay a few more days, Gu Ting said, believing that once the matter with his niece was settled, she would definitely come back. The emperor also received a reply. His son informed him that he could not return to the capital yet because he had to attend the full moon banquet. The emperor was puzzled and couldn't help but complain to the empress, feeling that the crown prince was just making excuses. The empress was equally helpless. The father and son constantly played tricks on each other when together, and now that they were apart, the emperor kept bringing it up repeatedly. About half a month later, the much-anticipated full moon banquet hosted by the crown prince and old lady Gu finally took place. The Qin family had decided to go to the capital, so the banquet was very grand. Just as the old lady had done during Wang's difficult childbirth, they celebrated with pig and sheep sacrifices, and everyone in the village praised their generosity. On the day of the banquet, Cui brought Ning Ning, and Ning Xian also came, while Ning Kun made a special trip. Since the Qin brothers became scholars, many matchmakers had been coming to their door. Both brothers were handsome and had passed the scholar exams, plus they had a talented sister and brother-in-law. Many wealthy families in the city were interested and sent matchmakers to propose, but Qin Ziji had them all turned down. Although Li and Zhang were anxious about their son's marriage, they listened to Qin Ziji when she said it was not the right time for matchmaking. To ease her aunt and mother's worries, Qin Ziji even explained why it wasn't a good time to discuss marriage proposals. After listening, both of them became more convinced about their daughter/niece, realizing that it was all for the sake of their brothers and that they had been short-sighted. Ning Kun was naturally treated as a distinguished guest. The prince had already taken his seat at the children's table. He didn't want to socialize with Lord Ning. Cui and old Madame Gu knew each other. Although they weren't particularly close, they had met a few times at banquets. Now that their daughter was the apprentice of the second daughter-in-law, there was a bit of a connection, so Cui couldn't help but be a little more enthusiastic. Old Madame Gu thought that Cui had become more friendly since coming to Qin family village and couldn't help but admire the good fortune of the village. Wang's family was also benefiting from Qin Ziji's success, so their lives were getting better. This time, the celebration for the grandson's full moon was very grand. Qin Ziji looked at everything before her and couldn't help but feel that such a life was truly wonderful. Having been here for nearly 2 years, both the Qin and Gu families were no longer poor and were doing even better than she had imagined. Her husband had not let her down, and her older and younger brothers were doing great. They become quite impressive in Qin family village. However, for Qin Ziji, this was just the first stop in her life. Each subsequent stop would be full of challenges, and she aimed to lead her family to see even more beautiful sights. Qin family village was just the first stop, a foundation for accumulation. The greater challenge ahead was to help her family settle in the capital, allowing her husband and brothers to achieve even more. After the full moon banquet, the Gu and Qin families began preparing for their journey to the capital. Gu Ting had already arranged matters at the academy for several people, and with the recommendation letter from the academy, everything went smoothly. As for the children's education, the old madam decided to send them to the Gu family's clan school, as they were not outsiders, and the children wouldn't have to be separated. 3 days later, after finishing their affairs in Qin family village, the Gu and Qin families prepared to set off for the capital. Li Zheng, Qin Chuan, assured Qin Ziji that he would supervise the workshop's business and that the chili and pepper harvest would continue this year. He urged Qin Ziji to return whenever she could to guide them, as the development of Qin family village still relied on her ideas. Qin Ziji naturally promised wholeheartedly, knowing that Qin family village would always be the last refuge for both the Gu and Qin families. On the day they left Qin family village, not only did the families of Li, Zhang, and Wang come to see them off, but the entire village also gathered to bid farewell. Everyone's message was similar. They hoped she would come back often.
Old Madame Gu was moved as she watched from the carriage. At that moment of departure, she finally understood that what made the Qin family so appealing were all the kind-hearted people here. "Grandma, if you like it here, when big brother and sister-in-law come back, let them take us along." Gu Yunfei also liked Qin family village, but seeing her grandmother sad, she couldn't help but comfort her. "Your big brother and sister-in-law are so filial, they will definitely agree." The bond between generations is something the old lady Gu feels deeply. If Gu Ting heard this, he would surely ask, "Mother, am I not filial?" If the old lady Gu dared to say he was unfilial, he could cry right in front of her. Traveling with them is the Ning family. Ning Kuen's secret mission that took him away from the capital has been completed, and it's time to return. Actually, when he found Gu Yunlang, Ning Kuen should have gone back, but many important people kept coming to Qin family village, so he had to stay longer. On this trip back, he also has the task of protecting the safety of the Qin and Gu families, ensuring nothing goes wrong. After being away for years, he was very excited to finally go home. Considering his grandmother's health, Gu Jinghuai stretched the journey that could be done in 1 day to 2 days. The trip was lively, and they sometimes stopped to explore. 2 days later, the Gu and Qin families arrived in the capital. Qin Ziji had asked the Grand Princess to buy a house for the Qin family, and the Grand Princess took this request very seriously. Considering Gu Yunlong's reliance on Qin Ziji and their relationship with the Qin family, the Grand Princess bought the house on the same street as her own residence. To secure this house, the Grand Princess went through a lot of effort, even catching the Emperor's attention. Knowing the group was arriving today, the Grand Princess and Gu's mother went to the city gate to welcome them. Although the Emperor and Empress did not come, they sent their attendants to greet them. The little attendant by the Emperor and the chief maid by the Empress were very excited when they saw the carriage approaching. Their young master was finally back. The Grand Princess and Gu's mother were also very excited. They had missed the children so much after such a long time. The first carriage to arrive was Gu Yunlang and Gu Yunfei. Seeing her mother at the city gate after being away for so long made Gu Yunfei's eyes red. She hurried to greet her mother and second aunt. "Mother, second aunt Yunfei is back." "Yunlang, come and greet mother and second aunt." Gu Yunfei not only bowed herself but also pulled Gu Yunlang along, worried that her brother might feel distant from their mother after all this time. Yunlang sends his greetings to mother and second aunt. The little one stepped forward to hug the Grand Princess. "Mother, sister said Yunlang was already in the capital, and now Yunlang is back." "Your sister is right. You were originally in the capital, and finally, Yunlang has come back." After waiting for so many years, the princess couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion as her child returned home. Gu Yunfei and Gu's mother also encouraged her from the side. Just as the princess's tears had dried, the carriage of Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai arrived, followed closely by the carriages of Gu Jingxiu and Gu Jingyao, and then the old lady Gu's. The last to arrive were the carriages of the Qin family and Ning Kuan. Considering the large number of people, the princess decided to take everyone home to settle in first, and then gather later. She initially wanted her daughter to take her grandmother, younger brother, and second aunt back first while she accompanied Qin Ziji and her family to see their new house. However, no one wanted to leave first, so everyone ended up going to the Qin family together. The young servant beside the emperor and the palace maid beside the empress were worried when they noticed that the princess didn't mention returning to the palace. When the princess brought everyone to the new Qin residence, they were all astonished. "Is this luxurious courtyard really for us to live in?" Seeing her family's shocked expressions, Qin Ziji smiled and explained, "This is a house I asked Aunt Ran to buy for us in the capital. Come in and see if you like it." She urged everyone to enter the house for a tour, and the children quickly ran inside once they realized. Qin Ziji personally thanked the princess, who handed her the property deed. The deed was in the name of Qin Posi, marking the first property Qin Ziji bought for the Qin family. Everyone was very satisfied after the tour. Considering the long journey, the princess invited everyone to have a meal at her residence first, promising they could return for a more leisurely visit afterward. The Qin family was very grateful for the princess's help in purchasing the house and for the meal. knowing it was all thanks to Qin Jiji. The main gate of the princess's residence was wide open today, welcoming benefactors and family. The princess had not yet informed Gu Ting, intending to surprise him. Gu Ting was in a bad mood today, having argued with the officials during the morning court session, making even the emperor hesitant to speak. At lunch, the princess sent someone to invite Gu Ting back for a meal. Gu Ting had one good quality. No matter how angry he was, he never brought that anger home, nor did he want to upset the princess. Hearing that the princess wanted him to come home for dinner instantly lifted his spirits. Gu Ting happily returned home, and his colleagues sighed in relief. Only the princess could make the esteemed official obedient. Even the emperor didn't have that privilege. Once in the carriage, Gu Ting began to catch up on sleep, as arguing was exhausting, and he needed to rest well. When his servant came to check on him and saw that he looked very tired, he decided not to disturb him, so he didn't remind him that the old lady, the princess, and the young master had returned. Therefore, Gu Ting only found out that the people he missed every day had come back when he returned to the residence. The usually composed Mr. Gu started running as soon as he got off the carriage. The servants only noticed a figure rushing past them, and upon a closer look, it resembled their master. The followers behind him couldn't keep up and were left panting as they tried to follow. Mother, Fair, Yunling, Jinghuai, Jiji, Jingshu, Jingyao, you have finally returned. Gu Ting's cheerful voice was heard even before he entered the door. However, as soon as he stepped into the dining hall and saw so many people, he couldn't hide his surprise. The look of joy on his face was evident to everyone. Gu Ting felt a bit shy. He hadn't expected so many people to be at the residence. When he realized they were his niece's family, he quickly put on a smile again. What are you standing there for? Come and greet your Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin's family, urged the old lady Gu, who had a good relationship with Aunt Qin. Seeing her eldest son still lingering at the door, she encouraged him to come in. Hearing his mother's urging, Gu Ting hurried inside, greeted the Qin family, and expressed his warm welcome to them for coming to the capital. Lunch had already been prepared, and as soon as Gu Ting returned, the princess instructed her maid to inform the kitchen that they could start serving the meal. Gu Ting was very happy. After waiting so long, he finally had his family with him in the capital. After finishing lunch at the princess's residence, she intended to let some of them rest for a while, but the Qin family was eager to return to their new home, so they declined her kind offer. Jiji naturally wanted to go with them, and the Gu siblings, Jinghuai, also decided to go along. Gu Yunling wanted to follow Jiji, but before Gu Ting could enjoy enough time with his son, niece, and the children, they were already leaving. Fortunately, his daughter and mother were still there, which brought him some comfort. As for the Qin family, they had already toured their new home and were very satisfied. It was a spacious courtyard with 4 sections. Aunt Qin lived in the main courtyard, while the other courtyards were arranged according to the brothers' order. Aunt Qin set aside a room for Jiji and Jinghuai in her courtyard, as they considered Jiji to be part of the family. After assigning the rooms, everyone began to busy themselves with unpacking their belongings. The princess, at Jiji's request, found a house and also managed to gather a few servants. Although there weren't many, they were enough to maintain the basic operations of the residence. These servants were given to the Qin family by the princess as a gesture of gratitude for Jiji. The deed of sale was also given to Qin Jiji. Qin Jiji was very grateful to the princess and deeply remembered this kindness, as her help solved the Qin family's housing issue. Otherwise, when they first arrived in the capital, the Qin family might not have been as comfortable as they are now. Since they hadn't checked on the shop yet, the Qin family temporarily stayed in the residence, and many things still needed to be done by themselves. They would add more help later if needed. Since moving into the house, Li, Zhang, and Wang were very excited and eager to start organizing the place. Third sister-in-law, you just finished your confinement. Let me and my sister-in-law handle these chores. You just take care of the baby, said one of the sisters-in-law. The 3 sisters-in-law had a good relationship, and Li and Zhang were sympathetic to Wang, who had just given birth, and were happy to help her. What your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law said is right. Just take care of the baby. We will handle the rest. We don't have much to do right now, so let's tidy up the house well. Qin Posey added, and everyone agreed. The next day, Gu Ting took Gu Jinghuai, Qin Xingyuan and Qin Xingyun to the academy, which was in the capital, about an hour's carriage ride from home. As before, they had 10 days of classes followed by 2 days off. Today was just a meeting with the teacher. Although it was thanks to Gu Ting that they were eligible to enroll, the teacher still needed to assess the students. The teacher at this academy was responsible for the students' performance. If a teacher had students who consistently failed, the academy would punish them. So even if Gu Ting recommended them, the teacher still had to evaluate them. Before entering, Gu Ting couldn't help but remind them, "Don't be nervous. Just perform normally. My uncle has some connections with the academy's head." The others nodded in understanding, grateful to Gu Ting, and aware of his good intentions. After a short while, the teacher personally escorted the three out, looking very excited. "Lord Gu, why didn't you recommend such excellent students to me earlier?" The teacher said, looking at Gu Ting with a hint of reproach. If he had known how impressive they were, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of assessing them. I appreciate your praise, Master Chang." "On behalf of them, thank you," Gu Ting replied, surprised by the outcome. Master Chang rarely accepted students and had been reluctant when the head asked him to assess them. However, knowing they were recommended by Gu Ting, he felt he had to give them a chance. After the assessment, he thought Gu Ting was truly kind for bringing him such outstanding students. Mr. Chang no longer seemed strict and aloof. He pulled Gu Ting aside and quietly asked, "Sir Gu, where did you find such good talent? I haven't come across any in years, and you found 3 at once. My nephew shares my surname. He's smart and follows in my footsteps. The other 2 are my sister-in-law's brothers, and they are also quite impressive." Gu Ting never misses a chance to boast about himself. Mr. Chang was surprised to hear that Sir Gu had such remarkable distant relatives. "Your distant nephew?" "My own nephew, my second brother's eldest son. There's another younger one at home who is also good. I'll send him to you in a few years." Gu Ting spoke about sending the children to study as casually as selling vegetables. But isn't Sir Gu still unmarried? How could he have such grown children? Mr. Chang thought Gu Ting was joking. Everyone knew he wasn't married. "My second brother is quite low-key." The more Gu Ting explained, the more Mr. Chang felt he was being deceived. "Sir Gu, don't worry. Even if he is your distant nephew, I will teach them with all my heart. They are all excellent." Mr. Chang thought Gu Ting was worried he wouldn't teach the boys well, which is why he claimed they were his own nephews. After saying this, Mr. Chang left. Gu Ting was left feeling confused in the wind. He had been misunderstood by Mr.
Chang.
He wanted to explain, but Mr. Chang was already gone. Fortunately, Gu Jinghuai called for his uncle to return, so Gu Ting left with a displeased expression. He decided he would definitely explain things to Mr. Chang next time. Gu Jinghuai was indeed his own nephew, the real deal. On the way back, the 3 of them were a bit excited. They liked Mr. Chang and thought he was impressive. Only Gu Ting felt disheartened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why was it that no one believed he had his own nephew? He felt like pulling his second brother out of bed to give him a piece of his mind. It was all his brother's fault. So, once he returned home, Gu Ting went straight to the Gu residence to chat with his brother, whose health had finally stabilized. He needed to have a serious talk with his brother, and also mention to their mother that they should formally introduce the children to everyone soon. Why should he be able to show off his nephew while his niece could not? The next day, Qin Jiji personally went to the princess's residence to deliver a set of skincare products. The bottles had been replaced by Qin Jiji with high-end porcelain ones, which had cost quite a bit of silver to exchange for. When the princess heard from her servants that Qin Jiji had arrived, she quickly had someone invite her in. "Jiji is here. Come in and sit down. Are you getting used to living here? If not, please let me know." Gu Jinghuai and the others moved directly into the Gu residence, living together with Grandma Gu, Gu Shi, and Mother Gu. The Gu residence and the princess's residence are directly across from each other, separated by a road. The princess is the emperor's sister and is very favored. After marrying Gu Ting, the emperor granted her a residence. As the eldest daughter-in-law,
The princess has invited her mother-in-law to live with her several times, but Grandma Gu has always declined. Although she is also a noble lady, the princess is of royal status, while the Gu family is of a lower rank. The princess does not mind these differences and is very filial, but Grandma Gu still prefers living in the Gu residence. When the princess is not busy, she often visits to pay her respects and chat with her mother-in-law. Thank you, Aunt Ran, for your concern. Everything is fine. Whether it is helping the Qin family or treating Gu Jinghuai and his siblings well, the princess is a capable daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Call me Aunt Ran in private, but remember to call me Mother in public. Otherwise, outsiders might think the Gu family doesn't recognize you and bully you. The princess explained seriously to Qin Jiji, worried that they might be mistreated by unkind people. Thank you, Aunt Ran. Qin Jiji understood the princess's good intentions and felt very grateful. Good child. Aunt Ran knows you understand. The princess patted Qin Jiji's hand, appreciating her clarity. Aunt Ran, here are some skincare products I specially prepared for you. Please try them and let me know your thoughts. Qin Jiji handed a set of skincare items to the princess. The princess smiled even more happily. That's wonderful. My skin has not been great lately, so this gift is very timely. After returning to the capital, Gu Yunfei had already told her mother about Qin Jiji's ability to make skincare products. The princess had previously used the lip balm made by Qin Jiji and loved it, so she was even happier to receive these skincare products today. Then Aunt Ran should give them a try. If they work well, let me know when you run out. Qin Ji only brought good things. Alright, I'll let Ji try them first. Have you thought about the shop's details? The princess was very supportive after hearing her daughter mention that Qin Ji wanted to open a shop. We've mostly planned it out. Today, I, along with my sister Yunfei and sister Ning, have arranged to go look at shops together. This was something they had agreed upon yesterday. Ning had enjoyed the many delicious dishes made by Qin Jiji. Now that they were in the capital, she insisted on accompanying Qin Jiji to find a shop, fearing that she might not be familiar with the area. Gu Yunfei was even more proactive, considering her sister-in-law's matters as her own. Be careful when you go out. If you need anything, remember to tell Aunt Ran. Don't be afraid if something happens. We are not afraid of trouble and we don't cause it. The princess was worried that Qin Jiji might be bullied in the capital. Don't worry, Aunt Ran, I understand, Qin Jiji replied. After chatting a bit longer with the princess, she took Gu Yunfei to meet Ning. After Gu Yunlang returned to the capital, he didn't want to live separately from Qin Jiji, so he stayed at the Gu residence. As soon as Qin Jiji left, Gu Yunlang and a few others came to greet the princess. Not seeing Qin Jiji made Gu Yunlang feel a bit upset. What's wrong with my Zheng'er? Why are you unhappy so early in the morning? The princess gently patted her son's head, feeling a bit sorry for him. Aunt, my big brother told me to hurry here because my sister-in-law was here, but she isn't. Gu Jingyao explained to the princess why Gu Yunlang was upset. My brother tricked me. I want to tell my sister, the little one said, feeling quite wronged and already planning to complain to Qin Jiji. Zheng'er, we are back in the capital now. You should call your big brother, not your brother-in-law, okay? Otherwise, people will laugh at your big brother. Gu Jinghuai was now Gu Yunlang and Gu Yunfei's cousin. The Gu family wanted to acknowledge the children openly, and calling him brother-in-law could lead to misunderstandings. Will I really be laughed at? The little one understood what being laughed at meant. Although he was still mad at Gu Jinghuai, it was okay for him to be angry but not for others. Seeing his mother nod, the little one awkwardly said, Then I'll call him big brother from now on, so he won't be laughed at. If I go home and cry to my sister, she will have to comfort him. The princess, hearing her son's words, imagined the scene of Gu Jinghuai crying to Qin Jiji. Given the playful nature of the Gu men, she thought it was quite possible, just like Gu Ting and Gu Shi could do such things. The princess had the kitchen prepare some snacks for them. Seeing her son eat happily made her very pleased. Zheng'er, how about I take you to meet your uncle and aunt tomorrow? It had been too busy lately, and the princess hadn't had the chance to take Gu Yunlang to the palace, even though the emperor had asked several times.
Is it Cousin Yan's house? Gu Yunlang and the others already knew that Zhao Yan lived in the palace. Okay, I miss Cousin Yan too. Can you take Brother Jingshu, Sister Jingyao, and Brother Qinghui with us? Cousin Yan must miss us. The kids had grown close while spending every day together in Qin Family Village. Of course. Tomorrow I will take you all to see Brother Yan. The princess happily agreed, saying as long as you are willing to go, it doesn't matter if it's to see the emperor or Zhao Yan. That's not her concern. Then let's go inform Brother Qinghui. Gu Yunlang was very happy to hear that Qin Qinghui could also go, and wanted to tell him right away. Go ahead, Mother will arrange for someone to take you all there. Although it was nearby, the princess was still worried about the children. Mother, this pastry is delicious. I want to take some to Grandma Qin. Gu Yunlang loved the pastries from the house and wanted to share them with the Qin family. All right, I'll have someone pack some for you. Seeing her son's happy face made the princess feel good too. The three children, guided by the maid, took the freshly made pastries to the Qin family. The Qin family was very worried when they heard that Qin Qinghui was going to the palace. Since arriving in the capital, Qin Zizi had explained everything to her family. When they learned that Zhao Yan was the crown prince, the whole family was shocked for a long time. They never expected that the child they interacted with daily was actually His Highness the Crown Prince. They didn't know how to interact with Zhao Yan anymore. Hearing the news about Qinghui going to the palace today made the whole family even more anxious. Qin Jiji and the others visited a shop but weren't very satisfied, so Ning Ning had someone introduce a few more options. They plan to have lunch outside before heading back. Ning Ning took them to the best restaurant in the capital, Yiping Xian. Sister Jiji, princess, today I'm treating you all, order whatever you like. Ning Ning was very generous. Sister-in-law, we should order a lot. The food here is quite good. Gu Yunfei knew Ning Ning was wealthy and joked with her. Plus, Yiping Xian was a place they both chose to eat. Then let's order a few signature dishes. Qin Jiji felt that ordering the signature dishes at a restaurant was always a safe bet. I'll follow Sister Jiji's lead. I love all the signature dishes here. Ning Ning was a foodie. When new dishes came out at Yiping Xian, she would always ask her brothers to take her. Qin Jiji chose one signature dish she wanted and told them, each of you can order a maximum of 2. No wasting.
Got it, sister-in-law.
Since staying in Qin Family Village for a while, Gu Yunfei had become less wasteful. The two discussed the remaining 4 dishes and quickly came to a decision. 3 people ordered 5 dishes, and the food came out quickly. The taste was excellent. How do you feel, sister-in-law? Isn't it delicious? Gu Yunfei knew that Qin Jiji was picky and wanted to hear her opinion. It's delicious. You all should eat more. Qin Jiji also agreed that the food at Yiping Xian was good. Some dishes had unique cooking techniques and tasted great. Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei were already enjoying their meal. Seeing them eat happily, Qin Jiji joined in. At first, she thought there was too much food, but the 3 of them ended up eating quite a bit, though they accidentally overindulged. Sister Jiji, let's take a break before we leave, Ning Ning said, feeling too full to move. Okay, let's rest for a while. Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei weren't in a hurry. It didn't matter if they went back early or late. Gu Yunfei sat by the window and looked outside, and coincidentally saw the Gu family's carriage. Sister-in-law, it's my brother's carriage. Qin Jiji was surprised and quickly walked to the window to look outside, and indeed saw her husband and brothers getting off the carriage. My brothers are coming in. They aren't here for lunch, are they? I'll go call them. Gu Yunfei happily greeted Gu Jinghui and the others as they entered the restaurant. Once they came in, the waiter warmly led them upstairs. The view from the second floor of Yiping Xian was beautiful. The waiter took them upstairs since they looked like scholars. As they climbed the stairs, they saw Gu Yunfei. Brother, over here. Sister-in-law is here too. Gu Yunfei greeted them warmly. The 3 were surprised to see her, not expecting to run into her at a random restaurant. Sister Ning is here too, but we've already finished eating. Why don't you all come in? Everyone knows each other. Gu Yunfei invited them to their private room. Brother Gu, Brother Qin Yan, what a coincidence. Ning Ning grete tem happily.
Gu Jinghui and Qin Qingyuan nodded in response, then their gazes turned to Qin Jiji. Qin Qingyuan also lingered on Ning Ning for a moment. While Qin Jiji was talking to them, she was quietly observing her second brother, thinking there might be a chance. But now wasn't the right time. The Qin family needed to grow stronger, and her brother needed to achieve something. Perhaps then, the Ning family would agree to let their precious daughter marry him. Otherwise, why would someone so cherished marry him? Thinking this, Qin Ziji felt it was essential to make the Qin family prosperous. She was determined to support the pairing of her brother and Ning Ning. Gu Yunfei ordered the signature dishes they had just eaten for the others again. The waiter was also encountering this situation for the first time, but in business, there's no reason to refuse a customer. Dear, how did you all end up here for a meal? Qin Jiji was really curious. Her husband and brothers were not the type to enjoy heavy flavors, so it was a bit strange for them to come to Yapingshuan. My uncle recommended it and even gave me a token saying we can eat here without paying. Gu Jinghui took out the token that Gu Ting had given him and placed it on the table. This was the one his uncle had given him today. When Gu Ting gave it to him, he emphasized that he should go out more, meet friends, and experience the lifestyle of people in the capital. Gu Jinghui thought it was nice to get out, so they came to the restaurant his uncle recommended and unexpectedly ran into his wife. Gu Darren is generous. Ning Ning was very surprised to see the token on the table. Sister Ning, what do you mean by that? Qin Qingyan asked what everyone was wondering. This is my father's token. With this, my brother can buy anything in the capital, and someone will go to the house to settle the bill. Gu Yunfei explained everyone's confusion. Only then did they understand why Ning Ning said Gu Ting was generous, and they all agreed that Ning Ning's description was fitting. After they finished eating, they left together. Gu Jinghui felt that since coming to the capital, he had been so busy that he had neglected his wife. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Gu Jinghui took Qin Jiji, and they went shopping. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyuan were worried about the two young ladies and planned to send them back. Qin Qingyuan chose to accompany Ning Ning, while Qin Qingyuan went with Gu Yunfei. Once in the carriage, Qin Ziji was still worried, fearing her brothers wouldn't take good care of the two girls. Dear, where do you want to go? Gu Jinghui held Qin Ziji's hand gently. Just wandering around. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. Qin Ziji's sweet words pleased Gu Jinghui, and he unconsciously felt his hand getting sweaty while holding hers. Meanwhile, Qin Qingyuan and Ning Ning were unsure of what to say, stealing glances at each other. As the carriage passed through the bustling market, Ning Ning told the driver, "Stop by Suji to buy some snacks that my grandmother loves." "Okay, miss." Once the carriage stopped, Qin Qingyuan personally went to Suji to buy snacks for old Madam Ning. After getting off the carriage, Ning Ning quietly sighed in relief. At this time, there weren't many people at Suji, and Qin Qingyuan quickly returned with the snacks. Ning Ning was pleased to see how fast Qin Qingyuan was. "I can't help but praise. Brother Qingyuan is really amazing. He bought it back so quickly." Qin Qingyuan smiled and said, "Maybe it's just my luck today. I managed to buy it without waiting in line." That still shows how impressive Brother Qingyuan is. In her heart, her brother Qingyuan was truly remarkable. Qin Qingyuan felt a bit shy from Ning Ning's praise, but he was very happy inside. While the two were enjoying their conversation, the Ning family arrived. Qin Qingyuan thought the road felt too short. The Qin family and the princess's residence were close to each other, and Qin Qingyuan had hitched a ride on Gu Yunfei's carriage to go back. "Brother Qin, when are you going to the academy?" Gu Yunfei already knew that their father was taking her cousins to the academy to meet the teacher. "The day after tomorrow. My sister said we're moving to a new house and we'll have a reunion dinner." "That sounds good. Sister-in-law is very thoughtful. If you have no plans tomorrow, you can come with Yunling." Qin Qingyuan thought Gu Yunling would definitely come, and he had already heard Grandma counting the guests. "Is that okay? I thought it was a family dinner." Gu Yunfei looked surprised. She originally thought it was a family gathering and felt shy about attending. Now that Qin Qingyuan invited her, she was very happy. Seeing the little girl's joyful expression, Qin Qingyuan nodded, thinking Grandma wouldn't mind. If she sees you, Grandma will surely be very happy, Qin Qingyuan added. Tomorrow Yunlang and I will come early to help. Gu Yunfei decided to go early the next day. Qin Qingyuan wanted to say something more, but the carriage had already stopped. They had arrived at the Qin family. He could only say goodbye to Gu Yunfei and stood there watching her carriage leave. For the past few years, Qin Qingyuan had focused entirely on his studies, never thinking about anything else. Until he met Gu Yunfei, his gaze often lingered on her. But he also clearly understood the gap between them, so he never dared to have any inappropriate thoughts. Brother, why are you standing at the door? Why don't you go inside? Qin Qinglin came out to run an errand and found his brother lost in thought at the entrance. Qin Qingyuan, interrupted by his younger brother, felt a bit guilty and said, I was just thinking about what the teacher said and got distracted. Are you going out, fourth brother? Yes, third sister asked me to take care of some things. Qin Qinglin had also come to the capital with the family this time. Qin Jiji planned to focus on training him in business. The development of the Qin family relied on the brothers working together, with the older brothers pursuing official careers and the younger ones earning money, supporting each other. Be careful when you're out in the capital for the first time. Qin Qingyuan felt that his fourth brother was still young and might offend someone due to his youthful energy. The Qin family was currently weak in the capital and had not yet established a strong presence, so they needed to be low-key. I understand, big brother. Please go inside quickly, Qin Qinglin said, thinking that his brother was very dedicated to his studies, always focused on the questions posed by their teacher. No wonder their mother said studying was mentally exhausting. Qin Qinglin felt a bit relieved that he had not chosen the path of the imperial examination. Now he had more freedom working with their third sister. After being interrupted by Qin Qinglin, Qin Qingyuan shook his head, realizing that overthinking was pointless, and went straight through the gate. As soon as he arrived home, he was pulled aside by his grandmother. Qingyuan, you're finally back. We need to discuss something important with you. Seeing Qin Qingyuan return, Grandma Qin brought him into the room to talk about Qin Qinghui going to the palace. Grandma, do you mean that fifth brother is going to the palace tomorrow? Qin Qingyuan asked uncertainly. Yes, Qingyuan. Do you think this is a good idea? Since Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyuan were the educated members of the family, and Qin Qingyuan was the eldest, Grandma Qin naturally wanted to discuss this with him. Grandma Qin explained again why Qin Qinghui was going to the palace. Grandma, since it's the Grand Princess and Yunlang taking Qinghui, let him go. There's no need to do anything special, just let him act as usual, Qin Qingyuan said, believing that the Crown Prince had a good relationship with several people, so things would be fine as long as they kept it normal. Even if there were any mistakes, with the Grand Princess present, it shouldn't be a big deal. Since you think it's feasible, we can relax. Now that you're back, you should teach your fifth brother some basic knowledge to avoid any embarrassing situations, Grandma Qin said, feeling confident in Qin Qingyuan and assigning him the task of guiding Qin Qinghui. Qin Qingyuan had no choice but to take on the responsibility, even though he lacked practical experience. However, he thought to himself that he would figure it out and quickly headed to Qin Qinghui's courtyard. Qin Qinghui, Gu Jingshu, and Gu Yunlang were practicing calligraphy together when they saw their older brother walk in. Big brother, you're back. Qin Qinghui greeted first. Qin Qingyuan smiled and greeted them back, checking their calligraphy before taking them to the Grand Princess's residence. With Gu Yunlang present, they smoothly made their way to Gu Yunlang's courtyard. Yunlang, I have a favor to ask of your sister. Could you please have someone call her over? Qin Gu, please wait a moment. I'll have someone fetch my sister, Gu Yunlang said, sending a servant to call Gu Yunfei. After Gu Yunfei returned to the residence, she went straight to her mother's courtyard. Just as she sat down, a servant came in to report that her brother was looking for her. Gu Yunfei was a bit surprised that her brother was looking for her at this time. Mother, I'm going to check on Yunlang in the courtyard, Gu Yunfei said as she stood up to say goodbye to the princess. Go ahead. It's rare for Yunlang to seek you out. He might need something. I thought he would be having dinner at the Qin family, the princess replied. The princess didn't expect her son, who had just visited in the morning, to come back in the afternoon and go to the courtyard she had prepared for him. Curious,
The princess asked the servant who brought the message, "Who came back with the young master today?" Replying to the princess, "Besides the third young master and young master Qin, there is also a scholar-like young man. I heard the young master call him Brother Qin," the servant respectfully answered. The princess understood immediately that it must be Qin Qingyuan, which made her feel relieved. When Gu Yufei arrived at her brother's courtyard and saw Qin Qingyuan, she was a bit surprised that Brother Qin was playing with her brother today. "Princess, sorry to disturb you, but I actually have something to discuss," Qin Qingyuan said as he greeted Gu Yufei and explained his purpose. "Brother Qin, just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help," Gu Yufei said, happy to assist the Qin family. Qin Qingyuan then explained his reason for coming in detail, and Gu Yufei was surprised by the matter. "Brother Qin, there's no need to worry. Uncle and aunt are kind people and won't blame you," Gu Yufei reassured him, feeling that with her mother around, they would be protected. However, since Qin Qingyuan had come to her for help, Gu Yufei still explained the basic rules to the three of them to ease his mind. To reassure Qin Qingyuan further, Gu Yufei added, "If you're worried, I can accompany them to the palace tomorrow. I promise nothing will go wrong." Her words made Qin Qingyuan feel completely at ease. As Gu Yufei saw him off, she whispered, "Uncle and aunt care for me very much, so you can relax, Brother Qin." Her gentle and sweet voice stirred something in Qin Qingyuan's heart. He wanted to say he could spoil her even more, but he felt he didn't have the chance. He bowed to Gu Yufei and took Qin Qinghui back home. Once outside the princess's residence, Qin Qingyuan's face was still a bit red. "Brother, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Qinghui asked, concerned. "It's just too hot in Yunlong's courtyard. Let's hurry back, otherwise Grandma will worry." Qin Qingyuan successfully changed the subject, afraid his brother would notice something. Qin Qinghui was a bit confused. He was more sensitive to heat than his older brother, so why did his brother feel hot while he did not? Qin Qinghui scratched his head and followed his brother home. Meanwhile, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai were in the capital. Gu Jinghuai spent the afternoon with Qin Ziji, shopping for many little things, and they only returned home before dinner. When the two returned, Grandma Gu had someone notify the kitchen that dinner was ready. "Grandma, we're back. We accidentally spent more time out than planned," Qin Ziji said, feeling a bit embarrassed as everyone was waiting for her and her husband to eat. "It's fine. Young people should go out and explore," Grandma Gu replied, not at all concerned. She always hoped her grandson and granddaughter-in-law would have a good relationship and soon give her a great-grandchild. If it had been Gu Ting and Gu Shi returning at this time, Grandma Gu would have scolded them, but her treatment of her grandson was very different. Dinner was served quickly, and the family happily enjoyed their meal. After dinner, Qin Ziji chatted with her grandmother for a while before returning to her and Gu Jinghuai's courtyard. When Qin Ziji came back, Gu Jinghuai had already washed up and was reading a book. Seeing Qin Ziji return, Gu Jinghuai immediately put down the book and said, "You're back, my dear. I thought you were already asleep." Qin Ziji replied as she walked straight to the dressing table. Gu Jinghuai came over to help Qin Ziji take off her hair accessories. "Thank you, my husband. You must be tired from walking all day. Go wash up, and I'll have someone bring you a basin of warm water to soak your feet later," Gu Jinghuai said, understanding Qin Ziji's hard work. He was willing to support her efforts for both the Gu and Qin families now that they were in the capital, and he believed she would succeed. Qin Ziji nodded and went to wash up. By the time Qin Ziji finished washing, the foot-soaking water had already been brought in. As soon as she placed her feet in the water, all her fatigue vanished. Gu Jinghuai personally fetched a cloth to help dry her feet. Then he took the basin of foot water to dispose of it, leaving the servants outside momentarily stunned. The eldest son was really pampering the young lady too much. Seeing their shocked expressions, Gu Jinghuai said, "You can all go rest now. There's no need to serve us here." The servants hesitated for a moment before leaving. They had been specifically sent by Grandma Gu to take care of the eldest son and his wife. When they arrived, Grandma Gu had emphasized that once they entered the eldest son's courtyard, they had to listen to him and his wife, or they would face consequences. Now that the eldest son had told them to leave, they should step back. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Gu Jinghui looked at Qin Jiji, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and smiled. She finally belonged to him. He kissed Qin Jiji's forehead, but she stirred and buried her head deeper into his chest to continue sleeping. Gu Jinghui found it amusing yet helpless, so he held her close and went back to sleep. Qin Jiji woke up feeling hungry. As her mind cleared, she recalled the events of the previous night. Remembering her husband's shy moments made her bury her head under the blanket again. Her little actions woke Gu Jinghui, and he guessed that his wife was feeling shy. He covered them both with the blanket and said, "Wife, let me help you remember again, okay?"
No, dir.
I'm getting up. Wife, can we wait a little longer? Gu Jinghui was not willing to let Qin Jiji go easily. A man with desires could be quite relentless. Afterward, he felt a bit guilty. He had really tried to be restrained, but his wife still suffered a bit. Wife, don't move. Let me apply some medicine for you. Gu Jinghui looked at her with concern, thankful that the medicine his grandmother gave him was useful now. He gently applied the medicine, making Qin Jiji feel even more embarrassed. Wife, it's all my fault. Next time, I promise to behave better.
Please don't dislike me.
Gu Jinghui held Qin Jiji close, reflecting on his actions from the previous night. Qin Jiji suddenly didn't know how to comfort her husband. But to avoid discouraging him, she complimented him instead. This only motivated Gu Jinghui to try even harder next time. By the time they got out of bed, it was already noon. Qin Jiji tidied up and prepared to go to the Qin family, as they had planned to celebrate their new home with a meal. Wife, let's eat lunch first. I can have someone bring it to the courtyard. Gu Jinghui, concerned for Qin Jiji, wanted her to rest a bit longer. Dear, just send someone to do that. I have something to discuss with you. When Gu Jinghui heard that his wife wanted to talk, he had someone fetch food from the kitchen while he stayed behind. Wife, are you feeling unwell? Gu Jinghui asked, worried. Don't worry, dear. What I want to discuss is about having children. Gu Jinghui was taken aback. They had just gotten together, and now she was talking about kids so soon. Wife, we just arrived in the capital, and everything is still unstable. I think we should wait a year before having children. Qin Jiji was concerned that having a baby might delay their business plans. Gu Jinghui sighed in relief upon hearing this. Starting tomorrow, I will take the medicine to prevent pregnancy. When you feel the time is right, I will stop, Gu Jinghui said, worried that Qin Jiji would harm her body by taking the medicine. He decided to take it himself. Husband, you don't need to take the medicine. I have a plan, and you will understand later, Qin Jiji replied, not wanting Gu Jinghui to drink the medicine. After discussing, she exchanged for an emergency pill with Wan and took it. Master, why not exchange for something else? Wan has many good items. Wan always encouraged Qin Jiji to trade for more things. I will exchange when I need to, Qin Jiji said, knowing well what Wan considered good items after spending time together. After finishing lunch in their courtyard, they set off for the Qin family. In the old lady's courtyard, the maid was reporting to her. Old lady, the matter you were concerned about has come to pass. The servant said the eldest son called for water 3 times last night. Hearing this, the old lady and Gu's mother were delighted. Haha, good. My little great-grandson finally has hope. I heard from Yunfei that Jiji wants to buy a shop to start a business. I have been keeping the second son's assets safe, and his health has improved. You can manage them from now on, the old lady said, giving all of her second son's property to Gu's mother. Mother, I still need to take care of my husband and don't have much time to manage these, Gu's mother replied. The old lady had wanted to give it to her for a long time, but the second daughter-in-law had been focused on caring for her son since returning to the capital. Yesterday, I took a look, and the locations of the second son's shops are quite good. Since Jiji is looking for a shop, why not give them to her? Gu's mother was surprised at first, then happy. Yes, Jiji could manage them all. She then took the box from her mother-in-law. By the way, mother, I heard from Jingyao that the Qin family is having a housewarming dinner tonight. I plan to go help. Do you want to join the fun? Gu's mother had come to tell her mother-in-law about this. Of course. You go help first, and I will come later. Song Mama, please go to the storeroom and pick out some valuable gifts. As soon as the old lady heard they were going to the Qin family, she immediately instructed the maid to choose gifts and told her daughter-in-law to help first. Also, let someone inform the eldest son at his workplace that we are going to the Qin family tonight. The old lady wanted to make sure her eldest son knew, so she sent someone to notify Gu Ting. At that moment, Gu Ting was in the palace, where the princess had brought the children to visit. The emperor was very happy to see his long-lost nephew return after so many years. The son has been living in Qin family village for a long time, and the emperor and empress are very grateful to the Qin family. Today, after the grand princess brought several children into the palace and greeted the emperor and empress, Zhaoyan took them to the East Palace to play. The worries of the Qin family will not come true. In the emperor's heart, the grand princess holds an unmatched position. Even if Qin Qinghui had come to the palace today just to play, or even to harm the emperor would find a way to excuse him. For lunch, the empress invited them to eat in the palace, originally intending to keep them a little longer. However, thinking about the dinner at the Qin family, the grand princess and Gu Yunfei explained the situation to the empress, and even Zhao Yan left the palace with them. As they exited, the empress gave many gifts, thanking Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai for taking care of the crown prince during his stay at the Gu family. The emperor still cherishes his nephew, but now his son has been taken away as well. The grand princess returned to her residence briefly and then sent the steward to pick out some gifts from the storeroom before heading to the Qin family. At the Qin family, Ning Ning and Ning Xian had already arrived, and they were in Qin Qingyuan's courtyard. They initially wanted to help in the kitchen, but were chased out by old lady Qin. Ning Xian noticed that Gu Jinghuai seemed a bit distracted today. Brother Jinghuai, are you not used to being in the capital? I've noticed you seem lost in thought. As soon as Ning Xian finished speaking, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan looked at Gu Jinghuai. They noticed some dark circles under his eyes, but he appeared lively, which was unusual. Why are you all looking at me like that? Gu Jinghuai felt a bit guilty, worried they might notice something. Big brother, Brother Yan is here. Ning Xian was about to ask Gu Jinghuai if something good had happened when they were interrupted by Qin Qinghui's voice. Upon hearing that the crown prince had arrived, they quickly went out to greet him. As they stepped outside, they saw the crown prince happily walking towards them with a few others. They hurriedly stepped forward to bow, and the crown prince waved his hand casually, saying, "No need for formalities. Things will remain as they were." They felt a bit awkward. After all, they were in the capital, and behaving as they used to might seem too casual. Brother Gu, Brother Qin, come in quickly. Help me think about this problem. I need to report back to father later, Zhao Yan urged as he noticed they were standing still. They had no choice but to follow Zhao Yan inside. In the front courtyard, old lady Qin saw the gifts from the palace, the items brought by the grand princess, and the gifts sent by the Gu family and Ning family. Old lady Qin never expected that one day their old Qin family would be connected with such powerful families. Grandma, just accept it. When my older brother and second brother finish high school, our family will inevitably interact with these families, so this is just a way to prepare in advance. Qin Jiji felt that it was just a matter of getting used to it early and urged Grandma not to overreact. You are right. I will try to adapt quickly, Grandma replied. That's the spirit. Grandma is the backbone of our family, and we need you to hold things together during critical times. Qin Zizi's words made Grandma very happy. Grandma was now full of hope for the future. She had to support the family. After reassuring herself, Grandma looked at the gifts and no longer felt confused. Gu Yunfei came to find Qin Jiji and, seeing Grandma troubled by the gifts, actively helped her organize everything. Qin Jiji watched the two getting along well and felt it was wonderful. The Qin family needed a daughter-in-law like her. It all depended on whether her older brother could win her heart. Before dinner started, Mrs. Cui also arrived, having visited her family for a matter. With everyone present, the Qin family's dinner officially began. The menu was arranged by Qin Jiji in advance, and Qin Qinglin did the shopping. Besides a few new dishes, most were cooked by Li and Zhang. Under Qin Jiji's guidance, their cooking skills had improved significantly, and the meals they prepared were almost as good as hers.
Zhao Yan still sat at the children's table, enjoying his meal the most. The princess loved the atmosphere of the Qin family. Both her son and nephew were very happy and comfortable there. The Qin family treated every child equally, and no one tried to curry favor with them just because they were the crown prince or heir. In everyone's eyes, they were simply children who needed love, nothing more. Looking at the other children, they were all excellent, especially Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun, whom her husband praised endlessly. The princess noticed that Qin Qingyuan had been quietly watching her daughter. Having been through similar experiences, she immediately understood. Her daughter had refused to consider marriage for years because of her son's absence, but now that he was back, it was time to think about her daughter's future. Today at the palace, the emperor had given her an album filled with suitable young men from influential families in the capital. The emperor asked her to take it back for Gu Yunfei to choose from. Whoever she liked, he would arrange the marriage. With this unexpected discovery, the princess decided to test her daughter's feelings. If her daughter also liked Qin Qingyuan, it wouldn't be a bad match. Her son-in-law didn't need to be of high status, just kind to her daughter. Aunt Rand, try this. Qin Gigi served the new dishes she made today into the princess's bowl. Thank you, Gigi. The princess grew fonder of Qin Gigi as they spent more time together. If her daughter could have Qin Gigi as a sister-in-law, it would be a good thing. Although Qin Qingyuan had not yet achieved fame, he was a student praised by Chang Fuji, which meant he was certainly capable. Next year, he would likely make a name for himself, and it wouldn't be impossible for the emperor to arrange a marriage then. With these thoughts, the princess felt even happier and looked at Qin Qingyuan with increasing satisfaction. Gu Ting noticed the princess glancing at their table several times and thought she was worried about him drinking, which made him feel pleased. After dinner, they chatted for a while at the Qin family home. The princess even intentionally asked about the marriage prospects of Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. In the past, Qingyuan focused only on studying, so we didn't think about this matter. After he became a scholar, many people came to propose, but Gigi said there was no rush, so we turned them all down. Qin Posey still felt a bit anxious about this. Gigi's considerations are reasonable. Grandma Gu thought her granddaughter-in-law was very forward-thinking. We actually hope he can find someone he truly connects with and live a happy life. Zhang Shi, seeing her daughter and son-in-law living sweetly together, also wished for her son's happiness. Qingyuan is a good boy. He will surely meet the right person. Grandma Gu liked the children from the Qin family very much. With your kind words, I hope Qingyuan can marry soon. Qin Posey was now fully focused on helping her granddaughter and saving money for her grandsons to marry in the future. As they chatted, the princess learned about the Qin family's attitude towards Qin Qingyuan's marriage and felt reassured. Zhao Yan decided to stay overnight at the Qin family, while the others returned home. Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai first took their grandmother back to her courtyard, then went to visit their mother and father-in-law. Gu Shi's condition was much better than before, so Gu Jinghuai and Qin Gigi went to check on him. As soon as they entered Gu Shi's room, Wan's excited voice echoed in Qin Gigi's mind. Master, I have medicine that can cure this patient. Would you like to exchange for it? This was not the first time Qin Gigi had visited Gu Shi, but Wan had never said anything like this before. Qin Gigi, half in disbelief, communicated with Wan mentally. Why didn't you mention you had medicine before? I didn't have it before. I just suddenly detected it today. Do you want to exchange for it? It's a bit expensive. Wan also didn't understand why this medicine had suddenly appeared. Let me discuss it with my husband. Master, please hurry. If someone else exchanges it, you can't blame Wan. Wan urged again, worried that Qin Gigi might not be proactive. I know. Wait for my news. Master, don't you want to exchange something else first? Wan bounced happily, but Qin Gigi decided to end the conversation. As she left Gu Shi's courtyard, Qin Gigi was already thinking about how to tell Gu Jinghuai about this matter, so he would accept it better. Back in her own courtyard, after a long day, Qin Gigi felt sore all over. After washing up, she lay down and fell asleep before Gu Jinghuai returned. Gu Jinghuai felt a bit helpless but also cared for Qin Gigi.
However, thinking about going to the academy the next day made him reluctant to leave her. He pulled the young girl into his arms, wanting to sleep quickly, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. After tossing and turning, he eventually woke Qin Zhizhi. "Dear, it's late. You should rest early," Qin Zhizhi sleepily reminded him. "Honey, I can't sleep." "You go ahead and sleep," Gu Jinghuai replied. He kissed Qin Zhizhi's forehead and gently patted her back to help her sleep. Qin Zhizhi, who was originally very sleepy, found it hard to fall back asleep after being woken up. "Dear, you have to go to the academy tomorrow, so you should sleep soon," Qin Zhizhi reminded Gu Jinghuai again, knowing he would be leaving her the next day. "Honey, I really don't want to leave you." "Then why not take me with you?" Qin Zhizhi joked with Gu Jinghuai. "If you are willing, I would take you with me every day." After saying this, Gu Jinghuai playfully kissed Qin Zhizhi. What started as a simple kiss turned into a passionate response from her, making Gu Jinghuai feel elated. "Is that okay?" Although Gu Jinghuai was seeking Qin Zhizhi's consent, his hands had already untied her clothing. Then he slipped under the covers, and Qin Zhizhi felt too shy to open her eyes. Fortunately, she was somewhat rational and took out the little umbrella she had exchanged with Wanwan, teaching Gu Jinghuai how to use it under his surprised gaze. Although Gu Jinghuai had never seen this before, he decided to give it a try since it was from his dear. Qin Zhizhi had never seen Gu Jinghuai so clingy before. The two of them played around until late at night, and by then, Qin Zhizhi was utterly exhausted, regretting giving the little umbrella to her husband. Gu Jinghuai insisted on trying several options, finally teasing her to choose the most comfortable one. With no other choice, Qin Zhizhi could only pick one to satisfy him. "Today, my dear, you seem too tired. Maybe you didn't choose correctly. Let's try everything again together." Gu Jinghuai's playful attitude left Qin Zhizhi at a loss, making her feel like she was back to her previously quiet husband. The next day, when Qin Zhizhi woke up, Gu Jinghuai had already gone to the academy. The servant, seeing that Qin Zhizhi was up, followed Gu Jinghuai's instructions and told the kitchen to prepare food for the young lady. "Young lady, the eldest son asked me to remind you to have dinner later." The servant respectfully conveyed Gu Jinghuai's concern, and Qin Zhizhi smiled and sent them away. She was still not used to having someone serve her during meals. "Young lady, just now, the madam sent someone to inform you to finish up here and visit her." The servant hesitated to disturb Qin Zhizhi earlier, as the eldest son had specifically instructed not to interrupt her rest.
"Got it."
"I'll go after I finish breakfast." Qin Zhizhi hadn't expected her mother-in-law to look for her. After finishing her meal, she went to her mother-in-law's courtyard. "Mother, did you need something?" Qin Zhizhi had planned to check on the shop today. "Zhizhi, come in and sit down." Her mother-in-law invited her to sit, and then brought out a box from the room. "This is from your grandmother. Since you are looking for a shop, there are a few good locations in here.
See if you can use them."
Her mother-in-law handed her a stack of items, which Qin Zhizhi felt she wouldn't need. Previously, the Qin family was led by Qin Zhizhi, and even after moving to the capital, she continued to lead. The Qin family had not given a bride price when marrying her into the Gu family. Instead, she had devoted herself entirely to the Gu family after marrying. These items were meant as compensation for her, and her mother-in-law had no hesitation in giving them to her. "Mother, this is from grandmother. I can't accept it." Qin Zhizhi guessed that these items were indeed meant for her mother-in-law, and she couldn't take her mother-in-law's belongings.
"Take it."
"What I give you is yours. You will still be in charge of our family." Her mother-in-law placed the box in Qin Zhizhi's arms. "Aren't you supposed to check the shop today? Why not look at our own first? I still need to take care of your father-in-law, so you should go and get busy." Her mother-in-law, fearing that Qin Zhizhi would refuse her gift, made an excuse to send her off. "Thank you, mother." After spending time with her mother-in-law, Qin Zhizhi understood her intentions and smiled helplessly as she hugged the box and returned. Back in her own courtyard, Qin Zhizhi opened the box and carefully examined its contents. After carefully looking at several shops, Qin Zhizhi found that each location was good, and she was particularly pleased with a fabric store. She decided to visit it today. She had already made plans with Ning, so Qin Zhizhi happily left her home. After a day of shopping, Qin Ziji ultimately chose the fabric store she liked the most. Inside the shop, she discussed the renovation plans with Manhwa and was very satisfied with the outcome. When she returned home that evening, she shared this news with the old lady Gu and her mother, and both were completely supportive. "Gigi, your mother-in-law has given you these shops. You can do whatever you want with them," said the old lady Gu, who had originally planned to give the shops to Qin Ziji and was pleased to see her so happy. "Thank you, grandmother." Qin Ziji decided to share 10% of the profits with her grandmother and mother-in-law. Once the shops were confirmed, the next morning, Qin Ziji went to the Qin family and took Qin Qinglin with her. Qin Qinglin would be the manager of the shop, and he would be involved in the renovation and other related tasks. When they heard that the shop was ready and could start renovations, Qin Shan, Qin He, and Qin Jiang all went to help. Qin Jiang was the most skilled, and he was able to create the styles Qin Ziji wanted for the renovations. Qin Ziji was impressed with her uncle's talent. Noticing her uncle's ability, Qin Ziji drew a few models for Qin Jiang to try. He successfully made them, and they turned out great. Qin Ziji was very satisfied and decided to have her uncle make future items, which would give him work to do. Seeing that his creations were useful to his niece, Qin Jiang fully committed himself to helping Qin Ziji. Qin He and Qin Shan also went to the shop daily to assist, while Qin Ziji began preparing the items to sell. The items could be exchanged directly with Manhwa, but one shop was not enough. However, she currently had no more energy to expand, so she would have to manage for now. Half a month later, the new shop was finished. Qin Ziji chose an auspicious day to open it. On the opening day, Gu Jinghuai and others happened to be on break. Gu Ting arranged for the best lion dance team, making the opening day very lively. The shop sold items for women, such as lipsticks, water, lotions, creams, eyeshadows, face masks, and body lotions. Since people were unfamiliar with these products, Qin Ziji specially put on makeup today to help everyone feel more comfortable with them. They also found several beautiful maids to act as models. The staff in the shop were specially trained by Qin Ziji, so they would assist the models with trials. After seeing the makeup results, no woman could resist. Ning Ning not only brought her mother but also her sister-in-law and aunt. They came to support, but after seeing the trial results, they quickly made purchases without needing any introduction. "Mom, aunt, sister-in-law, feel free to buy whatever you like. Today, Zheng'er is treating you. I have a special VIP card with discounts." Qin Ziji had prepared a batch of VIP cards and gave one to Ning Ning. Ning Ning initially just wanted to show off, but the others in the Ning family were very interested. "Zheng'er, can you get one for aunt?" her aunt asked. "Aunt," Sister Ziji said that only one card is needed per family, and it's registered with a unique code. "You can enjoy the discounts by using my card." Ning Ning explained the rules of the membership card to her aunt. "That sounds great. We'll use Zheng'er's card from now on." "Thank Ning Ning." Ning Ning's sister-in-law was very happy. Having this card would make shopping much easier for them in the future. The princess also invited some familiar ladies to support the event. Initially, everyone came just to support the princess and planned to buy a few things. However, once they arrived, they loved everything and wanted to buy it all. Since they were guests of the princess, Qin Ziji recommended products based on their skin types and needs. Some couldn't resist her suggestions and tried the products on the spot. After Qin Ziji helped with their makeup, they were all pleasantly surprised. Excitement is the biggest motivation for spending, and each lady left with their arms full, feeling delighted. Although the princess had seen the amazing products before, she was still impressed every time. Qin Ziji also gave out samples to the guests, and even the trial fragrances were snatched up quickly. On the first day of opening, the shop's items were sold out. Qin Qinglin was astonished. The capital city was indeed different. These wealthy ladies really had money, and everything in the shop was gone. That evening, Qin Ziji held a meeting at the Qin family, asking Qin Qinglin to keep track of the best-selling items each month to promote them as hot products in the shop. Qin Qinglin was now in complete admiration of her third sister. She followed her instructions without question. Qin Jiji provided another batch of goods to Qin Qinglin, especially adding several new lipstick shades, believing they would be bestsellers. After discussing everything with the Gu family, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai returned to the Gu residence together. Gu Jinghuai was very surprised at the shop today. He didn't expect Qin Jiji to create so many amazing and popular items. Although he was curious, he trusted his wife. That night, while taking a bath, Qin Ziji changed the scent of her shower gel. When they got into bed, Gu Jinghuai noticed it first. "Wife, you smell wonderful today," Gu Jinghuai said, burying his head in Qin Jiji's neck. "I thought this scent was a bit strong while bathing. I plan to change it tomorrow." "Is it too fragrant?" "I'll change it tomorrow." "No, I like how my wife smells sweet." In Gu Jinghuai's eyes, everything about Qin Jiji was perfect. Qin Ziji smiled helplessly, wondering what to do about her husband's clinginess. "Husband, I need to tell you something." Now that the shop was open, Qin Ziji felt she couldn't keep it from Gu Jinghuai any longer and decided to be honest. She explained the origins of the items in the shop but didn't mention that she had traveled into a book, fearing it would worry her husband. Instead, she said it was a treasure given to her by her great-grandfather that could be exchanged for anything. "Wife, who else knows about this?" Gu Jinghuai became anxious. The idea of being able to exchange for anything could be dangerous for Qin Jiji in this era of absolute monarchy. "You are the first to know, and my grandmother and others know too. They think it was given by my great-grandfather, not knowing it's an exchanged treasure." Hearing this, Gu Jinghuai felt relieved. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Qin family, but he wanted to protect Qin Jiji from any harm. "Wife, we must keep this secret. In the future, we need to find a source for the items in the shop. If necessary, just say you made them." "That's how we're saying it now. Don't sell anything too outrageous. These little items are fine." Gu Jinghuai believed that no one would investigate these items, but if something too stunning was sold, it might attract trouble. "Understood, husband. The shop only sells things that women like. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't take risks." "Never take risks. I cannot lose you." Gu Jinghuai was starting to worry and decided to talk with his brothers-in-law the next day. They needed more power to protect Qin Jiji. "By the way, husband, I have something else to discuss with you." Qin Jiji remembered that Wanwan said there was a medicine that could help Gu Shi. Recently, she had been busy and forgot, mainly because she hadn't found a better time to bring it up. Now that Gu Jinghuai knew about her system, it was a good opportunity to mention her father-in-law's situation. "As long as it doesn't harm you, I will support you," Gu Jinghuai said, gently kissing her forehead with a loving expression. "I can exchange for a medicine that can help my father recover, but it's quite expensive. My mother has given me many good things, but if it disappears for no reason, I won't be able to explain it to her." "What did you say?" Gu Jinghuai sat up in surprise. "Jiji, are you serious?" "I asked Wanwan and I can exchange for it." Qin Jiji knew her husband really wanted her father to get better. "Wife, check if the money in your hand is enough. If not, I'll find a way. I just want to help my father." Gu Jinghuai was very excited. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. "If I exchange for it, I will need your help to get my father to take it." Qin Jiji thought that suddenly presenting a medicine that could help her father-in-law was a bit daunting, as she wasn't a doctor. "Don't worry about the money or the medicine. I'll handle everything," Gu Jinghuai said, wanting to keep his wife's system a secret and promising to come up with a good reason. "Got it, husband. You should rest early. I'm so tired." Today was the opening of the shop, and Qin Jiji wanted to sleep early. "Wife, was the thing you used for me last time also an exchange? Can it be exchanged again? I've run out of the last one," Gu Jinghuai said in a pitiful tone, making Qin Jiji's heart soften, and she couldn't bear to refuse him. Qin Jiji exchanged another box for Gu Jinghuai with Wanwan. "Honey, this one seems different from the last one. I want to try it," he said, his voice filled with longing. How could Qin Jiji resist? Seeing that his wife didn't refuse him, Gu Jinghuai felt overjoyed. She was indeed soft-hearted. Since Gu Jinghuai had just returned home today, their time apart made him even more affectionate. A brief separation felt like a new marriage, and they spent a passionate night together. The next morning, Qin Jiji woke up to find her voice a bit hoarse, while Gu Jinghuai looked lively and energetic. Gu Jinghuai personally helped Qin Jiji with her makeup, and the servants were envious. The eldest son and daughter-in-law had a great relationship and had never argued. During lunch, the old lady noticed her granddaughter-in-law's hoarse voice and felt very concerned. Jiji, if you need more help at the shop, hire more people.
Don't overwork yourself, she said.
Grandmother, we have enough people already, so you don't need to worry, Qin Jiji replied with a smile. How can there be enough people? It's only the first day of business, and you're already so tired that your voice is hoarse. Qin Jiji choked on her soup upon hearing her grandmother's words. It was quite confusing. If it weren't for her grandmother's concerned and serious expression, Qin Jiji would think her grandmother was doing it on purpose. Dear, you were too tired yesterday. Come, eat more to regain your strength. Gu Jinghuai personally served Qin Jiji food and soup, appearing calm on the outside, but inside, he was already smiling with joy. Qin Jiji shot Gu Jinghuai a fierce glare and continued to drink her soup, afraid to respond to her grandmother, worried that her grandmother might say something surprising again. Gu Jinghuai found it adorable when his wife glared at him. He continued to serve her food, and both Grandmother Gu and Mother Gu were very pleased that their son cared for his wife. It meant they would have a lasting relationship. After lunch, Gu Jinghuai and Qin Jiji returned to their courtyard for a nap. On the way back, Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji's hand and walked slowly, sending away the servants who were following them. Please don't be mad at Jinghuai, okay? I didn't mean to. Gu Jinghuai quickly apologized, fearing that Qin Jiji was upset. So, you admit you did it on purpose? I'll let you come back tonight. Qin Jiji's face turned red with embarrassment. She would make sure to get back at him for this. The next day, Gu Jinghuai made up a story to convince his grandmother and mother that the money had been used by Qin Jiji to buy medicine for her father. The two women had not expected much, but since it was the thoughtfulness of their grandson and granddaughter-in-law, Grandmother Gu was willing to give it a try. Mother Gu naturally believed in her son and daughter-in-law and was supportive. Please keep this a secret, grandmother and mother. Jiji is already very anxious about buying the medicine. Regardless of the outcome, please don't blame her. Gu Jinghuai didn't want his wife to feel wronged, so he gave his grandmother and mother a heads up. You child, we are grateful to Jiji and would never blame her. Whatever she gives is hers, and her willingness to use it to buy medicine for your father shows great filial piety. Your mother is right. Jiji did well. Later, grandmother will give her some more. No matter the results, we are thankful to her. With the support of Grandmother Gu and Mother Gu, Gu Jinghuai felt relieved. He didn't fully understand the exchange system, but he trusted Qin Jiji. He was afraid of disappointing his grandmother and mother, so he didn't want to speak too confidently. Please wait a moment, grandmother and mother. I will go get the medicine. Only then did Gu Jinghuai return to the courtyard to find Qin Jiji to exchange for the medicine. Thankfully, his grandmother and mother were open-minded. Otherwise, he would have had to secretly give it to his father. Grandmother and your mother went to your mother's courtyard to wait for you. You and Jiji can go there directly later. The old man and Gu's mother were very excited. Although they said they weren't in a hurry, they were anxious inside. If this medicine could really cure their second son, the family would be reunited, and she would have no more worries. Lady Gu and Gu's mother hurried to the courtyard where Gu Shi was staying. As soon as they arrived, they ran into Gu Ting, who came to greet them. Mother, why are you and my sister-in-law in such a rush this early? Is something wrong? Seeing his mother and sister-in-law looking flustered, Gu Ting thought something had happened to his younger brother. Don't ask so many questions. Come with me to your brother's courtyard. The old lady was focused on the hope that her second son could recover and had no time to explain to her eldest son. Most importantly, she was afraid he would try to stop them. Gu Ting felt a wave of panic, thinking something must have happened to his brother, and quickly followed his mother to the courtyard. He even sent a servant to inform the princess and his daughter to come quickly, fearing they might miss seeing his brother one last time. Upon hearing the servant's message, the princess and Gu Yunfei hurried over. On the way, the princess was already thinking about how to handle her brother's affairs. She felt sorry for her niece and nephew, who had finally found their father, only to face this situation. Mother, is uncle going to be okay? Gu Yunfei's eyes were red, worried about her uncle. Your father sent someone with a message, so it must not be good. Let's hurry. Seeing her daughter on the verge of tears made the princess feel heavy-hearted. The two women quickened their pace. Gu Jinghuai returned to his place. Dear, weren't you going to greet grandmother and mother? Why are you back so soon? Qin Zhiji was surprised to see him return so quickly. Dear, I spoke with grandmother and mother, and they agreed to let us treat father. Please hurry and exchange the medicine. We need to take it to him now. Gu Jinghuai spoke with excitement and anticipation. Qin Zhiji was also surprised, not expecting grandmother and mother to agree so easily. She had thought she would need to persuade them. Okay, dear, wait a moment. I'll exchange it right away. Gu Jinghuai watched as a pill appeared in Qin Zhiji's hand out of nowhere. Although she had told him about it, seeing it happen for the first time left him astonished. Dear, don't exchange things in public. It's too dangerous. Seeing the exchanged medicine, Gu Jinghuai felt both amazed and worried. Creating something out of nothing is too unbelievable. If someone with bad intentions uses it, he fears he won't be able to protect her. Don't worry, my husband. I understand the stakes, said Qin Zhiji. After exchanging for the medicine, Qin Zhiji put it in a porcelain bottle and went with Gu Jinghuai to Gu Shi's courtyard. In Gu Shi's courtyard at that moment, Gu Ting saw his younger brother acting normally, with no signs of trouble. He felt he might have misunderstood their mother. Mother, isn't my younger brother fine? You scared me earlier. I thought something happened to him, and even sent someone to inform the princess. Gu Ting first sighed in relief, but then felt a bit guilty. He had been too excited, and the message he sent would surely confuse the princess. She probably would have already rushed back. Gu Ting thought it was too late to stop her, so he would have to explain when he saw the princess. He wanted to say more, but Gu Jinghuai and Qin Zhiji arrived. Grandmother, mother, Uncle Jinghuai brought the medicine. Gu Jinghuai showed the pills in the bottle to everyone. Mother, what kind of medicine is this? Gu Ting asked in shock, feeling like he had missed something important. This is a miraculous medicine that Zhiji got for your younger brother at a high price. Let's give it to him quickly, it might help. The old lady felt relieved upon seeing the medicine, while Gu Ting was still in shock. Is this medicine reliable, daughter-in-law? Gu Ting asked Qin Zhiji. Uncle, don't worry. Zhiji met a miraculous doctor by chance and managed to get this medicine. It might be an opportunity for father, Gu Jinghuai answered for Qin Zhiji, knowing his uncle was worried about his father but wanting him to recover more. Gu Ting was uncertain for a moment but looked at his mother and sister-in-law, who nodded firmly. He had no choice but to agree. Since you all believe it will help, let's give it a try. Seeing no objections, Qin Zhiji mixed the pills with water in a bowl and had Gu's mother feed it to Gu Shi. Qin Zhiji felt a bit nervous, but trusted the medicine completely. After Gu Shi took the medicine, everyone held their breath, afraid he might have an unexpected reaction. Gu's mother even called for the family doctor to be on standby. After taking the medicine, Gu Shi slowly began to react, feeling a lot of pain but unable to open his eyes. Qin Zhiji was anxious and thought to Wanwan, why is father-in-law in so much pain? I hope nothing bad happens.
Don't worry, master.
He will wake up in about 5 minutes, Wanwan replied, timing it with an electronic watch. Gu Mu tightly held Qin Zhiji's hand, feeling very anxious at that moment. Mother, the divine doctor said we need to wait a while after taking the medicine. Don't worry, let's wait a bit longer. Qin Zhiji's words seemed to comfort Gu Mu, but they were also meant for the others. Hearing this, everyone felt a little more at ease, but their eyes remained fixed on Gu Shi. After about 5 minutes, the person on the bed, who had been struggling in pain, slowly calmed down and gradually opened their eyes. Seeing Gu Shi open his eyes, Gu Ting was the most excited. Second brother, do you still recognize your big brother? When the princess and her daughter entered the courtyard and heard second brother, They thought something was wrong with Gu Shi, so they hurried their steps. Big brother. It had been a long time since Gu Shi spoke, making it a bit difficult for him. Big brother is here. It's good that you recognize him. Don't talk too much right after waking up. Seeing that his second brother recognized him, Gu Ting was thrilled, but he didn't want Gu Shi to talk too much since he had just woken up. Mother. Sure. Where are the children? The old lady Gu and Gu Mu were already in tears, having thought they would never see their son again, but unexpectedly, he had woken up. After so many years apart, Gu Mu never imagined she would reunite with Gu Shi, and that he would still remember her and the children. Seeing his mother and wife crying uncontrollably, Gu Shi wanted to wipe their tears, but he had just awakened and lacked the strength. Mother. Sure, please don't cry. Gu Shi spoke with some difficulty. He looked to his big brother for help, hoping he could comfort their mother, but his big brother was even more emotional than their mother. Grandmother. Mother. Please stop crying. Father's awakening is a happy occasion. We should be joyful. Qin Jiji understood Gu Shi's plea for help and stepped forward to comfort the old lady Gu and Gu Mu. Only then did Gu Mu remember she had forgotten to introduce her son and daughter-in-law to her husband, pointing to Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai. This is Jinghuai and his wife Jiji. Jinghuai is already married, and Jing Shu and Jing Yao are not in the house right now. Your daughter-in-law, Qin Jiji, has met father. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai both bowed to Gu Shi.
Good.
Good. My son has already started a family.
Thank you, Shuer.
Gu Shi didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but seeing his eldest son's age, he guessed it had been quite a while. It was not easy for his wife to take care of 3 children alone. Second brother, Jinghuai, and his wife just recognized us. It was the daughter-in-law who found Yun Lang that led us to find them. Gu Ting briefly explained the situation to his brother Gu Shi. Mother, husband, sister-in-law, how is the second brother doing? The eldest princess and Gu Yunfei walked in together. You two arrived just in time. Your second brother has woken up. Old lady Gu quickly shared the good news with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter when she saw them. Woken up? The eldest princess felt a jolt in her heart. Her husband had sent someone to say it was serious. Was this sudden awakening just a brief moment of clarity? Madam, it was Gigi who was lucky enough to meet a skilled doctor, bought some medicine and gave it to your second brother, and then he woke up. Gu Ting was still very excited. His niece had such good luck. Hearing this, the eldest princess finally relaxed and smiled, saying, Gigi is truly our family's lucky star. Everyone in the family nodded in agreement with her words. Second brother, I am your sister-in-law. Do you remember me? The eldest princess was unsure if Gu Shi would still remember her after sleeping for so long. Second uncle, I am Yunfei. Sister-in-law, Fair, you both have worked hard over the years. Gu Shi was very fond of Gu Yunfei in the past, and now seeing his niece all grown up brought him great joy. It's truly wonderful that you have woken up, second brother. The eldest princess was genuinely happy for Gu Shi. Mother, I brought the family doctor to check on second brother's pulse. It will make us feel more at ease. The eldest princess had brought the family doctor with her, just in case Gu Shi needed him. You thought of everything. We were so happy we almost forgot. Quickly let the doctor in to take a look. Old Lady Gu and the others were so focused on their joy that they had forgotten about this matter. Gigi, did the skilled doctor mention anything we should pay attention to? Old Lady Gu turned to ask Qin Jiji, remembering that she had bought the medicine. Qin Jiji had already asked the doctor and replied with a smile, There's nothing special to worry about. Grandmother can rest easy. That's good. That's good. Old Lady Gu wiped her tears and finally felt relieved. The family doctor from the eldest princess's household and the doctor from the Gu family took turns checking Gu Shi's pulse, and both concluded that it was normal. The only concern was that he had been lying down for too long and was a bit weak, needing to gradually recover and get up. The doctors were also surprised that the second master, who'd been in bed, suddenly recovered. The Gu family only said it was a coincidence that they met a skilled doctor who provided a secret remedy to cure Gu Shi, but no one knew where the doctor was. Although the doctors were curious, They couldn't find the skilled doctor and could only express their regret. Gu Shi's illness was cured, and with careful care from his mother, it was just a matter of time before he could get up and walk. To avoid disturbing the patient's rest, everyone except for his mother went to old lady Gu's courtyard. Let the butler send someone to pick up Jing Shu. Jing Yao and Yun Lang are returning to the manor. Their father/uncle has woken up. The old lady asked the maid beside her to fetch the children, feeling as if she had become 10 years younger. Grandmother, please walk slowly. Gu Yunfei and Qin Jiji supported the old lady on either side. Grandmother is in good health. I can even walk to the city gate without any problem. The old lady felt she had endless energy. Grandmother's blessings are still to come. Grandmother will surely live to be 100. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei made the old lady laugh even more. Gu Ting and the princess walked behind the old lady, and Gu Ting felt as if he were dreaming today. My lady, I am so happy today, Gu Ting said, his eyes red, and the princess understood his feelings at that moment. Gu Jinghuai watched his uncle and aunt act affectionately and thought he had learned something. Gu Jinghuai began to reflect on himself. His uncle was a role model for him. His uncle was so strong outside, yet in front of his aunt, he was like a gentle kitten. Gu Jinghuai thought this might be the way couples should interact. Before long, the children returned to the manor, accompanied by the entire Qin family. When the butler sent word, the Qin family came to see that Gu Shi had woken up. The old lady warmly welcomed the Qin family, explaining the situation and continuously thanking Qin Posey. If it weren't for Gigi, the second son wouldn't have woken up. Your granddaughter is well raised. She has benefited my Jinghuai. It is your good fortune, elder sister. Jinghuai's father is also fortunate. Qin Posey and the old lady chatted in the courtyard, while the others went to visit Gu Shi. The old lady was very happy today and invited the Qin family to stay for lunch. The second son's awakening was a joyful event, and today was a family feast to celebrate. Given the Qin family's prompt visit, the old lady could not let them leave. Worried that the kitchen in the Gu manor would be overwhelmed, the princess asked the butler to bring over the maids and cooks from the princess's residence to help. Qin Qinglin was busy at the shop, and Gu Ting specially sent someone to call him to the manor for a meal. When he learned that his sister's father-in-law had awakened, Qin Qinglin was very happy. After lunch, when it was time to leave, Gu Ting found Qin Jiji alone. Jinghuai, your uncle wants to speak to Gigi privately for a moment. Please step aside. Gu Jinghuai was a bit surprised, thinking Gu Ting wanted to thank Qin Jiji for the medicine that helped awaken his father. Go ahead, my dear. The Gu family's relationships are very harmonious. Everyone is just curious about why Gu Ting is looking for Qin Jiji and not worried about what he might do to her. Gu Yunfei is even more curious than Gu Jinghuai, watching as her sister-in-law follows their father. She leans in to ask Gu Jinghuai, Big brother, what do you think Dad wants with sister-in-law? Most likely, he needs her help with something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so shy about it and would be more open, Gu Jinghuai replies. The princess knows Gu Ting well. If it were something good, he would have announced it already. Hearing this, Gu Yunfei chuckles, realizing her mother understands her father well. She thinks about it and agrees that her mother's words fit her father's character. Gu Ting and Qin Jiji stop when they reach a place where no one can hear them. Qin Jiji is a bit confused about why her uncle called her. Uncle, may I ask why you called for me?
She asks.
Gu Ting, feeling a bit shy, says, Niece-in-law, I have something to ask you. I want to know if you have any skincare products suitable for men. Qin Jiji is taken aback at first, then she wants to laugh. She clears her throat, preparing to respond. Gu Ting, thinking he might have put her in a difficult position, says, If you don't have any, that's fine. I was just asking. I do have some, uncle. I can bring them to you tomorrow, Qin Jiji replies, deciding to exchange a set with Wan on that evening, but first, she wants to know her uncle's needs. Uncle, what kind of skin do you want to achieve? Jiji, I want my skin to be softer, smoother, and fairer, and it would be great if I could look more handsome, Gu Ting admits. He thinks his request is a bit much, but he genuinely wants it. Got it, uncle. Just wait for me to bring it back, she assures him. Niece-in-law, you really have these products? Why don't you sell them in your shop? Gu Ting is surprised that Qin Jiji actually has them. Uncle, do men really need these products? I thought only women did, she replies, surprised. Of course there is a demand. Look at the things you gave your aunt that made her so beautiful. If I don't use them, what if your aunt dislikes me later? Gu Ting explains, shocking Qin Jiji. She never considered this reason. She didn't expect her uncle to be so romantic. Don't worry, uncle. If you use what I give you, your aunt will only have eyes for you. A few words from Qin Jiji made Gu Ting smile brightly. Your uncle knows you work hard on these things. Here are some banknotes for you. Buy whatever materials you need. Gu Ting handed Qin Jiji a thick stack of banknotes, worried she might refuse, and quickly left after giving them to her. Dear niece, hurry back, or Jinghuai will be waiting anxiously. Qin Jiji smiled helplessly at the banknotes in her hand. Her uncle was quite amusing. Wanwan, did you hear what your uncle needs? No need to save money. Get him what he wants. Qin Jiji handed the decision to Wanwan.
Don't worry, master.
Wanwan will make sure everything is taken care of. By the way, your uncle is really wealthy. Wanwan couldn't help but admire Gu Ting's generosity. Qin Jiji put the banknotes away and went to find Gu Jinghuai. Since Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan were also visiting the Gu family today, Gu Jinghuai took them to the study. Gu Ting happened to have no other matters today, so Gu Jinghuai invited him to the study to guide them. Qin Jiji went to her in-law's courtyard to spend time with the Qin family, while the Grand Princess took her daughter back to the residence first. The Grand Princess wanted to test her daughter's feelings. Once back, she pretended to bring up marriage. Fair, this is a list of suitable young men from the capital that your uncle and aunt picked for you last time at the palace. See if you like any of them. The Grand Princess handed her daughter the album she brought from the palace. Gu Yunfei was quite surprised. She thought her uncle and aunt had forgotten about this matter. Looking at the album in her hands, Gu Yunfei felt a bit resistant. She didn't want to get married. Mother, can I not look?
I don't want to get married yet.
Your father and I are not asking you to marry right away. You can take your time and choose someone you like, since you will be living your life together. The Grand Princess would never force her daughter to do something she didn't want. But I will miss you, mother and father, and my little brother. The young girl truly felt reluctant, especially since she had her older brother and sister-in-law now. She loved the warmth and affection of her family. Since we are all in the capital, if you find someone you like and get married, your uncle can make sure he stays close, so we will still be near. You don't have to worry about family background. Just choose someone you like. Even if he doesn't have a title now, that's fine, as long as he is willing to work hard, treats you well, and has a harmonious family. I will support you. After the Grand Princess finished speaking, Qin Qingyuan's image suddenly flashed in Gu Yunfei's mind. Gu Yunfei was surprised by her own thoughts. She wondered why she was thinking of brother Qin, but she couldn't help it. Seeing her daughter's expression, the princess understood, having been in a similar situation before. Even though your uncle is urging you, this decision is ultimately yours. Take your time to think it over, or if you have someone in mind, that's fine too. The princess achieved her goal and decided not to rush her daughter, claiming she was tired and letting her return to her own courtyard. After her daughter left, the princess felt even better and told the waiting maid, "Have someone quietly watch where the princess goes." The maid thought the princess was being overly concerned. Surely the princess had gone back to rest. However, since it was the princess's order, the maid had to comply. She went to gather information and soon returned. As expected, the princess is insightful. Halfway there, she turned back to visit the old lady.
I'm tired.
Help me to my room to rest. The maid assisted the princess to her chamber. Meanwhile, Gu Yufei entered the Gu residence and suddenly realized she was back at her grandmother's place. Her mother had mentioned marriage, and she felt both resistant and hopeful. She didn't know what she was hoping for and found herself wandering back. In her heart, she asked herself if that person was Qin Qingyuan. She seemed willing to give it a try. She didn't understand if this counted as liking someone, nor did she know if he felt the same way. Without realizing it,
Gu Yufei found herself at her second aunt and uncle's courtyard. Gu Yufei hesitated at the entrance of her uncle and aunt's courtyard, but eventually walked in. When Gu Mu saw Gu Yufei, she warmly greeted her. "Fair, you're here? Come in. Your sisters-in-law are all here." "Yunfei, hurry in." Qin Jiji called from inside when she heard her mother invite Gu Yufei. Hearing her sister-in-law call her, Gu Yufei pushed aside her earlier worries and followed Gu Mu into the room. Upon entering, she found Zhang, Li, and Wang all present, and she greeted her elders respectfully. "Fair, come sit with us." The three sisters-in-law of the Qin family were very fond of Gu Yufei and invited her to sit beside them. Gu Yufei obediently sat next to them, and along with Qin Jiji and Gu Mu, they chatted about everyday life and enjoyed afternoon tea, feeling quite content. The three sisters-in-law of the Qin family left a bit earlier, and Qin Jiji and Gu Yufei stayed with Gu Mu for a while before departing. As they left Gu Mu's courtyard, they happened to run into Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan, while Qin Qingyuan had already gone back with the Qin family. Seeing Qin Qingyuan suddenly reminded Gu Yunfei of what her mother had said, and she quietly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. "Husband, where is my second brother?" Qin Ziji asked curiously when she noticed he was not around. "Your second brother went back with Grandma first," Qin Qingyuan replied to his sister. "Dear husband, are you done with your work?" "Yes, I'm done. Big brother's going back, so I will see him off." Gu Jinghuai had come out to send Qin Qingyuan off. "Big brother, since you have nothing to do, let's go shopping together. I want to eat the wontons from that place on E Street." Qin Jiji really wanted to go out, and it was perfect that both her husband and big brother were free to join her. "It has been a while since I accompanied you shopping. I have to go to the academy early tomorrow, so I will spend a day with you." Qin Qingyuan usually spoiled his sister, and since Qin Ziji wanted to go shopping, he would definitely accompany her. "Yunfei, come with us. I remember you and Zheng'er also love the wontons made by Granny Chen." Qin Jiji invited Gu Yunfei to join them. When Gu Jinghuai was not around, she would occasionally go out with Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning. "Yes, sister, let's go together. Big brother will keep you safe. And I will too. If you feel uncomfortable, you can wear a veil," Qin Qingyuan suggested, thinking Gu Yunfei was worried about being recognized. "Thank you, brother Qin. I will go with you. That's the spirit. Husband, ask the steward to prepare the carriage. Let's head to E Street." Qin Jiji was very happy. E Street was lively, with many stalls selling trinkets and snacks, perfect for a leisurely outing. "Sister-in-law, big brother, brother Qin, ride in my carriage." Gu Yunfei had her own special carriage, gifted by the emperor, which was very spacious and could comfortably fit 4 people. "That sounds great." Qin Jiji agreed enthusiastically. After discussing, they headed to the princess's residence to take Gu Yunfei's carriage to East Street. Gu Ting originally planned to go out, but upon hearing that they were going to East Street, he worried about their safety and sent bodyguards to protect them. East Street was not far from the princess's residence, and they arrived quickly. As soon as they got off the carriage, Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei were drawn to the stalls on the street, unable to resist each one. Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan patiently accompanied them, carrying whatever they bought. Opportunities for Gu Jinghuai to shop with Qin Jiji were rare, so he cherished this time. Gu Jinghuai exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Qingyuan, and after years of friendship, Qin Qingyuan understood immediately. Slowly, Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan squeezed between the two of them, gradually separating them. While Gu Yunfei was looking at hairpins, Gu Jinghuai pointed to a beautiful hairpin at a stall across the way, and Qin Jiji was indeed attracted. Qin Qingyuan stayed behind to wait for the young girl to choose her hairpin. After Gu Yunfei picked out a hairpin, she excitedly turned to share with her sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, do you think this hairpin looks good on me?" When she turned around, she saw Qin Qingyuan's gentle smile, and Gu Yunfei felt a bit shy. "I'm sorry, brother Qin. I thought you were my sister-in-law, so..." "It looks great. This hairpin really suits you, Yunfei," Qin Qingyuan praised with a sincere smile. "Boss, I'll take this pair," Qin Qingyuan said, taking out some coins to buy the hairpin for Gu Yunfei. "This young man has good taste. I'll wrap it up for you right away, the stall owner said quickly as he packaged the hairpin. Let's go, let's look at other things. After buying the hairpin, Qin Qingyuan noticed the young girl was lost in thought and reminded her to keep browsing. Gu Yunfei glanced at the hairpin in Qin Qingyuan's hand a few times, feeling secretly pleased. Qin Qingyuan noticed her actions and joked, "Don't worry, Yunfei, I'll hold it for you. The hairpin is still yours." Gu Yunfei blushed at the teasing, leaving Qin Qingyuan a bit puzzled. Why was she so easily embarrassed today? She usually didn't react this way when he joked with her. Having promised her brother-in-law to take good care of her, Qin Qingyuan hurried to catch up, concerned for her well-being. The two behind them were mostly at peace, but Qin Qingyuan acted a bit foolishly, immediately buying anything Gu Yunfei looked at for too long. Gu Yunfei laughed at Qin Qingyuan's silly behavior. If I set my sights on that tall building, would you buy it for me too? That might not be possible, or you might get in trouble. If you really like it, I can help you draw a picture of it. Although Qin Qingyuan knew Gu Yunfei was joking, he still answered her seriously. This made Gu Yunfei even happier. Let's go find my brother and sister-in-law. Gu Yunfei felt inexplicably cheerful. Zheng'er is usually busy with his studies, so let's give them some time alone. Qin Qingyuan understood Gu Zheng'er's feelings and didn't want to disturb him and his sister. After Gu Zheng'er's reminder, Gu Yunfei agreed, nodding in understanding. Shall we continue browsing? Weren't we going to eat wontons on East Street? Let's go. Qin Qingyuan decided to take Gu Yunfei to eat wontons first. After walking for a while, he thought the young girl must be hungry. All right, let's take a break and eat something before we continue shopping. Gu Yunfei was indeed a bit tired, so they could rest and then shop some more after eating. Yunfei, you can shop as long as you want. Let's eat first. Qin Qingyuan didn't know where the wonton shop was, so he relied on Gu Yunfei to guide him to find it. Watching the happy girl in front of him, Qin Qingyuan felt that she deserved to be this happy, and he should make her happy. He wanted to shop with her, see her smile, and keep this going. For the first time, Qin Qingyuan questioned himself about why he had such strange thoughts. As they approached the wonton stall, Granny Chen recognized Gu Yunfei. Miss Gu is here. I was just thinking, where is she? It turns out you were behind. Come over, I'll make you some wontons. Granny Chen kindly invited Gu Yunfei to sit down and looked at Qin Qingyuan beside her, asking uncertainly, the usual? Yes, Granny, the usual. 2 bowls, please. Seeing Granny Chen staring at Qin Qingyuan, Gu Yunfei quickly changed the subject. Miss Gu, the other 2 girls who usually come with you arrived a bit earlier and have already finished eating. After saying this, Granny Chen happily went to cook the wontons, leaving Gu Yunfei surprised. Seeing her expression, Qin Qingyuan curiously asked, So your sister and brother-in-law arrived before us and have already left? Besides my brother and sister-in-law, Ning also came and should have arrived earlier than us. How coincidental. It's a shame we missed them. Maybe Ning Xian is here too. Qin Qingyuan didn't expect to run into them on the same day just for wontons. I didn't expect it either. If I had known, I would have invited them to join us. Today was a last-minute decision by my sister-in-law, and I didn't think everyone would want to come together. Gu Yunfei felt quite touched. They seemed to have a special connection. After we finish the wontons, let's try our luck and see if we can run into them. I was thinking the same thing. The two chatted for a bit, and soon Granny Chen brought over the 2 bowls of wontons they had ordered. Miss Gu, your wontons, and this young man's are here. Enjoy them while they're hot. Granny Chen smiled warmly at Qin Qingyuan sitting next to Gu Yunfei. The 3 of them had become familiar with Granny Chen because they loved her wontons. Today, Qin Jiji brought Gu Jinghui along and proudly introduced him as her husband. Granny Chen was very happy. During their earlier conversation, they learned that Qin Jiji was already married and had her hair styled in a woman's bun. However, when Granny Chen saw Gu Jinghui today, she was truly amazed. He was exceptionally handsome. Granny, did Miss Ning come with her brother? Gu Yunfei asked out of curiosity, thinking it would help them find her later. Granny Chen thought for a moment and replied, That young man doesn't look much like Miss Ning. Instead, he resembles Madame Gu a bit. After Granny Chen finished speaking, she went to greet other guests,
leaving Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan stunned. The person accompanying Ning Ning was not Ning Xian, as he resembled Ning Ning quite a bit. The one who looked somewhat like Qin Jiji was Qin Qingyuan. Qin Qingyuan looked like Zhang, Qin Qinglin resembled Li, Qin Qingyuan looked like Qin Shan, Qin Jiji looked like Qin He, and both Qin He and Qin Shan resembled Granny Qin. So, the person from the Qin family who looked somewhat like Qin Jiji was Qin Qingyuan, even more so than her older brother Qin Qingyuan. Could it be that second brother Qin came with Ning Ning? But didn't second brother go back with Granny Qin? Maybe they ran into each other. It's possible that Ning Xian came with sister Ning and then met second brother. Qin Qingyuan didn't think too much about it. He believed it was just a coincidence. However, Gu Yunfei thought differently and decided to ask Ning Ning about it another day. Brother Qin, hurry and eat. We need to find our older brother and sister-in-law soon. Seeing that Qin Qingyuan wasn't thinking along those lines, Gu Yunfei stopped talking. The wontons had arrived, and they needed to eat them while they were still good. The two of them quietly enjoyed their wontons, with Qin Qingyuan sneaking a few glances at Gu Yunfei. Seeing the young girl eat happily made him feel that today's wontons were especially delicious. After finishing their wontons and bidding farewell to Granny Qin, Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan continued shopping. As they walked along, stopping occasionally to look at things they liked, Qin Qingyuan bought her little trinkets. Without realizing it, they wandered to a place where people were releasing lanterns to make wishes. Although it wasn't a holiday, the area was lively, with people coming to release lanterns for blessings. Qin Qingyuan bought 2 lanterns from a stall and handed one to Gu Yunfei. I heard that making wishes here is very effective. Let's give it a try. Actually, Qin Qingyuan thought the young girl would enjoy these lanterns, so he bought them mainly to make Gu Yunfei happy. Do you believe in these things too, Brother Qin? Gu Yunfei was surprised that Qin Qingyuan believed in such matters. I saw many people releasing lanterns and thought you would like it. If you don't, we can go somewhere else. Qin Qingyuan thought Gu Yunfei wouldn't enjoy this and felt a bit frustrated with his assumptions. I like it too. I'm just curious, Brother Qin, Gu Yunfei replied, taking the lantern and leading the way. Seeing the young girl enjoy it made Qin Qingyuan feel relieved, and he quickly followed her. They found a good spot by the river to prepare the lanterns. Gu Yunfei wrote her wish on a piece of paper and placed it in the lantern before letting it float away with the current. Qin Qingyuan patiently stayed with her, and many young men and women were also releasing lanterns by the river. Some wished for love, some for success, and others for family harmony and health. Qin Qingyuan was curious as he watched Gu Yunfei seriously writing her wish. What could this well-cared-for girl possibly wish for? The first lantern had already drifted far away, and they released the second one, hoping it would go even further. Brother Qingyuan, look. My lantern really floated away. Gu Yunfei exclaimed. Hearing Ning Ning's voice, she turned and saw Ning Ning and Qin Qingyuan on the opposite bank. Qin Qingyuan also heard Ning Ning and was surprised to see his younger brother with her. Just as he was about to call out to them, Gu Yunfei pulled him away. Once she was sure they hadn't noticed them, she felt relieved. She wasn't sure why she felt nervous. Was it because she didn't want them to see her with Qin Qingyuan, or because she thought they might disturb the couple? Qin Qingyuan felt his face flush when the girl held his hand for the first time. When Gu Yunfei realized she was holding his hand, her face turned red too, and she quickly let go. I didn't mean to. I was just afraid you'd call them. Gu Yunfei explained softly. It's my fault. I didn't think about it when I saw my brother. Thank you for being considerate, Qin Qingyuan replied, starting to understand the situation. It wouldn't be appropriate to interrupt his brother and Miss Ning, who were enjoying the moment together. Thinking this through, Qin Qingyuan looked at Gu Yunfei, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Gu Jinghuai was willing to accompany his sister because they were married. His brother was with Miss Ning, likely because he had feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alone with the girl. As for himself, aside from Gu Yunfei being Gu Jinghuai's cousin and having a good relationship with his sister, did he truly want to willingly spend time with a young girl? The answer was no. However, not only did I come, but I also had a great time, and the answer is clear. Qin Qingyuan's feelings towards Gu Yunfei had changed. The two didn't want to disturb Qin Qingyuan and Ning Ning, and at that moment, Qin Qingyuan also didn't want to be disturbed, so he led Gu Yunfei in the opposite direction. By the time Gu Yunfei was tired from walking, Qin Qingyuan was still reluctant to go back. "Brother Qin, let's head back. Maybe my brother and sister-in-law are already waiting for us." Gu Yunfei had walked a lot with Qin Qingyuan today. Although he had taken care of her the whole time, she still felt a bit tired. "If the princess is tired, we can head back today. Next time, I'll accompany you again on your day off," Qin Qingyuan said, wanting to test Gu Yunfei's feelings. Gu Yunfei didn't expect that Qin Qingyuan would be willing to accompany her again next time, and she felt joyful, shyly nodding her head. Seeing her nod, Qin Qingyuan smiled broadly. "Let's go find my sister." Gu Yunfei nodded, and the two began to walk back to meet Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai. Qin Qingyuan carried the small gifts he had bought for Gu Yunfei, always looking out for her. When they arrived at the place where they had gotten off the carriage, they found that Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai had already returned. At that moment, Gu Jinghuai was also holding a small gift he had bought for Qin Jiji. "Brother, Yunfei, what a coincidence. My husband and I just arrived," Qin Jiji said as she linked arms with Gu Yunfei, her smile sweet and clearly having enjoyed her time with Gu Jinghuai. "Sister-in-law, guess who I ran into with Brother Qin? You definitely won't believe it." As soon as she saw Qin Jiji, Gu Yunfei couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. You ran into someone you know? Hurry and tell me, don't make me guess," Qin Jiji said, instantly interested when she heard there was someone familiar. "Sister-in-law, let's get on the carriage first, and I'll tell you all about it," Gu Yunfei said, pulling her sister-in-law onto the carriage to ensure they could get back in time for dinner. Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan followed closely behind. "You're being so mysterious."
Who did you see?
Qin Jiji asked as she got on the carriage, even more curious about Gu Yunfei's secretive demeanor. Gu Jinghuai was also curious and exchanged glances with Qin Qingyuan, who just smiled and said nothing. "When Brother Qin and I were releasing lanterns, we saw second brother and Zheng'er," Gu Yunfei said with a look that suggested she had a surprise. Qin Ziji was indeed surprised and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you saw my brother? It was second brother and Zheng'er? Of course, you didn't see it wrong. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Qin. He would never mistake his own brother." Gu Yunfei noticed that her sister-in-law was skeptical and suggested she confirm with Qin Qingyuan. Seeing his sister looking at him, Qin Qingyuan nodded. "When we have time, we should ask Ning Ning properly." Qin Jiji had been quite busy lately, and her second brother had even started secretly dating Ning Ning. They needed to get to the bottom of it. Yes. If sister-in-law is free tomorrow, why not set up a meeting? I can send an invitation to Ning Ning. Gu Yunfei was eager to bring Ning Ning over and ask her why she hadn't noticed anything before. "All right, let's plan for tomorrow. Thank you for your help, sister." Qin Jiji decided to visit the shop tomorrow, so she would have some free time. The two discussed their plans and shared the good things they had bought today until they reached the Qin residence. Qin Qingyuan reluctantly said goodbye to everyone and only went inside once the carriage was out of sight. Gu Yunfei followed Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai to the Gu residence, where her uncle had just woken up, and they would definitely have a reunion dinner. After returning home, they went straight to the old lady's courtyard. They were the last to return, and everyone was already waiting for them. The old lady smiled when she saw them come back. "It's rare to have some free time. Why didn't you play a little longer? Nothing is more important than returning home to have dinner with grandmother." Sister-in-law is right. Spending time with grandmother is the most important thing. Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei took turns to cheer up the old lady, who was beaming with joy. "Look at you, making this old woman so happy." The old lady joked with the princess, Gu Ting and Gu Mu, but it was clear to everyone that she was very happy. "Mother, what they said is all from the heart. In the whole capital, you won't find a grandmother as loving as you." The princess's words made the old lady even happier. "Our Gu family only has these few treasures. If I don't spoil them, who else will I spoil?" The old lady was very fond of the children, including Qin Jiji.
Mother, why don't you spoil me and my second brother too? We really need it. Gu Ting playfully leaned in, and the old lady replied with a hint of disdain. You two can't compare to my grandchildren and granddaughters. Gu Ting wasn't upset and laughed. Then don't forget about your daughters-in-law. Do I need to be reminded? Besides you two, who else makes me angry? Although Gu Shi was still lying in bed, he also faced the old lady's teasing. The princess and Gu Mu covered their mouths and laughed at the exchange. As a result, Gu Ting made everyone laugh again by saying, Fortunately, I have the princess to pamper me. Daddy, that's embarrassing. Gu Yunlong's innocent voice made everyone laugh even more. Grandmother, can we eat now? Yaoer is a bit hungry. As soon as the old lady heard her granddaughter was hungry, she quickly instructed the servants to bring the dishes, and the Gu family's dinner officially began. Although Gu Jinghuai and the others had eaten wontons outside, they had been wandering around for a long time and were already hungry. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei shared some little trinkets they bought with their younger siblings, keeping the rest for themselves. The children were very happy, and Gu Yunlang innocently said, Eldest brother, take sister-in-law out to play more, and remember to bring us gifts. Got it, you be good. When the weather gets warmer, I'll take you all out to play. Gu Jinghuai patted Gu Yunlong's head. He and Qin Jiji both liked to do that. Eldest brother, you have to keep your promise. Sister-in-law, please remind my eldest brother. Qin Jiji pinched Gu Yunlong's little face, and he nodded obediently. Madam, look, you actually let someone pinch his face. Gu Ting pointed at his son in disbelief, while complaining to the princess. The princess smiled but didn't speak, while Gu Yunlang became unhappy. Sister-in-law is not just anyone. Only she can pinch Yunlong's face. Did you hear that? Only my granddaughter-in-law can pinch him. You, as his father, cannot.
Ha ha ha.
The old lady laughed at her son, enjoying the moment. Gu Ting looked at the princess for comfort with a wronged expression. The old lady and the children couldn't bear to watch Gu Ting act spoiled, but he didn't mind at all. Gu Jinghuai silently admired his uncle for being so shameless. He felt he had learned something new. In the days that followed, Qin Jiji noticed that her husband was becoming more and more playful, and she couldn't figure it out. After dinner, considering that Gu Jinghuai would go to the academy the next day, the old lady sent the couple back to rest early. Back in their bedroom, Gu Jinghuai asked Qin Jiji to wash up first while he instructed the servants to bring hot water. Ever since he heard that soaking feet in hot water could relieve fatigue, he always prepared foot-soaking water for Qin Jiji whenever they walked a lot. When Qin Jiji finished washing up, the foot soak was just right. When Gu Jinghuai finished washing, Qin Ziji's feet were perfectly soaked, and he naturally took the towel to help her dry her feet. Dear, I can do it myself. Qin Jiji tried to take the towel to dry her feet, but Gu Jinghuai refused. My dear, you have worked hard today. I'm here for you. Gu Jinghuai gently wiped Qin Jiji's feet, and she couldn't help but laugh at the man in front of her. Why are you so happy today? I'm happy, just looking at you. Qin Jiji's words made Gu Jinghuai happy too. After finishing, they lay on the bed, and Gu Jinghuai began to reflect. Next time I have a day off, I will take you out to have fun. He thought Qin Jiji was laughing because they had spent the day together. My husband, you should focus on your studies. I'm happy because everything is going as I hoped, and you are wonderful. Qin Jiji was truly satisfied with her life and felt very happy. I'm not good enough yet. I will work harder to do better for you. I believe in you. Qin Jiji gave Gu Jinghuai a quick kiss on the cheek, stirring feelings in his heart. After all, they wouldn't see each other for 10 days, and at their age, they surely wouldn't go to bed early that night. At the princess's residence, when the old lady returned and saw her daughter cherishing the little trinkets, the princess became curious. Why did you buy so many little things today? All of them were bought by Brother Qin. Mentioning Qin Qingyuan made Gu Yunfei a bit shy, especially in front of her mother, since they had just discussed marriage earlier that afternoon. The princess smiled happily, surprised that after talking about marriage, Qin Qingyuan had given her daughter so many gifts. She thought perhaps Qin Qingyuan had heard her unspoken wishes, and it made her heart glad. Qingyuan is a good boy, both knowledgeable and kind.
He treats you and Yunling very well. You should pick a gift for brother Qingyuan in return. Gu Ting held Qin Qingyuan in high regard and considered him family, but he had never thought of him in relation to his daughter. The princess felt her husband's words were a great support and smiled in agreement. Your father is right. Since Qingyuan bought you so much, you should give him a gift in return. Father, there is an inkstone. You can give it to Qingyuan later. Gu Ting had even thought of a return gift for their daughter. Husband, you should keep that inkstone for yourself. Let our daughter choose her own gift for Qingyuan. It's their matter, and we shouldn't interfere. The princess quickly advised Gu Ting, worried that her well-meaning husband might complicate things. The princess is thoughtful. I only considered that Qingyuan is a scholar and forgot this is a matter between the younger generation. Fair, you can prepare a gift yourself. Gu Ting smiled shyly, clearly taking the princess's advice to heart. Thank you, father. I understand. I will think about it first. Gu Yunfei was unsure of what Qin Qingyuan liked, so she wanted to indirectly ask her sister-in-law before deciding on a gift. Take your time. There's no rush. Seeing his daughter agree, Gu Ting was very happy. Father, mother, you should rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. Gu Yunfei escorted the princess and Gu Ting to the courtyard gate, bowed, and then returned to her own courtyard. Miss, what should we do with these little trinkets? The maid, Xiao Lu, looked puzzled at the small items in her hands. Take out that pair of hairpins and put them in the dressing box, place a few small figurines on the vanity, and put the rest away for now. Gu Yunfei had already planned where to put these little items when she bought them. I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Lu bowed and went to arrange the trinkets. By the time Gu Yunfei finished washing up, Xiao Lu had set everything up as she requested. Gu Yunfei looked at the cute little figurines on the vanity and felt they resembled Qin Qingyuan in a strange way. With this thought, the more she looked, the more they seemed alike, and she couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Lu, seeing her mistress laughing at the figurines, was a bit confused. They were just ordinary dolls. Nothing special. That night, Gu Yunfei smiled in her dreams. At the Qin family side, Qin Qingyuan didn't expect Ning Ning to come looking for him. He thought she was there to see her sister. But when he told her that his sister wasn't home, the young girl directly asked if he had time. Seeing her hopeful expression, Qin Qingyuan unexpectedly replied that he did. They then went out to eat the wontons that the girl liked and release lanterns by the river, having a great time. Previously, she was just Ning Xian's sister, but over time, he developed different feelings for her, though he didn't dare to confess. He felt he wasn't worthy of her yet. He worked hard, but it still didn't seem enough. He knew the girl's feelings, but he was too afraid to respond. Holding the pouch that Ning Ning had once said was poorly embroidered, Qin Qingyuan now understood everything. It was clear that the girl had found a clumsy excuse to give it to him. Thinking this, Qin Qingyuan smiled. Ning Ning was always so adorable. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Qin Qingyuan carefully put away the pouch before going to open the door. When Qin Qingyuan saw his older brother outside the door, he was a bit surprised. It's so late. Why are you still awake, big brother? You're not asleep either. Aren't you going to invite me in? Qin Qingyuan quickly stepped aside to let his brother in, feeling that his brother had come with a purpose. Were you out this afternoon? Qin Qingyuan came specifically to ask.
Ah.
Yes, Ninger came to find me, but since I wasn't home, I took her out for a little while. Qin Qingyuan was initially surprised that his brother cared about such things, but he still answered honestly. Yes, we were also out, and the princess, and I saw you with Miss Ning. Why didn't you call us? We saw you having fun, and the princess said it would be better not to disturb you, so we left. Qin Qingyuan looked at his brother suspiciously, thinking, are you really this obedient? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I'm just curious, when you became so easy to talk to. Qin Qingyuan mumbled quietly, but Qin Qingyuan still heard him and smiled helplessly. What do you think of Miss Ning, second brother? Qin Qingyuan didn't expect his brother to suddenly ask about Ning Ning, and he was a bit taken aback. He mistakenly thought his brother had other feelings for her and stammered, Miss Ning is very nice. Big brother thinks Miss Ning is great too. You two make a good match.
You should work hard. Seeing that his brother misunderstood him, Qin Qingyuan quickly clarified, not wanting his brother to be unhappy. Big brother, you noticed that? Qin Qingyuan said helplessly. I only realized it today. I was worried you might overthink things and push the girl away, so I came to talk to you. Qin Qingyuan knew his younger brother's stubbornness all too well. Once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't listen to anyone. But big brother. There's no but. If you like her, go all out. Whether for family or for the girl you like, we must give it our all. Even if it ends in failure, at least we tried our best. Years later, we won't regret it. Qin Qingyuan understood that if he didn't make an effort, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Big brother, can I really do it? Qin Qingyuan felt a stir of hope, but he was still confused about the future. He had the best relationship with his brother in this family. If his brother said it was okay, maybe he would have the courage to try. Second brother, you can do it. Miss Ning isn't the type to cling to power. She only seeks a true heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen you. Qin Qingyuan pointed to the pouch at Qin Qingyuan's waist. Qin Qingyuan was surprised that her older brother knew it was a gift from Ning Ning and felt a bit shy. Big brother just wanted to remind you in case you overthink things. Think it over, get some rest, and remember you need to wake up early tomorrow. I'm heading back now. Qin Qingyuan said just enough. He had shared what he needed to, and now it was up to his younger brother. After seeing his brother off, Qin Qingyuan touched the pouch at his waist, thinking about the cute girl. He silently made up his mind to fight for himself, no matter the outcome. With this thought, Qin Qingyuan felt energized. His immediate goal was to pass the exams so he could move forward. He needed to go to the academy the next day, so he quickly blew out the lamp and went to bed. The next morning, a few people set off early for the academy. Qin Zhiji woke up naturally and had breakfast before heading to the shop. Qin Qinglin was now the main manager of the shop, and business was going very well. When he faced challenges, he would consult Qin Zhiji. Third sister, you finally decided to come. Several items are sold out. I told you to come later. Seeing Qin Zhiji arrive, Qin Qinglin immediately greeted her with joy. Don't worry, I have everything ready. In the afternoon, you can send someone to my house to pick it up. Qin Zhiji had anticipated that these lipsticks would sell out and had prepared in advance. Third sister has great foresight. Many young ladies sent their maids to place orders, and I've registered everything as you suggested. Qin Qinglin was very excited. He had expected the shop's business to be good, but he didn't think it would be this successful. Besides these items, what else is selling well? Let me know, and we can see if we need to add some new products. Qin Zhiji had already predicted this situation. Third sister has new products? That's wonderful. When Qin Qinglin heard that Qin Zhiji had new items, he was instantly energized. Qin Zhiji looked at the sales figures and discussed the shop's future with Qin Qinglin, and they continued their conversation until lunchtime. Qin Zhiji had lunch with Qin Qinglin, and in the afternoon, she returned to the shop to check if there were any areas that needed improvement. Ning Ning first went to the princess's residence to find Gu Yunfei, and then the two of them went to the Gu residence together. Hearing that Qin Zhiji was at the shop and hadn't returned home yet, they didn't want to wait idly and went directly to the shop to find her. The main reason was that the items in the shop were so useful. Ning Ning's mother, aunt, and sisters-in-law praised them highly. Ning Ning had long wanted to visit the shop and buy some items for her family. Last time, she used her membership card to make a purchase, and when he returned home, he received quite a few silver notes. By the time they arrived at the shop, Qin Zhiji was almost done with her work. After being reminded by Gu Ting, Qin Zhiji decided to set aside a section of the shop to sell men's items. Many ladies could buy gifts for their husbands, brothers, and children while shopping. Considering the customs of the past regarding men and women, Qin Zhiji thought about opening a tea house and a dessert shop. This way, men accompanying their wives, sisters, or mothers could relax and enjoy tea next door while waiting. After shopping, the ladies could also buy some desserts and milk tea, which would be quite enjoyable. After sharing her ideas with her fourth brother, she received support from Qin Qinglin. The next step was to figure out how to rent the shop next door or across the street. When Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei came to find Qin Zhiji, she was troubled by this matter. Gigi, we're here. Hello, brother Qinglin. Ningning was very familiar with Qin Qinglin and greeted him warmly upon arrival. Hello, Zheng'er and Princess, you're here. Let's see if there's anything you like. I'll treat you, Qin Qinglin said happily, now that he was the main manager of the shop. His sister paid him well, allowing him to treat them. Thank you, brother Qinglin. I brought some money, so I'd like your help in picking out gifts for my mother, sister-in-law, and aunt, Ningning said, not wanting to take advantage since it was a business. Don't worry, Zheng'er, I'll take care of it, Qin Qinglin replied, pleased to help her. And brother Qinglin, please remember to save some new products for me in the future. I will definitely save some for you. Come sit down and rest. We have everything you want. Qin Gigi smiled and invited Ningning and Gu Yunfei to sit. Gigi, I noticed you seemed a bit troubled earlier. Do you need any help? Ningning, though lively, was very observant. Qin Gigi didn't expect Ningning to notice and joked, I want to buy the shop next door or across the street, but unfortunately, I have no connections. She spread her hands in a mock show of helplessness, as they often joked around. Since you want to buy it, just do it. If you need more money, I can lend you some. Ningning thought Qin Gigi was worried about money and was ready to lend her own. I'll help too, big sister. Oh, it's not about the money. The main issue is whether they're willing to sell. Qin Gigi felt that the hardest part was not the money, but figuring out how to buy or rent those shops. That was the key. That's not difficult. I have a plan. Sister Ning, tell me, what is your plan? Qin Gigi was very excited to hear Ningning say she had a solution. Sister Gigi, half of the shops on this street belong to my cousin's family, Ningning explained with a smile. Who is your cousin? This was the first time Qin Gigi had heard about Ningning's cousin. My cousin is from the Wang family, the richest family in the capital. Gu Yunfei, as a princess, was somewhat aware of the relationships among the noble families in the capital. Princess, you are right. It is the Wang family. Is your cousin related to Aunt Cui? Qin Gigi asked uncertainly. Yes, my cousin is the son of my mother's aunt, and our families are very close. Since childhood, her cousin had always cared for Ningning and her siblings. If I ask Aunt Cui to help, would that increase our chances of success? Qin Gigi sensed that the two families had a good relationship and thought about asking Aunt Cui for help. Actually, there's no need to trouble my mother. My cousin is the eldest daughter of my cousin's family, so we can ask her directly. Can your cousin really make decisions for her family? Sister Gigi, you may not know, but my cousin only has 2 children, my cousin and my cousin Sinew. My cousin is skilled in many areas, while Sinew is not fond of studying, but is very good at business. They have a great relationship. So, you mean if we can convince your cousin, getting Sinew's approval will be easy? Qin Gigi understood. Exactly. The Wang family's business is mainly managed by Sinew and my cousin. As long as Sinew agrees, this matter will be settled. Ningning had a clear understanding of the Wang family's affairs. Since that's the case, why don't we go directly to your cousin Sinew? That way, we won't have to trouble your cousin. Yes, given how favored Miss Ning is, I'm sure Sinew will be accommodating. Gu Yunfei joked with Ningning, as she often heard Ningning mention her cousin Sinew, indicating they had a close relationship. Sinew is really nice. You will definitely like her when you meet her. I will ask her today and wait for good news. Although Ningning was quite confident, she decided to check with Sinew first. Then thank you, Ningning. I look forward to your good news. Since the conversation had reached this point, she must have some confidence. Ningning picked out some items from the shop for her sister-in-law, mother, and aunt, then had dinner with Gu Yunfei, Qin Gigi, and Qin Qinglin before heading home. It wasn't until Ningning got into the carriage that Gu Yunfei realized the purpose of inviting her out today. Sister-in-law, I forgot to ask about Zheng'er and brother Qin, Gu Yunfei said, feeling a bit regretful for forgetting to gossip about them. No need for gossip. It's just as you saw. Do they really like each other? Gu Yunfei was still a bit surprised. She had lived in Qin family village for a while and hadn't noticed anything. Maybe. Qin Gigi wasn't sure if they had expressed their feelings, but Ningning's behavior was quite obvious. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by maybe? You have to tell me more. Gu Yunfei shook Qin Ziji's arm, eager to hear the gossip. Qin Ziji had no choice but to share what she knew. At first, Brother Qin saved Zheng'er, then she went to Qin family village and became a student of second aunt. She secretly gave Brother Qin a pouch, and then they had secret dates. After analyzing, Gu Yunfei felt that these two definitely had something going on. But my brother is quite studious and a bit slow in matters of the heart. He might not have realized it yet. This made Qin Ziji a bit worried. With her slow older brother and stubborn second brother, when would they be able to win over her two friends? Sister-in-law, let's help them. Love matters should develop naturally. If they really need our help one day, we can step in then. For now, let them figure it out themselves. Qin Ziji didn't want to interfere too much. Experiencing some heartache would help them avoid becoming too infatuated. Sister-in-law is right. I will take your advice. Gu Yunfei agreed wholeheartedly. Fair, you should also work hard to find your own happiness soon. Gu Yunfei blushed at her sister-in-law's words. She needed to be brave like Ning Ning. At the Ning residence, after Ning Ning returned home, she asked the maid to deliver the items she bought from Qin Ziji's shop to her mother and aunt. She then took her sister-in-law's share to her brother and sister-in-law's courtyard. When the servant reported that the fifth miss had arrived, her brother Ning Wen and sister-in-law Wang Yan were quite surprised and quickly sent someone to invite Ning Ning in. Sister-in-law, I came to bring you something, Ning Ning said as she entered, running to her sister-in-law to show off. What's so important that you had to come personally? You could have sent a servant. Sister-in-law Wang Yan usually cares for Ning Ning a lot. She knew Ning Ning was going out today, and their grandmother mentioned it during dinner. Now, seeing Ning Ning come to deliver something herself, she feels sorry for how tired she must be. Of course it's something good. Sister-in-law, come and see if you like it, Ning Ning said as she asked the maid to bring out the item for her sister-in-law to see. Oh wow, a new product. Didn't they say it was sold out? You must have a lot of influence, sister. Sister-in-law Wang Yan exclaimed, surprised to see the new item that could only be bought by reservation. I'm glad you like it. If there's anything else you want, just tell me. If it's out of stock, I'll just ask Sister Ziji, and I'll get it, Ning Ning joked, making everyone laugh. Ning Ning, didn't you bring a gift for your brother? Ningwen felt a bit jealous seeing his sister and wife getting along so well, as if he were an outsider. Ning Ning was happily chatting with her sister-in-law when she suddenly heard her brother's slightly sour comment, so she quickly reassured him. In a few days, when Sister Ziji has men's items in her shop, I'll help buy something for you. Can you wait a few days? Hearing that his sister would buy something for him made Ningwen happy. Sister-in-law, I need your help with something. Wang Yan was a bit surprised, as her sister had never asked her so seriously before. Sister, we're family. Just tell me what you need, Wang Yan replied. Sister-in-law, could you take me back to my family home tomorrow? I need to see Sister Xianru about something. If you want something, just tell me directly. Do you think I'm not as good as your sister Xianru? Wang Yan joked, thinking Ning Ning wanted her sister to bring back something special. Sister-in-law is the best. Both my brother and I listen to you. Ning Ning's words made Wang Yan laugh. Her little sister brought a lot of joy to her and her husband. All right, I'll take you back tomorrow. Husband, I'll go with you and my sister. Then let my brother come along to protect us. After they made their plans, Ning Ning happily went back to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Ning Ning informed her mother, Mrs. Cui, and then followed her brother and sister-in-law to the Wang family. Before they left, Mrs. Cui worriedly reminded her daughter-in-law, Wang Yan, your sister is young and a bit childish. Please take care of her while you're out. Wang Yan smiled and replied, Don't worry, mother. We're not going to strangers' homes. We're all family. The younger sister is innocent and carefree. My parents like her very much, so how could they blame her? Wang Yan's words reassured Cui, and Ning Ning felt warm inside as she listened. After saying goodbye to Cui, the three of them set off for the Wang family. Ning Ning was in a very good mood during the journey. She often visited the Wang family, and everyone there was kind, especially her uncle and aunt, who treated her like their own daughter. Cousin Xianru spoiled her a lot,
Every time she returned from checking accounts with her uncle, she would bring back interesting things for Ning Ning and her sister-in-law. Her older brother and sister-in-law had known each other since childhood and were promised to each other early on. Her sister-in-law was well-educated and sensible. At first, her uncle worried that since they were a merchant family, the Ning family might have concerns. However, Ning Ning's parents approved of the match, so the rest of the Ning family had no objections. The main reason was that her sister-in-law was a good person, and everyone in the family liked her. Her uncle and aunt were very grateful to the Ning family, especially for the love they had shown Ning Ning since she was little. Although Ning Ning was a bit childish, she understood her place and was well-liked by the elders. The Wang family was not far from the Ning family, and the three of them chatted happily in the carriage, arriving in no time. Mr. Wang, his wife, and their youngest daughter had been waiting eagerly at the gate since early morning, excited to hear that their daughter was coming. When they saw the carriage from the Cui family, the three of them were thrilled. "Mom, that's my sister's carriage," Wang Xianru exclaimed, as she had the closest relationship with her sister. As soon as the carriage stopped, Wang Xianru rushed over, expecting her sister to step out, but to her surprise, it was Ning Ning. "Ning Er, you came too? Is cousin Xianru not welcoming me? Then I might as well go back." Ning Ning pretended to be upset, and Wang Xianru quickly tried to cheer her up. "I've been looking forward to seeing you every day. Even if I don't welcome my brother-in-law, I must welcome you." Vong kin ruplai fulipinchet ning ning snose lau king happily. Just then, Ningwen stepped out of the carriage and Wang Xianru's smile faded. She hadn't expected her brother-in-law to come too. Feeling a bit shy, she was relieved that Ningwen didn't seem to mind. His attention was focused on his wife. Dad, Mom, and little sister were back. Wang Yin called out, seeing his parents and sister, feeling very happy. "That's great. Come inside quickly. It's windy at the door," Mrs. Wang said cheerfully. If one looked closely, they would notice her eyes were a bit red. She had 2 daughters, each of whom was dear to her. A group of people surrounded Wang Yan and Ning Ning as they walked into the house, while Ningwen and Mr. Wang followed behind. Wang Yan and Ning Ning went to Mrs. Wang's courtyard, while Ningwen and Mr. Wang headed to the study. Madame Wang got up early and instructed the kitchen to prepare snacks that her eldest daughter and Ning Ning loved. Ning Ning was very happy about it. "Elder sister, you should try some. They are just as delicious as before." Ning Ning called out to her elder sister while enjoying the treats. "If you like them, I'll have the kitchen make some more for you to take home," Madame Wang said, pleased to see Ning Ning enjoying herself. "Mother, why not just send the cook to my sister? That way, both my sister and I can have them anytime." "You're so thoughtful. I didn't think of that. When you go back, take the cook with you." Madame Wang thought her younger daughter's suggestion was excellent and decided to go with it. Wang Yan felt a bit helpless, but that was just how her mother and sister were. She couldn't refuse the cook. After chatting for a while, Ning Ning quietly said to Wang Xinru, "Cousin, I need to talk to you about something." Wang Xinru thought the little girl wanted to discuss something she was shy to say in front of their mother and sister, so she wanted to talk privately. "Mother, you and sister keep chatting. I'll take Ning Ning to see the little trinkets I brought back last time." Wang Xinru found an excuse to take Ning Ning to her courtyard. "If you're feeling bored, just go for a stroll." Madame Wang thought her younger daughter and Ning Ning were feeling bored chatting with them, so she smiled and encouraged them to play. The 2 of them bowed and went directly to Wang Xinru's courtyard. "Tell me, what fun things do you want me to get for you? As long as I can buy it, I'll definitely get it for you. No need to worry about money." Vong Kinrus generos attitude mate, Ning Ning lauk. "Cousin Xinru, I have something serious to discuss. I'm not looking for anything unusual." Upon hearing that Ning Ning had something serious to discuss, Wang Xinru immediately stopped joking. "Ning Ning, just tell me what you need. I'll definitely help if I can." "Cousin Xinru, I want to know if there are any shops next to or across from the beauty parlor on East Street that belong to your family. Are you considering renting or selling them?" Wang Xinru paused for a moment, softly repeating, "The shop next to the beauty parlor on East Street?" After thinking seriously, she said, "A few of those shops are indeed owned by the Wang family." "Why do you ask? Do you want to open a shop?"
Ning Ning nodded and then shook her head. Cousin Shinru, it's not me who wants to open a shop. It's the owner of the beauty parlor who wants to rent or buy it to open a shop. Wang Xinru's eyes lit up with admiration. The owner of the beauty parlor is impressive. Since it opened, business has been booming every day. They have a unique vision and sell very innovative products. I am good friends with the owner of the beauty shop. I know my cousin has many stores, so I came to ask her. Even if it's not her store, she has connections to help. If you praise me like this, and I can't help you with this matter, I would feel bad for not living up to being your cousin. Wang Xinru looked at Ning Ning, who was being cute with her, and gently tapped her forehead. So, has my cousin agreed?
Ning Ning osket happily.
You can tell your friend that the store is not for sale, but it can be rented. Ask her if she is interested. Ning Ning's face lit up with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Sister Shinru. Wang Xinru waved her hand and smiled. We are sisters. There's no need to be so polite. Just let me know when you have an answer. Ning Ning shook her head gratefully. No need to wait. Let's set a time for tomorrow. If you are free, can we meet then? Wang Xinru laughed and said, Zheng'er, renting a store is a big deal. Are you sure you can make the decision for your friend? Of course. Good sister. Let's plan for tomorrow. I'll tell Gigi today. Ning Ning was very happy. The task that Qin Gigi had entrusted her with was finally coming together. The two chatted for a while longer before heading to Madame Wang's courtyard. Ning Ning and her older brother and sister-in-law had lunch at the Wang family before returning home. Once home, she immediately sent someone to the Gu family to inform Qin Gigi that everything was settled. They arranged to meet the next morning at the store, as she had already agreed on the time with her cousin when she left the Wang family. Qin Gigi was very happy to receive the news. She didn't expect to hear back so soon. She was leaning towards renting a store, so the Wang family's willingness to rent was just what she wanted. She quickly shared this good news with Gu Yunfei. She hadn't told her family about this yet. Only Gu Yunfei knew. The two planned to go together the next day to discuss the rental with Wang Xinru. Before going to bed that night, Gu Yunfei had her maid bring out her savings and instructed her to take it with her the next day. The next day, after having breakfast with her father and mother, she prepared to find her sister-in-law. Fair, why are you in such a hurry this early in the morning? The princess asked curiously. Mother, I'm going with my sister-in-law to look at the store. I've made an appointment with the second young lady of the Wang family, Gu Yunfei replied honestly. Looking at a store? Is your sister-in-law planning to buy one? Upon hearing that she was accompanying Qin Gigi to look at a store, the princess guessed that Qin Gigi was the one interested in buying. Not buying but renting. Why not buy it? Is it because there isn't enough money? When she heard it was renting and not buying, the first thought of the princess was to worry that Qin Gigi didn't have enough money. Mother, please don't misunderstand. The Wang family only wants to rent. My sister-in-law wants to rent the shops next to or across from Mianfang for other purposes. Gu Yufei explained to her mother the reasons for renting the shop. Does it have to be next to or across from Mianfang? I have quite a few shops, but none are on East Street. The princess felt regretful that her shops were not on East Street. Mother, we have already discussed this with Miss Wang.
Today we are going to talk about it.
Miss Ning is the one who connected us, so it is very reliable. Gu Yufei hoped her mother would feel at ease and mentioned that Ning Ning was the one who made the connection. The Ning family has a good relationship with the Wang family. With Miss Ning as the middleman, it should be secure. The princess thought about how the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ning family was the eldest daughter of the Wang family. With Ning Ning as the intermediary, it seemed safe. Given Ning Ning's relationship with her daughter-in-law, she wouldn't let her down. Understanding this, the princess felt relieved. Fair, wait a moment before you go find your sister-in-law. The princess stopped her daughter, turning to instruct the maid. Go to the treasury and get 10,000 taels of silver for the princess to take with her. The princess decided to support Qin Gigi with 10,000 taels. Mother, I have money with me. Gu Yufei raised the purse in her hand. Give it to your sister-in-law and tell her that if she needs money in the future, she can come to the princess's treasury. We are all family, so there should be no distance between us. Although the princess's residence and the Gu family faced each other,
the management had been in the princess's hands for years. Madame Gu did not handle affairs, and as the eldest daughter-in-law, the princess naturally took charge. After Madame Gu returned to the capital, her focus was mostly on Gu Shi, while Qin Ziji was fully devoted to the shop, so the authority remained with the princess. Qin Ziji was not only the granddaughter-in-law of the Gu family, but also the savior of her son. No matter how much money was spent, the princess did not mind. Every month, the princess provided them with monthly silver. Qin Ziji was used to relying on herself and had never thought about taking money from the treasury. I understand, mother. When Gu Yufei heard the money was for her sister-in-law, she was no longer in a hurry to leave. She took the silver her mother gave her before going to find her sister-in-law. After Gu Yufei left, the princess instructed the maid to inform the treasury. From now on, when Qin Ziji came to take money, there would be no limit. Once in the carriage, Gu Yufei handed the 10,000 taels of silver her mother gave her to Qin Ziji. Sister-in-law, this is the silver mother asked me to give you for renting the shop. Mother said we are all family, so if you need money, just go to the treasury. Qin Ziji looked at the banknote in her hand, feeling very touched. She remembered how kind the princess had been to her. The princess said they were family, and if she pushed away the kindness, it would create distance between them. Please thank my aunt for me. I thought the money would be enough, so I didn't mention it to her, Qin Ziji said as she took the banknote from Gu Yunfei. Big sister, keep going. You have the whole Gu family behind you. Just between us, my mother has money. If it's not enough, I can go to the palace and ask my uncle for help, Gu Yunfei said playfully, making Qin Ziji laugh. Only Gu Yunfei could think of asking the emperor for help. The two chatted happily on their way and soon arrived at the shop. When they got there, Ning Ning and Wang Xinru were already inside, picking out items. Every girl loves to look beautiful, especially Miss Wang, who had plenty of money and wished she could take the whole shop home. Wang Xinru bought many things for her mother and herself, and after trying them on, she liked them so much that she bought even more. When she saw Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei come in, Ning Ning happily called out, "Sister Ziji, we're over here." Wang Xinru followed Ning Ning's voice and saw a charming lady next to the princess, who was both cute and graceful, catching her eye. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sister Ning and Miss Wang." "Greetings, Princess." "Hello, Mrs. Gu." Although Wang Xinru was a merchant's daughter, she followed the proper etiquette, especially since Wang Yan and Ning Wen had a childhood engagement. Wang Yan was raised like a noble girl, and Wang Xinru learned the same manners. The Wang family was wealthy, and they hired top tutors. "Sister Wang, no need for such formalities. Ning's cousin is our friend. This is my sister-in-law, Qin Ziji, who just arrived in the capital," Gu Yunfei said, indirectly telling her that they were all friends and didn't need to be so formal. "Miss Wang, just call me Ziji. No need for formal titles. It feels distant," Qin Ziji said with a warm smile, making her more likable in Wang Xinru's eyes. "I heard Ning call you Ziji sister. Since I'm the same age as her, I'll call you that too." "You can just call me Xinru," Wang Xinru replied. "Then I'll be bold and call you sister. Ning always praises you for being cheerful and generous, and now that I see you, it's true," Qin Ziji said, admiring the lively girl in front of her, who clearly had seen the world. "Sister Ziji, cousin, let's stop the compliments and find a place to sit and chat. Ning Ning is quite impatient and wishes to finalize everything immediately. You really are in a hurry. Sister-in-law and Sister Xinru aren't rushing, but you are the first to get anxious," Gu Yunfei teased Ning Ning. Ning Ning wasn't upset and playfully clung to Gu Yunfei. "I'm just worried everyone will get tired. Wouldn't it be nice to find a place to chat while having tea?" All right, we'll do as you say. After all, you're the hero of the day." "Of course. If it weren't for me, how would my cousin and Sister Ziji know such amazing people?" Ning Ning's proud expression made everyone laugh. Wang Xinru was surprised to see that Princess Yunfei was so easygoing in private. The rumors were not trustworthy. The group didn't go out to find a private place to discuss matters. There was space on the second floor of the shop. When the shop was decorated, Qin Ziji had set up a special area for receiving important guests. Qin Zhiji led everyone to the second floor, where Qin Qinglin personally brought over some floral fruit tea. This tea was specially placed in the shop by Qin Zhiji, mainly to serve the ladies who visited. Ningning noticed that the color of this floral fruit tea was even more beautiful than the previous one, so she quickly picked it up to taste. Then, she exclaimed in delight, "Brother Qinglin, this floral fruit tea is even better than the last one." Hearing Ningning's excited voice, Wang Xinru couldn't help but try it too and found it just as good as the one downstairs, but this one was a bit sweeter. Ningning preferred this flavor and joked with Qin Qinglin, "Brother Qinglin, I think this one is better. Did you hide all the good stuff? I'm so sad." "You're wrong, Sister Ning. If you like it, I'll pack some for you to take home," Qin Qinglin replied, knowing that Ningning was just teasing him. "Thank you, Brother Qinglin. By the way, remember to pack an extra for my cousin. She likes it too." Ningning could see the slight joy on her cousin's face. "That's great. It's an honor for these floral teas to be liked by the second young lady." Qin Qinglin hadn't expected that the second young lady of the Wang family would also enjoy them, so he planned to pack some for her as well. "Thank you, Manager Qin. I really like it," Wang Xinru accepted graciously, earning Qin Qinglin's respect. After arriving in the capital, he began managing the shop under his sister's guidance. In the business world, everyone knows about the second young lady of the Wang family. Mentioning her, one cannot help but acknowledge her skills, surpassing even her father, Mr.
Wang.
"Fourth brother, come sit down and listen. Today, we invited Sister Sinew to discuss the shop's matters." Qin Zhiji called out to her fourth brother as he was about to go downstairs. Currently, Qin Qinglin is the only one in the Qin family with business skills, and Qin Zhiji wants him to become independent quickly. Miss Wang Er is very good at business, and it's a rare opportunity for her fourth brother to learn from her. When Qin Qinglin heard his third sister calling him, he quickly sat down next to her and the princess. They all have a good relationship, so it didn't feel awkward. Gu Yunfei usually calls him Brother Qinglin. "Sister Zhiji, Ninger has already told me your needs. The shops on both sides of Meiyanfang belong to my family. Please choose which side you prefer." Wang Xinyu was not shy and was happy to collaborate with Qin Zhiji, so she encouraged her to choose freely. "Since Sister Sinew has said so, I won't beat around the bush. I want one shop on each side." Qin Zhiji stated her needs directly, believing that having Meiyanfang in the middle would be best. "Sure. Give me a few days to sort out the items in the shops. Both shops are operated by the Wang family, and Wang Xinyu can simply move the items to other stores. I'm grateful that Sister Sinew is willing to rent to me. There's no rush. Take your time." Qin Zhiji was not only satisfied with the rental but also pleased with Wang Xinyu as a person. "Since I promised Sister Zhiji, I will handle it as quickly as possible. Thank you for your generosity, sister. You can set the rent as you wish." "Sister Zhiji, can I ask for no money?" Wang Xinyu asked eagerly. "No money? What do you want instead?" Qin Zhiji, being clever, sensed that Wang Xinyu had other ideas. "Sister Zhiji, could you grant the Wang family the distribution rights for the items sold at Meiyanfang? Are you thinking of opening a shop too?"
Don't worry, Sister Zhiji.
The Wang family won't open a shop in the capital. Meiyanfang is the main store, and we have business in other places. I want to open a shop outside the capital. Wang Xinyu certainly didn't intend to compete with Qin Zhiji. She just wanted to expand beyond the capital. Qin Zhiji thought seriously and found it acceptable. "Sister Sinew, please share your thoughts." Seeing that Qin Zhiji was willing to listen, Wang Xinyu was very excited. "Sister Zhiji, as the main supplier, all the items sold in the outside shops would come from you. You would give me a wholesale price, and then I would give Meiyanfang a 10% profit on the sold items." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Qin Zhiji did not expect Wang Xinru to be so business-minded and generous. Qin Zhiji consulted Wanwan's opinion, but received some teasing instead. "Master, do you look down on this little bit of goods? If you can open a shop in other countries, Wanwan can provide support." Qin Zhiji felt a bit speechless. She didn't have that ability. She just wanted to earn some money. "What do you think, Zhiji? Do you want to go back and discuss it?" Seeing that Qin Zhiji didn't respond, Wang Xinru thought she needed to consult her family. Shouldn't you go back and discuss it with your family? I can make the decision myself. Then it's settled. Qin Zhizhi gave a definite answer. Zhizhi, are you really agreeing? Wang Xinru was very surprised. She didn't expect Qin Zhizhi to agree so quickly. The conditions you offered are so good. If I didn't agree, I would be wasting your kindness. Qin Zhizhi's playful words eased Wang Xinru's worries. The shops on both sides of the beauty workshop are a gift from me to you, Zhizhi. Please accept it as a sign of the Wang family's sincerity in this cooperation. Oh, Xinru, you mustn't. This gift is too valuable. Qin Zhizhi didn't expect Wang Xinru to be so generous, giving away 2 shops just like that. Zhizhi, please accept it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. For Wang Xinru, 2 shops were nothing, but collaborating with the beauty workshop and Qin Zhizhi held great potential for the future. She knew the beauty workshop's business was thriving, even outside the capital. Yes, Zhizhi, please accept it. Otherwise, my cousin will be sad. Ning also encouraged Qin Zhizhi to accept. Sister-in-law, the second young lady is sincere. You should accept it. Gu Yunfei could see the Wang family's sincerity. As partners, they should treat each other with honesty. Thank you, Xinru. Then I will accept it, and I will give you a discount on the future supply prices. That's great. Thank you, Zhizhi. Qin Zhizhi decided to give the Wang family a 10% discount on future supply prices. Wang Xinru was even happier to hear this. Qin Qinglin was stunned. His sister had just secured a shop and struck a deal with the Wang family. How impressive! He wondered when he could be as capable as his sister. However, Xinru, I have a small request.
Zhizhi, tell me.
As long as it's something I can do, I will do my best. Wang Xinru's serious expression suddenly made Qin Zhizhi laugh. Look how nervous my sister is. I just want you to help my 4th brother. He just took over the shop and has a lot to learn. Qin Zhizhi linked arms with Wang Xinru and expressed a request. Wang Xinru was taken aback and relieved to hear this. Thank you, Zhizhi. If you need help, I will definitely assist you. 4th brother, come over and meet Miss Wang. You will be involved in future orders and signing agreements, and you can also learn about business from her. Qin Qinglin hurried over to greet Wang Xinru when he heard his sister call him. Miss Wang, I look forward to your guidance in the future. You're too kind, Qin. We will have plenty of opportunities to work together and learn from each other. Wang Xinru was very curious and interested in the business model of the beauty workshop, seeing it as an opportunity for herself as well. Cousin, brother Qinglin, let's not be so formal. We will all be good friends from now on. Ning felt it was awkward to see the two being so polite. This time, thanks to my sister Ning for helping out. Today, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Gu Yufei was very happy that her sister-in-law's business deal was successful and wanted to treat everyone. Yufei, that's a great idea. No one can refuse. Cousin, Zhizhi, you should agree quickly. With Ning saying this, Qin Zhizhi's plan to treat everyone was swallowed back. Xinru, let's have lunch together for Ning and the princess's sake. Qin Zhizhi smiled and invited Wang Xinru. Under Ning's eager gaze, she nodded, which earned a cheer from Ning. The East Street, where the beauty workshop was located, was already bustling with many restaurants and tea houses. Ning chose the one with the best food. Ning knew Gu Yufei wasn't worried about money, so she didn't consider the price when selecting the restaurant. The group left the shop and went straight to the restaurant. During the meal, their relationships grew closer, but when they left the restaurant, they ran into Mr. Wang and Gu Ting. Gu Ting and his colleagues happened to be there for a meal, while Mr. Wang was there for business discussions. They all met at the staircase on the 2nd floor and were momentarily stunned. Father, Mr. Zheng, I invited friends to dinner with my sister-in-law. Gu Yufei and Qin Zhizhi greeted Gu Ting first and explained why they were there. Uncle, what a coincidence. Qin Zhizhi greeted Gu Ting and his colleagues warmly. Young people should gather more often. Brother Zheng, this is my niece-in-law. Gu Ting happily introduced Qin Zhizhi to his colleagues. Dad, this is the owner of the beauty shop, the manager, and Princess Yunfei. I came out today to discuss business with Sister Zhizhi, Wang Xinru explained to her father.
Hard work, Ruer. Please greet the princess, Mr. Wang said, not knowing when his daughter became so close to the princess. Hello, Mr. Wang. I just discussed a partnership with Sister Shinru today. From now on, we will be business partners, Qin Jiji said, thinking about their future collaboration as she bowed to Mr.
Wang.
Mr. Wang was a bit confused and curious about what kind of partnership his daughter was discussing today. Madam Gu, you are too kind. Please feel free to ask if you need any help, Mr. Wang replied. Mr. Wang, my niece has just arrived in the capital, so I hope you can assist her, Gu Ting said warmly, making Mr. Wang feel pleasantly surprised. Mr. Wang had heard of Gu Ting's reputation, and now that she was being so friendly, he felt a bit intimidated. Gu Ting continued to chat with Mr. Wang and even invited him to drink together next time. The partners, who were initially hesitant, quickly decided to collaborate with the Wang family after seeing their good relationship with the Gu family. Wang Xinru understood the complexities of the situation and felt even more grateful to Qin Jiji. Although it was a bit of a twist, it was clear to everyone that Qin Jiji, as Gu Ting's niece, held significant weight in the Gu family. The Wang family's business had been growing steadily over the years, largely thanks to the eldest sister being married into the Ning family, which kept the clan in check. The unexpected collaboration with Qin Jiji made her feel that having another ally was a safeguard for the Wang family. She preferred to invest in loyal partners rather than those who were ungrateful within their own family. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Xinru mustered the courage to invite them. Sister Jiji, princess, I love collecting unique items. I feel a strong connection with you today. May I invite you to my home tomorrow to take a look? Qin Jiji was indeed interested in visiting the home of the wealthy, and since Wang Xinru invited her, she gladly accepted. Sister Xinru, since you are sincerely inviting us, we would be happy to come, Qin Jiji replied. Wang Xinru was very pleased to hear that. After leaving the restaurant, they parted ways, with Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei heading to the Qin family to share the good news. Ning also went to the Qin family because she missed them and wanted to visit. Mr. Wang and his daughter returned home to discuss how to host their guests the next day. Just before getting into the carriage, the person who had come to discuss business with Mr. Wang smiled and said, Brother Wang, why are you hiding your collaboration with the Gu family? The partnership we discussed today is confirmed and cannot change. Old Master Wang smiled in response, pleased that his partner felt they got a great deal, and left happily. In the carriage, Wang Xinru shared what happened today with her father. After listening, Old Master Wang praised his daughter for her excellent work. A 1% profit is small change for the Wang family, and having a connection with the Gu family is also a safeguard for them. Father, I have invited Sister Jiji and the princess to our home tomorrow. If you have no plans, you should stay home too. But I have something to attend to, dear. Old Master Wang and his youngest daughter had a special understanding. He often felt that his daughter was not like a son. Under her leadership, the Wang family would surely reach new heights. Unless they found a son-in-law after 100 years, when he and his wife are gone, their two daughters would surely be taken advantage of by relatives. Madame Gu's fourth brother, who is the manager of the beauty workshop, is new to running the shop. If you have time, father, you could offer some guidance. With his daughter saying this, Old Master Wang understood perfectly. Father, there's nothing major happening tomorrow, so since we have esteemed guests, you can just wait at home. Thank you, father. I will go back and send an invitation to Sister Jiji, asking them to bring Manager Qin along. Seeing her father agree, Wang Xinru was very happy, and the father and daughter chatted a bit more about their collaboration with the beauty workshop. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Wang family home. Madame Wang, hearing that esteemed guests were coming tomorrow, quickly called the steward to make arrangements, ensuring they would not neglect her daughter's guests. Meanwhile, at the Qin family home, after Qin Jiji shared the news about the collaboration with the Wang family, she received support from everyone. At that moment, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei were discussing the Wang family with Ning. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Jiji made a special effort to prepare herself, choosing a simple, elegant light blue dress. Her long hair was styled in a simple bun,
adorned with a white jade hairpin, making her look gentle and graceful. Once she was ready, her fourth brother, Qin Qinglin, had already arrived at the Gu family to wait for her. Qin Jiji and Qin Qinglin first went to the Grand Princess's residence to pick up Gu Yunfei before heading to the Wang family. In the carriage, Qin Jiji felt a bit excited, as if she were going on a sightseeing trip. Seeing her sister-in-law in a good mood, Gu Yunfei also felt cheerful. After returning home yesterday, their father had specifically visited her courtyard to tell her that if her sister-in-law needed help with anything and felt shy about asking, she could come to him. Qin Qinglin was equally excited. Receiving guidance from Lord Wang was a dream for many. This time, he had the chance thanks to his sister. Third sister, I'm a bit nervous and excited, Qin Qinglin admitted shyly. Fourth brother, relax. This is just a small event. Our family's business will rely on you in the future, so make sure to learn well from Lord Wang today, Qin Ziji said with a smile. Don't worry, third sister. I will work hard to earn lots of money for you, so you can just relax and count it, Qin Qinglin declared confidently, making Qin Ziji laugh. Noticing Gu Yunfei's envious gaze, Qin Qinglin added, and for sister Yunfei too. Then thank you, brother Qinglin, Gu Yunfei replied. She wasn't envious of Qin Jiji's wealth, but admired Qin Qinglin's selfless dedication to his sister. At the entrance of the Wang family, Wang Xinru had been waiting for a while. When she saw Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei, she hurried over and took their hands. Jiji's sister, princess, I'm so happy you're here. We wouldn't miss it for Xinru's invitation. Look, I brought my fourth brother along. He was so excited about getting guidance from Lord Wang that he couldn't sleep all night, Qin Jiji said, making Wang Xinru laugh. She didn't expect the usually composed Qin manager to have such a playful side. Manager Qin, there's no need to be so formal. My father is very easygoing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Wang Xinru reassured him, noticing his nervousness. Thank you, Miss Wang. I apologize for the disturbance today, Qin Qinglin nodded, his gaze steady. Come on, let me take you inside. Xiao Fu, please take Manager Qin to my father, Wang Xinru instructed a servant. Understood, Miss Wang. This way, Manager Qin, Xiao Fu said as they all entered the estate, leading Qin Qinglin toward Lord Wang's courtyard. Wang Xinru took Qin Jiji and the others to her own courtyard first. Wang Xinru's courtyard was the best in the estate. Her mother, caring for her daughter, wanted to give her the best since the Wang family was well off. Located in the southeast corner of the estate, Wang Xinru's courtyard had a spacious garden in front, filled with fragrant flowers. Qin Jiji couldn't help but admire the Wang family's wealth. Even in this season, the rare flowers in the garden were beyond what many noble families in the capital could afford. As they walked, Qin Jiji was amazed by the exquisite details of the Wang residence, with its pavilions and well-arranged buildings. Wang Xinru's room was cozy and invitingly decorated. Both the furniture materials and the decorative patterns have been carefully chosen. Mrs. Wang dotes on her daughter and has prepared the best living space for her. She often personally selects clothes and jewelry for her, which, although from a merchant, are just as good as those from noble families. However, Wang Xinru's ambition is not to be a refined young lady, but to become the richest person in the world. To host a few guests, Wang Xinru had the kitchen prepare delicious pastries early in the morning. She personally supervised to ensure each pastry was exquisite and tasty. Yesterday, Qin Jiji noticed that Wang Xinru liked the floral fruit tea from the shop, so today she brought some for her and Mrs.
Wang.
Xinru, I saw you liked it yesterday, so I brought you some different flavors of floral fruit tea today. Yesterday, Qin Jiji had already packed some for Wang Xinru and Ning Ning, and today she brought flavors that weren't available before. Thank you, Jiji. You've already given me so much yesterday. It's so kind of you to bring more today. Wang Xinru smiled happily as she accepted the tea from Qin Jiji. Drink it and let me know what you think. There's plenty. Qin Jiji's words made Wang Xinru even happier. The maid brought in the freshly made pastries, and Ning Ning's eyes lit up at the sight of so many treats. Wow, these are all my favorite pastries.
Thank you, cousin. She eagerly picked up a beautifully shaped pastry and took a bite. It's so delicious. Wang Xinru smiled and patted Ningning's hand, saying, if you like them, eat as much as you want. She turned to Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei enthusiastically saying, Jiji, princess, you should try this too. It's made by a chef from the south, and it's a bit different from what we have in the capital. Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei picked up the same pastry that Ning Ning had just eaten and savored it. The pastry melted in their mouths, sweet but not overly so, prompting Qin Jiji to praise, Miss, your chef is really skilled. Gu Yunfei also took a piece, took a gentle bite, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. The sweetness is just right. It's great. Seeing everyone enjoy the treats made Wang Xinru very happy. She said with a smile, I'm glad you all like them. Let's enjoy our time together today. Don't hold back, eat more. As she spoke, she poured freshly brewed floral fruit tea for everyone, filling the air with its fragrance. They gathered around the table, tasting pastries and chatting, laughter filling the room. Ning Ning occasionally shared funny stories, making everyone burst into laughter, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. It wasn't until Mrs. Wang sent someone to announce that lunch was ready that they realized how much time had passed while they were chatting. Under Wang Xinru's guidance, they headed to the dining hall. On the way to the dining hall, Ning Ning kept talking. She asked her cousin if she had made any of her favorite dishes. Then she shared with Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei how delicious the food made by the royal chef was. Qin Ziji and Gu Yunfei were very excited by what she said. When they arrived at the dining hall, Madame Wang had everything ready. After greeting her, the Wang family's lunch officially began. Qin Jiji noticed that Qin Qinglin looked very excited, which likely meant she had gained a lot. Old Master Wang was surprised by Qin Qinglin's ideas and grew fonder of her. After a morning of deep conversation, Old Master Wang was very curious about Qin Jiji. Qin Qinglin often mentioned her third sister, and many of her new ideas came from her. During the meal, Old Master Wang couldn't help but chat with Qin Ziji and realized she had a talent for business. At the same time, Qin Jiji was observing Old Master Wang. Her mind was filled with many thoughts, making it hard for her to enjoy her meal. Master, please exchange the good fortune pills with me quickly. Old Master Wang and Madame Wang really need them. Qin Jiji rubbed her temples, feeling helpless at Wanwan's urgent voice. Wanwan, can you be quiet? This is my first time meeting Old Master Wang and Madame Wang. It would be rude to mention the good fortune pills. But Wanwan ignored Qin Ziji's explanation and continued to urge her. Master, this is a great deed. Old Master Wang and Madame Wang have no sons, only 2 daughters, and their relatives are eyeing them closely. If they use the good fortune pills, a little boy will surely be born next year. This would be a great merit, and I could exchange it for a lot of silver and level up. Hearing about the upgrade, Qin Jiji felt a bit tempted. After all, it was thanks to the good fortune pills that her third aunt successfully conceived her 6th brother, Qin Qinglin. She knew the pills worked, but promoting them so boldly felt inappropriate. The key was that the Wang family was the richest in the capital. If they misunderstood her intentions, it would be awkward. Seeing Qin Jiji lost in thought, Madame Wang gently asked, Madame Gu, is the food not to your liking? I can have the kitchen prepare more. Madam, you misunderstand. The food is very delicious. I was just distracted, and I apologize. Feeling guilty for Madame Wang's misunderstanding, Qin Ziji looked up at her. She noticed a hint of worry in Madame Wang's expression. Although she smiled gently, her eyes revealed her concerns. Qin Jiji suddenly thought that Wanwan's words might not be without reason. If I can help Madame Wang, it would be a good deed. But how to bring it up is difficult. Clearly, the timing is not right. Qin Jiji was worried about how to talk about the good luck pills when she heard Mr. Wang asking her, Madame Gu, I heard you bought pills at a high price from a famous doctor, which helped our second master wake up. What a coincidence. Qin Jiji felt delighted. This was the opportunity she needed. It was a chance encounter. I didn't expect it to really work. The doctor is truly impressive.
Qin Ziji intentionally praised the doctor's skills, and Mr. Wang was very interested. However, at the dining table, he felt shy to ask about the doctor, so he decided to wait until after the meal. Wang Wan had already been comforted by Qin Ziji, and the table returned to its lively atmosphere. After lunch, Wang Xinru took Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning back to her courtyard, while Madame Wang kept Qin Ziji behind, saying she wanted to talk. Just now, her husband secretly sent a message asking her to keep Qin Ziji for a private conversation. Although Madame Wang found it strange, she complied. Their relationship was strong, and she trusted her husband had an important reason for wanting to speak with Madame Gu. On the way back to Wang Xinru's courtyard, Ning Ning joked, "Sure enough, Ziji is more popular than us. Look, Annie Wang kept her to talk alone the first time they met. If you're jealous, I can tell Mother to let you talk to her next time." "Maybe not. I prefer to be with my cousin and the princess." Ning Ning's words made everyone laugh. When only Qin Ziji and Mr. and Mrs. Wang were left, Mr. Wang felt a bit guilty and said, "Madame Gu, I apologize. I have something to ask you, which is why I had my wife keep you here." "Mr. Wang, feel free to ask. If I can help, I won't refuse." "Then I'll be straightforward. I want to inquire about the famous doctor. I believe you have heard about the Wang family situation. Could you share any information about the doctor?" "I met the doctor by chance. Besides buying the pills that helped my father-in-law wake up, I also got good luck pills." Qin Ziji could only mention the good luck pills. She couldn't find the doctor, but the pills were available. Mr. and Mrs. Wang's eyes lit up at her words. Madame Wang excitedly said, "Madame Gu, there really is such a medicine? My husband and I have sought many famous doctors and prayed to many deities for years regarding having children, but we have had no results. If you can truly help us fulfill this wish, the Wang family will surely reward you generously." Qin Ziji quickly waved her hand and said, "Madam, you are too kind. I can't guarantee that this pill will work, but if you want to try it, I can give it to you without expecting anything in return." Madame Wang and Mr. Wang were very grateful and thanked her repeatedly, surprised by Qin Ziji's generosity. Qin Ziji felt relieved inside, thinking about all the events of the day. She used the silver note of 10,000 taels given by the princess to exchange for the good luck pills. She pretended to take out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Madame Wang, reminding her, "Madam, after taking this, please rest and keep a happy mood. You might receive good news." Madame Wang carefully accepted the porcelain bottle as if it were a treasure, and Mr. Wang was also overjoyed. Although Qin Ziji had said it was a gift, after their excitement, Mr. Wang and Madame Wang began to consider how much silver would be appropriate to give in return. Madame Wang chatted with Qin Ziji for a while longer and then instructed a servant to take her to their daughter's courtyard to rest. After Qin Ziji bid farewell and left, Mr. Wang and Madame Wang were filled with excitement. "Madam, you have worked hard. Let's try one last time. If we still cannot have a child, we will accept our fate." Madame Wang nodded, wanting to suggest that Mr. Wang take a concubine, but thinking of her husband's temperament, she held back her words. "Your kindness to us is great, and this medicine is hard to come by. Remember to give her a good amount of silver." Although it was their first meeting, Madame Wang inexplicably trusted Qin Ziji and did not want to treat her poorly. "Rest assured, my wife understands." After a good afternoon at the Wang residence, Qin Ziji and the others prepared to leave. Before they left, Mr. Wang had his daughter give Qin Ziji a small pouch. Qin Ziji could not refuse and had to accept it. Once they left, Wang Xinru learned that the pouch contained a thank-you gift of good luck pills from Qin Ziji and exclaimed that her father was stingy. At that moment, Qin Ziji, looking at the 100,000 taels of silver notes in front of her, felt overwhelmed. One good luck pill was worth 100,000 taels of silver. She thought about her business and realized that selling good luck pills could make her rich. "Wan, you better hope that pill works, otherwise we will both be in trouble." "Master, just wait for good news from Madame Wang," Wan said confidently about the items in the system. "Can you upgrade now?" "Not yet, Master. You need to exchange more items with me for me to upgrade." "Can't I just give you silver?"
No, master, cheating is not allowed. You should hurry and exchange items with me. Qin Jiji sighed helplessly. The system was truly hard to understand. Thinking about the 100,000 taels of silver notes from the Wang family, she silently hoped that Madame Wang would get her wish. To thank Qin Jiji for her gift of medicine, Wang Xinru quickly cleared out the shops on both sides of the beauty workshop in less than 3 days. This action made Qin Jiji feel the Wang family's sincerity and respect their strength. The beauty workshop had already gained some fame in the capital, and the Wang family's partnership would not only enhance their reputation but also bring new life to their business. Qin Jiji was very pleased and signed a distribution agreement with the Wang family. She was moved by Wang Xinru's sincerity and initiative. Qin Jiji would provide exclusive formulas for beauty products, while the Wang family would sell these products in their own cosmetic shops. After receiving the distribution agreement, Wang Xinru immediately asked Qin Jiji for the first batch of goods. The Wang family's business was widespread across the country, and many places already had cosmetic shops. Once the goods arrived, Wang Xinru quickly arranged for staff to sell the new products. Following Qin Jiji's trial model in the capital, these new items quickly became popular among local ladies and young misses. After trying them, they praised the products, leading to booming business for the Wang family's cosmetic shops. When Wang Xinru returned to Qin Jiji for a second order, the quantity was double that of the first. Wang Xinru mentioned that with the new year approaching in just over a month, the purchasing power of the ladies would be even stronger. Prompted by Wang Xinru, Qin Jiji decided to create a new New Year product set for the beauty workshop. She designed several cosmetic box styles, but felt they weren't stunning enough. Then she thought of the talented Gu Yunfei and directly asked for her help. Princess Yunfei was a well-known talented woman in the capital, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The next day, Gu Yunfei delivered several exquisite designs personally to Qin Jiji. Sister-in-law, please see if you are satisfied. If not, I can draw more, Gu Yunfei said with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Jiji took the drawings and examined them carefully. The boxes featured New Year elements, including plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, with designs of dragons and phoenixes, each unique and delightful. Yunfei, you are amazing! Qin Jiji couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Yunfei smiled and replied, Sister-in-law, you flatter me. I'm just happy to help. Qin Jiji felt joy in her heart, but soon furrowed her brows. Noticing this, Gu Yunfei asked with concern, Sister-in-law, do you have any worries? Qin Jiji sighed. Such a nice box, my uncle wouldn't be able to make it. Where can we find a skilled craftsman? Gu Yunfei thought for a moment and suddenly brightened up, saying, Sister-in-law, we can ask mother for help. I remember there's a very talented craftsman in our family. Really? Qin Jiji asked eagerly. Would I lie to you? Master Zhao is extremely skilled, especially in carving. Hope sparked in Qin Jiji's heart as she quickly said, That's wonderful. Let's go find Aunt. Gu Yunfei nodded, I'll go with you. Mother is at home today. When the princess heard that Qin Jiji needed a craftsman, she immediately agreed and called for Master Zhao to assist Qin Jiji. Qin Jiji took out the drawings that Gu Yunfei had made. Master Zhao examined them for a moment, and a glimmer of appreciation crossed his eyes as he nodded. This design is indeed exquisite, especially the details of the patterns. Gu Yunfei smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Master Zhao. Master Zhao shook his head. The princess is being modest. This box will surely be beautiful once made. After everything was settled, Qin Jiji finally felt relieved. The next period was spent preparing the rest of the New Year set. Qin Jiji was very busy, ensuring that each set would meet the needs of the ladies. A few days later, Master Zhao completed the box. When Qin Jiji received it, the surface was as smooth as a mirror, with delicate and intricate patterns, every detail perfect. She couldn't help but exclaim, Master Zhao's skills are truly remarkable. Gu Yunfei laughed. Such New Year gifts will surely attract a lot of attention. The ladies will probably want to buy several sets. Qin Jiji nodded with a smile. Yes, this New Year set will definitely sell well.
The following time was spent on mass-producing these boxes. Master Zhao's family had been skilled for generations, so Qin Ziji entrusted this task to him. It was a collaborative effort, and the princess also approved, which made Master Zhao very grateful. For the selection of the New Year set, Qin Ziji considered the opinions of Gu Yunfei and Wang Xinru. In the end, they settled on 3 sets that all 3 agreed were good. After finishing the New Year gift box set, Qin Ziji discussed returning to Qin Family Village with Gu Jinghuai. When Gu Jinghuai heard that he would be separated from Qin Ziji, he felt very reluctant. "Wife, I'm worried about you going back alone." Qin Ziji understood his feelings and gently tugged at his sleeve, speaking softly.
Husband, don't worry.
"I won't be gone for too long this time. Once I take care of things in the village, I'll come back right away. Besides, with Dad and Uncle here, I'll have help on the way, so everything will be fine." Gu Jinghuai held her hand and said, "Wife, you've worked hard. You've been busy, and I can't help much." "Who says you can't help? While I'm away from the capital, I'll be counting on you to look after the Qin family." Gu Jinghuai nodded in agreement. Although he felt reluctant, he knew the village matters couldn't be delayed. 3 days later, Qin Ziji packed her things and set off for Qin Family Village with her grandfather, uncle, and father. Her uncle, Qin Jiang, stayed in the capital to take care of the family. On the way, Qin Ziji thought about the village matters. The pigs she had the villagers raise earlier should be ready now, perfect for making sausages. Also, the pepper and chili that her uncle helped collect needed to be processed quickly to avoid spoilage. Thinking of this made her a bit anxious. Old Man Qin was eager to return home, and besides eating and resting, they spent the rest of the time traveling. When they arrived at Qin Family Village, Qin Ziji and the others rushed straight to her uncle's house. Her uncle was overjoyed to see them return and quickly pulled them inside. "Ziji, you're finally back. This year we harvested a lot of pepper and chili, and we were waiting for you to help us process it." Qin Ziji smiled and nodded. "Uncle, thank you for your hard work. I'm back to take care of everything, and we should make some good money before the new year. With you saying that, the villagers will feel at ease. All the goods are at the Gu family's house, and the villagers have organized to guard them, so everything is fine. Thanks to you and everyone. I'll get things organized shortly. Ziji, no need to rush. After such a long journey, rest a bit first, and let your grandmother make you something delicious." Her uncle asked his grandson to invite the family from the second house over for a meal to celebrate. In the following days, Qin Ziji and the others were very busy. She first helped the villagers dry the pepper and chili, then weighed the chili to share with the villagers. It was the first time the villagers received a share, and they were very excited, making the village lively, like a festival. The land that the villagers had worked on together was used to grow chili. This year's chili harvest was good, and with the fresh chili sold earlier, each family received a good amount of money. The pigs they raised were ready to be slaughtered, and Qin Ziji decided to lead everyone in making sausages. Part of it is for the New Year celebration, some for Manager Wang's restaurant, and the rest will be taken back to the capital to sell in my shop. Before arriving at Qin Family Village, Qin Ziji had already planned this. The Gu family has a shop that sells rice and flour, so after discussing with the princess, Qin Ziji decided to set aside a space for selling sausages. The princess entrusted this task to her daughter, Gu Yunfei. Therefore, when Qin Ziji returned to Qin Family Village, Gu Yunfei did not accompany her. Now, the entire Qin Family Village is filled with joy, and everyone is full of energy. Qin Ziji first went to check on the pigs raised by the villagers. Sure enough, the pigs were fat and healthy, perfect for making sausages. Qin Ziji asked the village head to hire a butcher and gathered a few strong villagers to start slaughtering pigs from house to house. They herded the fat pigs out of the pen, weighed them, and secured them on a stone slab. Then, a few people held them down while the butcher began his work. The butcher hired by the village head was the most famous in the area, so he was very experienced. Once the pigs were slaughtered, hot water was prepared early, and a group of people began scalding the pigs to remove the hair and cut them into different parts. The butcher moved on to the next house while the remaining villagers were divided into groups by the village head to follow Qin Jiji's instructions. Next, Qin Jiji led the villagers in marinating the pork with the spices she had prepared, stuffing the sausages, and hanging them to dry. The villagers of Qin family village worked hard, and after a night of effort, all the sausages were finally stuffed. Looking at the sausages drying in each yard, Qin Jiji felt a great sense of accomplishment. She decided to take all the sausages and offer the villagers a good price, so they could have a prosperous year. After finishing with the sausages in the village, Qin Jiji went to her grandmother's house, as well as to help her aunt and third aunt with their sausages. Since they needed to return to the capital before the new year, she brought gifts to each family in advance. Although her third uncle and aunt were not back, she made sure to deliver gifts to the Wang family. After 3 busy days, all the sausages for this year were completed. Qin Jiji had the village head send someone to find Manager Wang. As soon as Manager Wang heard that Qin Jiji had returned, he rushed over with a cart. "Jiji, my dear niece, you've come back. What new things have you brought this time?" Manager Wang looked at the yard full of drying sausages and felt that his restaurant would surely be a hit this year. "Uncle Wang, these are the sausages I made with the villagers. I wanted to ask if you would like to buy some. If not, I will take them all to the capital." Qin Jiji was not worried about selling sausages. As long as there were fresh ingredients, she would always think of Manager Wang first. "Of course, why wouldn't I? It's good that you are thinking of Uncle Wang. Qin Family Village has as many as you need." Manager Wang knew that Qin Jiji's products were always good. "This time, I can only give Uncle Wang half. The other half is for something else. You can try selling it first, and if it sells well, we can make more next year. There's no recipe for my niece Jiji that isn't popular. Half is fine, but make sure to save me more for next year." "Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I'm always the first to think of you when I have something good." Hearing that she thought of him first made Manager Wang even happier. Their restaurant was also in the capital, and after Qin Jiji went there would be plenty of opportunities to collaborate. That day, Manager Wang took half of the sausages, and since one cart wasn't enough, the village had sent a bullock cart to deliver more to the restaurant. After receiving the silver, Qin Jiji asked the village head to gather all the villagers together to divide the silver based on the weight of sausages each family contributed. Scholar Zhang remembered clearly that Qin Jiji offered a high price of 60 won per pound for the sausages. When Qin Jiji announced the price, all the villagers gasped in surprise. The village head, Qin Chuan, asked uncertainly, "Jiji, isn't this too high? Will you end up losing money?" "Yes, Jiji, you can't lose money. Maybe make it cheaper." "Right, 61 is too much." The villagers were all advising her, and Qin Jiji felt very touched by their sincerity. "Don't worry, it's 61. Besides what I give to Manager Wang, the rest I will take to the capital to sell. If it sells well, we can all raise more pigs next year." Having lived in the capital for a while, she understood the prices there. She couldn't bear to see the villagers work hard all year and still struggle to make ends meet. She wanted them to prosper through their hard work. "Jiji, we trust you. If it sells well, just write to the village head, and after the new year, we'll buy piglets." "Yes, we all support you. Raising a pig earns more than working elsewhere. We're with you." The people of Qin Family Village were now full of enthusiasm. "Great, let's prosper together. Now let's start dividing the silver." The village had called out names, and the people stepped forward to receive their silver. Scholar Zhang calculated the amounts while Qin Jiji handed out the silver. "Qin family, 42 taels. 3 sheep temple, 10 taels. Uncle Qin, your pigs are the fattest, 15 taels." With each family called, the villagers gasped at the amounts. It was the first time they had seen so much silver. The villagers who received their money were all smiles, holding on to their silver while waiting to see how much others would get. The atmosphere was very lively. After collecting their money, everyone happily returned home. After all this, Qin Jiji finally sighed in relief and suddenly felt a bit nostalgic for Gu Jinghuai and her relatives in the capital. She knew it was time to prepare to return to Beijing. Qin Jiji asked manager Wang for help in renting a carriage to transport the remaining Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers, as well as the newly made sausages back to the capital. On the day Qin Jiji left, the whole village came to see them off. Old man Qin's eyes were red, and Qin Jiji comforted him, saying, "Grandpa, after the new year, I will bring you back." Old man Qin nodded. Both uncle and second uncle were reluctant, but the children's future was in the capital, so they had to go. Before leaving, Uncle held Qin Jiji's hand and said earnestly, "Jiji, well done. Make sure to come back often." Qin Jiji smiled and nodded. "Uncle, don't worry. I will return after the new year. Our bamboo shoot business cannot stop. We will wait for you to come back. I promise to save the bamboo shoots for you. We will make sure to take care of these profitable things for the whole village." After saying goodbye to the villagers, Qin Jiji set off on her journey back to the capital. The carriage was filled with gifts from the villagers, even though they were simple farm items. However, they were filled with the villagers' love. There were also special gifts from the Li, Zhang, and Wang families for their daughters and grandchildren. Throughout the journey, Qin Jiji felt excited, thinking about how long it had been since she last saw Gu Jinghui, and a smile appeared on her face. Qin Jiji did not inform her family of her return. Once the carriage entered Beijing, they headed straight for the Qin family home. Gu Jinghui, who had the day off, arrived early and was in the study with the Qin brothers. They were discussing strategies when suddenly they heard Qin Qinghui's excited voice from the courtyard. "Brother-in-law, big brother, second brother, come out quickly. Grandpa and third sister are back." Gu Jinghui's eyes lit up, and a wave of joy surged within him, causing the book in his hands to slip from his grasp. He and the Qin brothers quickly got up and rushed outside, their faces filled with surprise. Gu Jinghui hurried out of the study. Though his steps were steady, he couldn't hide his eagerness. Qin Jiji helped Grandpa down from the carriage. After a long day of travel, everyone looked a bit tired, especially the elderly old man Qin. Qin Posey and a few others had come out early to greet them. Seeing her husband, granddaughter, and sons after being away for so long, Qin Posey was filled with joy. "Grandma's good granddaughter is finally back. We missed you so much." The Qin family surrounded Qin Jiji, asking about her well-being, while Qin Laohan and his son stood by, smiling foolishly. With Qin Jiji around, their status in her heart was naturally diminished. Gu Jinghui arrived at the front yard and looked at Qin Jiji, who was surrounded by several people. His gaze fell on her. His wife had finally returned, and his throat tightened slightly, filled with joy. Qin Jiji looked up and met Gu Jinghui's eyes. In that moment, joy and affection flashed in her eyes. All her longing turned into a soft call, "Husband." Gu Jinghui quickly stepped forward and said softly, "Wife, you're back." His voice was filled with deep longing and concern. Qin Jiji smiled gently and replied, "I'm back. Everything went smoothly. You've worked hard these days." Gu Jinghui shook his head, holding her hand tightly and whispered, "It's good that you're back." The others in the Qin family smiled with relief at the sight. Grandma Qin looked at the loving couple with warmth in her eyes. "Third sister, you're finally back." Qin Qinghui exclaimed happily, finally having her sister home. "Not only am I back, but I also brought sausages. Let's make them for lunch." Mentioning the sausages filled Qin Jiji with pride. As she spoke, she directed everyone to unload the sausages from the cart. Seeing the shiny, red sausages, Qin Qinghui couldn't help but lean in to smell them. "They smell amazing." "Third sister, did you make all of these?" Qin Qinghui looked at Qin Jiji with admiration. "Yes, I made them together with the people from Qin village." Qin Qinghui swallowed hard. "Third sister, you're incredible. I must have extra pieces tonight." Qin Jiji affectionately patted his head. "Don't worry, there will be plenty." The family laughed together, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Lunch was prepared by Grandma Qin and a few daughters-in-law. They didn't want Qin Jiji to cook since it was their first time tasting the sausages, so she chose to steam them with rice. During lunch, Grandma Qin picked up a piece of sausage, tasted it carefully, and praised Jiji. "This sausage is really good. The meat is firm and flavorful. Qin Laohan nodded in agreement. Yes, our Gigi is capable. Gu Jinghuai and the others also gave high praise. At that moment, Qin Qinghui was too busy enjoying the sausages to speak. Gu Jinghuai's eyes were filled with pride. His wife was the best. After dinner, Qin Ziji wanted to help clear the dishes, but Grandma held her down to rest. You don't need to help, just relax. You must be tired from the journey. Grandma felt sorry for her granddaughter, and Zhang was even more concerned for her daughter. No one in the Qin family wanted Qin Ziji to wash the dishes. After the afternoon break at the Qin house, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai returned to the Gu family. The Qin and Gu families lived close to each other, and Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai walked back hand in hand. Qin Ziji hadn't seen her relatives at the Gu family for a while, so she felt a bit nostalgic. Upon returning to the Gu residence, the servants greeted her with smiles. Qin Ziji felt warm inside. Gu's mother was originally helping Gu Shi practice walking, but when she heard Qin Ziji was back, she immediately left to find the old lady. When Gu's mother saw Qin Ziji, her eyes were filled with concern. Finally, you're back. You must be exhausted. Let me see if you've lost weight. Qin Ziji softly replied, Mother, I'm fine. Just missing you all a bit. Hearing this, Gu's mother's eyes turned slightly red, and she gently patted her hand, saying, It's good that you're back. The old lady was very happy to see her granddaughter-in-law return. Gigi is back. Come here, and let me see you. Qin Ziji stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Grandmother, I'm back. The old lady held her hand. It's good that you're back. Now rest well. Then she turned to a maid and instructed, Go tell the kitchen to prepare more delicious food for dinner to help the young lady regain her strength. The maid hurried off, and the old lady had Qin Ziji sit down, asking her about her experiences during the past days. The two of them chatted happily. Then the old lady remembered something and instructed a servant, Go inform the princess that we'll have a family gathering tonight to celebrate. The servant left to carry out the task. As soon as they heard Qin Ziji was back, Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunling quickly came over. Once everyone was gathered, dinner officially began at the Gu family. Even Gu Shi, who had difficulty walking, joined them. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, and the old lady sat at the head of the table. The family sat together, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. The old lady raised her glass and smiled at everyone, saying, Today, Gigi is back, and our family is reunited. Let's raise our glasses to celebrate her return. Everyone lifted their glasses, and Qin Ziji took a sip, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. Looking at the abundant dishes on the table and hearing her family's laughter, she felt a wave of emotions. During the meal, Gu's mother kept serving Qin Ziji food. Gigi, eat more. These are all your favorites. Qin Ziji felt very grateful and said, Thank you, mother. You should eat more too. The old lady occasionally chimed in with a few words, making everyone laugh heartily. Gu Jinghuai sat next to Qin Ziji, occasionally serving her food with a gentle look in his eyes. The meal was filled with joy and warmth. After dinner, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai chatted with the elders for a while. It wasn't until the old lady yawned slightly that everyone realized how late it had gotten. I'm getting old and can't stay up much longer. I'm going to rest now. You all should head home too, she said. As she finished speaking, a maid quickly stepped forward to help her walk back to her room. Gu's mother, worried about Gu Shi's health, also decided to take him back to rest. Before leaving, Gu's mother gently patted Qin Ziji's hand and said, Ziji Jinghuai, you should get some rest too. Don't tire yourselves out. Gu Shi nodded slightly, showing concern without saying much. Qin Ziji respectfully replied, Father, Mother, don't worry. We will take care of ourselves. The princess and her family also stood up to say goodbye. Qin Ziji had made plans with Gu Yunfei to visit the shop together the next day. Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai personally escorted them to the gate, watching them leave until their footsteps faded away. Then, they held hands and returned to their own courtyard. Walking side by side on the stone path, Qin Ziji felt the warmth of his hand, bringing her a sense of peace that washed away her fatigue. Once back in their room, The maid had already prepared warm water, and Gu Jinghuai asked Qin Jiji to wash up first. Sitting at the vanity, Gu Jinghuai gently helped her take off her hair ornaments. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, he pulled her into his embrace and said, "My dear wife is finally back. I couldn't sleep well at night without you." Qin Jiji leaned against him and softly replied, "Husband, I'm back now." Gu Jinghuai kissed her forehead and said gently, "Yes, it's wonderful that you're back." Seeing his slightly sad expression, Qin Jiji took the initiative to kiss him. After missing her for so many days, Gu Jinghuai's feelings overflowed at that moment. As night deepened, the candlelight flickered, casting their intertwined shadows. Gu Jinghuai, feeling for Qin Jiji, didn't stay up too late. That night, Qin Jiji slept especially soundly, dreaming of her family's smiling faces. Gu Jinghuai watched his sleeping wife and soon fell asleep as well, no longer feeling lonely. The next day, Qin Jiji woke up a bit late. However, no one in the Gu family blamed her. The old lady felt sorry for her and specifically asked the kitchen to warm up breakfast for the young lady. When Qin Jiji arrived at the old lady's courtyard, Gu Yunfei had already been waiting for her for a while. "Good morning, grandmother." "Good morning, Sister Yunfei. I'm sorry I'm late today and made you wait." Qin Jiji felt a bit embarrassed since she had invited her sister yesterday, but woke up late today. "If you're tired, you can sleep a bit longer. Fair was just here to keep me company," the old lady said, noticing Qin Jiji's embarrassment and trying to help her out. "Yes, big sister, you've been working hard lately. It's fine to sleep a little longer. We're not in a hurry," Gu Yunfei said, understanding Qin Jiji's situation. She came to visit their grandmother every day, so it was okay if her sister was late. After staying with the old lady for a while, she urged them to go and take care of their own matters. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei left the old lady's place and took a carriage directly to the shop. "Big sister, I also invited Zheng'er and the second young lady today. I asked them to meet us at the shop," Gu Yunfei mentioned. Wang Xinru and Ning Ning had already spoken to Gu Yunfei a few days ago, reminding her to gather with them when Qin Jiji returned. Although Qin Jiji planned to check the shop today, it wouldn't stop them from seeing their friends. "You're so thoughtful, Sister Yunfei," Qin Jiji praised with a smile. Gu Yunfei was thrilled to receive such compliments early in the morning. By the time Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei arrived at the shop, Wang Xinru and Ning Ning were already waiting for them. Seeing them, Gu Yunfei exclaimed, "Isn't it still before the agreed time? Why did you come so early?" "Jiji sister, Ning'er really missed you." "Sister Yunfei, my cousin and I wanted to see Jiji sister sooner, so we left early," Ning Ning said, cuddling up to Qin Jiji, who smiled helplessly. "Let's go inside and rest for a bit. I brought some good things from Qin family village this time. After we finish our work, let's go back to the Qin family to get them." Qin Jiji had rushed out today and didn't bring any sausages. They were drying in the courtyard at the Qin family. "What good things did you bring this time, Jiji sister?" Wang Xinru's eyes lit up at the mention of good things. The products from the beauty shop had sold out at the out-of-town shop. "You'll find out when we get there. Wait for me a moment. Once we finish our tasks, we'll head back and have lunch at the Qin family." Qin Jiji invited Wang Xinru and Ning Ning to join her for lunch at her home. Ning Ning was very happy to hear this. She loved eating at the Qin family. Wang Xinru felt a bit nervous since it was her first time visiting the Qin family. While Qin Jiji went to discuss matters with the shopkeeper, Ning Ning quietly comforted Wang Xinru. "Cousin, don't be nervous. Jiji's family is really nice. You'll see when you get there." Wang Xinru nodded at her cousin's words, believing that Qin Ziji's family would be just like her. Before returning to Beijing, Gu Yunfei had already taken care of most things in the shop, and today, Qin Jiji was just there to confirm everything. After discussing with the shopkeeper, they decided to start selling sausages tomorrow at a price of 100 coins per pound. "Madam, isn't that price a bit high?" the shopkeeper asked, sounding worried after hearing Qin Jiji's pricing. "It is slightly high, but the process is complex. I have a way to sell them. I'll come by tomorrow myself," Qin Jiji replied. The shopkeeper felt a bit relieved. After all, the princess had given specific instructions, and if the sausages didn't sell, it would be difficult to explain. Qin Jiji had her own motives. She wanted to test the price of 100 coins per pound. If they sold well, she could offer a higher purchase price to the people of Qin Family Village next year. After finalizing everything with the shopkeeper, Qin Jiji took Wang Xinru and Ning Ning to the Qin family home. The day before, Qin Jiji had instructed that the sausages needed to be hung in a sunny, ventilated area to dry. Early that morning, the Qin family was busy, including Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun, who were helping to dry the sausages. When Qin Jiji and the others entered, this was the scene they saw. Wang Xinru was the most surprised. She had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the Qin family, but nothing like this. "Grandma Qin, I'm here to help you," Wang Xinru said, still in shock, while Ning Ning had already rushed over to assist. Qin Jiji introduced Wang Xinru to her family, who welcomed her warmly. "Jiji, take the second young lady and the others to your courtyard to rest. Grandma will be done here soon," said one of the family members. "Grandma Qin, we can stay and help you." "Let Jiji take my cousin to rest," Wang Xinru suggested. Then Wang Xinru saw the usually pampered fifth miss of the Ning family and the graceful princess helping to dry the sausages. The scene was heartwarming and harmonious. "Jiji, is this the special thing you brought back from Qin Family Village? It looks interesting. Can you tell me more about it?" Wang Xinru asked curiously, staring at the shiny, red sausages in the Qin family's courtyard. Qin Jiji smiled and shook the sausage in her hand, saying, "This is unique to our Qin Family Village. You can't find this flavor in the capital. This sausage is made from a pig raised for a year, chosen for its perfect mix of fat and lean meat. It is cut into small pieces, marinated with special seasonings, and then stuffed into casings. On days like this, the sausages need to be dried slowly in the air to enhance their flavor. The outer layer is firm, while the inside is tender and juicy, with a salty taste that has a hint of sweetness, making it very enjoyable to chew. You will get to taste my cooking for lunch today. It can be steamed or stir-fried, and it's best served with rice." As Qin Jiji dried the sausages, she introduced them to Wang Xinru. After hearing Qin Jiji's description, Wang Xinru swallowed a few times in anticipation. Meanwhile, Ning Ning and Qin Qinghui were describing the taste of the sausages they had yesterday. "Sister Ning, you should stay home for lunch today. It's really delicious. Just ask my second brother." Ning Ning had never doubted Qin Jiji's cooking, but she still turned to Qin Qingyun for confirmation. Seeing the curious and eager look on the young girl's face, Qin Qingyun nodded. "Sister Ning, why not stay for lunch today and try the sausage?" Invited by Qin Qingyun, Ning Ning smiled happily and thanked him sweetly. "Sister Ning is biased. Why only thank my second brother and not me?" Qin Qinghui joked, noticing Ning Ning's gratitude towards his brother. "Thank you, Qinghui. I was wrong earlier," Ning Ning quickly replied, making Qin Qinghui feel a bit shy. He hadn't meant for her to thank him. He just wanted to joke around. "All right, hurry up and dry the sausages, or we won't have lunch." Seeing his younger brother feeling shy, Qin Qingyun quickly stepped in to help. Ning Ning followed Qin Qingyun, asking him to teach her how to dry the sausages. The young girl had dressed up nicely for the day. Qin Qingyun led Ning Ning to the side to dry them. "Sister Ning, stand here, otherwise the oil from the sausages will stain your clothes." Qin Jiji noticed Qin Qingyun's thoughtfulness and thought to herself that her brother finally understood how to care for the young girl. Gu Yufei, feeling a bit shy, followed Qin Anai to learn how to dry the sausages. Qin Posey didn't want her to work, so when she saw her grandson teaching Ning Ning, she called for Qin Qingyun. "Qingyun, take Yufei to the side to dry them. Don't let her get her clothes dirty." Qin Jiji almost laughed. Grandma was truly a great help. Hearing his grandmother call him, Qin Qingyun took the princess to the other side to dry the sausages. Actually, Qin Qingyun wanted to take Gu Yufei to rest, but seeing her so enthusiastic, he decided to help her dry them for a while longer. Fortunately, the sausages were almost done drying, and with everyone's help, they were ready in no time. Qin Jiji personally cooked today and asked Qin Qinghui to bring Gu Jinghuai, Gu Jingshu, Gu Jingyao, and Gu Yunling from the Gu family and the princess's residence. The Qin family was very welcoming, and the housekeeper even went out to buy ingredients. Since this was Wang Xinru's first visit to the Qin family, Qin Jiji wanted to prepare some dishes she had never tried before. As the delicious dishes were served one after another, Wang Xinru's eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation. As soon as Gu Jinghuai and the others entered, they were greeted by a rich aroma. Gu Jinghuai quickened his steps, recognizing his wife's cooking. The children eagerly rushed inside. Everyone gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was lively and warm. Qin Jiji sat next to Wang Xinru and specially served her a piece of sweet and sour ribs, saying, "Try this and see if you like it." Wang Xinru took a bite, and the balanced sweet and sour flavor melted in her mouth. She couldn't help but nod in praise. "It's really delicious. Try the sausage too. It has a special flavor," Qin Jiji added, serving her some sausage. Wang Xinru eagerly tasted a piece, enjoying the rich flavor. Ning Ning recommended the oil-braised shrimp to her cousin, saying, "These shrimp are so flavorful that even the shells are tempting to eat. You must try them, cousin." Everyone chimed in, and soon the dishes on the table were all gone. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal made Qin Jiji feel a sense of accomplishment. Wang Xinru continued to savor the flavors of each dish even after putting down her chopsticks. Over the years, she had traveled with her father and tasted many good things, but Qin Ziji's cooking amazed her even more. After the meal, Qin Ziji took everyone to her courtyard, where they enjoyed some tea and chatted in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Wang Xinru felt grateful and satisfied. The warmth and sincerity of the Qin family made her feel at home. Qin Qinglin returned for lunch as well, and Qin Jiji discussed the sausage-selling event for tomorrow with him. Qin Qinglin showed great interest and expressed his desire to learn about sales. Qin Jiji welcomed this and smiled, and the others also expressed their wish to join. They excitedly discussed the details and agreed on a time before heading home. Before leaving, Qin Jiji made sure to give Ning Ning and Wang Xinru some sausages to take home, explaining how to prepare them. The two received the sausages with gratitude and thanked her repeatedly. Qin Jiji packed some sausages to take back to the Gu family and the princess's residence. Since the Qin family had just arrived in the capital, they didn't have many friends, and besides Zhao Yan, they had sent sausages to everyone they knew. Even Zhao's family, who helped with the gift boxes, was not forgotten by Qin Jiji. Thinking of Zhao Yan, when Qin Jiji went to the princess's residence to deliver sausages, she asked the princess for her opinion. "Aunt, this is something I made with the villagers, and I would like to give some to His Highness the Crown Prince. I wonder if that would be appropriate." The princess seemed a bit confused upon hearing this, so Gu Yunfei explained for her sister-in-law. "Mother, my sister-in-law means that there are rules about what cousin Yan can eat, and she is worried these might not be allowed." "Don't worry, Jiji. I happen to be going to the palace tomorrow. I can take it to Yan for you." The princess was pleased that Qin Ziji still remembered Zhao Yan, showing that their relationship was good, and Qin Jiji truly cared for Zhao Yan like a brother. "Thank you, Aunt. If His Highness can't eat it, he might think I've become distant." Hearing that the princess was willing to help, Qin Jiji felt relieved. She knew Zhao Yan loved food, and if he found out everyone else received gifts but not her, he would surely be upset. Worried that the royal kitchen might not know how to prepare the sausages, Qin Ziji thoughtfully wrote down several ways to cook them. After thinking for a moment, she also wrote a letter to Zhao Yan, asking the princess to deliver it to him in the palace. The princess was very happy to see the younger generation getting along well. That evening, when Gu Ting returned home and tasted the sausages sent by Qin Ziji, he instantly loved them. He reminded his daughter to save some for their family. At dinner, the Gu family also enjoyed the sausages, and both the old lady and Gu Mu praised them highly. She took the opportunity to share her idea of selling sausages in their shop, and everyone agreed. They believed these sausages were unique in the capital and would surely be popular. "This is something that isn't available in the capital, so it will definitely sell well," the old lady said confidently as she put down her chopsticks. Although she felt that Qin Jiji shouldn't have to worry about making money, she respected the younger generation's ideas. After saying goodbye to the old lady, Qin Jiji walked back to her courtyard alongside Gu Jinghuai. The next day, Gu Jinghuai was going to the academy, and Qin Jiji felt a bit reluctant. Just as they had reunited, they were about to part again. She looked up at Gu Jinghuai, her eyes filled with affection. But she understood his responsibilities and ambitions, so she chose not to say much. Early the next morning, Gu Jinghuai and the Qin brothers went to the academy. By the time Qin Jiji got up, Gu Jinghuai had already left, but Gu Yunfei and Qin Qinglin were already waiting for her. After finishing breakfast, the three of them went to the shop together. When they arrived at the shop, they found that several of the Qin men had come to help. Uncle, Dad, and third uncle, you're all here. Seeing her relative Qin Jiji made her very happy. It's your first day selling these sausages, so we came to check on you and see if we could help. Of course. Did you bring everything Uncle Sen asked you to? Qin Jiji playfully winked at Qin Jiang. Every time you ask Uncle San for something, he always gets it done perfectly, Qin Jiang said with a smile. Uncle San is the most reliable. Please ask Dad and Uncle San to bring down the small stove, and Uncle will help light the charcoal so we can start cooking the sausages. Once Uncle San had everything ready, Qin Jiji quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Sister-in-law, are we cooking to sell? Gu Yunfei thought they were cooking the sausages to sell. Of course not. We're cooking these for everyone to taste first, and if they like them, they can buy some. Qin Jiji patiently explained to Gu Yunfei. Although Gu Yunfei wasn't completely convinced, Wang Xinru nearby looked excited. She had tried sausages before, and everyone was curious about new things but often hesitated. Qin Jiji's sausages tasted great, and once people tried them, they would definitely buy some. As the new year approached, more and more people came out to buy festive goods. Qin Jiji's strategy was to attract customers through tastings, allowing them to experience the deliciousness of the product firsthand. Qin Shan stood at the shop in trance, gently stirring the bubbling sausages with a long wooden spoon. The broth in the pot bubbled, and a rich aroma rose with the steam, filling the air and causing passers-by to slow down. Qin Jiji gave a few children coins to shout on the street. Freshly made sausages, free tasting. Their cheerful voices attracted many curious glances, and pedestrians stopped to see. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of the shop, eager to find out what the delicious smell was all about. Qin Jiji smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, these are our shop sausages, made with the finest pork and special seasonings. The taste is truly unique. Please try some, and if you like it, you can buy." As she spoke, she took out pieces of sausage from the pot, skewered them with bamboo sticks, and handed them to the onlookers. "This tastes really good. Delicious. Yes, the meat is firm, and the seasoning is just right. It's a rare treat." A woman nearby agreed, clearly wanting more after just one piece. Hearing these compliments, Qin Jiji's smile grew even brighter. She took the opportunity to say, "Everyone can buy some to take home. Whether you steam it, stir-fry it, or slice it to enjoy with drinks, it's all great. Today is our opening, and the prices are especially good." As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "I'll take 2 pounds. I want 3 pounds. I want some too." The atmosphere in front of the shop became even more lively as everyone eagerly took out their money to buy. Qin Jiji and her friends were busy attending to customers while directing the staff to weigh and package the sausages. The shop assistants worked quickly and efficiently, soon handing out packages of sausages to customers. More and more people were drawn in by the delicious smell and excitement, joining in to taste and buy. Wang Xinru was surprised to see everyone so eager to buy. Before long, the sausages brought by the Qin family were sold out. Many who didn't get any were told that today was just a trial sale, and the shop would sell normally tomorrow, so they could come back then. Seeing that there were really no more sausages, everyone planned to come early tomorrow to line up. After Qin Jiji finished discussing the sales details for tomorrow with the shopkeeper, she turned and brought Qin Shan and Qin He in front of him, introducing them seriously. "Starting tomorrow, my father and uncle will be responsible for delivering the sausages daily, so you can rest assured. This sausage has a daily limit for sale, So we need to make sure to communicate that in advance to avoid any unhappy situations with too many customers. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of approval. The young lady truly has a talent for business, thinking carefully and considering everything. This way, my shop's business will thrive even more. The three Qin brothers stood nearby, and Qin Shan couldn't help but whisper to Qin He. Second brother, pinch me. I feel like this is a dream. Sausages at 100 coins a pound, and people are fighting to buy them? Qin He also looked incredulous and replied softly, Elder brother, I feel the same way. If we sell all the sausages from our courtyard, how much money will we make? Hearing their whispers, Qin Jiji couldn't help but chuckle and turned to them. Uncle, father, and third uncle, you should hurry back to prepare. Bring them early tomorrow. Qin Shan finally snapped back to reality and quickly nodded in agreement. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he said, Jiji, don't worry, we will make sure everything goes smoothly. They placed the items they brought in the shop and hurried home to share the good news with their families. Qin Jiji was also very excited and waved her hand, taking her friends to the restaurant to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the palace, the princess handed a special sausage to the crown prince, emphasizing that it was a gift from Qin Jiji. When Zhao Yan heard it was specially sent by Qin Jiji through his aunt, he was very happy and immediately ordered it to be taken to the royal kitchen. The emperor felt a bit left out since the princess only brought food for the crown prince. The crown prince, not wanting to face the situation, said, I'll have lunch with father, mother, and aunt and left. This made the emperor happy, while the empress shook her head helplessly. The empress invited the princess to have lunch in the palace, and the emperor praised the sausage. Sister, your niece-in-law makes this sausage quite well. It was the emperor's first time trying such a dish, and after being used to luxurious meals, he found it refreshing. Yes, Gigi made these with the people from Qin village. Besides giving some to friends and family, the rest will be sold in the shop, the princess said proudly. Although she was a high-ranking princess, she was not pretentious. She had supported her brother through many challenges, helping him secure the throne, and their bond was strong. The emperor trusted the princess's household, even though he often teased Gu Ting. He understood Gu Ting's feelings for the princess. Otherwise, he and the empress wouldn't have allowed the crown prince to stay with Gu Yunfei in Qin village for so long. The emperor and empress had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Now, with few concubines in the palace, the empress held significant influence. In previous years, some concubines had foolishly competed for favor, but the emperor didn't care about right or wrong. If the empress was unhappy, he would send them to the cold palace. Currently, the palace was harmonious, and the empress was kind, so the concubines preferred to spend time with her, knowing it was safer than being with the emperor. Their children were taught to be very respectful. The crown prince's position was secure, and no one could change that, so everyone decided not to compete. By supporting the empress and the crown prince, the princesses could marry well, and the princes could become lords. As long as they didn't rebel, the crown prince would treat them well. The empress and emperor had 3 sons. The crown prince was the eldest, and the other 2 princes were lively and affectionate, often sticking close to the crown prince. Gu Yunfei was the only girl among the children and was favored by the emperor. As for the other princesses born to the concubines, the queen also cared for them a lot, but not as much as for Gu Yunfei. The emperor noticed how proud the eldest princess was and understood Qin Jiji's importance to her. Once a benefactor, now a niece-in-law, she was truly family. Eldest sister, please ask your niece-in-law if this item can be stored for a long time. I want to buy some, the emperor said. The eldest princess smiled and replied, if you like it, I can bring some back for you later. We are family, and Gigi probably didn't bring much because she thought it would be inconvenient to bring so many into the palace. Eldest sister, I meant to send some to Lord Ning's Northwest Army. It's very cold there, the emperor clarified. The eldest princess and the queen were surprised by the emperor's reason. I'll ask for you and have my husband reply tomorrow, she said, not knowing how much Qin Gigi had brought back, so she hesitated to agree outright. Thank you, eldest sister. The emperor was very happy that the eldest princess was willing to help. If Gigi has any, let Gu Ting buy it directly, and the money will come from the Ministry of Revenue. Gu Ting was the current Minister of Revenue and trusted by the emperor. Understood. After lunch, I will go back and ask for you, the eldest princess said, feeling a bit helpless at her brother's eagerness. Father, let me handle this matter. After lunch, I will leave the palace with my aunt, Crown Prince Zhao Yan said. He had been busy with the year-end examinations and hadn't had time to leave the palace. Hearing about this opportunity today, he was afraid the emperor might change his mind. The emperor understood his son's thoughts, but, considering the friendship between the crown prince and Qin Gigi, nodded in agreement. With the emperor's approval, the crown prince confidently asked the grand tutor for leave, and after lunch, he left the palace with the eldest princess, taking Gu Ting along since it was important for the soldiers in the northwest. Back at the residence, Gu Ting sent people to check if Qin Gigi was at the Qin or Gu family homes. Before they could leave, Qin Gigi and Gu Yunfei returned. Gigi, you finally came back. I was just about to send someone to find you, Gu Ting said, speaking before the crown prince. Is something wrong? Qin Gigi asked, feeling a bit worried that her uncle was looking for her. Don't worry, Gigi. It's not a big deal, Gu Ting quickly reassured her, fearing to frighten Qin Gigi. Gigi, do you still have the sausages you brought to the palace today? The crown prince asked, finally speaking before Gu Ting. Qin Gigi quickly bowed, but was stopped by the crown prince. Gigi, let's keep it casual like before.
Just call me a yen.
Qin Gigi saw Gu Ting and the princess nodding, and gently asked, I'll go back and pack some more for you. Qin Gigi thought Zhao Yan was unhappy with the small amount she gave, so she planned to get more from the Qin family. Gigi, it's not for me, it's for father. He wants to send it to the Northwest Army. Qin Gigi was a bit surprised and asked uncertainly, the Northwest Army? Yes, it's very cold there. After father had this sausage today, he wanted to buy some to send. How long can this last? If we send it now, will they be able to eat it by New Year? The prince was a bit anxious. He knew it was tough for them to guard the border, and it would be better if it could arrive before the New Year. As long as the sausage is dried, it can be stored easily. It can last until spring, not just New Year. That's great. Gigi, how much do you have? We want it all. The prince was a bit excited. A yen, the Qin family has plenty. You and uncle can decide how much you need. If we can arrange it today, we can leave tomorrow, so it won't delay the New Year. Qin Gigi had more than enough sausage, so she wasn't worried. Hearing that there was plenty, Gu Ting felt relieved. Uncle, a yen, I want to help too. I also brought several carts of pepper and chili from Qin family village. They are perfect for winter. I'll write down the usage instructions, and you can take them along with the sausage. No need for money. Gu Ting and the prince were very touched. They didn't expect Qin Gigi to be so generous. The prince bowed to Qin Gigi, saying, Gigi, thank you on behalf of the soldiers in the Northwest Army. With New Year approaching, who should we send? Gu Ting muttered quietly, feeling troubled about the choice. Father, the Ning family is guarding the Northwest Army. Why not let Ning Ning's father personally deliver these supplies? Gu Yunfei heard Ning Ning mention wanting to see her uncle every day. If others were unwilling to go, the Ning family would surely be eager. Fei Heir is clever. Why didn't I think of that? Your Highness, please tell the Emperor to decide quickly. Understood, Uncle. I promise the imperial decree will reach the Ning residence by tomorrow morning. After discussing the amount of sausage to buy, the prince hurried back to the palace to inform the Emperor. Although the sausage matter was urgent, Qin Gigi and Gu Yunfei decided to visit the Ning residence first. At the Ning residence, a servant came in to report that the princess and Madame Gu were looking for Miss Five. Ning Ning, along with Cui Shi and her aunt, happened to be in old Madame Ning's courtyard. Ning Ning was very surprised and uncertainly asked, Are you sure it's the princess and Mrs. Gu? The servant said so, Miss Wu. The attendant replied respectfully. But we just parted ways. If they suddenly came to find me, something must have happened. Ning Ning analyzed with the others. Ninger, you should go check quickly and bring the princess and Gigi inside. Don't delay matters. urged Mrs. Cui, agreeing with her daughter's reasoning. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei were both sensible girls, and their visit at this time surely meant something important. Your mother is right. Hurry and see what's going on. If you need help, send someone to let us know, said old lady Ning, who usually spoiled Ning Ning and was worried something was wrong. Grandmother, aunt, mother, I will go check, Ning Ning said, worried that the two might be anxious, and she bowed to leave. Ning Ning hurried through the corridors of the Ning residence, her mind racing with thoughts. Although she had a close friendship with Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei, they wouldn't visit suddenly, unless it was important. She instructed her maid, "Go prepare some snacks and bring them to my courtyard." The maid hurried off, and Ning Ning quickened her pace. As she reached the door, she saw Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei standing in the distance. "Jiji, princess, why are you here? Is something wrong?" Ning Ning asked urgently. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei realized Ning Ning misunderstood and quickly reassured her, "Ninger, it's not a bad thing. It's good news." "Then let's talk in my courtyard." Upon hearing it was good news, Ning Ning felt relieved. "No, Ninger, it's urgent. I need to return to the Qin family to prepare." "Come closer," Qin Jiji said, needing to go back to organize things. Ning Ning's eyes lit up with joy after hearing Qin Jiji's words. "Jiji, is it really true? Your news is so timely." "Ninger, we can gather later. Time is tight. I need to go prepare now." "Thank you, Jiji and the princess, for coming to tell me this news. No matter what happens with my father, we will be ready." Ning Ning was very grateful, as the Ning family was already discussing this matter. "There's no need for formality between us. We should leave now. You hurry inside and give Aunt Cui a heads up," Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei said as they quickly departed. After watching the carriage leave, Ning Ning ran to the old lady's courtyard. The maid behind her reminded, "Miss Wu, slow down. Be careful not to fall." Ning Ning could hardly hear the maid's reminder, her mind filled with the good news about her father's trip to the northwest. "Grandmother, aunt, mother, I have great news." As soon as Ning Ning entered the old lady's courtyard, she shouted happily. The people inside the room all smiled upon hearing her voice. "Listen to this little monkey's voice. It must be good news," the old lady said with a smile, joking with her two daughters-in-law, who covered their mouths and laughed. "You all can leave now. I have something to discuss with grandmother and the others." Ning Ning dismissed all the maids and servants before entering the room. The old lady just smiled and said nothing. Whatever her granddaughter did was right. The servants knew how favored the fifth young lady was, and seeing the nods, they all left. "Now, can you tell us what this good news is that we shouldn't let others hear?" The old lady teased with a smile. "Grandmother, just now, Sister Jiji and the princess quietly told me that the emperor asked Sister Jiji to buy sausages to send to the Northwest Army, and my father might be in charge of delivering them." Ning Ning's words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. It was her aunt who reacted first, excitedly asking, "Is this confirmed?" "They have confirmed sending someone, but whether it will be my father is uncertain. If all goes well, the imperial decree will arrive at our house tomorrow morning, and Sister Jiji is already preparing at home. Since Jiji and the princess specifically came to tell us, it must be confirmed. Sister-in-law, mother, let's hurry and prepare." "Yes, and didn't you make clothes and shoes for uncle and the brothers? This is a perfect opportunity to send them together." Ning Ning knew her aunt had made shoes and clothes for her uncle and older brother, who were far away in the northwest. "Your uncle's clothes still need a bit more work. I'll go back and finish them tonight." Her aunt, remembering the unfinished clothes, wished she could start right away. "Don't get too excited. Give your siblings the list of items we discussed sending to the eldest. Try to prepare everything today, and if not, we can finish it by tomorrow morning. When your daughter-in-law is quite capable, you all work well together. Mother, you can rest assured." The group happily left the old lady's courtyard to prepare the items they needed to take. Cui followed her sister-in-law to her courtyard to get the list, while Ning Ning went to ask her sister-in-law for help. The carriage arranged by the emperor was set, and the Ning family would also arrange their own. These carriages would be from the Wang family's convoy. After hearing that her father was going to the northwest, Wang Yan directly took Ningning back to her family home. When returning from the Wang family in the evening, not only was the carriage ready, but the Wang family also prepared some food and daily necessities. The Ning family was very touched. At the same time, the Qin family was also very busy. Qin Jiji told her family about the emperor wanting to buy sausages, and everyone was very surprised. To have a good reason for exchanging sausages with the system, Qin Jiji told her family that her great-grandfather wanted to sponsor a batch. This would provide the Qin family with some money to spend, and also ensure that the soldiers could have a good new year. Qin Pozi and Qin Laohan naturally did not think their granddaughter was talking nonsense. The others had only heard that Qin Jiji could communicate with her grandfather, but they had never seen it. However, since her in-laws said it was true, they would keep it a secret. Jiji, what do we need to do? Qin Pozi asked eagerly. Grandma, we need to clear some space. Qin Jiji replied with a mysterious smile. Why do we need to clear space?
Qin Shan asked, confused. Just clear the space, as I said.
Why ask so many questions? Qin Pozi shot Qin Shan a look, worried that her eldest son would say something foolish and upset their father-in-law. Qin He and Qin Jiang were relieved they hadn't asked the question first, or they would be the ones getting scolded. They gratefully glanced at their older brother, who didn't mind being scolded. Uncle, we need to clear space for the sausages, so everyone hurry up. This time, we'll need your help, Dad and Uncle San. Sure, Jiji, just tell us what you need, and we'll make sure to tidy up all the rooms today. After hearing Qin Jiji's words, everyone rushed to get to work. All right, everyone hurry up and clean the rooms so we don't delay Jiji's plans, Qin Pozi commanded, and everyone quickly got busy. Qin Pozi took her granddaughter to her own room. Jiji, does your great-grandfather have any other instructions this time? Qin Pozi and Qin Laohan asked eagerly. Qin Jiji thought for a moment and replied, Grandpa, Grandma, we can exchange things with silver from great-grandfather. I want to trade for some unique items to sell in the capital. Qin Jiji felt that instead of being restricted, it was better to take bold action. And I will need Grandpa and Grandma's help in the future. Qin Laohan and Qin Pozi immediately understood what Qin Jiji meant. Qin Laohan said seriously, Jiji, you can do it boldly. The Qin family will make sure no word gets out. Grandpa, Grandma, I trust our family, but if something appears out of nowhere, it will raise suspicion. So I want to use Qin family village to silence everyone. What do you mean, Jiji? Grandpa Qin asked uncertainly. It means just like you thought. For example, this sausage is said to be brought from Qin family village, but in reality, it can be exchanged with great-grandpa. When Jiji said this, Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin immediately thought it was a great idea. Jiji, this idea is wonderful. It will help the people of Qin family village and also provide a source for great-grandpa's items. As long as the items come into our Qin family, we can decide the quantity. Haha, Jiji is so clever. Don't worry, no one in our Qin family will say a word outside. While they couldn't guarantee everything, Grandma Qin's words still held weight in the Qin family. After agreeing on this matter, Jiji, Grandma Qin, and Grandpa Qin helped tidy up the house. The 10,000 silver notes given by the Wang family were still with Wanwan. After Jiji shared this plan with Wanwan, she was thrilled. Wanwan, can you make the sausages taste the same as the ones I made in Qin family village? Jiji was worried that the exchanged sausages might taste too different for everyone to accept. Master, you underestimate me. Of course, I can make as many as you want.
Great.
Then I'll rely on you today. Besides sausages, I also want to exchange some salted fish, salted meat, salted chicken, and dried shrimp. Not too much, just about 2 carts of each. Jiji thought about the harsh winter in the northwest and wanted to give them a little extra. Master, you are being very generous this time. When am I not generous? This time it's for my uncle's purchase, so just go ahead. Jiji felt confident this time mainly because Gu Ting was in charge of this matter. Gu Ting was very protective and had excellent communication skills. Even if there were issues, her uncle could handle everything without her needing to step in. The Qin family worked hard until evening and finally cleared out the storage area. That night, Gigi exchanged the goods with Wanwan. The next morning, besides Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin, everyone was amazed to see so many items. Qin Shan and the others became more devoted, kneeling down to bow to their grandfather. When they learned that these goods cost 10,000 taels, they were so shocked they couldn't speak. This time, they truly believed that their grandfather was watching over them. Gigi, did your great-grandfather have any other instructions? As the eldest son in the family, Qingshan felt that his grandfather had a good reason for choosing to communicate with his niece. Qingshan asked this question because he wanted to know if his grandfather had any other messages to convey. Gigi nodded, seeing that the adults in the family were present. Great-grandfather said that exchanging things from a distance is too unbelievable and the Qin family must keep it a secret. Otherwise, he won't be able to exchange things for us anymore. Gigi exaggerated a bit for emphasis. She trusted her family, but wanted to be cautious. Everyone nodded seriously in response. Gigi had stayed at the Qin family home yesterday, and the sausages in the shop still needed to be sold. Today, her third uncle, Qin Jian, was the one delivering the sausages. He was usually the most clever among them. Qin Shan and Qin Hai stayed at home to help Gigi. Both were strong and quick at their tasks. When Gu Ting arrived with his team, Gigi realized she had worried for nothing because Gu Ting had enough people. "Uncle, who are the people escorting this time?" Gigi quietly asked Gu Ting, worried about miscommunicating with Yunfei. Gu Ting nodded at her, and Gigi understood that it was Ningquan. "Everyone gather around. You handle the scales, you keep the accounts, and the rest of you move things to the cart. Be careful and don't make mistakes." Everyone responded quickly and got to work in an orderly manner. "Uncle, besides the sausages, there are some other items that can be stored easily. Let's send those too, as a treat for the new year." Gigi won't take any money. "That won't do. You've already sent peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. I can't let you send more. The emperor has money, so whatever food there is, bring it all along and we'll count it as money." Gu Ting wouldn't shortchange his niece, just to save money for the emperor. If his mother found out, she would definitely be upset with him. Is it really okay not to report to the emperor? Gigi felt a bit worried. "Gigi, don't worry. Uncle will keep a clear record and present it to the emperor later." "All right, then let's do as Uncle says." Gigi felt relieved upon hearing this. "Gigi, do whatever you want boldly. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, Uncle will protect you. Besides being the Minister of Revenue, I am also the prince consort of the eldest princess." Gu Ting wanted to protect Gigi openly. He was very protective of her. "Thank you, Uncle." Gigi's gratitude was sincere. Since coming to the capital, Gu Ting had always supported her and her family openly. "We're family, so no need to be polite. If you really want to thank Uncle, could I make a small request?" Gu Ting took the opportunity to make a small request to Qin Gigi. Qin Gigi laughed and said, "Uncle just told me we are family, so why are you being so polite all of a sudden?" "Then I won't be polite. Could you give me another set of the skincare products you gave me last time?" Qin Gigi was surprised by the request but smiled and said, "Of course. We have plenty at the Qin family, and you can take them home today." "That's great. It's mainly because the emperor is jealous that I look better than him, so I want to give him a set too, so he won't be jealous of me anymore." Gu Ting's explanation made Qin Gigi laugh and helped her understand how close Gu Ting was with the emperor. Gu Ting left with all the New Year goods and took a set of men's skincare products to give to the emperor. With the deal involving the emperor, Qin Gigi and Wanwan made a profit of 50,000 taels after spending 100,000 taels. Qin Gigi initially didn't plan to make a profit, but Gu Ting insisted. The emperor was a wise ruler with a full treasury, and Gu Ting didn't want to take advantage of his niece-in-law to save money for the emperor. In the end, Gu Ting took the sausages and other goods at a price he thought was fair, while Qin Gigi insisted on giving him the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Gu Ting couldn't refuse and accepted them for the emperor. After Gu Ting left, the whole family was stunned by the amount of silver they had. Qin Gigi gave 2,000 taels to the Qin family and kept the rest for future business. "Grandpa, Grandma, this 2,000 taels is for you. The rest I need is capital, and I will share profits from every business deal with you." Qin Gigi handed the banknotes directly to Grandma Qin, who refused.
Gigi, you still have the silver I gave you before. Keep this for yourself. We can't help you much. Just let us know if you need anything. Grandma, please take it. I know you care for me, but we have older brothers who will also need to start families. It's better for the silver to be with me. Gigi found an excuse, but she really wanted the Qin family to have money to spend. I've never seen so much silver in my life. Don't worry about it. Maybe let your aunts manage it. Gigi and Grandma Qin turned to the three aunts, who quickly shook their heads. Mom, we can't handle it either. Let Gigi manage it. Gigi felt helpless seeing their firm refusal and suggested, You see, how about this? I will split the money we earn into 2 parts. The Qin family's share will be kept with my great-grandfather, and I will give Grandma a portion every month for household expenses. This is a good idea. Let's follow Gigi's plan. Once they heard they wouldn't have to manage the money, the 3 of them thought Gigi's idea was excellent. Not only did the 3 agree, but everyone in the Qin family was satisfied, so Gigi had to take on this responsibility. Since you all think I should handle it, I'll keep it for now. I will keep track of the money we earn each month, so you will know how much savings we have. We'll listen to you. The 3 Qin brothers smiled, looking very fond of her. From now on, let's have the eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother help me with the accounts at the beginning of each month. Gigi felt that the future of the Qin family should be in their hands, so they should be involved. When they come back, we will tell them. Although Grandma Qin didn't understand much, she trusted her granddaughter completely. The fourth brother is in charge of Mayan Workshop, and the business is doing very well. We will also open 2 more shops soon, and then Uncle can learn to manage with the fourth brother. Gigi believed her uncle was quite clever and would do well in business. After learning from the fourth brother for a year or so, he would surely excel. Gigi, can Uncle really do it? Qin was surprised that his niece had such plans for him. I think you are the most suitable in our family. Don't you want to help Gigi? Gigi's slightly round expression made Qin face the disapproving looks from Grandma Qin and others. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just worried I might mess up what Gigi asked me to do. Qin was genuinely afraid he wouldn't be able to manage. Uncle, I believe in you. Starting tomorrow, you can go to the shop with the fourth brother during the day, and when you have free time, learn how to keep accounts with him. Qin felt overwhelmed. He had always disliked studying, and now he had to continue learning. Qin and Qin, he thought they must have treated their niece/daughter better than their third brother, which is why they didn't get stuck with this learning task. Don't worry, Gigi. I'll supervise your uncle. At that moment, her niece's position in her heart was more important than her husband's. What could Qin say? He could only agree. If he dared to say no, he would probably be chased by the whole family. Seeing her uncle's expression, Gigi knew he was struggling with this. Uncle, just focus on being a good shopkeeper. I only want you to learn accounting so you won't be fooled and can understand the accounts. I will find a reliable accountant for you later. That's great. Gigi, do you know where we can find a reliable accountant? As soon as Qin heard about a trustworthy accountant, he felt happy. I was just about to tell everyone. I want to bring Scholar Zhang and Aunt Yao to the capital and have Scholar Zhang be our Qin family's accountant. Gigi had been planning this since her return to Qin village and wanted to share it with her family today. What will happen to the village school? Old man Qin was very concerned about the village school. Don't worry, Grandpa. Uncle Zheng can find someone else. I will continue to support the school with a little extra money each month. Since there wasn't a suitable teacher last time, Gigi hadn't brought it up. I wonder if Scholar Zhang would agree? Grandma Qin really wanted Scholar Zhang and his mother to come, but was worried he might not want to. If everyone thinks it's a good idea, I will write letters to both Zheng and Scholar Zhang to hear their thoughts. If they agree, once everything is settled in Qin village, they can come to the capital. All right, let's do that. Old man Qin felt pleased that his granddaughter was so thoughtful. They just needed to support her. Gigi also suggested to Grandma Qin that she should share some of the pocket money she gives each month with all the families. After all, her brothers would need to take exams for their future, and they couldn't live like they did in Qin village anymore. Grandma Qin thought her granddaughter's suggestion was very reasonable, but she didn't understand the rules in the capital.
Seeing Grandma's confusion, Qin Zhiji smiled and said, "Grandma, why not find someone to teach you? Do you mean we should learn too?" Aunt, mother, and third aunt were suddenly shocked. "Yes, you will also be mothers-in-law one day, so you need to learn."
Zhiji is right.
"If I can learn, you all can too." Grandma Qin felt relieved that her 3 daughters-in-law would learn with her. Otherwise, it would be hard to do it alone. The 3 women nodded, realizing they had been too pampered and almost forgot they would also become mothers-in-law. If their sons weren't studying, they might have already been mothers-in-law by now. Old Man Qin, Qin Shan, and Qin He were glad they had avoided that situation. Qin Shan just wanted to know who his niece planned to find to teach the family. "Zhiji, who do you plan to ask to teach Grandma and the others? After all, she is older, and it might take her longer to learn." Qin Shan was mainly worried that Qin Zhiji would choose a strict teacher, fearing that if Grandma didn't learn well, she might get upset. "Uncle, you all know this person, and they will definitely teach everyone well." "Who is it?" several people asked in unison. "It's the princess." Qin Zhiji knew Gu Yunfei's abilities. She could definitely teach Qin Pozi and the others. After all, Gu Yunfei was capable of managing the Long Princess's residence. "I will discuss a suitable method with Sister Yunfei so that you can get started quickly." Qin Zhiji wanted to encourage them, fearing they might hesitate, so she kept it simple to boost their confidence. Upon hearing this, they felt it was doable. They were familiar with Gu Yunfei, so learning wouldn't be stressful. "Zhiji, what are your uncle and father going to do?" Qin Pozi wondered why everyone else had tasks while they did not. "Right, Zhiji, how do you plan to arrange things for your father and uncle?" Besides Qin Pozi, others looked at Qin Zhiji with curiosity. "Of course not. Uncle and Dad will help deliver sausages to the shop every day for now, and after the new year, they will come with me to Qin Family Village." "Aunt, can I go back with you for a visit?" Li Shi missed her family and wanted to see them, especially since Qin Qingyun and Qin Qinglin could now manage on their own. "Of course. Aunt, do you miss your family? We're not far away, so you can visit anytime if you want." Qin Zhiji understood Li Shi's feelings and encouraged her to visit home. When Zhang Shi and Wang Shi heard that their sister-in-law could go back, they all looked at Qin Zhiji. Qin Zhiji couldn't bear to refuse any of them and smiled. "You all can go." They were all extremely happy. They knew that this year, with Qin Zhiji's help in raising pigs and making sausages, their family had earned quite a bit of money. "Zhiji, can our family continue to raise pigs and make sausages with you next year?" Li Shi had many brothers, and last year they raised 3 pigs, making a lot of money. Qin Shan had told her about it, and she was genuinely happy for her family. This year was the happiest new year for the Li family in many years. They no longer had to worry about not being able to afford meat. "Aunt, of course. I want to encourage everyone to raise more. I will need as many as you can raise next year." After hearing Qin Zhiji's words, they couldn't wait to write home. "You don't know how popular the sausages are at the shop. This year, I opened up the market, and next year the demand for sausages will definitely be even greater." Qin Zhiji was optimistic about the future of the sausages. Even though they were expensive, people in the capital were still willing to pay for them. "That's great, dear. Now that our third brother is learning to manage the shop, you and the second brother need to work hard." Li was worried and reminded Qin Shan, fearing that they might slack off in their deliveries and affect the sausage business. "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard with the second brother," Qin Shan replied, feeling that his wife's concerns were a bit unnecessary. Zhiji took such good care of him and the second brother that they didn't need to study. They just had to do their jobs well. Otherwise, if Zhiji regretted it and made them study, it would be a disaster. Qin Zhiji returned home after having lunch at the Qin family and first went to the princess's residence to find Gu Yunfei. After hearing Qin Zhiji's request, Gu Yunfei nodded in agreement. Considering the family's weak foundation, the two discussed plans for the entire afternoon. Qin Zhiji was very hopeful that Gu Yunfei and her elder brother would end up together. If such a wonderful girl married someone else, she would feel sorry for her brother. She really didn't know when her brother would notice Gu Yunfei's good qualities. Qin Zhiji had also figured out the situation at the princess's residence. The princess was decisive, and Gu Ting was devoted to his daughter and wife, while also cherishing his son. Qin Jiji felt that the princess's impression of the Qin family and her brother should be decent. As long as her brother could secure a position in the future and they liked each other, the princess would likely not oppose it. Gu Yunlang, Gu Jingshu, Gu Jingyao, Gu Mother, Gu Old Lady, and Gu Jinghuai would probably not oppose it either. The most likely opposition would come from Gu Ting and Gu Shi. Thinking of these two made Qin Jiji a bit worried for her brother. He still needed to work hard, as these two would be the toughest to deal with, especially Gu Ting. While Qin Jiji was chatting and having tea with Gu Yunfei in her courtyard, gifts from the Ning family arrived directly. There were 2 gifts, one for Qin Jiji and one for Gu Yunfei, as Ning thought they might be together, and sent them together. The Ning family had prepared thoroughly this time, and since the emperor allowed them to leave tomorrow, they still had one more day. Early in the morning, the imperial edict was delivered to the Ning residence. After this incident, the Ning family fully understood how favored Princess Yunfei was. They knew that their connection to the princess's residence was mainly due to Qin Jiji. Old Lady Ning immediately instructed that in the future, no matter the occasion, the Ning family should protect the Qin family. Mother, if Zheng'er knows, he will be so happy. He has a good relationship with the Qin brothers. Cui was also pleased that the Ning family was getting along with the Qin family, as having bad relations would put her son in a difficult position. Alas, it's a pity that the Qin family only has Jiji as a daughter. Otherwise, a marriage would not be a bad idea. Old Lady Ning had met Qin Jiji before. She was knowledgeable, capable, and quite attractive. The thought of the Qin family having only one daughter made Old Lady Ning feel a bit regretful. Otherwise, based on the friendship with her brother-in-law, her daughter-in-law would surely have a happy marriage. Moreover, those 2 brothers-in-law were excellent students and would surely make a name for themselves in the upcoming exams, which her son praised daily. Mother, why not try to think about it from a different perspective? Auntie smiled, guiding the old lady. Even if I change my perspective, they can't magically produce a daughter as big as Zheng'er. Old Lady Ning felt there was no opportunity left. Seeing that the old lady didn't understand, Auntie explained, Mother, what I mean is that those 2 young men from the Qin family are quite good. Although the Qin family has no daughters, we do. The eldest daughter-in-law's words made the old lady realize something. She nodded at first, then shook her head. My little Wu should marry someone she loves. Old Lady Ning had always doted on Ning and only wished for her granddaughter to marry someone she liked. The Ning family had never considered using Ning for a marriage alliance. Mother, I've heard that those 2 young masters from the Qin family are not only knowledgeable, but also handsome. Aside from their family background being less than the noble families in the capital, they are otherwise quite impressive. Hearing this, Old Lady Ning turned to look at Cui. Cui nodded and said, Mother, it's true what my sister-in-law said. They have a great relationship with Zheng'er, and their character is commendable. On their first day at the academy, they were praised by Master Chong, and many noble families in the capital know about it. You know, Master Chong is known for being strict. My sister-in-law from my maternal family asked me a few days ago to find out if they're engaged. Auntie's sister-in-law was indeed asking her to inquire about Qin Qingyun and Qin Qingyuan. Starting to ask so early, they must be quite popular. They seem to be good young men, but in our family it depends on what little Wu thinks. Old Lady Ning felt tempted, but she cared more about Ning's feelings and didn't want to force her. Auntie and Cui exchanged smiles at this. The next day, after breakfast, Gu Yunfei went to the Qin family. The 4 women, including Granny Qin, had already prepared everything, and Li and the others had even made the pastries that Gu Yunfei loved. Gu Yunfei was warmly welcomed by everyone in the Qin family. Yunfei is here. Come in and sit down warmly. Sorry for the trouble this time. Granny Qin took Gu Yunfei's hand and led her into the house, where a fire pit had already been lit, making it cozy. Gu Yunfei was afraid of the cold, so she wore a thicker cloak when she went out today. As soon as she entered the house, she felt warm and took off her cloak. Grandma Qin, these are the things I organized with my sister-in-law. The maid took out neatly bound booklets from the box, the pages giving off a faint scent of ink. Let's start with the basics today, Gu Yunfei said, the silver bracelet on her wrist jingling with her movements. Every action was pleasing to the eye, leaving the three sisters-in-law of the Li family in awe. Although it was their first time learning, the mother-in-law and daughters-in-law were very serious, as it was something their granddaughter had asked them to do. Most importantly, they wanted to learn quickly, so they could join Qin Zhiji when she returned to Qin village after the new year. When Qin Zhiji arrived, she leaned against the doorframe, watching them learn with a smile on her face. After about an hour of studying, Gu Yunfei closed the booklet and said, "Let's stop here for today." Qin Zhiji, hearing that it was over, walked in. Grandma Qin, noticing her granddaughter's slightly cold hands, felt a pang of concern. "Why didn't you come in when you arrived? Your hands are so cold." Grandma Qin scolded gently, but quickly wrapped her warm hands around Qin Zhiji's.
"I'm not cold, Grandma.
"I just got here and didn't want to interrupt since you all looked so focused. You child, come over and warm up," Zhang called her daughter to the charcoal fire. Although Qin Zhiji didn't feel cold, she couldn't refuse her family's concern and obediently sat by the fire. "How did you find the lesson today? If it was difficult, Gu Yunfei and I can adjust our methods." Qin Zhiji was worried that they might struggle, so she had agreed with Gu Yunfei to try it out today and make changes if needed. Gu Yunfei explained everything very clearly. "We understood it well. You two are already busy enough, so you don't need to worry about us." Grandma Qin felt very sorry for her granddaughter. Seeing that they were sincere, Qin Zhiji and the others agreed that after breakfast each day, Gu Yunfei would come to teach them for about an hour. Today was the first day, and Gu Yunfei was quite nervous. Now that she saw they understood, she felt very happy. Grandma Qin and the others asked a few more questions, and Gu Yunfei patiently answered them. They chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was noon. Suddenly, Qin Zhiji craved lamb hot pot. Zhang and Li went to buy ingredients, while Gu Yunfei and Qin Zhiji went to Aunt San's yard. Sixth brother Qin Qinglin was almost 6 months old and smiled at everyone. After not seeing Wang for the whole morning, he cried when he saw his mother return. Wang quickly held her son in her arms and comforted him, feeding him until he was satisfied. Qin Zhiji often visited the little one, so he liked her very much. After eating, he reached out for Qin Zhiji to hold him. Qin Zhiji took the little one from third aunt, and he giggled happily. Gu Yufei watched curiously from the side, and the little one turned to smile at her, making her feel special. Until Granny Qin called everyone for dinner, Gu Yufei still felt a bit unsatisfied. "All right, let's go eat. We can't let this little rascal keep you hungry. Aunt He, please take care of Lin. We'll head to the front yard first." Wang instructed Aunt He, who was given to the Qin family by the princess. "Understood, third madam." Aunt He liked the Qin family very much. She was assigned to Wang's courtyard to help take care of the 6th young master. Wang had a good temper and never scolded her. She treated Qin Qinglin like her own grandson. Meanwhile, Granny Qin led everyone to the dining room. Before they entered, Qin Zhiji could smell the delicious lamb hot pot. She couldn't help but praise, "Mother and Aunt's cooking is getting better and better. Later, you and Fair should eat more. If you want anything in the future, just let someone know, and your mother and Aunt will make it for you." Qin Zhiji had taught them how to cook, and the eldest and second daughters-in-law learned the best, making dishes that tasted almost exactly like hers. Then we should thank Grandma. Since arriving in the capital, Qin Zhiji had little time to cook. Worried that Gu Yufei couldn't handle the spicy hot pot, Zhang specially made a clear soup hot pot. "Princess, try this. I made a clear soup hot pot just for you. The spicy one is too hot. Zhiji loves it." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." Gu Yufei indeed couldn't handle the spicy food, and the clear soup lamb hot pot with Zhang's dipping sauce was incredibly delicious. Only Granny Qin and Gu Yufei had the clear soup hot pot. The others couldn't resist the temptation of the spicy one. Qin Zhiji was even sweating a bit from the heat. "Grandma, I'll give you some cabbage seeds later. My yard is empty, so why not plant some cabbage?" It would be delicious with lamb hot pot in winter. If you like it, I'll have your grandfather help plant them. He's been so bored lately. This will solve a big problem for me. Qin Laohan had farmed all his life, and suddenly being idle was quite dull. Then let's pull out all the flowers in the yard and use the space for vegetables. I'll leave the seeds for you. Qin Jiji also wanted Qin Laohan to find something to keep him busy. Grandma Qin, why haven't I seen Grandpa today? Gu Yunfei noticed that all the men in the Qin family were not home. Oh, he can't sit still. He went with the eldest and second sons to deliver sausages. He hasn't returned yet. He must be helping out there. Having lived with Qin Laohan for so long, Grandma Qin naturally understood him well. Grandma, don't be upset with Grandpa. It's good for his health to get out and move around. Qin Jiji quickly spoke up for Grandpa. Grandma isn't angry with him. She just feels anxious seeing him idle every day. It makes her feel uncomfortable. Then let Grandpa help me plant some vegetables. I'll save some seeds for him. If it's too cold, we can build a greenhouse to grow them. Maybe we can even eat them during the new year. Qin Ziji winked at Grandma Qin, who immediately understood her granddaughter's intention. All right, when your grandpa comes back today, I'll tell him. Your father and uncle are also free. The three of them together will surely ensure you have green vegetables for the new year. Jiji, make sure you eat more. Li Shi kept serving Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei with vegetables using chopsticks. After they finished their meal, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei planned to find Master Zhao to ask about the progress of the New Year gift boxes. Just as they stepped out of the Qin family door, Gu Yunfei's maid rushed over in a panic. Your Highness, young madam, something bad has happened. The Emperor is in trouble, and the princess has sent me to tell you to return to the manor immediately and go with her to the palace. Both women looked worried and quickly got into the carriage to return to the princess's manor. Inside the carriage, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei sat facing each other, with Gu Yunfei frowning. Qin Jiji felt confused. She had no connection with the Emperor, so why was the princess insisting on taking her to the palace? She sensed there might be more to this situation, but couldn't figure it out. When the carriage arrived at the princess's manor, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei did not get out but went straight into the palace with the princess. Once inside, the Empress had already sent a sedan chair to pick them up. The sedan chair slowly passed through the palace walls, winding around many halls, and finally stopped in a quiet courtyard. The princess led Qin Jiji and her daughter into the Emperor's residence. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a man in the Emperor's bright yellow attire chasing Gu Ting with a sword. Gu Ting ran while shouting, "Your Majesty, please stop. If you hurt me, my wife will definitely not let you off." Hearing this, the Emperor became even angrier, waving his sword and shouting, "Gu Ting, you shameless one, stop right now. Out of jealousy, you made me disfigure myself and even dared to complain to my elder sister." As Gu Ting dodged, he bitterly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I used the same thing as you, and I am perfectly fine." The Empress stood at a distance, unsure of whom to sympathize with, feeling both helpless and amused. Thankfully, this was in her palace. If the minister saw this, the Emperor would lose his authority. Just as she was about to step forward to mediate, the princess strode up and shouted, "Everyone, stop. What kind of behavior is this?" The Emperor and Gu Ting both halted at her words. Gu Ting quickly hid behind the princess, feeling wronged. "Princess, you finally arrived. The Emperor wants to punish me." The Emperor snorted and pointed at his face to complain to the princess. "Sister, look at my face. Gu Ting is jealous of my good looks and intentionally caused a rash on my face. You must stand up for me." The princess examined the Emperor's face and indeed noticed several obvious rashes on his cheeks. Gu Ting looked wronged and quickly explained, "Princess, I am innocent. I used it myself without any issues. The Emperor insists it was my fault." Understanding the situation, the princess said, "Your Majesty, this seems to be a misunderstanding. You should let the doctor examine the rash on your face." Hearing this, the Emperor's anger lessened, and he glared at Gu Ting unwillingly. The Empress stepped forward and gently advised, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry anymore. Let's have the doctor take a look."
I refuse. This is all Gu Ting's fault. He must take responsibility. The emperor was embarrassed to call for the doctor, as he couldn't explain that he had used skincare products given by Gu Ting for vanity. Qin Jiji, who had been listening nearby, had grasped the situation. She and Wanwan had already discussed a solution. The emperor was simply having an allergic reaction. She stepped forward and bowed. I am Qin Jiji, here to greet your majesty and the empress. The emperor had been too focused on complaining about Gu Ting to notice Qin Jiji. Upon seeing her with Gu Yunfei, he remembered that he had summoned Qin Jiji to the palace. He straightened up, trying to appear more authoritative. You may rise. We are all family. Come tell me what is wrong with my face. Qin Ziji's lips twitched. The emperor's mood changed so quickly. She pretended to examine his face, then thought about whether Wanwan had any special medicine. After receiving a positive response from Wanwan, she felt ready to speak. Your Majesty, everyone has different skin types. Even if we use the same skincare products, the reactions will vary. I have some medicine that can relieve your discomfort, Your Majesty. Please let the doctor check it first before using it. Qin Jiji was hesitant to let the emperor use it directly, as it could lead to accusations of harming him in the palace. The emperor looked uncomfortable, but when he heard there was medicine to help, he didn't want to bother the doctor. He smiled and said, Jiji, I trust you. Please give me the medicine. I'm feeling terrible. Qin Jiji felt a bit awkward and turned to the princess for help. The princess nodded at her reassuringly. Finally, Qin Jiji exchanged for the medicine and pretended to take it out of her sleeve to hand to the emperor. Jiji, give it to me. I'll apply it myself, the empress said gently, taking the medicine from Qin Jiji and helping the emperor sit down patiently to apply it. The ointment felt cool on the emperor's face, instantly easing the heat he felt. Empress, apply a bit more. It feels better now. The empress was a bit helpless, thinking that the relief might just be in the emperor's mind since they had just started applying it. But since he asked, she complied. After about 15 minutes, the emperor's face had completely returned to normal. He picked up a bronze mirror from the empress's palace and admired himself, feeling very satisfied. He was grateful that his handsome face had won the empress's affection, especially since he had many competitors back then. He always felt lucky that his empress was attracted to looks. All right, no more looking, the princess said, feeling quite speechless at the emperor's behavior. Hee, then I won't look anymore. But Jiji, this medicine is really effective. The emperor praised Qin Jiji's medicine. By the way, Jiji, do you have any skincare products suitable for me? The emperor asked, trying to flatter her, a term he learned from Gu Ting. Jiji, we don't have any. If something goes wrong, someone might come after you with a sword, and that would be scary, Gu Ting said teasingly, preventing Qin Jiji from giving the emperor new skincare products. He wasn't truly opposed. He just wanted to tease the emperor a bit. Shut up. I'm talking to Jiji, not you. I seriously suspect you're just jealous that I'm more handsome than you and are trying to sabotage me, the emperor replied. In your dreams. I'm clearly more handsome than you. Gu Ting couldn't stand the emperor always saying he was the most handsome. I am the most handsome. The two argued back and forth. Qin Jiji couldn't help but quietly ask, Aunt, will Uncle and the emperor be okay? The princess smiled slightly. Don't worry. They've been like this since they were young, always teasing each other. Hearing this, Qin Jiji felt relieved and thought, Uncle is really favored. Gu Ting complained to the princess. Jiji, come sit here and ignore them. The queen was very grateful for the care Qin Jiji showed her son while in Qin village. Today was the first time she met Qin Jiji in person. She was gentle, kind, and very graceful. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's all my fault for not explaining things clearly to Uncle before, which caused the emperor this trouble. It's my mistake. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling, so Qin Jiji took all the blame. The queen laughed. You child, those skincare products you gave me are wonderful. My skin is getting better. It must be that the emperor isn't suited for them. The queen praised the gifts from Qin Jiji and attributed the incident to the emperor himself. She loved the skincare products so much that if the emperor's reaction made Qin Jiji hesitant to give gifts in the future, she wouldn't know who to complain to. I'm glad you like them, Your Majesty. The New Year gift box from Manhwa will be available soon. I've saved one for you. I'll have my sister Yunfei bring it to the palace. Qin Jiji had specially designed a unique set for the queen and the princess when Master Zhao created the gift boxes. That's wonderful. I'm almost out of mine. The queen was thrilled to hear about the new set. The emperor and Gu Ting, who were previously arguing over who was more handsome, immediately stopped when they heard about the new products. Jiji, do you have something suitable for me? I want one too. The emperor looked at Qin Jiji with great anticipation, leaving her a bit unsure. Manhwa's products won't be sold to you, so give up on that idea. Gu Ting felt uneasy at the thought of the emperor chasing him with a sword. I'm not talking to you, so don't interrupt. The emperor was annoyed just looking at Gu Ting. Jiji is my niece-in-law, so I have to look out for her. If you get angry and blame her later, what will happen? Seeing the two about to argue again, Qin Jiji quickly intervened. Your Majesty, uncle, you both have the New Year sets, and they are one of a kind. As soon as they realized they both had the same issue, they stopped arguing. Next time, if the emperor gets it, he shouldn't apply it to his face right away. He can try it on his wrist or behind his ears first. If there are no problems, then he can use it on his face. Qin Jiji warned the emperor in advance to avoid a repeat of today's incident. Don't worry, my niece Jiji, I will definitely be careful this time, the emperor assured her. With the emperor's promise, Qin Jiji agreed to bring him a sample in a few days. The emperor, pleased, rewarded her generously, and Qin Jiji felt lucky. She avoided blame for the skincare allergy and received gifts. It was fortunate that her uncle and the princess were there, or it would have been a disaster. The group didn't stay in the palace long. Since they had come in a hurry in the afternoon, they decided to return now that things were settled. Gu Ting, who had been on duty, was summoned by the emperor and chose to return home with them. In the carriage, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei shared one, while Gu Ting and the princess shared another. Gu Ting leaned against the princess, looking pitiful as he said, "Princess, today I almost got killed by the emperor." The princess couldn't help but smirk. Given how fast he ran, it was unlikely the emperor would have caught him. But as her husband, she comforted him gently, saying, "With me here, the emperor wouldn't dare to harm you." Gu Ting took this as encouragement and replied, "You treat me the best, princess. Unlike the emperor, who just wants to squeeze me dry every day. You've worked hard, my husband. Next time we go to the palace, I will have the empress keep an eye on the emperor," the princess said, knowing she could only comfort him for now. As for the emperor, despite his stern demeanor, he was just as spoiled when it came to affection. Hearing the princess's words, Gu Ting felt satisfied. He thought to himself that the emperor was no match for him. He had a loving wife. In the other carriage, Qin Jiji was still in a daze. Gu Yunfei noticed and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, were you scared by uncle and father today?" Qin Jiji nodded and then shook her head. Anyone would be frightened to be suddenly summoned to the palace and see the emperor wielding a sword against her uncle. However, after spending the afternoon with them, she realized that both the emperor and empress were quite nice. "My father and the emperor have always been like this since I can remember. You don't need to be scared, sister-in-law. Even though they argue when they meet, their relationship is actually very good," Gu Yunfei reassured her. "I'm not scared, just a bit surprised and excited," Qin Jiji replied. Qin Jiji's words made Gu Yunfei laugh. It was indeed stimulating. "Big sister-in-law, it's good to get used to it. Please be understanding. After all, no one knows what trouble uncle and father might cause." Gu Yunfei felt overwhelmed thinking about it. "Let's not tell your brother and my brother about this yet, so they won't be distracted from their studies." Qin Jiji knew that Gu Jinghuai was detail-oriented, and if he found out about today's events, it might put more pressure on him. Although the outcome today was happy for everyone, Gu Jinghuai would still worry. "Got it, big sister-in-law. Yunfei promises to keep it a secret. When we return home, I will also ask father to keep it quiet." Only 4 people knew about today's events. Besides father, Gu Yunfei felt that the others wouldn't say anything. "Then I'll thank you in advance, sister. Today took up some time, so let's visit the Zhao family tomorrow afternoon."
The New Year gift boxes should be almost ready. Why not go earlier? After we return from the Zhao family, I can teach Grandma Qin and the others. Gu Yunfei thought that going earlier would help confirm things sooner. Qin Jiji considered it and agreed, nodding, "All right, I'll let my family know shortly." The two planned their activities for the next day. The carriage stopped at the princess's residence, and Gu Yunfei got out while Qin Ziji headed straight to the Qin family. Upon arriving at the Qin family, she found everyone busy setting up a warm greenhouse in their yard. Why is everything arranged so quickly? Seeing her family working energetically, Qin Ziji felt inspired. "Ziji is here. Your grandfather was so eager to grow vegetables that he got us all to help." Grandma Qin smiled broadly as she explained to Qin Ziji. Everyone was working hard, but their smiles were genuine. "Isn't that because grandfather dotes on me, wanting me to have fresh greens soon? Ha ha ha, my granddaughter knows me well." Grandpa Qin grinned widely. Now he had something to do, and without work, he felt restless every day. "Gigi, that's just him giving you face. If the vegetables don't grow, let's see how you explain that he dotes on his granddaughter. Wife, just wait and see. Look at you, so pleased." Grandpa Qin wasn't upset. He worked even harder, and the rest of the Qin family laughed. Qin Jiji felt it was wonderful. The next morning, the Grand Princess ordered the maid to deliver the rewards the Emperor had given Qin Jiji to her courtyard. When the maid arrived, Qin Jiji was sitting at her vanity, getting ready. Seeing the old lady and several maids carrying various beautiful boxes and cases enter, I was momentarily stunned. The group respectfully placed the items down, and the leading old lady smiled at Qin Jiji, saying, "Young madam, these are specially sent by the princess. All gifts from the emperor to you yesterday." Qin Jiji smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you to the emperor and empress, and thank you for your hard work, ladies." The old lady smiled and said, "Young madam, you are too polite. The princess said that if you do not like them, you can just put them in a room. We have better storage in our manor." "Please thank my aunt for me," Qin Jiji said. The princess treats Qin Jiji like her own daughter, often sending her good things directly to her courtyard. Seeing Qin Jiji so humble and polite made the old lady even happier. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she returned to report back. After the old ladies left, Qin Jiji looked at the gifts and couldn't help but admire the generosity of the emperor and empress. The beautiful boxes contained exquisite jewelry, including pearl earrings and gold hairpins. The items in the cases were even more valuable, featuring jade ornaments and gold inlaid decorations, as well as several precious ancient books. The Gu family is now managed by the princess, and since she often sends gifts, today did not cause much of a stir. Qin Ziji had the items taken to her private storage. Just as she finished, Gu Yunfei arrived. "Fair is here. Come in and sit. I'll be ready soon." Qin Jiji quickened her pace, as she and Gu Yunfei had planned to visit the Zhao residence together today. "Big sister, take your time. I arrived early," Gu Yunfei said, not in a hurry at all, comfortably sitting down to wait for her sister-in-law. "Fair, how does this outfit look on me?" Qin Jiji's voice interrupted Gu Yunfei's thoughts. She turned around to see her sister-in-law in a light purple dress. "You look beautiful today, big sister," Gu Yunfei praised sincerely. Qin Jiji smiled and said, "You are too sweet. This dress was sent by my aunt a few days ago. It's getting late. We should head out," Qin Jiji said gently. Gu Yunfei nodded and followed Qin Jiji out the door. Yesterday, Qin Jiji had already informed Master Zhao in advance. Today, she would come with Gu Yunfei to check on the New Year gift boxes. Master Zhao's family took this very seriously, especially since the princess was personally visiting. Master Zhao's eldest son was waiting at the gate, occasionally glancing down the street, feeling both nervous and excited. When the carriage stopped, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei got out one after the other. Master Zhao's eldest son immediately stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "Princess, Mrs. Gu, please follow me." Qin Jiji nodded slightly. "Thank you, young Master Zhao." As Qin Jiji walked, she admired Zhao's family's taste. Zhao's eldest son led the two directly to see the gift boxes. After inspecting them, Qin Jiji smiled with satisfaction. Zhao's craftsmanship truly lives up to its reputation. These gift boxes are flawless. Since the gift boxes are ready, please arrange for a carriage to deliver them all to the Qin family. Zhao's eldest son immediately turned to instruct his servants to prepare the carriage. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei stayed at Zhao's residence for a while longer, discussing prices and future cooperation with Zhao's eldest son before leaving. As Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei left Zhao's residence, several carriages loaded with gift boxes slowly drove out. Inside the carriage, Qin Jiji leaned back, feeling very happy. Seeing this, Gu Yunfei smiled and asked sister-in-law, "It seems you are very pleased with the gift boxes." Master Zhao's skills are indeed impressive, and the design of the gift boxes is quite innovative. I really like them. Gu Yunfei nodded. Zhao's craftsmanship is indeed worth it. There will be many more opportunities to cooperate in the future.
I hope these sell well.
It's my first time celebrating the new year in the capital, and I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Jiji was filled with anticipation. Don't worry, sister-in-law, they will sell well. The ladies love the products from Manhwa. Gu Yunfei was very confident about the items sold in her sister-in-law's shop. Thanks for your kind words. If they sell well, sister-in-law will share the profits with you since you helped me design these patterns. Really? Then I'll be waiting. This was the first time Gu Yunfei showed interest in money. By the way, sister-in-law, what are your plans for the shop you got from the second young lady? Gu Yunfei asked casually as she thought of it. You reminded me. I almost forgot. It should be ready for renovation by now. I'll go check it out in the next couple of days. With Gu Yunfei's reminder, Qin Jiji recalled that her shop was nearly ready for renovation. Qin Jiji took the carriage filled with gift boxes directly to the Qin family. The Zhao family kindly helped move all the gift boxes into Qin Jiji's courtyard before returning to their residence. Seeing so many exquisite boxes, Granny Qin curiously asked, "Jiji, what are these boxes for?" Qin Jiji smiled and explained, "Grandma, I specially had these made to hold skincare products to sell at Manhwa. They're called New Year gift sets." Jiji is so clever.
This sounds like it won't be cheap.
When Qin Posey heard this, she felt it was something she couldn't afford. "Mother, we don't need to buy it. We already have what we need." "Yes, Mother. We are lucky to have Jiji's help. Every winter, my hands crack, but this year, after using the hand cream Jiji gave me, they haven't cracked at all," Li Shi said, showing her hands to everyone. The others joined in, expressing how much they loved the hand cream Jiji provided. "We sell it ourselves, so you can use it with confidence. We have plenty of skincare products." Qin Jiji was always generous with her family. Everyone was very happy to hear this, and Qin Jiji invited them to her courtyard. Then she exchanged for the skincare products needed for the New Year gift boxes and asked them to help pack them into the boxes. Hearing they could help made everyone very excited. It took them about an hour to finish packing the New Year gift boxes. Looking at the room full of boxes, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was a lot of money. "Let fourth brother take some to the shop tomorrow. I'll go to the shop too. The New Year promotion is starting." Although they didn't understand what a promotion was, they remembered what Qin Jiji asked Qin Qinglin to do. "Don't worry, Jiji. When Qinglin comes back today, I'll tell him to make sure it's delivered to the shop tomorrow," Auntie said with a smile. After finishing the gift boxes, Qin Jiji had lunch at the Qin family before returning to her own residence. She visited Gu Mu's courtyard to check on Gu Mu and Gu Shi before going back to her own courtyard to rest. In the Qin family. That evening, when Qin Qinglin returned home and learned that Qin Jiji's New Year gift box set was finally ready, he was very excited. "Dad, let's go take a look," Qin Qinglin said eagerly. Qin Shan was also curious and smiled, saying, "Since you want to see it so much, I'll go with you." The men of the Qin family had not yet seen the New Year gift boxes and eagerly followed along. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to Qin Jiji's courtyard. Li Shi noticed it was almost dinner time and that everyone had left, so she jokingly reported to Qin Posey. "Mother, look at them. It's almost dinner time, and they've all run off." Qin Posey smiled and reassured her, "They're just too happy and excited. Let them be. It's fine if they eat a little later." Li sure understood their feelings. She wasn't really complaining and quickly went to the kitchen to inform them to delay serving dinner. When they arrived at Qin Jiji's courtyard and saw the neatly arranged gift boxes, they were very surprised. The gift box has a rosewood base with intricate carvings on the surface. The lid is adorned with golden threads, making it look particularly luxurious. Qin Shan couldn't help but open one of the gift boxes, revealing neatly arranged skincare products inside. Qin Qinglin's eyes lit up at the sight. If such gift boxes were sold, they would surely be a hit. Gigi is so clever. I can't resist wanting to buy a set of these beautiful gift boxes, Qin Jiang said, looking at the stunning boxes, while Qin He and Qin Shan nodded in agreement. Although Qin Qinglin didn't speak, a closer look revealed that he was excited, his face turning red. These items are worth a lot of money. He could already imagine the bustling scene in the shop tomorrow. After leaving Qin Jiji's courtyard, Qin Qinglin quickly ate a few bites of food before heading back. As the manager of the beauty workshop, he had learned a few things from spending time with Qin Jiji. Instead of returning to his own courtyard, he went straight to the study to start planning tomorrow's promotional strategy. He stayed in the study late into the night, thinking of many ideas, and finally chose the one he was most satisfied with. Qin Qinglin carefully reviewed each detail to ensure the event would go smoothly the next day. He blew out the candle, gently closed the study door, and walked back to his room. Lying in bed, his mind was still filled with thoughts of tomorrow's plans, feeling both nervous and excited. With anticipation for the future, Qin Qinglin gradually fell asleep. The next day, before dawn, Qin Qinglin woke up. After washing up, he went directly to Qin Jiji's courtyard. By the time the other Qin family members got up, he had already loaded a cart full of gift boxes. The few people who had come to help were stunned. Qin Shan asked, a bit stammering, "Qinglin, did you even sleep last night? How did you get up so early?" The others looked at Qin Qinglin in surprise. Feeling a bit shy, Qin Qinglin scratched his head and smiled. "I was just too excited and couldn't sleep, so I got up a bit early." "Qinglin, while making money is important, we also need to take care of our health," Qin Shan said. Qin He and Qin Jiang had woken up early to help load the cart, only to find that their nephew had already done it all. "Got it, uncle. I'll be more careful in the future," Qin Qinglin replied, knowing his family cared for him, and they didn't press the matter further. "Qinglin, is one cart enough? Maybe we should load another cart just in case, since there are many ladies in the capital and they have money," Qin Jiang suggested, feeling it would be incomplete not to help load more gift box sets. Qin Qinglin thought for a moment and felt that what his third uncle said made a lot of sense. His third sister had also mentioned before that in business, one needs to be bold, yet careful. Since uncle said so, let's load another cart. Hearing this, everyone became happy. They could miss out on the new product event at the shop. With many hands, they quickly filled a cart. Just after the Qin family finished breakfast, Qin Jiji arrived. Gu Yunfei came along with Qin Jiji because the shop was launching new products today and the learning session for Qin Posey and the others was postponed to the afternoon. Qin Jiji took the group and 2 carts of New Year gift boxes to Manhwa. Once on the cart, Qin Qinglin showed Qin Jiji the plan he had worked on late last night. Qin Jiji was surprised that her fourth brother had progressed so quickly and even thought of a lottery. She had mentioned this idea to Qin Qinglin before, but she didn't expect him to apply it so soon. Qin Jiji asked a few more questions, and Qin Qinglin answered them smoothly. He had also thought of the details of the event, which made Qin Jiji very satisfied. "Since you are so confident this time, let's go ahead with your plan for the New Year gift box event at Manhwa. Don't you want to think about it a bit more, third sister?" Qin Qinglin was surprised that his third sister agreed to his plans so quickly, feeling a bit unsure. Qin Jiji smiled and replied, "You have considered everything thoroughly." "I agree. You did a great job. You are the manager of Manhwa, so of course, I will follow your lead." The second part of her statement was a joke between the siblings, which they both understood. "Thank you, third sister. I will make sure this event goes well." They soon arrived at the shop. Qin Qinglin first directed the staff to help unload the items from the cart. He kept a few sets on the shelves and moved the rest to the second floor for storage. Then he posted the lottery rules he had written yesterday at the shop entrance and called everyone inside to explain the rules. The main idea was, buy a gift box set to get a chance to enter the lottery. The more you buy, the more chances you get. He also found 2 good speakers among the staff to stand at the entrance and explain the lottery rules. The grand prize was a complete New Year gift box set, with other prizes like lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, and hand creams. Manhwa's business had always been good, so as soon as the lottery box was set up, many people quickly gathered around. When they heard about the New Year gift box set and the lottery, interested customers started to enter the shop one after another. When Ning Ning and Wang Xinru arrived, the entrance of Manhwa was crowded with people. The 2 of them had to push hard to get inside. Ji, Qinglin, your business is really thriving. My cousin and I almost couldn't get in. What's happening outside? Why are there so many people? Hearing Ning Ning's question, Qinglin explained the lottery event to them. Wang Xianru's eyes lit up at this idea. She thought it was brilliant and wondered why she hadn't thought of it before. Qin Zheng'er was truly clever. Ning Ning then excitedly asked, Qinglin, if I buy twice, can I enter the draw twice? Of course. If you like, I can give you a gift, Qinglin said, thinking the young girl would appreciate it and planning to give her a set when she left.
No.
I want to try my luck myself. Ning Ning declined Qinglin's offer, feeling shy about accepting a gift since she had money. Qinglin smiled, finding Ning Ning just as adorable as before. Ning Ning thought about her large family and decided to buy 5 sets. The New Year gift boxes were priced at 5 taels of silver each, totaling 25 taels. Cousin, why did you get so many? Qinglin asked in surprise, handing Ning Ning 5 lottery tickets. I have a big family, 1 for my grandmother, 1 for my mother, 1 for my aunt, 1 for my sister-in-law, and 1 for myself. So I really need 5 sets, she explained. Plus, these New Year gift boxes are not only affordable but also beautiful. They make great gifts. Also, it's better to buy early. If they sell out, I'll just regret it later. Ning Ning sounded just like a spokesperson for a beauty shop, and Qin couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The people who were hesitant before suddenly found her reasoning very convincing. My cousin is right. Since we're here, we should buy now. Qin Zheng'er, please get me 5 sets too. Wang Xianru, understanding marketing, decided to buy 5 sets as well, knowing she wouldn't lose whether she used them or gave them as gifts. Miss, do you want 5 sets too? Qinglin thought the young ladies in the capital were quite wealthy, buying so many at once. Can I trick Qin Zheng'er? Quickly, get me 5 sets. I want to enter the lottery too, or someone else will take the grand prize. Wang Xianru reminded everyone that buying gift boxes also meant entering the lottery, and if they waited too long, the prizes would be gone. The few who were still hesitant quickly paid up. Thanks to their enthusiasm, the first batch of gift boxes on the shelves was nearly sold out. Qinglin hurriedly sent someone upstairs to bring down more. The shop was bustling with people, so crowded that it was hard to move. The staff were busy and sweating, serving customers while constantly bringing gift boxes down from upstairs. By noon, the 2 carts of gift boxes that Qin and her friends had brought in the morning were sold out. The employees' voices were a bit hoarse from shouting, but they still wore satisfied smiles. Qinglin had a slight smile on his face, very pleased with the situation. The last person to buy a gift box was a little girl, likely a maid from a wealthy family, who was there to buy for her young lady. She was lucky to grab the last set of gift boxes. Qinglin also gave her a raffle ticket, and she was fortunate enough to win another set. The little girl was overjoyed, thinking about how she not only got the last set for her lady, but also won another one. Others were envious, but since all the gift boxes were sold out for the day, they left after Qinglin promised there would be more tomorrow. However, when they heard that only 50 sets would be sold each day, everyone was determined to come early the next day. Qin noticed her 4th brother's performance today. She felt proud that he could handle things on his own. They discussed the shop's plans for the future since there were still more than 10 days until the new year. Qin calculated that even with the limited 50 sets each day, their stock at home wouldn't be enough.
Third sister, I'm afraid our current stock won't be sufficient. Should we add more? It seems there is still demand, she suggested. I was thinking the same thing. I'll talk to Master Zhao about increasing the stock, Qin Qinglin replied. Then I'll check at home to see how much more we need, he added, full of energy. Thank you for your hard work, fourth brother. The shop next door is also ready, and I plan to open it before the new year, Qin Jiji said. I'll take care of Meiyan workshop from now on. I need to focus on the new shop, she continued. Don't worry, third sister. Qinglin will not let you down, he assured her, brimming with enthusiasm. After returning from the shop, Qin Jiji personally went to find Master Zhao to order another batch of boxes. For the next 2 days, she immersed herself in making milk tea with Wanwan. With Wanwan's help, Qin Jiji practiced repeatedly at the Qin family home. Eventually, she learned the classic recipes. During these 2 days, her aunt, mother, and third aunt also helped, so they all learned together. However, compared to the others, her aunt made the best tasting tea. In the end, Qin Jiji decided to have her auntly go to the shop to assist in the early stages. By the way, help her with the people in the shop. Qin Jiji decided to open the milk tea shop in 3 days. At first, she would have her aunt and mother start it, and she had already chosen the other staff members. With the 3 of them supporting the shop, the opening would definitely be successful. Moreover, recently, Mai and Fang has been selling New Year gift boxes, attracting many customers, making it a great time to open. When Li and Zhang heard they could help in the shop, they were very happy. Qin Jiji also took some time to train the staff a few times. In recent days, the New Year gift boxes from Mai and Fang have been selling very well. Some ladies were so eager to get them that they turned to their husbands for help. When Mai and Fang first opened, Gu Ting had been proudly telling everyone that it was his niece's business. Now, when these ladies couldn't get the New Year gift boxes, they naturally asked their families to approach Gu Ting for assistance. As a result, Gu Ting noticed that his colleagues suddenly became very friendly, with some even inviting him out for drinks. Gu Ting thought it was because he had become more handsome after using the skincare products from his niece, so he happily accepted. However, when he found out their true intentions, Gu Ting quickly made his escape. It was too overwhelming. The first few who managed to get drinks through connections made others hopeful, leading some colleagues to directly confront Gu Ting after work. For the past few days, Gu Ting returned home sneakily. When the princess learned about this, she couldn't stop smiling. While Gu Ting was complaining to her about the situation, Gu Yunling was also there and curiously asked, Daddy, why don't they ask Big Brother and Xin for help? They are closer to sister-in-law. Gu Ting was momentarily surprised but then laughed. You truly are a smart son, just like your father. Gu Yunling looked at Gu Ting, confused. Gu Ting then asked, when is your brother coming home? Big Brother is coming back tomorrow. How could you forget, Daddy? Gu Yunling thought Gu Ting had forgotten the date of Gu Jinghuai's return and felt a bit upset. Seeing his son was unhappy, Gu Ting quickly explained, I was just asking. I wanted to take your brother and the others to meet my colleagues. They are all very impressive people. After hearing Gu Ting's explanation, Gu Yunling felt better. The princess gave Gu Ting a helpless glance, realizing he was planning to involve Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan. Meanwhile, the few studying hard at the academy had no idea what awaited them upon their return. Gu Ting was so happy that he ate an extra half bowl of rice that evening. Gu Yunling also ate an extra half bowl, feeling that his father was being very kind to his brother and the others. The next day, Gu Jinghuai and the others returned home. Early in the morning, Gu Ting sent someone to inform Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai in their courtyard. Gu Ting's servant respectfully greeted Gu Jinghuai. Young master, the master sent me to tell you that tonight you should take Qin Daegu and Qin Erge to meet some friends. Please make sure to clear your schedule. Gu Jinghuai thought his uncle was going to introduce some important people to him and Qin Qingyuan. He nodded in agreement, knowing Qin Qingyuan. Thank you. Please tell my uncle that I will definitely make time tonight. The servant quickly returned to report after receiving Gu Jinghuai's confirmation. Qin Jiji asked curiously, who is your uncle going to introduce to you? Should we bring gifts? I believe my uncle has everything arranged. My older brother, second brother, and I will go.
After all, my uncle won't harm us. Gu Jinghuai respected Gu Ting, who had taken good care of them since they returned to the capital, always considering their needs. My husband is right. Let's go to the Qin family first, and let my brothers know. I need to go to the shop with my aunt and mother. The shop opens tomorrow, so we will do a trial run today. You've worked hard, my dear. I'll go with you to help at the shop. Gu Jinghuai, who usually studied at the academy, felt sorry for Qin Jiji's hard work. However, if he let her rest, she would feel constrained. Don't you need to study? She asked. I've worked hard enough at the academy. I want to help you, and also check out the popular New Year gift boxes at Manhwa. Gu Jinghuai took Qin Jiji's hand and left the courtyard. You know about Manhwa's New Year gift boxes? Qin Jiji was surprised this time. Of course. It's hard not to know with such a capable wife. Gu Jinghuai joked with her. I didn't expect you all to know at the academy. It seems our Manhwa's reputation has spread far and wide. Qin Jiji felt excited thinking about this. My dear, you don't know. At the academy, my brothers and I didn't dare to mention our connection to Manhwa, fearing it would cause you trouble. Since Manhwa became popular, they tried to keep a low profile to avoid bringing trouble to Qin Jiji. I'm happy to help you. This time when you go back, bring a few sets for Teacher Chong and his family. That's not really a bribe, right? Qin Jiji thought it would be appropriate to send a few gift boxes to Teacher Chong. She had wanted to give it for a long time, but she didn't want to take the initiative since she didn't know Mr. Chong very well. That's why she brought it up with Gu Jinghuai today. My wife says no, so it's not. Gu Jinghuai felt touched. His wife always thought of him. Big brother, big sister-in-law, why are you so slow? We've been waiting for you for a long time. As they reached the front door, they saw Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao waiting for them. From Gu Jingshu's words, it was clear they had been waiting for a while. Second brother, Yao Yao, where are you going? Qin Ziji asked curiously, noticing they looked like they were heading out. Sister-in-law, my brother and I are going to the shop with you today. Brother Qinghui said the milk tea shop is having a trial opening, and we want to check it out. Yesterday, Qin Qinghui had made plans with them to go to the shop today. So, early this morning, after greeting their mother, father, and grandmother, the siblings came to wait for their big brother and sister-in-law. Of course, let's go. First, we need to pick up my mother, auntie, and your brother Qinghui. Qin Ziji walked over, took Gu Jingyao's hand, and led her to the carriage. Sister-in-law, Sister Yunfei, has already gone ahead to find Grandma Qin. Gu Jingyao and Gu Jingshu had just seen Gu Yunfei leave. Then let's hurry up and set off, so we can arrive quickly. Okay, sister-in-law, you're the best. The little girl leaned against Qin Jiji, smiling brightly. She secretly glanced at Gu Jinghuai, worried he might be unhappy, and added, Big brother is the best too. This made Qin Jiji laugh. Jingyao was just too adorable. Gu Jinghuai had thought his sister was being ungrateful since she hadn't looked at him when they met. Now, hearing her praise him, even if it was for his wife's sake, he felt satisfied. Gu Jingshu tried to stay out of the spotlight, afraid his big brother would suddenly quiz him on his studies. Fortunately, the Qin family and the Gu residents were close, and they arrived in no time. After getting off the carriage, Gu Jingshu quickly pulled his sister Gu Jingyao to find Qin Qinghui. Big brother and sister-in-law had little time together, and if they interrupted, Big brother would have time to scold them. Qin Jiji didn't think too much about it. With her husband supporting her, she got off the carriage and headed to Grandma's courtyard. When Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai entered, Gu Yunfei had just finished teaching the others. Jiji and Jinghuai are here. Come in and sit. Seeing her granddaughter and grandson-in-law together made Grandma Qin very happy. Thank you for coming so early, my dear. Qin Jiji did not expect Gu Yunfei to arrive so early for the lesson. I had nothing to do at home, so I came over early. This way, I can help my sister-in-law at the shop, Gu Yunfei said. She was worried about delaying their trip to the shop today, so she made a special effort to come early. Qin Posey and the others happily agreed. After Qin Jinghuai greeted everyone, he went to find Qin Qingyuan and the others. While they were talking, Qin Qinglin sent Qin Qinghui to inform everyone that they could set off. Today, they were taking 2 horse-drawn carts filled with New Year gift boxes to the shop. Before they even reached the beauty shop, they could see a long line of people waiting outside. Qin Jiji and her group walked separately from Qin Qinglin. They did not go to the beauty shop but headed to the neighboring store instead. When they arrived, Qin Jiang had already brought the staff to start working. Seeing that everything was ready, they got to work without delay. Qin Jiji taught the other staff members as they worked, hoping they would learn quickly. Knowing that the milk tea shop would attract many young customers, Qin Jiji chose staff members who were quite good-looking. Even though it was just a trial opening, the staff stood there and began to greet customers, immediately catching everyone's attention. Qin Jiji asked Qin Jiang to ring a gong a few times. Once everyone quieted down, she announced the trial opening of the new shop. Everyone could come by for a free sample, and those who spent at the beauty shop today could also receive a free drink. When everyone heard about this great offer, they all gathered around. Qin Jiang directed them into 2 groups, those for tasting and those for receiving their free drinks. Qin Jiji and her group also got busy during the waiting period. Qin Jiang loudly shared that the milk tea shop would officially open tomorrow, with all drinks buy one get one free. After the tasting ended, everyone decided to come early the next day. On the first day of the milk tea shop's trial opening, just past noon, the small supplies brought by Qin Jiji and her team ran out. Qin Jiang had to regretfully inform everyone that they should no longer line up, but the shop would officially open tomorrow with continued benefits for everyone. Although everyone felt a bit disappointed, they understood that all the prepared items were used up, so they had to disperse. The shop closed early today, and Qin Jiji asked her uncle to summarize the day's work with the staff before letting them go home to rest. Qin Jiji and her group were exhausted, but fortunately, 2 staff members had already gotten the hang of things and could help tomorrow. They did not stay long at the shop and went straight back to the Qin family. Qin Jiang had already sent someone to inform Qin Posey, so when they arrived at the Qin family, dinner was just being served. To celebrate the trial opening of the shop today, Granny Qin and Mrs. Wang helped prepare a large table of dishes. After a late lunch, Qin Jiji stayed at the Qin family home to rest. Gu Jingshu and Gu Yunlang followed Qin Qinghui to his courtyard to relax. Gu Jingyao and Gu Yunfei went to Qin Jiji's courtyard, while Gu Jinghui was taken away by Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. Everyone enjoyed a nice afternoon nap. After waking up, Gu Jinghui and Qin Qingyuan spent some time reading in the study before getting ready to meet Gu Ting. Qin Jiji and the others returned home after having dinner at the Qin family. Gu Jinghui and the others accompanied Gu Ting to a restaurant in the capital that he often visited. On the way in the carriage, Gu Ting reminded them that the people they were meeting today were prominent figures in the literary world. He knew that they would be participating next year, and if they could receive even a few words of guidance from these individuals, it would be enough. Although Gu Ting brought them along as a shield, he genuinely wanted what was best for them. Such opportunities are rare, and the children needed to experience the world. The dinner was arranged by Gu Ting just the day before, and by the time they arrived, all the other invited guests were already there. Upon meeting, everyone greeted each other warmly. Aside from his sharp tongue, Gu Ting was truly capable. "Sir Gu, it's really hard to get you out."
Who are these 3?
Lin Taifu guessed from their attire that one of them must be Gu Ting's nephew. "Lin Taifu, let me introduce you. This is my nephew Gu Jinghui, along with Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun." Upon hearing that Lin Taifu was present, the group quickly stepped forward to bow. Lin Taifu looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. Gu Ting then introduced them to a few of his friends. There was a reason for inviting these people. They all appreciated talent. After getting to know each other, everyone sat down to eat and drink together. They thought Gu Ting was simply bringing them out to see the world, and seeing their composed behavior, they felt no aversion. As the drinks flowed, when Gu Ting revealed his connection to Mianfang, everyone was astonished. Gu Jinghui and the others were not surprised, as Gu Ting had always said that Mianfang was run by his niece-in-law. The Qin brothers, however, surprised everyone. They initially thought the Qin family was a merchant family, but they didn't expect there to be scholars among them. Everyone became interested and immediately tested their knowledge.
Gu Jinghuai and the others' answers pleased them, especially Lin Taifu, who thought the Qin family might be changing their fortunes next year. The atmosphere at the table became very pleasant, and they also timely expressed their needs. Until now, only a few have realized that Gu Ting's original purpose for bringing them here is related to the New Year gift box set from Manhwa. Gu Jinghuai nodded at Qin Qingyuan, who returned the gesture respectfully. Today, I noticed we still have some at home. When I return, I will ask my family to prepare more. How many do you all need? The others were pleasantly surprised that Qin Qingyuan could indeed act as a representative for Manhwa. They were very happy. Thinking about the expectations of their wives and daughters at home, they couldn't hold back their excitement. They eagerly shared their needs, and luckily, they all had good memories. Otherwise, they would have worried about forgetting. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel that the ladies of the capital were quite demanding. Is it really necessary to be this crazy over just a gift box set? Now they were very curious about what was inside the New Year gift box set. The adults received Qin Qingyuan's promise. They decided that tomorrow, their servants could go directly to the shop to pick them up, and they were even more enthusiastic than before. Next, they guided each other, and during the meal, everyone learned a lot. After dinner, before parting, they reminded Qin Qingyuan not to forget. Once they got into the carriage, Gu Ting smiled and said, "The gift boxes are your promise, and have nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths, thinking he was clearly being playful. "Don't worry, Uncle. We'll organize everything when we get back today, and we promise to have the gift boxes ready at the shop tomorrow." Only then did Gu Ting smile in satisfaction, pleased that the children were clever and that his arrangements were worthwhile. Before going to bed, Gu Jinghuai told Qin Jiji about this matter, and she joked with a smile. "I didn't expect my skincare products could help my husband and brother. How should my husband thank me?" Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji, his warm voice filled with charm. "Right now, I have no fame or fortune, so I can only dedicate myself to you, working hard for my wife." Qin Jiji looked up at his deep, star-like eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "That sounds like I'm taking advantage of you. If you think that's not enough, I can add more to the deal," he teased. "You have more to offer?" Qin Jiji asked playfully. Gu Jinghuai leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, creating a slightly flirtatious atmosphere. "If my wife is willing, I would dedicate my whole life to being by your side, protecting you and accompanying you until old age." Qin Ziji's heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "My dear, would you be willing?" His voice was deep and gentle. Qin Ziji gently nodded, and Gu Jinghuai leaned down to softly kiss her lips. "Is there anything you want to say to me, my dear?" Gu Jinghuai cherished hearing Qin Ziji express her feelings for him. Qin Ziji nodded, but Gu Jinghuai was not satisfied with just that. He deepened the kiss. When Qin Ziji became a bit dazed from the kiss, Gu Jinghuai asked again, not letting her go until he got a response. What awaited Qin Ziji were more intense kisses and more passionate moments. He returned home only once every 10 days, but each time he could only stay for 2 nights, which was a great torment for Gu Jinghuai. So, every time he came home, his favorite thing was to be close to Qin Ziji, especially in their intimate moments. Today was no exception. The night had just begun, and their time together was starting. At that moment, life felt peaceful, and time felt gentle. Every time Qin Ziji was so exhausted that she couldn't even lift her hand, she vowed in her heart that one day she would take charge. Even though she went to bed late last night, Qin Ziji woke up early today, thinking about the opening of the shop. Gu Jinghuai felt a bit regretful, blaming himself for keeping her up too late. Seeing the regret in Gu Jinghuai's eyes, Qin Ziji tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to lower his head. Thinking she had something to say, Gu Jinghuai obediently bent down. Qin Ziji gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Then, taking advantage of his surprise, she went to wash up. Gu Jinghuai stood there, stunned, and once he came to his senses, he smiled like a fool. When Qin Ziji returned after washing up, Gu Jinghuai was still smiling. She called out, "My dear, come back to reality, and hurry up to wash up." Gu Jinghuai playfully hugged Qin Ziji from behind and said in a slightly spoiled tone, just now you took advantage of me, so I won't wash up unless you kiss me again." Qin Jiji laughed at Gu Jinghuai's antics, turned around and kissed him enough before running away with a smile. Gu Jinghuai had been teased by her twice that morning, with a slight smile on his lips. Seeing Qin Jiji drawing her eyebrows, Gu Jinghuai walked over, took the eyebrow pencil from her hand, and said with a smile, "Let me help you." Qin Jiji nodded, and Gu Jinghuai carefully drew her eyebrows. Looking at her beautiful face up close, he held back the urge to kiss her. After finishing her eyebrows, Qin Jiji applied lipstick and urged Gu Jinghuai to hurry up while she started changing her clothes. In a little while, both of them were ready, went to the Qin family for breakfast, and then set off for the shop. When the two arrived at the Qin family, Qin Qinglin and Qin Jiang had already gone to the shop early. Seeing them come in, breakfast at the Qin household began, with all the dishes being Qin Jiji's favorites. After finishing breakfast, they set off for the shop, including Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyun. They organized the New Year gift boxes promised to the elders yesterday and loaded them onto a cart to be sent to the beauty workshop through the back door. Qin Qingyun specially wrote a list with the corresponding quantities and gave it to his fourth brother, Qin Qinglin, so that anyone who came to collect could do so according to the list. When Qin Qinglin heard that others were using the back door of his older brother and brother-in-law, he couldn't help but smile widely. "Big brother, second brother, brother-in-law, don't worry. I promise to handle this well. Thank you for your hard work, fourth brother." This was Qin Qingyuan's first time doing such a task, and he felt a bit shy. "Ha ha ha, big brother, we are all family. Why are you being so polite?" Qin Qinglin thought they were being too formal. He was happy to help his older brothers. "Then we will trouble you, fourth brother. We'll go help your third sister at the next shop." The others didn't understand the beauty workshop's business, but they were all good-looking, which made them stand out early in the morning at the shop. Qin Qinglin nodded. Since the next shop had just opened, it was more appropriate to go there. After some time, when they arrived at the next shop, it was already busy. Building on the trial run from yesterday, as soon as the shop opened today, Qin Jiang put up the posters that Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun had made yesterday. Today, he was no longer shy and personally introduced the discounts at the shop entrance. The milk tea was set at 20 coins a cup, with a difference of 1 to 2 coins for different toppings. Today, there was a buy one get one free offer, allowing customers to choose different flavors, which was very friendly for those who had trouble deciding. The promotion lasted for 3 days, meaning if customers came all 3 days, they could enjoy 6 different flavors for the price of 3 cups. Everyone felt they were getting a good deal after hearing Qin Zhang's explanation and rushed to place their orders. Qin Qingyuan and Gu Jinghuai were also tempted by what they heard, surprised by their uncle's persuasive skills. To avoid everyone crowding together, Qin Jiang personally handed out tickets for collecting the milk tea. Customers paid for their choices and then went to the other side to collect their milk tea based on the tickets they received. To help the accountant, Qin Qingyuan, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Qingyun went over to assist with the calculations. With their help, Qin Jiang let out a big sigh of relief. Today, Qin Jiji let another new girl take over the milk tea shaking task, while she focused on preparing the ingredients and adjusting the ratios. Li and Zhang are both experienced workers. They not only work efficiently, but also shake the milk tea quickly. The team cooperates well, and they produce milk tea at a fast pace. Since arriving in the capital, Li and Zhang have felt relaxed every day, and today they are full of energy. Many people at the scene had tried the milk tea yesterday, but there was only one flavor available then. Today, they were surprised to find different flavors. Out of curiosity, those who bought various flavors asked each other about them. Everyone praised their own flavor, which made them even more curious about the ones they hadn't tried yet. By the time Wang Xinru and Ning Ning arrived, the line was already very long. "Cousin, I tried to wake up early, but I'm still late," Ning Ning said, feeling a bit hopeless about waiting in line. Wang Xinru joked, "Why don't you go charm your brother Qinglin and see if we can skip the line?" "Absolutely not. Cousin, look over there. It's useless to find brother Qinglin. Gu Jifu, brother Qingyuan, and brother Qingyun are all there. Let's go over." Ning Ning didn't catch Wang Xinru's hint and pulled her cousin toward the counter. Wang Xinru,
Having seen how Ning Ning interacted with Qin Qinglin, mistakenly thought they had feelings for each other. Gu Jiafu, Brother Qin, Brother Qingyun, good morning. My cousin and I came for milk tea. Ning Ning called out to them. They had been busy, but upon seeing them, Qin Shan was outside greeting customers. Second brother, please attend to Miss Ning and Miss Wang for a moment. I'll handle things here with Jinghuai, Qin Qingyuan said, assigning his younger brother a task. Qin Qingyun quickly set aside what he was doing and took Ning Ning and Wang Xinru upstairs. Miss Ning, please come upstairs, he said. Wang Xinru noticed her cousin's slightly flushed face and had a bold guess. Could he be the one Ning Ning liked? But seeing Qin Qingyun's calm demeanor, she thought she might be overthinking it. Qin Qingyun asked about their preferred flavors and went to find Qin Jiji to get them 2 cups. Once he left, Wang Xinru quietly asked Ning Ning, are you too close? Of course. Brother Qingyun saved me once, and I lived in Qin family village for a while, so how could we not be familiar? Ning Ning replied, feeling a bit defensive. Then why does he seem a bit distant? Wang Xinru said playfully. He's not distant at all. Brother Qingyun is always like this. Look, he personally went to get us milk tea. That's very friendly. Ning Ning insisted, not allowing anyone to speak ill of her brother Qingyun. Okay, it was all my cousin's mistake. Your brother Qingyun is just like this. Wang Xinru quickly apologized, looking at her pouting cousin. Hearing this, the little girl became happy again. Yesterday, Ning Ning and Wang Xinru couldn't come for the trial opening and missed tasting the milk tea. When Qin Qingyun brought out the milk tea, Ning Ning was immediately attracted to the cup it was in. The milk tea cup designed by Qin Jiji was just like the current milk tea cups, but made entirely of bamboo. The fresh scent of the bamboo mixed with the rich aroma of the milk tea, creating a warm and refreshing experience. Ning Ning and Wang Xinru curiously held the bamboo cups, examining them closely, feeling the warmth in their hands. Wang Xinru couldn't help but take a sip, and the sweet flavor of the milk tea blossomed in her mouth. Seeing her cousin's surprised and delighted expression, Ning Ning knew it must taste good, so she quickly took a sip too. The smooth milk tea glided over her tongue, sweet but not overwhelming. The chewy tapioca pearls made Ning Ning's eyes widen in surprise. She couldn't resist taking another big sip and even used a spoon to scoop up several pearls. She chewed eagerly, the light sweetness of brown sugar spreading in her mouth, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Qin Qingyun watched from the side, wanting to laugh. Although he hadn't tried the other flavors of milk tea today, he thought they should be similar. Cousin, these pearls are really delicious. My red bean one is tasty too. Then let's come again tomorrow. Ning Ning felt that such delicious milk tea should be enjoyed every day. Ninger, my sister said you shouldn't drink too much at once. If you like it, you can come often in the future. Qin Qingyun remembered that Qin Jiji had said drinking too much would make you gain weight. He recalled that Ning Ning used to think she was overweight and had even tried to lose weight. Oh, that's a bit of a pity. Ning Ning had originally planned to order a cup of her cousin's flavor to try later. Since Jiji said you can't drink too much every day, your cousin can accompany you tomorrow. Ning Ning happily nodded, thinking her cousin was really nice to her. In fact, Wang Xinru had the same idea. She also wanted to try other flavors of milk tea. Brother Qingyan, can we take the milk tea to go? Ning Ning was a sharing person. She wanted to bring some back for her family. Not today, I'm afraid. There are too many people, and we won't have time. It should be possible later. Qin Jiji had indeed mentioned this. It was just too busy on the opening day. Cousin, how about we invite the sister-in-law to come with us tomorrow? Ning Ning thought her sister-in-law would definitely like it. Sure, my sister will definitely like it. Wang Xinru was very happy. She had a great relationship with her sister, and just the thought of going out for milk tea together made her smile. After finishing their milk tea at the shop, they chatted with Qin Qingyan for a while before leaving. There were too many people in the shop, so they felt shy about staying longer. They said hello to Qin Jiji and the Qin family before heading out. The Wang family had several shops on the street, and since they were already out, Wang Xinru and Ning Ning weren't in a hurry to go back. With the new year approaching, Ning Ning pulled Wang Xinru along to explore. The milk tea shop was busy until lunchtime, when it finally became a bit quieter. Qin Ziji asked her second brother, Qin Qingyun, to pack some food from a restaurant, and everyone had a simple lunch together in the shop. After resting for half an hour, they started to get busy again. By around 4 o'clock, the shop's business for the day came to an end. The group made plans in the shop and then returned to the Qin family for dinner. Zhang and Li were very excited and described the lively atmosphere of the shop to their mother-in-law as soon as they got home. Qin Granny and Qin Laohan were very happy to hear this and looked forward to the milk tea shop. After dinner at the Qin family, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai went back home, and before leaving, Qin Ziji prepared several New Year gift boxes for Mr. Chang's family. She reminded her older brother, Qin Xingyuan, to take them to the academy the next day. If they had thought the gift boxes were nothing special before, after what happened last night, they were now very grateful for Qin Ziji's thoughtfulness. Although Qin Granny and the others didn't fully understand the situation, they trusted their granddaughter's judgment. Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai chose to walk home hand in hand instead of taking a carriage. Since the Qin family's dinner was early, when Qin Ziji went to her grandmother's yard, the Gu family's dinner was just starting. The old lady saw the two return and immediately had a servant set the table for them. They couldn't refuse and ended up eating a bit more. When the old lady heard that business at the shop was good, she was happy for Qin Ziji. She was very satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. Gu Shi had almost fully recovered under his mother's care and was very grateful to Qin Ziji. Ziji, if you don't have enough money, just tell Dad. You don't have to work so hard. Our family can take care of you. Gu Shi was only concerned for Qin Ziji, but it sounded different to the old lady. My granddaughter-in-law can do whatever she likes. If you don't like it, you can separate from her. Gu Shi was stunned. What did he say that made his mother angry?
Mother, I didn't mean it that way.
I just feel sorry for Ziji working so hard every day.
You better mean that.
If you think being in business is shameful or something like that, I'll have your brother separate you tomorrow. Gu Shi felt that his mother was hostile towards him. Ever since he woke up, she had been unfriendly. Mother, I just woke up with great difficulty. We just reunited, and I want to be a good son to you. Gu Shi was worried that his mother would get upset, so he quickly said nice things to please her. If it weren't for your nonsense, I wouldn't have missed so many years with my dear grandchildren. The old lady was angry just thinking about it. Gu Shi fell silent. It was indeed his fault. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Qin Ziji quickly served the old lady some food. Grandmother, try this. It's a new recipe I taught the cook. I hope you like it. As soon as the old lady heard it was a special dish from her granddaughter-in-law, she instantly forgot about Gu Shi. My granddaughter-in-law is so thoughtful. The old lady smiled widely. Once Ziji finishes her busy time before the new year, she'll make you more delicious food. Qin Ziji had been too busy lately to experiment with new dishes. Oh, in winter, we only have these dishes. They make me lose my appetite. The old lady wasn't exaggerating. She was truly tired of the winter food. Just hang in there a little longer, grandmother. My grandfather's greenhouse is already growing vegetables, and we'll have fresh food for the new year. Qin Ziji looked at the table and noticed there were no green vegetables, which explained her grandmother's lack of appetite. Your grandfather can grow green vegetables in winter? That's wonderful. The old lady was very happy to hear that fresh greens would be available soon. She had enjoyed many of those dishes back in Qin family village and missed them, thinking they wouldn't be available this season. My grandfather takes great care of the vegetables in his greenhouse. Ha ha ha. Of course. No one in the whole city can grow green vegetables in winter like your grandfather. Others joined in the praise, and the old lady's courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. On the way back from the old lady's courtyard, Gu Shi complained playfully to his wife. Gu's mother, Mu, felt a bit helpless, but she believed her husband should pamper her son, as long as it was after taking care of her daughter-in-law. Wife, my position in this family is getting lower and lower. You have to treat me better from now on. Gu Shi didn't care. As long as he had a thick skin and his wife loved him, that was enough. Husband, don't you regret missing the children's growth and missing out on Jinghuai and Gigi's wedding? Mother Gu, from the Mu family, understood her husband well. Gusher felt a bit awkward as she guessed his thoughts. Dear, what's done is done. There will be many more opportunities in the future, and your health is almost back to normal now. Mother Gu hoped her children would be closer to their father. Gusher nodded. He had been thinking about how to make up for lost time. In the years you were away, the Qin family helped us a lot. They even saved Zheng'er, especially after Gigi married Jinghuai. They worked hard to support the family. The Qin family has taken good care of us. Gigi is Jinghuai's everything, and we will support her no matter what she does. In Mother Gu's heart, the Qin family and Gigi held great importance. She hoped that Gusher would help protect the Qin family and his daughter-in-law in the future. Thinking of this made Gusher feel frustrated. He was grateful to the Qin family and to Gigi, but why did everyone think he would have objections? Indeed, people's prejudices can be a heavy burden. Wife, you all misunderstand me. Gusher felt even more wronged. He used to be the youngest son that his mother loved the most, and the husband his wife liked best. But now, the whole family feared he would bully his daughter-in-law. He felt troubled, but kept quiet. He wanted to prove through his actions that he was a good husband, father, and father-in-law. Wife, I'm sorry for making you and the children feel wronged. Once the new year is over and I'm feeling better, let's hold a banquet to formally introduce you to the noble families in the capital. Gusher thought that it must have been because he was in a coma that the Gu family hadn't held a banquet.
Dear, let's wait a bit on that.
When we returned to the capital, my sister-in-law said she wanted to hold one, but the children felt it wasn't urgent, especially since Jinghuai is still studying. Gigi also has her business to manage. She and Jinghuai both think it's better to wait until Jinghuai finishes high school to hold the banquet. That won't do. What if someone tries to bully them? Gusher was protective. Don't worry, my brother and sister-in-law treat them as their own. They won't allow anyone to bully them. That's true. I was thinking of holding it in spring, but if they don't want to, we can wait. Gusher understood his current family position well. If his son and daughter-in-law were unwilling, he would likely be scolded by his mother for suggesting it. By the way, my dear, I bought quite a few farms and lands on the outskirts of the city. They're not of much use to me, so I'll have someone organize them and hand them over to Gigi to manage. During dinner, Gusher heard Gigi mention that her grandfather could grow vegetables, and he thought of sending some to his daughter-in-law to see if it would be useful. Is what you said true? Mother Gu asked, very surprised. Could I lie to you? I bought it on a whim. Husband, you might not know, but Gigi can grow many interesting things. This land might be very useful. That's wonderful. I'll have someone organize it and send it to her tomorrow. When we have time, we can also stay at the farm. After this serious illness, Gusher valued his wife more, and she didn't want to manage the shops. Just get it ready first. Gigi has been busy lately. Mother Gu felt sorry for Qin Gigi's recent busyness, so she planned to give her the land in the suburbs after the new year. I will listen to my wife. Gusher now fully trusted his wife's words, something he learned from his older brother. Look at how decisive the princess is, yet so gentle with her own brother. On the other side, Gu Jinghuai and Qin Gigi. The two of them really ate too much tonight. After dinner, they had some tea in the old lady's courtyard before heading back. Although the weather was a bit cold, they were dressed warmly and held hands while walking slowly back. Every night before returning to the academy, Gu Jinghuai wished he could be a little charm, always close to Qin Gigi. Husband, when you come back next time, it will be New Year's. How nice. Gu Jinghuai's academy would have a break before the new year, so he could return after the celebrations. Wife, I am looking forward to it too. Gu Jinghuai held Qin Gigi's hand tightly. By then, the shop won't be busy, and we can wait for your return. Qin Gigi also felt reluctant to part with Gu Jinghuai, but she understood the importance of studying. She believed her husband should pursue a career and stand in a high position, as that was where he belonged. Yes, when the time comes, I will take you around the capital. I still want to eat the dishes you make for New Year. Thinking of last year's lively New Year's Eve, Gu Jinghuai felt nostalgic. I will personally cook for you then. Qin Gigi had indeed cooked less since coming to the capital. Wife, don't work too hard. Just give the recipes to the kitchen.
Gu Jinghua would rather not eat Qin Ziji's cooking than see her struggle. Understood. I will discuss the New Year's Eve menu with my sister Yun Fei. Qin Ziji decided to gather everyone's opinions on the menu, adding some favorite dishes along with the must-have ones. However, according to custom, my uncle and others might need to go to the palace. Gu Jinghua explained this to Qin Ziji. Then we can talk about it later. Let's hurry back. You need to get up early tomorrow. Just now, Gu Jinghua intentionally slowed his pace. Now, hearing his wife urge him, he finally quickened his steps. When he returned to the bedroom, Qin Ziji went to wash up first. Gu Jinghua wanted to join her, but was gently turned away, feeling a bit disappointed. However, thinking about how tired she must be after a long day, he felt sympathy for her and let it go. What he didn't know was that Qin Ziji had a big surprise for him. She took a bit longer than usual to wash up, and only after she finished did Gu Jinghua go in. When he was done and came out, the bedroom was dimly lit. Gu Jinghua thought Qin Ziji was asleep and quietly got into bed. At that moment, however, Qin Ziji suddenly lost her courage to face her husband. She had only wanted to exchange for a slightly sexy nightgown to tease him, but instead, she ended up with a very revealing outfit that made her blush. After the exchange, her friend disappeared without a trace, ignoring her calls. In the end, Qin Ziji decided to go for it. As Gu Jinghua lay down, ready to hold his wife, he was shocked when he found out what she was wearing. Just as he was about to lift the covers, Qin Ziji turned and kissed him. Gu Jinghua let her play around, but when he saw her outfit, he became the one in control, nearly losing his mind. Qin Ziji's outfit was so thin that it revealed the faint blue veins under her collarbone, flickering in the candlelight with her breathing. His hand traveled down her back and paused at her waist. As the last piece of sheer fabric fell from the bed's edge, their unfinished words were lost in a sudden, passionate kiss. The next morning, when Gu Jinghua woke up, the sun was already bright. He suddenly sat up, and the blanket slipped from his shoulders, revealing several faint red marks left by Qin Ziji on his collarbone. He pressed his fingers against his aching temples as last night's memories flooded back. Then he suddenly remembered he had to go to the academy today, quickly got dressed, and gave a gentle kiss to the sleeping Qin Ziji before hurrying out of the bedroom. When he reached the front yard, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Yun were clearly already waiting for him, making Gu Jinghua feel a bit regretful. They were studying with their books and didn't seem to mind his late arrival. Jinghua is here, so we can set off. Qin Qingyuan noticed Gu Jinghua's slightly disheveled appearance and understood he must be in a hurry. I'm sorry for making you both wait. I overslept today. Gu Jinghua felt a bit embarrassed, especially in front of his wife's older and younger brothers. Hearing this, Qin Qingyuan looked up and smiled. Jinghua must be tired from helping at the shop these past few days. At her words, Gu Jinghua's fingers clenched tightly under his wide sleeves. He thought about his wife's enthusiasm yesterday and his own struggle to control himself. He was indeed tired, but not from helping at the shop. Noticing Gu Jinghua lost in thought, Qin Qingyuan asked with concern, Jinghua, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to take a half day off? Yes, Jinghua, if you're not feeling well, you should rest at home for a while. I'll go with my brother to ask Teacher Chong for you. I'm fine. Thank you, older brother and second brother, for your concern. I'll just rest a bit in the carriage. Let's get going. Faced with the innocent and caring gazes of his brothers-in-law, Gu Jinghua felt guilty and stepped out first. Qin Qingyun and Qin Qingyuan quickly followed him. Once in the carriage, Gu Jinghua pretended to doze off, mainly to avoid their concerned looks. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun were very considerate, even lowering the sound of the pages they turned. Since Gu Jinghua had gotten up late, the coachman hurried the horses once they left the city to avoid being late. They arrived at the academy just in time, the carriage rolling over the blue stone slabs in front of the school. Young master, we have arrived at the academy, the coachman said, pulling his neck in and puffing out breath that formed frost in the cold air. Thank you for your hard work. Here, take this. It's cold, so have a bowl of hot soup before heading back.
Gu Jinghui handed the coachman a pouch filled with some coins. The reason they arrived so quickly was clearly due to the coachman's efforts. In this cold weather, he appreciated the coachman's hard work and rewarded him with coins. There were food vendors at the academy entrance, and having a bowl of hot soup on such a chilly morning would make the return trip much more comfortable. "Thank you, young master," the coachman said happily, accepting the pouch. He was the coachman for the Gu family, specifically arranged by Gu Ting to transport them. After receiving the reward, the coachman parked the carriage in the designated area and enjoyed a bowl of lamb soup by the roadside. Gu Jinghui remembered the New Year gift box for Teacher Chong that he had brought along and prepared to set down his warming stove to pick it up. However, Qin Qingyuan beat him to it, saying, "Jinghui, Qingyuan, and I can handle it. You keep the warming stove. Be careful not to catch a cold. Brother is right. If our sister finds out we didn't take good care of you, she'll be worried." Qin Qingyuan directly took the gift box and got out of the carriage. At that moment, Gu Jinghui felt a bit self-doubting. He really seemed like someone who might catch a cold. Suddenly, he felt the deep affection from his older and younger brothers-in-law. Reluctantly, he got off the carriage and followed the two people behind. At this moment, they were at Master Chang's residence. His youngest daughter, Changyu, had been insisting on going to the beauty shop to buy a New Year gift box. However, the weather outside was cold, and Mrs. Chang was not keen on going out. Their daughter had just turned 11 this year, and they were worried about her going out alone. Mrs. Chang, feeling a headache from her daughter's persistence, finally agreed to accompany her to the beauty shop today, making the little girl very happy. Master Chang and his wife had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and their youngest daughter was the most spoiled. The family was having breakfast, but Changyu's mind was not on the meal. She just wanted to go to the beauty shop as soon as possible. Her friend who returned yesterday mentioned that they needed to make a reservation and wait in line, and she was afraid that if they went late, they wouldn't be able to buy anything today. "Eat your breakfast well. After you finish, your mother will take you," Master Chang said, noticing that his daughter had barely eaten. "Got it, Dad," the little girl replied. Seeing her parents eating slowly, she realized that being anxious wouldn't help, so she picked up her bowl of porridge and continued to eat. "Sir, young Master Gu and young Master Qin have arrived and are in the front hall," the servant reported. "Oh, it's them. I'll be right there," Master Chang said. Upon hearing that it was his most favored students, he quickly finished his bun and porridge before heading to the front hall. Changyu was taken aback and couldn't help but complain to Mrs. Chang, "Mom, I thought Dad wouldn't eat so quickly." "Don't say that, or your father might hear and not let you go out," Mrs. Chang teased her daughter with a smile. "I'm just surprised, Mom. Please don't tell Dad. He won't know," the little girl said sweetly, trying to charm her mother, who smiled indulgently. "Mom, take your time eating. I'll sneak a peek in the front hall," Changyu said. Being restless, she quickly finished her porridge and went to the front hall. Gu Jinghui and the others had met Mrs. Chang and her daughter before. They were all good kids and treated her daughter very kindly, like older brothers. So Mrs. Chang didn't stop her from going to the front hall, as they had a good relationship. In the front hall, Master Chang greeted them warmly. "Jinghui, Qingyuan, you're back. Have you had breakfast?" "Thank you for your concern, teacher. We had already eaten before coming," they replied. Hearing that they had eaten, Master Chang felt relieved. "Teacher, we came to bring this for Madam and Sister Yu," one of them said, pointing to several beautifully wrapped gift boxes that Master Chang had overlooked in his concern for them. Now he finally noticed the gift boxes. "What are these?" Mr. Chang had no knowledge about these items. He just didn't want the others to spend money. "They are New Year gift boxes prepared by the students' families for you and Sister Yu. Teacher, they're from our own shop and not worth much. You must accept them. If we can't handle this small matter, Sister will surely be upset." Mr. Chang understood their relationship, but only to a certain extent. Hearing that the items were from their own shop, he agreed to accept them. "Since that's the case, I'll thank you on behalf of your teacher and Sister Yu." Just as Mr. Chang finished speaking, Changyu rushed over. "Wow, how come there are so many New Year gift boxes from the beauty shop?" Mr. Chang was very surprised. He never expected that the gift boxes brought by them were exactly what his daughter had been thinking about. Recalling what they had just said, Mr. Chong looked at them for confirmation, and they all nodded in agreement. As long as Sister Yu likes them, that's good, Qin Qingyun said with a light cough and a smile. I really like them, but I heard you have to wait in line to get these gift boxes. How did you manage to get them? Changyu was very curious. Yesterday, her friend described the scene to her, and she didn't have high hopes for today. Our own shop, no need to wait in line, Qin Qingyuan said softly, but Changyu heard him clearly. I heard the owner of the beauty shop has the last name Qin. So, it turns out your family runs it. Changyu quickly understood based on what she had heard. It's my sister's shop that she opened when she had some free time. Changyu thought it was quite impressive that Qin Qingyun's shop became so popular just from her spare time. All right, take the gift boxes to show your mother. Jinghuai and the others need to go study now. Mr. Chong knew his daughter well and feared she would ask too many questions, so he wanted to send her off. Brother Qin, what's your sister's name? My mother and I are going to the beauty shop today. I'd like to meet her. Since you have the New Year gift boxes, why go to the beauty shop? Mr. Chong thought that since his daughter received the gift boxes, she wouldn't need to go to the beauty shop today. Of course, I want to thank Sister Qin. Didn't you always teach me and my brothers to have a grateful heart, Dad? Changyu thought her father seemed a bit slow today. Mr. Chong found her reasoning convincing for a moment, but in the end, it was Gu Jinghuai who saved the situation. Teacher, my sister Yuer is lively. It's nice to go out for a walk. The shop next door is also run by my wife, and it just opened a few days ago. Yuer and the teacher's wife can go and sit there. The shop next door? Is it that milk tea shop? Changyu asked excitedly. Gu Jinghuai nodded, and Changyu was even happier to get a clear answer. Dad, hurry and take Brother Qin and the others to class. I'm going to find Mother now. Changyu felt that saying anything more would be disrespectful to the milk tea. After bowing to a few people, she went with the maid, carrying a gift box to find Madame Chong. Mr. Chong wanted to say something, but his daughter had already left, so he could only sigh helplessly. Then he took Gu Jinghuai and the others to class. Back in the backyard, Changyu told her mother everything she knew. Madame Chong didn't expect her husband to have such impressive students this time. Previously, aside from her daughter wanting to go out, she also planned to take a stroll, so she got ready and set off with her daughter. At the milk tea shop, there were still many people in line today. Qin Jiji was woken up early by the noise. By the time she arrived, the shop was already open for business. Li and Zhang, being experienced, could easily guess why Qin Jiji was late. In the past 2 days, 2 of the staff had learned especially well, so Li arranged for them to work with her, allowing Qin Jiji to take a break. Li and Zhang took over Qin Jiji's tasks, and after helping for a while, she was sent away by her aunt and mother. Worried about being too busy, Qin Jiji directly helped with the accounts. When Changyu and Madame Chong entered, Qin Jiji was busy with the accounts. Changyu looked around curiously, but couldn't tell which one was Qin Jiji. Being lively, she pulled a staff member and asked if Qin Jiji was there. When Qin Jiji suddenly heard a customer asking for her, she was a bit curious. Boss, this young lady is looking for you. The staff member called out toward Qin Jiji. Qin Jiji put down the account book and walked over. When she got closer and saw Qin Jiji's face clearly, Changyu was momentarily stunned. This young lady, may I ask what you need? Is the milk tea not to your taste? No, I'm Changyu, and this is my mother. My father is the teacher of Brother Gu and Brother Qin. Changyu was a bit flustered and didn't know what to say first. Qin Jiji was surprised to hear this. Just today, her husband and brother had brought a gift box to them, and then they came to the shop. Did they not like the gift? I often hear my husband mention the teacher's wife and sister Yuer. I didn't expect to meet you here today, Qin Jiji said, addressing Madame Chong as well. Jiji, today you err, and I came specifically to thank you for the New Year gift boxes you sent. We really liked them. Mrs. Chong saw no trace of a businessperson in Qin Jiji. Instead, she was poised and well-mannered. I'm glad you liked them. Since you're here, You must help me try all the milk tea flavors in the shop and see which one you like best.
Really? Can we?
Changyu was thrilled to hear she could try different flavors. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare them for you. Qin Jiji left to personally make the milk tea for them. To let them taste more flavors, she made each one in smaller amounts and put them in special cups. There were only 6 flavors available, so she quickly finished. Changyu was overjoyed to see so many milk tea options, and Qin Jiji sat down to enjoy them together. She took them to the second floor, which was more private, and even exchanged some snacks with Wanwan. Sister Jiji, this snack with the milk tea is so delicious. Children love sweet treats, and seeing Changyu so happy made Qin Jiji smile. I made these for myself, and they aren't sold in the shop yet, but they might be in the future. If you like them, I can have my husband bring you some next time he goes to the academy.
Really?
That would be wonderful. But it's a pity they won't go back to the academy until after the new year.
Why does the academy have to take a break?
Changyu was first excited, but then felt sad thinking about waiting until after the new year. Mrs. Chang and Qin Jiji both laughed at her cute expression. If you have time, you can come play with me. I cook well too. Qin Jiji's words gave Changyu hope again, and she looked at her mother with eager eyes. Your brother Jinghui and his friends are your father's students, so they are like your older brothers. If you behave, your mother might consider it. Changyu was overjoyed, and Qin Jiji found it amusing. Even though it was just a time of enjoying dessert and milk tea, Mrs. Chang expressed great appreciation for Qin Jiji. She did not oppose her daughter interacting with the Gu and Qin families. After finishing the milk tea and snacks, Qin Jiji personally took them for a stroll around the beauty shop. Changyu bought a bunch of little trinkets to take home for her family. In the end, worried about returning late and safety on the road, Changyu and Mrs. Chang reluctantly said goodbye to Qin Jiji.